Dragon God Supreme Chapter 378 to Chapter 458. Xiaoyao Palace Master suddenly changed his mind, which made Feng Wuchen and the others feel strange, but they didn't think too much about it. Not long after they left Xiaoyao Palace, Yi Guqing caught up and appeared in front of Feng Wuchen and the others. Greetings Dendi, greetings young Master Zhang. Yi Guqing cupped his fists respectfully. It's you. Lu Qingyang looked at Yi Guqing in surprise, recognizing him at a glance. You are the one from the desolate region. Miao Qingqing described strangely. Feng Wuchen looked at Yi Guqing in surprise. I am Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing introduced himself. Yi family is in the east of the heaven region, but you came to the north. Feng Wuchen guessed. Xiaoyao Palace Master suddenly changed his mind. If I guessed correctly, you must have secretly informed him, right? Hearing this, Yi Guqing smiled, yes. So it was you who secretly informed him. I was wondering why Xiaoyao Palace Master changed his mind. Lu Qingyang smiled. Many thanks. Feng Wuchen thanked him. Xiaoyao Palace's strength was terrifying. If they really fought, no one would be a match for Xiaoyao Palace Master. At that time, there would probably be casualties. Dendi is too polite. Yi Guqing was a little surprised. You are here to look for us? Zhang Junlan asked. This wasn't hard to guess. Yi Guqing nodded and said respectfully, young Master Zhang is right. Yi family will host a banquet in 3 days. I hope Dendi, young Master Zhang, and everyone can give us some face. You came all the way from the east to invite us. If we don't go, wouldn't that be too disrespectful? Feng Wuchen nodded. His impression of Yi Guqing was quite good. Moreover, Yi Guqing had helped them just now. Feng Wuchen couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Actually, Yi family didn't host a banquet. It was just to invite Feng Wuchen to the Yi family. The banquet was specially prepared for Feng Wuchen and the others. With the Yi family's status in the heaven realm, it was not a problem for them to invite the upper echelons of some powerful forces. Hearing Feng Wuchen's reply, Yi Guqing was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly said with a smile, that's great. We will welcome Dendi and young Master Zhang in 3 days. Yi Guqing did not expect to invite Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan so smoothly. However, Yi Guqing did not expect that the reason why Feng Wuchen agreed so readily was not as simple as his help just now. Yi Guqing was one of the top geniuses in the heaven region. He was extremely talented and ranked 4th on the genius ranking. Feng Wuchen also wanted to recruit such a genius. After Yi Guqing left, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I was just thinking of going to the Yi family to find him, but the heavens arranged for him to come find me himself. Yi Guqing's strength is indeed powerful. He is not inferior to Luo Yan. Nan Gongzhan said solemnly. Let's go. There is no need to rush the recruitment of geniuses. Feng Wuchen smiled and took the lead to fly away. Teacher, there are still 10 days until the genius ranking battle. Do you want to sign up? Zhang Junlan caught up and asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, no need. The first and second rankers should have already stepped into the heaven realm. I am not their match with my strength. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, I can use the genius ranking battle to see the geniuses in the heaven region. There are many geniuses in the heaven region. It would be good if I could recruit some. Let's go and rest for a few days. We will go to the Yi family in 3 days. 3 days later, Feng Wuchen's group of 7 rushed to the Yi family in the eastern part of the heaven region. On this day, the Yi family held a banquet. It was extremely lively and they invited the upper echelons of the nearby forces. Although they did not know why the Yi family suddenly held a banquet, they were very happy to be able to come. It also showed that they had a certain status in the eastern part. The Yi family was located in Glass City in the eastern part of the heaven region. They had a high status and were the overlord of the eastern part. In order to welcome Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan, the Yi family could be said to have mobilized all the experts in the family. The family members even lined up along the street from the Yi family's gate to the city gate. Yi Guqing stood at the city gate. From the Yi family's gate to the city gate, the streets were already crowded. However, there was empty space in the middle of the street. The passers-by could only stand on both sides of the street and in the lofts on both sides of the street. Who was the Yi family welcoming? They actually arranged such a big lineup. The Yi family has such a big lineup. I wonder who they are hosting the banquet for today. After being in Glass City for so many years, this is the first time I have seen the Yi family welcoming guests so respectfully. Who exactly is the Yi family welcoming? From the Yi family's gate to the city gate, everyone is from the Yi family. While countless people in Glass City were puzzled, they were also very curious about who could make the Yi family welcome them so respectfully. The more curious they were, the livelier Glass City became. Even cultivators from the surrounding cities came to find out, driven by their curiosity. The gate of Glass City was crowded with people, but the main road leading to the city gate was empty. No one dared to walk on the main road. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's group of 7 had already arrived at Glass City and were squeezing into the crowd. Make way, make way. Lu Qingyang tried his best to squeeze in, opening a path for Feng Wuchen's group. Come here, come here. At this time, a young girl waved at Feng Wuchen's group with a sweet smile on her face. Thank you. Miao Qingqing thanked her gratefully. Xiaoyi, why did you let them come over? There are already so many people. A man beside the young girl said unhappily, looking very disdainful of Feng Wuchen's group. The young girl said indifferently, it doesn't matter. They won't lose a piece of meat if they squeeze. Sister, are you also here to watch the show? I wonder what distinguished guests the Yi family has invited today. The whole city is here to watch. Looking at Miao Qingqing's group, the young girl asked with a smile. Miao Qingqing smiled and said, no, we were invited by the Yi family. Invited by the Yi family? Wow. Sister, you are so amazing. The young girl's face was full of admiration. Of course, we are the most distinguished guests of the Yi family. Dong Zhantian immediately stood up and bragged. The most distinguished guests? You? The man looked doubtful. No matter how he looked, he couldn't see how distinguished Feng Wuchen's group was. The man sneered and said, as one of the 6 major forces of the Sky region, the Yi family has a high status in the East. If you don't have a certain status, don't even think about entering the Yi family. My Lu family is also considered a big family, but even we weren't invited, let alone you. After a pause, the man continued, with the Yi family's status, even the 6 major forces can't make the Yi family mobilize so many people. It can be seen that the distinguished guests the Yi family is receiving are very terrifying, but definitely not like you. While the man was talking non-stop, Yi Guqing already saw the figures of Feng Wuchen's group. At this moment, he was walking over with a face full of excitement. The crowd stepped aside. Young Lord Yi is here. You'd best not talk nonsense, lest you send yourselves to death. Sensing Yi Guqing's arrival, the non-stop talking man's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately put on the appearance of a big shot exhorting his underling. The man's voice had just faded when Yi Guqing bowed to Feng Wuchen and said respectfully, welcome, Dendi, young Lord Zhang. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, what banquet is so grand? To actually make the Yi family's young lord personally come to receive. It's nothing much. It's just that my father broke through to the 5th level of the heaven realm and specially organized a banquet to celebrate. Dendi, young Lord Zhang, please. Yi Guqing said with a slight smile and even made an inviting gesture respectfully. The man at the side was dumbfounded, watching in shock as the Yi family's young lord respectfully received Feng Wuchen's group. Thinking of the ridicule just now, the man kept feeling his face burning. A figure that even Yi Guqing had to receive respectfully, he actually dared to ridicule. Wow. Elder sister, you guys are really impressive, the Yi family's young lord actually personally came to receive you guys. The young girl's pretty face was full of shock. Come on, I'll bring you in to take a look. Miao Qingqing said with a light smile, pulling the young girl's lily-white hand and walking out. The man beside her who was shocked until the world was turned upside down also followed eagerly. The man was already scared silly, not daring to let out a fart. Dendi? Young Lord Zhang? Who are they? The Yi family mustered such a large force, the ones receiving them? To be able to make the Yi family receive them so respectfully at such a young age, their identities must be very terrifying. Young Lord Yi called them Dendi and young Lord Zhang, wonder what their identities are. Yi family's young lord personally receiving them, wonder what their background is. Even the heavenly moon sect master doesn't have this kind of treatment, right? This is the first time I've seen young Lord Yi being so respectful to others. Just who are they? Seeing Yi Guqing personally receiving Feng Wuchen's group of 7, everyone outside the city gate was shocked and extremely noisy. Everyone's gaze was sizing up Feng Wuchen's group. Everyone was very curious about the origins of Feng Wuchen's group. Yi Guqing led Feng Wuchen's group into the city and discovered that the Yi family members at the city gate had followed them. In other words, the Yi family's honored guests were Feng Wuchen's group. There were no other honored guests behind them. On the streets of Glass City, the appearance of Feng Wuchen's group caused countless people to be shocked. They were all very curious about the origins of Feng Wuchen's group. After walking through several streets, a large group of cultivators followed behind them, densely packed and blocking the streets. Young Lord Yi is very respectful to them. I'm afraid they're not from the Sky Domain, they might be from the Limitless Domain. The power behind them must be more terrifying than the Yi family. Everyone guessed. Dendi, young Lord Zhang, this is the Yi family, please. Yi Guqing once again respectfully made an inviting gesture. Welcome, Dendi. Welcome, young Lord Zhang. The Yi family's guards bowed respectfully, their expressions extremely excited. A guard had already rushed in excitedly and shouted, Patriarch. Elder. Dendi and young Lord Zhang are here. Dendi and young Lord Zhang are here? The Yi family's patriarch and the upper echelon's expressions became excited as they quickly walked out of the imposing hall. The Yi family's upper echelons, as well as the invited upper echelons of the various forces, all curiously gathered around the Yi family's courtyard when they learned that the Yi family had invited precious guests this time. They all wanted to see what kind of people could make the Yi family mobilize such a large force and send Yi Guqing to personally receive them. Dendi? Young Lord Zhang? Who are they? I've never heard of them. The invited upper echelons of the various forces all revealed puzzled expressions. Soon, Yi Guqing led Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan into the Yi family's courtyard. Welcome, Dendi. Welcome, young Lord Zhang. Everyone in the Yi family was respectful. The respectful attitude of the Yi family head, the elders, and the upper echelons shocked the upper echelons of the various forces. Was it necessary for the Yi family head to be so respectful to a few young juniors? What were the identities of Dendi and young Lord Zhang? Many question marks appeared in the minds of the upper echelons of the various forces. However, they did not think too much about it and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Welcome, Dendi. Welcome, young Lord Zhang. Yi family head, 3 elders, seniors, Feng Wuchen cupped his fists to the many powerhouses and was very polite, without the slightest arrogance of a big shot. Zhang Junlan and Lu Qingyang were the same, giving the Yi family enough face. Yi Guqing was shocked and excited. It was the Yi family's honor to be able to invite Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan. Dendi, young Lord Zhang, this is my father, Yi Shuihan. This is the great elder, Yi Qingyun. This is the second elder, Yi Qingshui. This is my uncle, Yi Zhong. Yi Guqing introduced them one by one. Yi Shuihan was the Yi family head. Dressed in a gorgeous gray robe, he had the demeanor and dignity of a family head. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Heaven Realm, one of the few top powerhouses in the Heaven region. The great elder, Yi Qingyun, was at the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. His strength was also extremely terrifying. The second elder, Yi Qingshui, was at the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm. His strength was also terrifying. The third elder, Yi Kuwei, was at the 1st level of the Heaven Realm. Yi Zhong was Yi Shuihan's younger brother and Yi Gucheng's uncle. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. His strength was also very terrifying. The Yi family had as many as 5 Heaven Realm powerhouses, not to mention the Heaven Origin Realm. At a glance, they were all powerhouses. This was the strength of the Yi family. Dendi, young Lord Zhang, please come in. Yi Shuihan smiled respectfully. His every move shocked everyone. Yi Shuihan had a high status in the Heaven Domain. He was someone who could make the entire Heaven Domain tremble with a stomp of his feet. But now, he was treating these young juniors with such respect. He didn't put on the airs of a family head at all. Thank you, Patriarchy. Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan thanked him politely. Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan were undoubtedly the most honorable existences present. None of the experts from the other forces were personally led into the hall by patriarchy, except for Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan. The strange girl and the man were shocked to the extreme. Receiving the highest treatment from the Yi clan made them feel overwhelmed. It was simply like a dream. Their identities are not simple. You must not offend them. A family head warned in a commanding tone. One of the elders nodded and said solemnly, "Their cultivations are not weak. Clearly, they are geniuses from great forces. We cannot afford to offend them." "Patriarch, elder, should we check their identities?" a man asked in a low voice. "No, we must not offend them." The family head refused without hesitation. Since the Yi family is so cautious, they must not be from the heaven domain. Pass down the order, the disciples of the Yuntian palace are not to be offended. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. A palace master ordered in a low voice. Dendi and young Lord Zhang are extremely powerful. Young Lord Yi has to personally welcome them at the city gate. Now that patriarchy is personally welcoming them, we must not offend them. Another palace master gave a strict order. All the elders from different forces gave the order. They didn't know that the Dendi in front of them was the famous Feng Wuchen of the heaven domain, the mysterious genius who had challenged so many forces. When Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan arrived, Yi Shuihan announced the start of the banquet. Yi Shuihan and the other elders were full of smiles. Being able to invite Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan meant that the Yi family had made friends with these two terrifying characters. Not long after the banquet started, Yi Shuihan raised his cup and said respectfully, "Dendi, young Lord Zhang, old man, I propose a toast to you. To be able to invite Dendi and young Lord Zhang, it is the Yi family's honor. Let's drink first." Yi Qingyun and the other elders also stood up and raised their cups. The degree of respect was self-evident. "Patriarchy, you are too kind." Feng Wuchen smiled and raised his cup, draining it in one gulp. "Congratulations, Patriarchy, for breaking through to the 5th level of the heaven realm." Zhang Junlan raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Seeing Patriarchy propose a toast, everyone raised their cups, not daring to be negligent. "Dendi, young Lord Zhang, the Yi family is quite powerful in the heaven domain. If you encounter any trouble in the heaven domain, the Yi family will definitely help you." Yi Shuihan smiled politely. "Thank you, Patriarchy." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and smiled. Although he knew the Yi family's intention, Feng Wuchen did not mind. After all, Feng Wuchen had taken a fancy to Yi Guqing. Yi Shuihan's words could be considered as a reminder to the upper echelons of the various forces, and could also be used to spread the news. Patriarchy had spoken. At least in the eastern region, not many people dared to provoke Feng Wuchen. Even the Yi family had to curry favor with Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan. The experts of the other forces were not fools. They used all kinds of flattery, wanting to rope in these two mysterious figures. The more mysterious they were, the more curious they were. In the end, someone could not hold back. "Patriarchy, Dendi and young Lord Zhang have a high status. Why don't you introduce them to us?" a sect leader asked with a smile. "Yes. Patriarchy, introduce them to us." The other experts were very curious. It could be said that they asked what everyone was thinking. Hearing this, Yi Shuihan glanced at Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan. Seeing that they did not mind, he was relieved. Feng Wuchen's main purpose in coming to the heavenly region this time was to take down the heavenly region and recruit geniuses. Feng Wuchen did not mind letting others know his identity. With a powerful identity, he would be much more efficient and save a lot of time. Most importantly, it could save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Moreover, with so many people asking, if he did not introduce them, Yi Shuihan would feel apologetic. The spacious hall was silent. Everyone looked at Yi Shuihan. Yi Shuihan smiled and said, "Actually, all of you know young Master Zhang. He is the young master of the Zhang clan of the Wuji domain, and he is also the #1 genius artificer of our continent, Zhang Junlan." "What? The young master of the blacksmith family? The continent's #1 genius blacksmith? Oh my god. It's actually the young master of the blacksmith family. Yi Shuihan's words immediately shocked everyone. Their bodies trembled, and a trace of fear flashed across their eyes. Their respectful expressions became much stronger. The existence of the blacksmith family was one of the giants of the continent. It was unknown how many times stronger than the entire heavenly region. After knowing Zhang Junlin's identity, everyone understood that Patriarch Yi and young Lord Yi were so respectful. Not to mention the Yi family, even the entire heavenly region combined would not be a match for the Zhang family. Zhang Junlan alone scared them out of their wits. Then wouldn't Feng Wuchen be even more terrifying? Everyone present could see that Feng Wuchen was the leader of the 7 people. Even Zhang Junlan had to stand behind him. Sure enough, Yi Shuihan's next words almost scared everyone to death. Yi Shuihan looked at Feng Wuchen and then said with a smile, "Dendi comes from the 9 states. He's the overlord of the 9 states, the #1 genius of the 9 states. His alchemy realm is superb, and he's known as Dendi. At the same time, he's also a powerful blacksmith. Overlord of the 9 states? And he's the #1 genius. Doesn't that mean that he's the strongest in the 9 states? He has such achievements at such a young age. How enviable. He's an alchemist and a blacksmith. Denda's talent is indeed extraordinary. There's definitely no other person like him in the entire continent. He's 10,000 times better than my son." Everyone was shocked again and exclaimed continuously. Both of his realms had reached an extremely high realm. Such terrifying talent made everyone envious. "Dendi is also young Lord Zhang's teacher," Yi Shuihan added in the end. Boom. This short sentence was like a thunderclap that exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone's expression stiffened and they couldn't move at all. Their eyes and faces were filled with shock. For a moment, the hall was silent. Dendi was actually young Lord Zhang's teacher. Zhang Junlan was the #1 genius blacksmith in the continent. Feng Wuchen was young, even younger than Zhang Junlan, but he was actually the teacher of the #1 genius blacksmith. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's blacksmithing realm? Everyone couldn't imagine it, and they didn't dare to imagine it. As a blacksmith aristocratic family, the Zhang family had super strong blacksmithing abilities. Nurturing Zhang Junlan wasn't a problem, but Zhang Junlan actually had a teacher. The teacher of the #1 genius blacksmith in the continent. How terrifying was his identity? No wonder Feng Wuchen dared to stand in front of Zhang Junlan. Zhang Junlan was only his student. At this moment, everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, and they couldn't breathe. Seeing everyone's shocked and terrified expression, Lu Qingyang shook his head inwardly. They had seen too many of these scenes, and they were already used to it by now. I remember now. The Gongsun family offended Dendi and young Lord Zhang in Mooncloud City. Someone suddenly exclaimed. That's right. I also heard that it was young Lord Zhang from the Wuji domain. Humph. They dared to offend Dendi and young Lord Zhang. They were simply courting death. Dendi was merciful enough to break their arms. If it were me, I would have killed them all. Everyone was in an uproar as they recalled the incident in Mooncloud City. They couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear. Offending such a terrifying figure would definitely lead to a tragic end. Dendi, the person who challenged all the geniuses in the heaven domain, could it be Dendi? Someone suddenly asked in shock. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He thought for a moment and nodded, "It's me." Feng Wuchen's answer caused everyone to exclaim again. However, what puzzled them was that with Feng Wuchen's noble status, why would he come to the heaven domain to challenge so many geniuses? Why would he want the defeated geniuses to follow him? Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. Big brother Feng, why don't you take this opportunity to explain yourself? Who knows, you might be able to recruit more geniuses. If you personally ask, Yi Guqing might agree. Lu Qingyang hurriedly whispered. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. This was indeed an opportunity. Feng Wuchen was still thinking about how to recruit the geniuses faster. Now, the opportunity had come. His purpose in coming to the Yi family was clear, and that was to take down Yi Guqing. Teacher came to the heaven domain this time to recruit geniuses. Teacher needs to choose personally. Zhang Junlan said simply. Dendi, my son is 24 years old, first level of Sky Origin stage. What do you think, Dendi? My son is 18 years old, ninth level of Origin core stage, 5th grade martial spirit. Dendi. My eldest son is 22 years old, second level of Sky Origin stage. My son is 20 years old, second level of Sky Origin stage. All the leaders excitedly revealed their sons' ages and cultivations, hoping that Feng Wuchen would take a liking to them. Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlan's teacher, and Zhang Junlan had the entire Zhang clan behind him. He had plenty of cultivation resources and powerful martial skills, so there was no need to worry. Moreover, Feng Wuchen was a powerful alchemist. If Feng Wuchen took a liking to their sons would be able to change their destinies. It was not impossible for them to become a powerful cultivator who could shake the entire continent in the future. If Feng Wuchen took a liking to their sons, not only would their sons soar into the sky, but their status in their clans and forces would also rise by 10 times. With the protection of the Zhang clan, who would dare to touch them, all the major forces in the Qingyun realm would not dare to offend them. They would even try to curry favor with them. Not only them, even the patriarch of the Yi clan was tempted. If the Yi clan could establish a relationship with Feng Wuchen, they would definitely become the most powerful force in the Qingyun realm. They might even become one of the major forces in the Wuji realm. However, when the excited leaders of the various forces saw Feng Wuchen shake his head, they were instantly disappointed and fell to the bottom. Although these geniuses were stronger than the geniuses from the Inferno Empire, Feng Wuchen did not need weak geniuses, but powerful ones. Everyone quieted down and looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said calmly, the minimum requirement is 5th level of Sky Origin stage. If the gap is too big, it will take a lot of time. I'm sorry. Level 5 of Sky Origin stage? The crowd was shocked. A 5th level Sky Origin stage genius at such a young age was rare in the entire Qingyun realm. Only the major forces would have such geniuses. Dendi, what is the requirement for talent? One of the patriarchs asked. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I don't care about talent, as long as you are strong enough. I don't want those with evil intentions. No talent? If you don't care about talent, cultivation will be slow? I don't think there are many Sky Origin stage cultivators in the Qingyun realm. Why don't Pil Emperor lower his requirements? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, everyone was shocked. Feng Wuchen had the soul-splitting technique, so he didn't need to rely on talent. All he needed was a large amount of treasures. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, my conditions won't change. I'm really sorry, but I have enough cultivation resources here. Dharma treasures aren't a problem, so I'm sorry. Unless your talent is extremely high. Feng Wuchen's offer was already very low. Plus, there were many Sky Origin stage cultivators in the Qingyun region. Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to recruit them. Feng Wuchen would rather not recruit a single person than accept a piece of trash. The leaders of the major forces were disappointed. They thought they could change their fate, but it was not going to work. Yi Shuihan then said, Dendi, the genius ranking competition is in 7 days. All the geniuses in the Qingyun realm will participate. I'm sure there will be many geniuses that Dendi will be satisfied with. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked at Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing was tempted. With his talent and cultivation, he met Feng Wuchen's requirement. However, he was still hesitating. Not long ago, I recruited Ziyun's pavilion's first disciple, Lei Tianju, and second disciple, Luo Yan. Including the geniuses I challenged, there should be 16 of them. Seeing that Yi Guqing was tempted, Feng Wuchen added. Lei Tianju and Luo Yan both agreed to follow Dendi? Yi Qingyun asked in shock. Yi Shuihan and many other experts present were stunned. Lei Tianju was one of the top geniuses in the Qingyun realm. He was terrifyingly powerful. His ice soul territory was even more frightening. Feng Wuchen smiled, that's right. Ziyun's pavilion master agreed. Hearing this, Yi Shuihan looked at Yi Guqing. If Yi Guqing followed Feng Wuchen, he would have a bright future ahead of him. Of course, it was up to Yi Guqing to make the decision. Lei Tianju agreed. He is ranked 3rd on the list with Bai Mie. Does that mean Dendi has already defeated Lei Tianju? That's impossible. Lei Tianju is a cultivator of Sky Origin Stage. Dendi actually defeated Lei Tianju. How can a cultivator of Sky Origin Stage be so powerful? Everyone was shocked and frightened. They had only heard that Feng Wuchen had defeated the young master of the Saint Sun sect, who was at Sky Origin Stage. That was enough to shock them. Now that Lei Tianju, who was ranked third on the list, had been defeated by Feng Wuchen, they couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen was so powerful. If anyone of you knows a cultivator of Sky Origin Stage, please tell Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang smiled. Young Lord Yi, say yes. With young Lord Yi's cultivation and talent, it won't be a problem. Someone suddenly shouted. Feng Wuchen looked at Yi Guqing and smiled faintly. Yi Guqing's cultivation and talent are indeed good. Yi Guqing, do you agree? Hearing this, Yi Guqing became silent. He wanted to say yes, but if he did, he would have to leave the Qingyun realm and the Yi clan with Feng Wuchen. He didn't know when he could come back. It could be 3 to 5 years, or even longer. Yi Guqing was worried. That's right. Young Lord Yi. This is a rare opportunity. If young Lord Yi agrees, the Yi clan will rise up in the future. Everyone agreed. They were all thinking about their own sons and forgot that the Yi clan had a talented young lord. Guqing, you are the future of the Yi clan. This opportunity is very important for the Yi clan. Think about it carefully. Yi Shuihan said in a low voice. Yi Shuihan naturally hoped that Yi Guqing would follow Feng Wuchen. If he missed this opportunity, there would never be a second one. Brother, what are you waiting for? Say yes. Brother Yi, hurry up. The younger generation of the Yi clan was burning with anxiety, wishing they could speak up for Yi Guqing. Truly, the eunuchs were more anxious than the emperor. Seeing that Yi Guqing didn't say yes for a long time, Feng Wuchen asked, Yi Guqing, what are you worried about? Can you tell me? Yi Guqing cupped his fists and said, the Yi clan and the Sky Moon sect have been enemies for many years. The Sky Moon sect will attack the Yi clan at any time. I cannot leave the Yi clan. If my father hadn't reached Sky Origin Stage, the Sky Moon sect would have done it already. Therefore, I cannot say yes. I have disappointed Dendi. Yi Guqing actually refused. All the powerhouses were stunned. Everyone was fighting to follow Yi Guqing, but Yi Guqing actually refused. Sigh. Yi Shuihan sighed helplessly. He seemed to have guessed that Yi Guqing would refuse. Zhang Junlan, why don't you help the Yi clan get rid of the Heavenly Moon sect? With your status and the strength of the Zhang clan, you can intimidate the Heavenly Moon sect with a single order. This way, Yi Guqing can lead the Yi clan in peace. Lu Qingyang felt sorry for Yi Guqing's refusal, so he immediately suggested it to Zhang Junlan. Zhang Junlan shook his head slightly and said, Master won't agree, let alone me. Yi Guqing is the future successor of the Yi clan. Some things need to be solved by himself. Besides, we have no enmity with the Heavenly Moon sect, so there is no reason for us to do so. Sigh. Lu Qingyang sighed helplessly. If it were me, I might not agree if Master wants to help. Yi Guqing is the young master of the Yi clan and the #1 genius of the Yi clan. He has a strong ego. Dong Zhantian whispered. Although Feng Wuchen was surprised by Yi Guqing's refusal, he did not say anything. The banquet lasted for more than 2 hours before it ended. Feng Wuchen's group of 7 left the Yi clan under the respectful escort of Yi Shuihan, the higher-ups of the Yi clan, and the experts of the major forces. Yi Shuihan and the other higher-ups felt their hearts sink to the bottom as they watched Feng Wuchen's group leave. Yi Guqing rejected the opportunity that others were fighting for. What a pity. The experts of the major forces shook their heads secretly, feeling sorry for Yi Guqing. In fact, Yi Guqing could have agreed to Feng Wuchen's request first. With this relationship, if the Heavenly Moon sect dared to attack, Feng Wuchen would definitely not stand by and watch. Unfortunately, Yi Guqing did not do so. As the #1 genius of the Yi clan, Yi Guqing did not want to rely on others to protect the Yi clan. If he could not even protect the Yi clan, what could he achieve? Maybe it was naivety, maybe it was his ego, maybe it was both. Guqing, don't you regret it? Yi Shuihan asked softly as he watched Feng Wuchen's group of 7 fly away. Yi Guqing shook his head and said, "Father knows the Yi clan's situation better than I do. As the young master of the Yi clan, how can I leave it this time? If the Heavenly Moon cult wants to unify the Heaven domain, they will definitely target the Yi clan. How can I abandon the Yi clan?" Yi Shuihan sighed, perhaps this is the will of the heavens. After leaving the Yi clan, Feng Wuchen's group of 7 headed towards the cultivation grounds of the Crimson Emperor and the others. They planned to wait patiently for the prodigy ranking battle that would take place in 7 days. He could also make use of these 7 days to cultivate. The genius ranking competition had attracted countless geniuses from the Heaven region. This was a chance for them to make a name for themselves. If they missed it, they would have to wait another 5 years. Therefore, geniuses from all walks of life would participate in every prodigy ranking battle. Even if he couldn't get first or second place, if he had the chance to enter the top 10, his fate would change completely. At that time, Feng Wuchen would not have to challenge them one by one. It would be a waste of time. When Feng Wuchen's group of 7 returned to the western part of the Heaven region, they discovered that the Crimson Emperor and the others were nowhere to be seen. Furthermore, there were traces of an intense battle on the mountain peak. Seeing the traces of fighting, Feng Wuchen concluded that something had happened to Crimson Emperor and the others. The Crimson Emperor and the others were definitely not weak. But now that they had all disappeared, it meant that the enemy was even stronger. The fate of the Crimson Emperor and the others was unknown. Feng Wuchen was rather worried. But now, he had no idea who the enemy was or what had happened. "Big brother Feng, there are bloodstains. They've dried up." Lu Qingyan found bloodstains in a crack at the foot of the mountain peak, but they had already dried up. Clearly, the battle had been going on for a long time. Shuiyun sect. In another place, Nangong Zhan muttered and hurriedly said, "Dendi, the Crimson Emperor and the others left behind a clue. It's the Netherworld King sect." Shuiyun sect. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. His face turned cold, and a cold killing intent flashed past his pitch-black eyes. Shuiyun sect? Zhang Junlan frowned slightly. Feng Wuchen and the others were not familiar with the existence of the Shuiyun sect. Among the various forces that Feng Wuchen challenged, the Shuiyun sect was not one of them. Nangong. Zhan. Immediately investigate the location of the Shuiyun sect. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The anger in his eyes was extremely strong. The Crimson Emperor and the others were from the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army. They had an extremely special relationship with Feng Wuchen. Moreover, they were personally nurtured by Feng Wuchen. Now that something had happened, how could Feng Wuchen not be angry? Yes. Nangong Zhan answered respectfully and left in a flash. Investigating the location of the Shuiyun sect was as easy as turning one's hand. Just ask anyone and they would know. The Shuiyun sect was not far to the east of this mountain peak. Feng Wuchen's group of 7 hurried over. The Shuiyun sect was also considered a major force in the west. Although it was not as strong as the 6 major forces, it was definitely not a force that ordinary forces could provoke. The Shuiyun sect's existence was only slightly weaker than the Gongsun family. In the west, it could still be considered to have an extremely high status. The Shuiyun sect master was already half a step into the Heaven tier. It could be seen how terrifying his strength was. The cultivation of the sect's elders were all above the 6th level of Heaven origin tier. There were even more than 100 Heaven origin tier powerhouses. Whoosh! 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 High in the sky not far from the Shuiyun sect, a series of intense sonic booms came over, attracting the attention of the Shuiyun sect disciples. There's killing intent. Eldest senior brother, they came with ill intentions. 9th level Heaven origin tier aura. The weakest is also 5th level Heaven origin tier. Quickly report to the sect master. Indeed have some strength. But daring to barge into our Shuiyun sect, there's only death. Eldest senior brother, could it be the accomplices of that group of people on the summit? The Shuiyun sect's eldest disciple just happened to be in the sect's plaza and just happened to sense the killing intent. The arrival was none other than precisely Feng Wuchen's group of 7. Whoosh! 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 In several blinks of an eye, Feng Wuchen's group of 7 flashed and appeared in the sky above the Shuiyun sect. Big Brother Feng, the Crimson Emperor, they all are still alive. Lu Qingyang heaved a sigh in relief and said, sensing the Crimson Emperor, they all weak auras. Indeed captured by the Shuiyun sect. Miao Qingqing said coldly. Feng Wuchen also sensed the auras of the Crimson Emperor and the rest of the 8, and finally felt relieved in his heart. Not seeing the figures of the Crimson Emperor and the rest on the summit, and there were also bloodstains. Feng Wuchen was worried that they were killed. Sect Master. Someone barged into our sect. A disciple rushed into the main hall to report. What are you panicking for? The Shuiyun sect master berated, this sect wants to see who is actually so arrogant, to actually dare barge into our Shuiyun sect. Swish, 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 the sect master and elders flashed out of the main hall, their fierce gazes sweeping over Feng Wuchen's group of 7 in midair. Who are these people? They have such profound cultivation at such a young age. An elder frowned slightly, his old face somewhat solemn. Who are you people? How dare you barge into the Shuiyun sect? Sect Master Zhou Ertong bellowed furiously. A majestic aura erupted, extremely intimidating. Feng Wuchen swept a cold glance over Zhou Ertong and the rest, and asked expressionlessly, I wonder how my friends have offended you, for you to capture them? You are indeed that group's accomplices. The eldest disciple said coldly and furiously, how dare you, to actually dare barge into our Shuiyun sect's forbidden area, the soul-sealing flash. Forbidden area? Zhang Junlan frowned slightly, and said, we didn't know that it was the Shuiyun sect's forbidden area. Moreover, there was no one guarding it, so you can't blame us for this. Please let our friends go. The soul-sealing flash is the Shuiyun sect's ancestral graveyard. You have to die for barging into the Shuiyun sect's forbidden area. If not for the impending prodigy ranking battle, they would have been killed long ago. Since you are accomplices, you have to die too. The eldest disciple said coldly. Ridiculous. If the soul-sealing flash is the Shuiyun sect's forbidden area, or your ancestral graveyard, why is there no one guarding it? If there is no one guarding it, who would know that it is the Shuiyun sect's forbidden area? Bei Duyan said coldly. Who said there was no one guarding it? We just happened to be patrolling in the mountains that day, or else how would we have discovered them? A disciple shouted furiously, his expression somewhat flustered, clearly guilty. That's right. Sect Master, on that day, my senior brothers and I suddenly sensed some movement on the mountain peak, and when we went up to take a look, we found out that someone was cultivating. A disciple added. Zhou Ertong waved his hand, and said coldly, those who barge into the Shuiyun sect's forbidden area, die. So you mean there is no room for discussion? Dong Zhantian asked coldly, his eyes flashing with fierce killing intent. Today, you delivered yourselves to our doorstep. Since you are here, leave your lives behind. Zhou Ertong shouted coldly, and a majestic killing intent spread out. He ordered, kill. Attack, the eldest disciple shouted furiously. Over 100 Shuiyun sect's heaven origin stage disciples soared into the sky, an extremely powerful lineup. Buzz, buzz. Over 100 tyrannical forces burst out, shaking the void. You overestimate yourselves. Bei Duyan suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying power, and his aura instantly soared to the 9th level of heaven origin stage. 9th level of heaven origin stage. The eldest disciple's expression changed, his eyes flashing with fear. Dong Zhantian released a fierce killing intent, and the power of 9th level of heaven origin stage spread out. He said to Feng Wuchen, old teacher, let me deal with this old bastard. Killing him shouldn't be a problem. Those who hurt my friends, die. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His killing intent was self-evident. There was no room for discussion, so he could only solve it by force. Old bastard. Let me see what a peak level of 9th level of heaven origin stage cultivator can do. Dong Zhantian sneered with disdain in his eyes. Dong Zhantian activated all the power in his body, and was the first to dive down. Zhou Ertong said gloomily, humph. You are digging your own grave. Buzz, buzz. The power of the peak level of 9th level of heaven origin stage burst out, and the terrifying power shook the entire Shuiyun sect. Zhou Ertong decisively rushed up to the sky. Beta Yan, Nangong Zhan, Zhang Junlan, Big Dipper Tianai, Lu Qingyang, and Miao Qingqing activated their Jin Yuan at the same time. The terrifying power burst out one after another, and the fierce surging airwaves swept over like a storm. Qi of 7th level of Heaven Origin Stage. Feeling the terrifying power of Zhang Junlan and the others, the disciples of Shuiyun sect were all frightened. Zhang Junlan and Lu Qingyang were only at 5th level of Heaven Origin Stage, but the power they released was as high as 7th level of Heaven Origin Stage. The first thing we do after coming to the Qingyun realm is to destroy the Shuiyun sect. Lu Qingyang grinned viciously. Kill without mercy. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. The dragon god sword appeared out of nowhere, and its killing intent soared to the sky. In order to save the Crimson Emperor and the others, even if it meant destroying the Shuiyun sect, Feng Wuchen wouldn't even frown. Kill! Lu Qingyang roared and dived down with his long sword. Beta Yan and the others attacked one after another. Beta Yan and Nangong Zhan were responsible for dealing with the elders of the Shuiyun sect, while Zhang Junlan and the others dealt with the hundreds of Heaven Origin Stage disciples. 1, 2, 4, 8, Lu Qingyang mercilessly slaughtered as he counted the number of enemies he killed. Lu Qingyang's strength was ferocious. Using teleportation, he slaughtered Shuiyun sect's Sky Origin Stage disciples like cutting tofu. Miao Qingqing's sword moves were exactly the same as Lu Qingyang's. Although Miao Qingqing was a woman, her strength was enough to contend with a Sky Origin Stage 7 expert. Shuiyun sect's Sky Origin Stage disciples were nothing in front of Miao Qingqing. No matter how many came, they would all die. Dong Zhantian fought fiercely with Zhou Sandong. Although his cultivation was not as good as Zhou Sandong's, the terrifying strength that Dong Zhantian displayed was not inferior to Zhou Sandong's at all. The intense fighting made Zhou Rotong endlessly shocked. Zhou Sandong, who was half a step into Sky Origin Stage, was actually powerless to crush a Sky Origin Stage 9 junior. Beta Yan and Nangong Zhan held back the 3 elders and a dozen upper echelons. The 2 were 9 states' top geniuses, and their strength was extremely terrifying. One of them fought 10 upper echelons of Shuiyun sect, 1 against 10. Beta Yan and Nangong Zhan were not at a disadvantage at all. Zhang Junlan fought Shuiyun sect's head disciple. The 2 were equal in strength, but Zhang Junlan's cultivation method and martial skill were much more powerful. His strength was definitely comparable to Shuiyun sect's head disciple. Swish swish swish, swish swish swish, Feng Wuchen wielded the Dragon God's sword and used the Dragon God's shadow to flash among the Sky Origin Stage disciples. Wherever he passed, Shuiyun sect disciples died without even knowing what happened. Feng Wuchen's methods were ruthless, cold-blooded, and merciless. The entire Shuiyun sect was no match for Feng Wuchen's group of 8. Shuiyun sect's disciples were scared out of their wits. Their pale faces were filled with horror. Their strength is too terrifying, sect master can't suppress that kid. Who are they? How can they have such terrifying strength? Senior apprentice brothers didn't even have a chance to attack. The 8 people we captured didn't have such terrifying strength. It's over. The sect master is starting to lose, seeing so many disciples of the Shuiyun sect being killed, with both the sect master and the elders falling into a disadvantageous position. The spectating disciples grew more and more terrified. In the fierce battle, the more Zhou Rotong and the elders fought, the more alarmed they became. They simply did not expect that Dong Zhantian and the others had such ferocious strength. As time passed, Zhou Rotong was injured by Dong Zhantian's powerful earth-tier martial skill. The elders and higher-ups couldn't even win against one and were injured instead. Over 100 Sky Origin tier disciples of the Shuiyun sect had already been slaughtered by Feng Wuchen and the others. The first disciple of the Shuiyun sect was heavily injured. He lay in the Shuiyun sect square, unable to crawl to his feet. His blood dyed the ground red. The Shuiyun sect disciples were scared out of their wits. Their bodies trembled, and no one dared to speak. None of them could have imagined that the 8 young men before their eyes actually possessed the terrifying strength to annihilate the Watercloud sect. Who exactly were they? Why did they all possess such terrifying battle prowess? The Shuiyun sect's strength isn't much, but you had the guts to capture my old teacher's friends. You're all tired of living. Dong Zhantian sneered mockingly. Zhou Rotong's old face was frighteningly ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said furiously, "Stinking brat, I didn't expect you to have such strength." "It's too late to regret it now," Dong Zhantian said coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent again. "None of you will live after killing my Shuiyun sect disciples." Zhou Ertong roared furiously, the veins on his old face bulging. "Just you? Show me what else you've got. I'll take it all." Dong Zhantian's face was full of disdain. He did not take Zhou Ertong seriously at all. "Qingyang, Qingqing, go save the Crimson Emperor and the others," Feng Wuchen said. "All right." Lu Qingyang nodded. He immediately left with Miao Qingqing. None of the Shuiyun sect disciples dared to stop them. "Kill everyone in the Shuiyun sect. Except for the female disciples," Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. "Easy as pie." Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf sneered. His ferocious gaze looked at those terrified Shuiyun sect disciples. "Preposterous. You've gone too far." The elders and higher-ups were furious. "Gone too far?" Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept over the elders. He said expressionlessly, "We mistakenly barged into the Shuiyun sect's forbidden area, but you detained my friends. Now you want to kill us. Who is the one who's gone too far?" "We mistakenly barged into the soul-sealing flash, and you want to kill us. Since that's the case, and you hurt our friends, then we'll destroy your Shuiyun sect. You're ruthless, but we're even more ruthless," Zhang Junlan said coldly. "Arrogant. Today, I'll make you die without a burial ground." Zhou Ertong roared furiously. His true essence circulated, and he put his palms together. "Pa!" Zhou Ertong put his palms together and shouted, "High-grade profound rank martial technique. 1,000-mile sound transmission. Nether King Sect Master, the Shuiyun sect has encountered a calamity of destruction. Please quickly come and assist the Shuiyun sect in destroying the enemy." Zhou Ertong sent a brief message to the Nether King Sect Master. The Nether King Sect was one of the 6 great forces. Although it was at the bottom, its strength was extremely terrifying. There was a heaven-tier powerhouse holding down the fort within the sect. The Shuiyun sect actually had a relationship with the Nether King Sect. Nether King Sect? One of the 6 great forces. Nangongzhan frowned slightly. With their strength, destroying the Shuiyun sect was nothing difficult. But one of the 6 great forces, with Feng Wuchen's strength, they were no match at all. "I didn't expect you to have a relationship with the Nether King Sect. Interesting." Zhang Junlan was fearless. Zhou Ertong said gloomily and angrily, "The Nether King Sect is one of the 6 great forces of the Heaven region. The Shuiyun sect is one of the forces under the Nether King Sect. You dare to kill my Shuiyun sect's disciples, that's becoming enemies with the Nether King Sect." Nether King Sect? Lu Qingyang had just rescued the Crimson Emperor 8 people when he heard the 3 words Nether King Sect. He said in surprise, "So the Shuiyun sect is even related to the Nether King Sect. No wonder you all are so arrogant." The Crimson Emperor 8 people were severely injured, with many wounds on their bodies. Clearly, they were abused by the Shuiyun sect. Humph. The Nether King Sect's sect master is at the 3rd level of the heaven tier. With his elderly strength, he alone is enough to kill all of you, an upper echelon shouted furiously. Knowing that Zhou Ertong transmitted his voice to the Nether King Sect's sect master, all the disciples were overjoyed. "Don't stop, continue to kill, destroy the Shuiyun sect," Feng Wuchen said. Expressionlessly, not the slightest bit intimidated by the Nether King Sect. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Zhou Ertong and the elders' old faces froze, looking at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. How arrogant was Feng Wuchen? Not even putting the Nether King Sect in his eyes, even knowing that the Nether King Sect was one of the 6 great forces of the Heaven region, Feng Wuchen did not even frown. "Sect Master, save me! Sect Master, save me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! If you kill us, you won't live either. Don't kill me, my father is." Feng Wuchen and the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf continued to carry out a one-sided massacre. They were cold-blooded and merciless. The Shuiyun sect disciples begged for mercy in fear, but unfortunately, they could not escape the fate of death. In less than a minute, hundreds of disciples were mercilessly slaughtered. The speed of their deaths was terrifying. Bastard! Zhou Ertong roared madly, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Nether King Sect's main hall. Nether King Sect's sect master, Tang Tianshan, had already received Zhou Ertong's message. His face was extremely gloomy as a terrifying killing intent filled the main hall. Sect master, what's the matter? Sensing the terrifying killing intent that suddenly erupted from Tang Tianshan, the protector couldn't help but ask. Tang Tianshan said coldly, Shuiyun sect has suffered a calamity of destruction. Zhou Ertong sent news. Shuiyun sect? There's such a thing? An elder was slightly stunned as he asked doubtfully, who was so bold to actually attack Shuiyun sect? Don't they know that Shuiyun sect is a subordinate force of our Nether King sect? Which force in the entire heaven domain doesn't know that Shuiyun sect is a subordinate force of our Nether King sect? Who exactly were these people? How dare they ignore our Nether King sect? Another elder said in a deep voice. Humph. Tang Tianshan snorted coldly, then left in a flash. This protector wants to see who is so bold. The protector also left in a flash. The three elders rushed to Shuiyun sect one after another. In Shuiyun sect's main hall, under Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang's crazy massacre, thousands of disciples had already died tragically. The square was covered with corpses, blood flowed like a river, and a thick smell of blood filled the entire hall. Zhou Ertong and the elders were still desperately resisting, but their injuries were getting more and more serious. Shuiyun sect's eldest disciple was even mercilessly killed by Zhang Junlan. Shuiyun sect's disciples were in panic and chaos. The disciples who fled were all mercilessly killed. Many disciples were so scared that they couldn't move, and could only wait for death in despair. Nether King sect's sect master and the others still haven't come. An elder roared anxiously. If they still don't come, Shuiyun sect's disciples will all be killed. Another elder roared. Zhang Junlan said coldly, they can't save Shuiyun sect even if they come. Before they come, you might already be dead. Dong Zhantian sneered. In the battle with Zhou Ertong, Dong Zhantian completely defeated his opponent with overwhelming strength, and he himself was unharmed. Dong Zhantian was Zhang Junlan's student. The cultivation method and martial skills he cultivated came from the Zhang family, and they were all earth rank. Zhou Ertong was absolutely no match for him. Stop. Right at this moment, a furious shout that was filled with dignity resounded in the sky above the Shuiyun sect like a thunderclap, and its deterrent force was extremely terrifying. The terrifying aura of a third-level heaven-tier martial artist shrouded down from the sky, its power monstrous. The sect master of the Nether King sect was here. Nether King sect master. Zhou Ertong was overjoyed. His pale face revealed a hopeful smile. The Nether King sect's sect master and the others are here. The elders and disciples seemed to have seen their savior, and their faces lit up with excitement. Your time of death has come. The Netherworld King sect master will never let you off. That's right. Let's see how you'll die. I will definitely tear you to pieces. No one can save you if you offend the Shuiyun sect and the Netherworld King sect. The Shuiyun sect disciple roared furiously. His original terror had completely disappeared, replaced by excitement and suppressed madness. However, before they could be excited for long, Feng Wuchen's dragon god's sword had already mercilessly reaped their lives. Feng Wuchen and the others still did not stop, as if they were addicted to killing. Swish, 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 5 figures flashed and appeared in the air above the Shuiyun sect's palace almost simultaneously. Among the 5, 3 were at the heaven tier, and 2 were at the heaven origin tier. Their auras were extremely terrifying. The newcomers were the Nether King sect's sect master, Tang Tianshan, the protector, and the 3 elders. Greetings, Nether King sect master. When the 5 people appeared, Zhou Ertong, the Shuiyun sect elders, and the surviving higher-ups all respectfully saluted. Even when the Nether King sect's sect master, the protector, and the 3 elders arrived at the Shuiyun sect, Feng Wuchen and the others still did not stop slaughtering the Shuiyun sect disciples. Feng Wuchen and the others were actually arrogant to this extent. They did not take the Nether King sect seriously at all. Nether King sect master. It's them. Slaughtering the Shuiyun sect disciples. Zhou Ertong pointed at Feng Wuchen and the others and roared furiously. Nether King Sect Master, quickly kill him. Avenge the Shuoyun Sect disciples. Nether King Sect Master. Kill them. Kill them. Quickly save us. The Shuoyun Sect disciples roared in terror as they begged for help. Sensing that Feng Wuchen and the others were still slaughtering the Shuoyun Sect disciples, the faces of Tang Tianshan and the others completely darkened. How dare you? Quickly stop. The protector roared furiously at Feng Wuchen, a terrifying aura erupting. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's icy gaze swept over the Nether King Sect's protector, and he said coldly, "Are you talking to me? Preposterous. You're courting death." The protector was furious. Feng Wuchen actually dared to look down on his existence like this. Weng, the terrifying power of a second-level heaven-tier martial artist erupted. The air shook, and the Shuoyun Sect's enormous palace shook violently. The Nether King Sect's protector wanted to charge at Feng Wuchen, and he'd already thought of how to deal with Feng Wuchen. He decided to smash Feng Wuchen into meat paste with one palm strike. Tang Tianshan reached out to stop him, his fierce gaze fixed on Feng Wuchen as he asked, "Who are you people?" Tang Tianshan had been in the heaven domain for many years, and he knew almost all the geniuses of every major force, but he discovered that he didn't recognize Feng Wuchen and the others. Feng Wuchen and the others dared to slaughter the Shuoyun Sect, so it could be seen that they had some background. With the strength of Feng Wuchen and the others, they could actually crush the Shuoyun Sect. It could be seen that their strength was strong, and they were definitely not ordinary people. Thus, Tang Tianshan needed to figure out the identity of Feng Wuchen and the others. However, what made Tang Tianshan furious was that not only did Feng Wuchen not answer, he instead continued to slaughter the Shuoyun Sect disciples. Zhou Santong and the Shuoyun Sect elders were dumbfounded. The dignified Nether King Sect Master was here, and Feng Wuchen actually dared to be so arrogant. The Shuoyun Sect disciples were completely stunned. Bastard! Tang Tianshan couldn't bear it anymore. His old face twitched violently, and an extremely fierce killing intent spread out, enveloping the entire Shuoyun Sect palace. As the Nether King Sect Master, Tang Tianshan had a transcendent status in the heaven domain. He was someone who could make the heaven domain tremble with a stomp of his foot. It was the first time he was looked down upon by a junior like this. Feng Wuchen's actions were a great humiliation to Tang Tianshan. Tang Tianshan was furious. Reckless fool. Zhou Santong sneered. However, the moment Tang Tianshan planned to personally kill Feng Wuchen, he sensed a sharp gaze staring at him. Tang Tianshan was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, "Who dares to stare at me like this? Tang Tianshan, how dare you? How dare you be so disrespectful to my teacher? Are you tired of living?" An extremely cold voice entered Tang Tianshan's ears. Hearing this cold and arrogant voice, Tang Tianshan, the protector, and the three elders' expressions changed drastically, and their bodies trembled at the same time. Tang Tianshan and the others clearly recognized the owner of this voice, and their faces were filled with fear. Tang Tianshan turned his head with difficulty, and what he saw scared him out of his wits. He saw Zhang Junlan staring at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Young Master Zhang. Seeing Zhang Junlan's terrifying gaze, Tang Tianshan, the protector, and the three elders were terrified. Seeing Zhang Junlan was like seeing a ghost, and the terrifying aura from before instantly disappeared. Young Master Zhang? Which young Master Zhang? Zhou Rotong trembled as he stared at Zhang Junlan with wide eyes. He had no idea who Zhang Junlan was. But to be able to make Tang Tianshan and the rest so terrified, it was enough to see that Zhang Junlan's background was terrifying. The Shuoyun Sect elders and higher-ups were also shocked, and fear instantly covered their pale faces. Who was Zhang Junlan? Why was Tang Tianshan and the rest so scared? What's wrong with the Nether King Sect Master and the rest? Why are they so scared? We seem to have offended a big shot. The Nether King Sect Master actually called him Young Master Zhang. The Shuoyun Sect disciples were aghast, and they immediately looked at Zhang Junlan with frightened eyes. The timid disciples were so frightened that tears rolled down their cheeks. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of monstrous figure they had offended. Kneel! Zhang Junlan shouted angrily. Tang Tianshan and the rest immediately knelt down in fear, not daring to resist at all. In front of Zhang Junlan, they were just ants. Who gave you the guts? How dare you disrespect my teacher? Zhang Junlan said angrily. Teacher? Tang Tianshan and the rest looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. They had heard about what happened in Mooncloud City. Tang Tianshan and the rest didn't expect Zhang Junlan's teacher to be so young. Young Master Zhang, please forgive us. We didn't know young Master Zhang was here, nor did we know young Master Zhang's teacher was here. Please forgive us, young Master Zhang. Tang Tianshan replied in horror. Young Master Zhang, how did Shuiyun sect defend young Master Zhang? The protector asked in horror. Humph. Ask them properly. Zhang Junlan said angrily. Zhou Ertong. Speak. What the hell is going on? The protector angrily asked Zhou Santong. Say. Reporting to the Nether King sect master, I. Zhou Sandong stammered for a long time. He was so frightened that he didn't know how to answer. Speak. The protector bellowed. We caught young Master Zhang's friends. They accidentally trespassed into the Sealing Spirit Mountain and disturbed the ancestors, so we caught them. We didn't know they were young Master Zhang's friends. Zhou Ertong answered in horror, his voice trembling. Trespass? That's not what you said just now. You even wanted to kill us, saying that my teacher and old teacher were courting death. Dong Zhantian said coldly. What? Hearing Dong Zhantian's words, Tang Tianshan and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. If they had known that Zhou Ertong and the others had offended Zhang Junlan, even if the Nether King sect master and the others had 100,000 guts, they wouldn't have dared to come and help. At this moment, Tang Tianshan wished he could slap Zhou Ertong to death. Offending Zhang Junlan would definitely not end well for them. Moreover, Zhou Ertong had threatened to kill Feng Wuchen. This is preposterous. The protector was furious, and his killing intent soared. Sensing the protector's terrifying killing intent, Zhou Ertong and the elders were so terrified that they despaired. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Zhang Junlan said respectfully, Teacher, it's up to you to decide how to deal with them. Zhang Junlan had put the life and death of the Shuiyun sect and the Nether King sect in Feng Wuchen's hands. Please forgive us, Dendi. Tang Tianshan and the others begged for mercy in horror. Destroy the Shuiyun sect. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Crimson Emperor and the others. Then, he said coldly without a shred of human emotion. No. Dendi, don't. Zhou Ertong's body trembled as he shouted in horror. Dendi, don't worry. I will definitely give Dendi a satisfactory explanation. The Nether King sect's protector said respectfully and rushed out without hesitation. Boom. PFFF. The protector arrived in a flash and slammed his palm on Zhou Ertong's heart. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power caused Zhou Ertong to vomit blood. His body flew out like a cannonball and penetrated the main palace. The protector's palm strike was merciless and killed Zhou Ertong on the spot. Zhou Ertong didn't even have the chance to regret. If there was an afterlife, even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to offend Feng Wuchen. Protector, please spare us. We know our mistake. The elders cowed out and begged for mercy. Humph. You offended young Lord Zhang and Dendi and almost caused the destruction of the Nether King sect. You still want to live? The protector roared ferociously. Boom, boom, boom. The protector moved in a flash and struck repeatedly with his palms. He killed the Shuiyun sect's elders with cold blood and mercilessness. Even if the Shuiyun sect was one of the Nether King sect's subordinate forces, the protector showed no mercy. Boom, boom, boom. The protector struck again and again. More than a dozen of the Shuiyun sect's upper echelons died tragically. The Shuiyun sect was dead silent and filled with the smell of blood. The remaining disciples were already scared out of their wits. Their eyes were filled with tears of fear and despair. They no longer dared to beg for mercy, nor did they hope to survive. They thought that with the Nether King sect's support, they could run amok in the West. Unexpectedly, they offended a terrifying figure that even the Nether King sect couldn't afford to offend. Humph. You'll die too. The protector yelled angrily as he swept his fierce gaze toward the Shuiyun sect's disciples. Feng Wuchen said that he wanted to destroy the Shuiyun sect, so they had to kill without mercy and leave no one alive. Dendi, spare us. A female disciple was terrified. Her pretty face was pale, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. She looked at Feng Wuchen as if she was looking at a devil. However, she fainted right after she finished speaking. Dendi, spare us. The other female disciples begged for mercy in horror, their pretty faces covered with tears. Seeing the terrified and desperate female disciples of the Shuiyun sect, Miao Qingqing couldn't bear it and hurriedly said, "Big brother Feng, spare them." Qingqing. Lu Qingyang frowned slightly and shook his head at Miao Qingqing. Seeing Lu Qingyang's expression, Miao Qingqing lowered her head in disappointment. She knew that it was useless to plead for mercy on their behalf. Miao Qingqing knew better than anyone how ruthless Feng Wuchen was when dealing with his enemies. Feng Wuchen glanced at Miao Qingqing. Sensing Feng Wuchen's gaze, Lu Qingyang's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Feng Wuchen say, "You guys are pretty lucky. On account of Qingqing's pleading for mercy on your behalf, I'll spare you guys this time." Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Miao Qingqing was stunned at first. Feng Wuchen actually spared the Shuiyun sect disciples. Miao Qingqing simply couldn't believe it. Big brother Feng. Miao Qingqing was overjoyed. A happy smile appeared on her pretty face. Lu Qingyang let out a long breath. He thought to himself, Big brother Feng isn't heartless after all. Thank you, Dendi. Thank you, Miss Qingqing. The Shuiyun sect disciples kowtowed in gratitude, their foreheads bleeding from the kowtow. That feeling of flying from the 18th level of hell to heaven was definitely the happiest thing in their lives. If not for Miao Qingqing's words, the Shuiyun sect disciples would have been killed. Feng Wuchen absolutely wouldn't frown, let alone have the slightest bit of sympathy. Since they made a mistake, they should pay the price. There weren't many Shuiyun sect disciples left, only a little over 1,000 people. It could be said that the casualties were heavy. Miao Qingqing was one of Feng Wuchen's good friends. No matter what she did, she always had to consider her feelings and couldn't act willfully. Take whatever the Shuiyun sect has. After you're done, all of you leave the mountain. You only have an incense stick's worth of time. I don't want to see the Shuiyun sect's existence again, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Yes. Thank you, Dendi. The Shuiyun sect disciples nodded in ecstasy. Looking at Tang Tianshan, Feng Wuchen said, Nether King sect master, there's something I need your help with. Dendi, please give your orders, Tang Tianshan said respectfully. Dig up the grave of the Shuiyun sect's ancestors for me. Destroy Soul Sealing Mountain. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes. Tang Tianshan nodded respectfully. Wasn't this too ruthless? Digging up other people's graves? It was one thing to dig up their ancestral graves, but the entire mountain had to be razed to the ground. Even if they died, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. The Nether King sect's protectors and elders were all shocked. To have such ruthless means at such a young age, it could be said that it was terrifying. An incense stick's worth of time passed in the blink of an eye. The surviving disciples of the Shuiyun sect had already left the mountain. Rumble. Buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen suddenly waved the dragon god sword, and a terrifying golden sword light shot out. With a loud rumble, the Shuiyun sect master's palace collapsed with a loud bang. A large amount of rubble sputtered, and the ground shook violently. Rumble. Rumble, buzz. Buzz, the dragon god sword waved continuously, and the magnificent palaces of the Shuiyun sect were destroyed one after another. The sounds of explosions were continuous. In less than 10 seconds, the Shuiyun sect had been razed to the ground by Feng Wuchen. The huge ruins were covered by gray dust. The Shuiyun sect was destroyed. The Shuiyun sect disciples who went down the mountain were frightened to the extreme when they heard the loud noises. Looking at the dust that soared into the sky in the direction of the Shuiyun sect, they all knew that the Shuiyun sect would no longer exist. Senior apprentice brother, the Shuiyun sect's palace has been destroyed. What should we do? A disciple asked in confusion. We can't go back to the Shuiyun sect. We can only rely on other forces. Let's go to the Nether King sect. The Nether King sect master will definitely take us in, a senior apprentice brother said helplessly. It was already very lucky to be able to survive. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go to the Nether King sect. I won't go back to the Shuiyun sect even if you beat me to death. The other disciples nodded one after another. Even if the Shuiyun sect wasn't destroyed, they didn't have the guts to go back. After raising the Shuiyun sect's palace, Feng Wuchen and the others left. No one dared to spread the news of the Shuiyun sect's destruction, but paper couldn't wrap fire. It would be discovered one day. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Today was the day of the Heaven Domain Genius Ranking Competition. The geniuses from all over the Heaven Domain had already gathered at the Heaven Peak Mountain in the central region of the Heaven Domain. Countless cultivators of the Heaven Domain gathered around the Heaven Peak Mountain. The experts of various forces of the Heaven Domain had all come to watch. The scene was spectacular and lively. The Heavenly Moon Sect, Heavenly Fire Villa, Bai Family, Yi Family, Xian's Pavilion, and the Nether King Sect. The experts of the 6 major forces and many disciples had already arrived. The grand ceremony of the Heaven Domain was held once every 5 years. No one wanted to miss it. Everyone wanted to see the exciting battles of the Heaven Domain's geniuses. Feng Wuchen, Zhang Junlan, and the others had also arrived at the Heaven Peak Mountain. They were waiting for the Heaven Domain Genius Ranking Competition to begin. Their gazes swept over the geniuses one by one. The Heaven Domain Genius Ranking Competition was much more intense than the Infernal Empire Genius Ranking Competition. In the Heaven Domain's Genius Ranking, there were Heaven Realm Warriors. This person is indeed powerful. His true combat strength is probably on par with the LV2 Celestial Being. Feng Wuchen nodded and glanced at the top genius of the Heavenly Moon Sect. The top genius of the Heavenly Fire Villa has also reached LV1 Celestial Being. I wonder who will be the champion, Nangongzhan said. Among so many geniuses, only the 2 of them are at LV1 Celestial Being. I'm looking forward to it, Zhang Junlan said with a smile. Among so many geniuses, only 2 of them were in the Celestial Being realm. The first and second place would definitely be theirs. Bai Duyan, which one is Bai Mie? Feng Wuchen looked at Bai Duyan and asked. Bai Duyan looked at the Bai family. His eyes fell on a young man and said, Dendi, the one at Peak LV9 Sky Origin Stage is Bai Mie, the one in white. Peak LV9 Sky Origin Stage. This person is indeed powerful. No wonder you lost to him. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked at Bai Mie. Bai Mie and Lei Tianju are on par. They were both ranked 3rd in the previous genius ranking. I wonder what will happen this time, Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf said slowly. Brother Feng, there are so many geniuses in the genius ranking. We can't miss it. Lu Qingyang said with a smile. Feng Wuchen nodded. Among so many geniuses, there were many who met Feng Wuchen's minimum requirement. Of course, it depended on whether they were willing or not. Feng Wuchen never forced people who were unwilling to do so. The genius ranking competition soon began. There were hundreds of geniuses participating in the competition. Some of them were excited, some were afraid, some were worried, some were arrogant, and some were arrogant. The rules were simple. The loser would be eliminated and the winner would advance. In the competition, no hidden weapons, no poison, and no killing were allowed. The geniuses of the 6 major forces overcame all the obstacles along the way, and no one was a match for them. They completely defeated their opponents with overwhelming strength, and there were even opponents who were scared to the point of directly giving up. The young master of the Xingyang sect, the young master of the Gongsun family, and the young palace master of the Freedom Palace had all successfully advanced. After the first round of battles, all those with weak cultivations had been eliminated. More than 100 people had no chance of entering the genius rankings. The strong advanced while the weak retreated. The exciting battles only began in the second round. For the sake of advancing, the geniuses could be said to have exerted all their ability. Various formidable martial skills and magic treasures emerged endlessly, and the battles were peerlessly brilliant, causing the crowd to cheer loudly, causing the atmosphere of the scene to explode. Round after round of battles, the number of geniuses who advanced to the next round became fewer and fewer. Now, there were only 20 or so people left. The geniuses who had advanced had excited smiles on their faces, while the geniuses who had been eliminated had dejected and disappointed expressions on their faces. The next round of battles was the most crucial. Among the 20 geniuses who had advanced to the next round, if they were defeated in this round, it would mean that they had no chance of being in the top 10. Geniuses who made it to the top would have a chance to enter the top 10 of the genius ranking. Only geniuses who made it to the top 10 would be recognized by everyone and have a chance to soar. The top geniuses of the 6 major forces had the highest chance of entering the top 10, but it was hard to say. If they encountered a strong opponent, they would definitely be eliminated. It also depended on luck. If they encountered a weak opponent, they would have no pressure to advance. The more crucial the moment was, the greater the pressure on the geniuses. They were all secretly praying that they would not encounter a strong opponent. This round of battles was very intense and exciting, especially the battle between Bai Mia and Lei Tianjue. Both of their strengths were evenly matched. Their terrifying strength shook the surrounding mountains violently, causing countless spectators to tremble in fear. However, no one knew if the two of them had discussed this beforehand, but this battle ended in a draw with both of them injured. The result was the same as 5 years ago. Of course, Lei Tianjue was only able to draw with Bai Mia because of his powerful Ice Soul territory. Another exciting battle was the one between Yi Guqing and the young sect master of the Xingyang sect. It was an intense battle that shook the heavens and the earth. Such an exciting battle could only be seen in the genius ranking battles. The exciting battle was won by Yi Guqing. In the end, Fan Xiaoyun, the young sect master of the Heavenly Moon sect, Yi Tianqing, the young Heights Lord of the Skyfire village, Bai Mia, Lei Tianjue, Yi Guqing, Tang Fei, and the other geniuses successfully advanced to the top 10. With the strength of the young sect master of the Xingyang sect, he could have advanced to the top 10. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yi Guqing. Of course, Feng Wuchen was not concerned about those who had advanced. Feng Wuchen was also optimistic about those who had not advanced. The young sect masters of the Heavenly Moon sect and the Skyfire Villa have high cultivations. It is almost impossible for Brother Feng to recruit them. Lu Qingyang shook his head. The Heavenly Moon sect was the most powerful existence in the Qinghu domain, and the Skyfire Villa was ranked second. The two young sect masters had high status and were very arrogant. How could they be willing to follow Feng Wuchen? They are indeed great geniuses. They should have 8th grade martial souls. However, I have never thought of recruiting them. With their strength and status, they will not submit to me. Why should I waste my time? Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. Zhang Junlan nodded slightly and said, "It seems that you have a plan." Feng Wuchen smiled and did not say anything. The next battle would be the ranking battle. Since it was a battle for the genius ranking, it was natural to have a ranking. However, because of the fierce battles before, the geniuses had different degrees of injuries. Therefore, the battles could only continue after they had recovered from their injuries. The ranking battles were much more anticipated and exciting than the previous battles. Everyone was waiting patiently. In the ranking battle, everyone cared about the first place. 5 years ago, the first place was Fan Xiaoyun, the young sect master of the Heavenly Moon sect. Today, the young sect master of the Skyfire Villa had caught up. The competition for the first place was very fierce. Everyone was secretly guessing who would win the first place. Yi Tianqing, I've heard that you've only reached the first level of the Celestial Being Realm after 2 years of closed-door training. I hope we can fight in the next round. Fan Xiaoyun sneered and glanced at Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing did not change his expression and said coldly, "I will do my best to defeat you." Oh? Seeing Yi Tianqing so confident, Fan Xiaoyun sneered and said, "I will take the first place. You have just reached the first level of the Celestial Being Realm. You are no match for me." Yi Tianqing ignored him and did not even look at Fan Xiaoyun. He was extremely arrogant. Wasn't there a mysterious young man who challenged many geniuses a while ago? Didn't he participate in the genius ranking battle? I don't think so. I don't know which one. Maybe he is too scared to participate? The young sect master of the Heavenly Moon sect and the young sect master of the Skyfire Villa are very powerful. They are both in the Celestial Being Realm. How would that kid dare to participate? If he did, he would lose miserably. After the battle stopped, everyone remembered that Feng Wuchen had challenged many geniuses. Many people snorted when they did not see Feng Wuchen. The next morning, with the help of the elixirs, all the geniuses had recovered from their injuries. The ranking battle was about to begin. Fan Xiaoyun had already stepped out of the arena before the old man in charge of the battle went up to the arena. Everyone was shocked to see Fan Xiaoyun. What is young Lord Fan doing? Is he going to announce something? The battle hasn't started yet, right? His opponent hasn't been decided yet. No wonder he is number 1 on the genius board. He is so domineering. Everyone whispered among themselves. They did not know what Fan Xiaoyun was going to do. In the arena, Fan Xiaoyun smiled and said proudly, I will be number 1 on the genius board. If anyone is not convinced, come up and challenge me. All the geniuses here can come up and have a try. Arrogant. Confident. Arrogant, the number 1 genius of the Qingyun realm was so arrogant. Young Lord Fan is so arrogant. We haven't even drawn the lots yet. Young Lord Fan has the right to be arrogant. This is called domineering. I am so envious of young Lord Fan's strength. If I had such strength and talent, I would be so arrogant too. Fan Xiaoyun's words shocked everyone. The entire arena was in an uproar. The upper echelons of the 6 superpowers, including the sect leader of the Heavenly Moon sect, did not expect Fan Xiaoyun to be so bold and domineering. This guy is really arrogant. He is too arrogant. Lu Qingyang shook his head. How can the number 1 genius of the Qingyun realm not be arrogant? Dong Zhantian shrugged. Feng Wuchen said calmly, with his strength, the geniuses of the Qingyun realm may not be his match. I am afraid that even Yi Tianqing from the Skyfire Manor is not his match. His strength is not as simple as it seems. Dendi is right. This guy is not simple. Nangongzhan nodded in agreement. In the arena, Fan Xiaoyun's arrogance and domineering aura seemed to have shocked the other geniuses. No one dared to go up to the arena. The old man in charge of the genius board did not dare to stop him. He did not want to offend the Heavenly Moon sect. Is Dendi confident in defeating him? Beta Yan looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen laughed bitterly and said, You think too highly of me. Fan Xiaoyun is at the 1st level of the heaven tier, and his strength is probably on par with someone at the 3rd level of the heaven tier. With my strength, how could I be his match? Feng Wuchen did not have the confidence to fight against a heaven tier elite, the difference in cultivation level was too great. Is this person really as strong as teacher said? Zhang Junlan frowned in disbelief. Maybe even stronger, Feng Wuchen said. His evaluation of Fan Xiaoyun was extremely high. Stronger? Beta Yan and the others were shocked. He did not doubt Feng Wuchen's words, but he did not want to believe that the geniuses of the Qingyun realm could be so strong. In the arena, seeing that no one came up to challenge him, Fan Xiaoyun continued, My time is precious. If no one comes up to challenge me, the 1st place of the genius board will be mine. Now, I am giving you a chance to fight for the 1st place, don't miss it. After a short pause, Fan Xiaoyun said proudly, I heard that a genius of the Qingyun realm has challenged many geniuses and has not lost a single battle. He even defeated the young master of the Saint Sun sect, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly Origin stage. Who is it? Would you like to come up and fight? Let me see what you are capable of and see if you are worthy of my challenge. Hearing Fan Xiaoyun's words, the pavilion master of the Ziyun Pavilion, Lei Tianjue, Hades King Sect Master, Xiaoyao Palace's higher-ups and those who had seen Feng Wuchen before started to look around for Feng Wuchen. Big brother Feng, this guy is challenging you. Lu Qingyang said with a smile. Miao Qingqing hurriedly said, Big brother Feng, he is provoking you on purpose. If you challenge him, he will definitely embarrass you. Feng Wuchen's heart was itching. Being provoked like this and having to endure it was worse than dying. However, the gap between the Heavenly Origin stage and the Celestial Origin stage was too big. Feng Wuchen was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Origin stage. Even if Feng Wuchen reached the 6th or 7th level of the Heavenly Origin stage, he might not be able to defeat a Celestial Origin stage cultivator. If no one dares to challenge me, the first place of the genius board will be mine. Fan Xiaoyun sneered and looked at Yi Tianqing provocatively. Fan Xiaoyun's arrogance made the higher-ups of the various factions unhappy, but they did not dare to say anything. After all, the Heavenly Moon sect was the most powerful sect in the Qingyun realm. Humph! How arrogant! Yi Tianqing could not bear it anymore. He humphed and immediately went up to the arena. Young Lordy is going to challenge him. The crowd exclaimed. Young Lordy has reached the first level of the Heavenly Origin stage. He is definitely not weak. Maybe he can defeat young Lord Fan. Young Lordy has been in seclusion for 2 years to reach the Heavenly Origin stage. Young Lord Fan has been in the Heavenly Origin stage for more than a year. I am afraid that young Lord Fan will not be able to defeat him. Who doesn't know young Lord Yi's strength? Now that he has reached the first level of the Heavenly Origin stage, he might be able to defeat young Lord Fan. Countless cultivators who were watching the battle were speculating. Fan Xiaoyun's arrogance and Yi Tianqing's challenge caused a huge uproar. The cultivators who supported Fan Xiaoyun were cheering for Fan Xiaoyun. The cultivators who supported Yi Tianqing were cheering for young Lord Yi. The cheers spread like an avalanche, resounding through the surrounding mountains. In the arena, Fan Xiaoyun glanced at Yi Tianqing and sneered, I knew you would not be able to resist. But I can tell you clearly that even if you reach the first level of the Heavenly Origin stage, you are still no match for me. You will still be defeated by me. Buzz. Yi Tianqing did not waste time talking nonsense. He unleashed the full power of the first level of the Heavenly Origin stage. The huge arena cracked and collapsed, and the surrounding mountains shook. Dazzling blue light burst out and covered the entire area. At this moment, the crowd fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the square. Seeing this, Fan Xiaoyun was not frightened by Yi Tianqing's power. Instead, he shook his head and said, Since you want to embarrass yourself again, I will fulfill your wish. Fan Xiaoyun, don't be too arrogant. Yi Tianqing said gloomily. Every time he saw Fan Xiaoyun's arrogant look, he was extremely angry. Yi Tianqing was also one of the top geniuses in the Qingyun region. His talent was not inferior to Fan Xiaoyun's. How could he let Fan Xiaoyun look down on him? Is that so? Let's see how much your strength has improved. Fan Xiaoyun's eyes flashed fiercely. He suddenly stomped on the ground, and with a loud bang, his body shot out, leaving a strong whirlwind behind him. In an instant, Fan Xiaoyun appeared in front of Yi Tianqing and punched him fiercely. Boom. Buzz. Fan Xiaoyun used all his strength in this attack. He wanted to suppress Yi Tianqing with this attack. With a loud bang, the terrifying power spread out crazily, and the huge arena collapsed layer by layer. In just a blink of an eye, the huge arena was flattened to the ground. Fan Xiaoyun's face suddenly changed. He was shocked and said, How is this possible? Fan Xiaoyun's attack with all his strength could not hurt Yi Tianqing. Fan Xiaoyun's face was filled with shock. Fan Xiaoyun couldn't believe that he couldn't even move Yi Tianqing with his full strength. Fan Xiaoyun's palm strike was absolutely terrifying. It could be seen from the collapse of the huge arena. However, Yi Tianqing stood there and took Fan Xiaoyun's palm strike with his body. He was unharmed. Oh? Yi Tianqing is so strong? The Heavenly Moon sect leader was shocked. He couldn't believe that Yi Tianqing could withstand Fan Xiaoyun's full strength attack. Yi Tianqing is so strong? That's impossible. The head of the Bai family cried out involuntarily. His face was filled with shock. Yi Tianqing is only in the heaven realm. He can't fight against Fan Xiaoyun. What's going on? Yi Shuihan couldn't believe it. Fan Xiaoyun's strength was clear to all the forces in the Qingyun realm. He wasn't someone an ordinary heaven realm cultivator could fight against. The experts from the major forces were all shocked. The faces of the countless cultivators watching the battle were also filled with shock. Big brother Feng, it seems like you're wrong. Yi Tianqing is no weaker than Fan Xiaoyun. Lu Qingyang was shocked. The Crimson Emperor said in shock, Pavilion Master, Yi Tianqing also seems to have a strong physical body. Otherwise, how can he fight against Fan Xiaoyun? Feng Wuchen was also surprised. He didn't expect Yi Tianqing to be so strong. No, Xianxia just entered the heaven realm and hasn't consolidated his cultivation yet. He can't have such strength. Fan Xiaoyun's full strength attack is comparable to a heaven origin realm cultivator. The gap between their strength is too big. Feng Wuchen frowned. Feng Wuchen frowned and stared at Xianxia. This power is. Feng Wuchen observed carefully and suddenly found a clue. He said in surprise, so that's how it is. He transferred Fan Xiaoyun's power. No wonder he can block Fan Xiaoyun's power. After careful observation, Feng Wuchen found that Fan Xiaoyun's power was in Xianxia's body. He transferred Fan Xiaoyun's power to the arena and caused the arena to collapse. Transfer? Lu Qingyang was slightly stunned. Xianxia still has a trace of Fan Xiaoyun's power in his body. What a powerful martial skill. It can transfer all of Xianxia's power in an instant. Beta Yan was amazed. Nan Gongzhan said solemnly, even so, Xianxia will not be able to defeat Fan Xiaoyun. This battle will be very exciting, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He was looking forward to it. Not only Feng Wuchen and the others, but the strong cultivators of the major forces also sensed Fan Xiaoyun's residual energy coming out of Xianxia's body. As the young master of the Skyfire village and one of the most powerful young talents in the Qingyun realm, Xianxia certainly had some skills. Xianxia was able to teleport such a huge amount of energy in an instant. Impressive, truly impressive. The Heavenly Moon sect leader nodded in amazement. It seems that Xianxia has been practicing some kind of powerful martial arts for the past 2 years. The head of the Bai family was also surprised. Bai Mia sighed and smiled bitterly. I thought I could defeat this guy this time, but it seems like there is no hope. The cultivators who supported Xianxia were so excited that they couldn't stop cheering. Their faces were flushed with excitement. Boom! While Fan Xiaoyun was still in shock, Xianxia had already struck out with his palm. Boom! The terrifying power sent Fan Xiaoyun flying. Fan Xiaoyun felt a sharp pain in his chest and woke him up from his shock. Fortunately, he was strong enough that Xianxia's palm did not hurt him. You transferred my power? Xianxia, is this the strength you think you can defeat me with? Fan Xiaoyun frowned and stared coldly at Xianxia. Is this not enough? Xianxia replied coldly. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia suddenly stepped into the air. Boom! Boom! Xianxia rushed towards Fan Xiaoyun at an extremely terrifying speed. Humph! Fan Xiaoyun snorted and rushed towards Xianxia. Even if he knew that Xianxia had practiced a martial arts technique that could transfer power, Fan Xiaoyun was not afraid at all. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The fierce battle continued from the collapsed arena to the void. Terrifying energy ripples continuously spread out, causing the void to shake violently. Resplendent energy rays were like angry waves as they spread out wave after wave. Xianxia's strength was not as strong as Fan Xiaoyun's, but Xianxia was able to match Fan Xiaoyun with his martial arts technique that could transfer power. The speed of the two was extremely fast. The experts who were watching the battle, as long as they could see their silhouettes, all had their eyes darting up and down rapidly. Gulp, extremely terrifying energy ripples swept out. Countless cultivators swallowed their saliva in horror. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. No one said a word. They were all looking at the sky without blinking. It was rare to see such an exciting and fierce battle. High-level profound class martial arts technique. Falling Moon Phantom Slash. High-level profound class martial arts technique. See overturning violent roll. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The fierce hand-to-hand combat soon evolved into a battle of martial arts techniques. All kinds of powerful martial arts techniques collided with each other, shaking the heavens and earth. The destructive power ravaged the void and scared countless cultivators out of their wits. Low-level Earth-class martial arts technique. Bloody Death Blade. Low-level Earth-class martial arts technique. 9 feet Heaven Palm. Powerful martial arts techniques emerged one after another. Each of them was stronger than the last. The two of them had used all their strength in the fierce battle. The terrifying energy was like a sudden clap of thunder that resounded in everyone's ears, causing their eardrums to feel a piercing pain. Their strength is too terrifying. With their talent, they might even surpass the Heavenly Moon Sect leader and the Heavenly Fire Manor Lord in a few years. I'm afraid no one will dare to compete with them for the number 1 spot on the Qingyun Genius list. The number 1 spot on the Genius list will either be Yi Tianqing or Fan Xiaoyun. The battle for the number 1 spot on the Genius list was very intense. The strength that the two of them had displayed made all the other geniuses feel inferior. Dendi, who do you think will win? Beta Yan asked. He didn't know if Yi Tianqing had a more powerful trump card, and he wasn't sure if Fan Xiaoyun would win. Looking at the fierce battle in the sky, Feng Wuchen said calmly, Fan Xiaoyun is stronger than Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing won't be able to withstand a prolonged battle. Using martial arts to transfer energy consumes a lot of true yuan. I'm afraid Yi Tianqing won't have a chance to win unless he can injure Fan Xiaoyun severely. Old teacher, that's almost impossible, right? Dong Zhantian said. It's hard to say. Yi Tianqing should be very clear about his situation, but he's still calm. That means he has a certain level of confidence. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. What was it that made Yi Tianqing so confident? Yi Tianqing, you've improved a lot in the past 2 years. Do you have any more powerful skills that you haven't used yet? If not, the number 1 spot on the genius list will be mine. In the fierce battle, Fan Xiaoyun asked coldly. After the fierce battle, both of them had consumed a lot of true yuan, and both of them had suffered different degrees of injuries. The fierce battle had reached its climax, and it was also the most critical moment. As he spoke, Fan Xiaoyun had already taken out a high-grade spiritual weapon. His aura instantly skyrocketed, and his monstrous aura was terrifying. A long sword appeared in Fan Xiaoyun's hand. The blade was emitting a faint golden light, and the surging sword intent soared into the sky. Fan Xiaoyun was about to use his trump card. Buzz. An extremely terrifying power burst out from Fan Xiaoyun's body. It was an unprecedentedly terrifying power, and the dazzling golden light was dazzling. It was like a rare treasure, and it made people unable to open their eyes. Second level forging. Young Lord Fan's Sky Destroyer sword is actually at the 2nd level. It's actually at the 2nd level. No wonder young Lord Fan is so confident. Seeing the long sword in Fan Xiaoyun's hand, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. All the powerful cultivators were also shocked. Brother Feng, did you see that? Fan Xiaoyun's sword is also at the 2nd level. Lu Qingyang exclaimed, and his eyes widened. It is indeed at the 2nd level. Feng Wuchen nodded, and he was also a little surprised. Fan Xiaoyun's sword technique should also be quite terrifying. Dong Zhantian said solemnly. While everyone was shocked, they were also very confused. Where did the blacksmiths come from? Which blacksmith helped Fan Xiaoyun forge his sword? The Heavenly Fire Villa's villa master finally could not sit still, and his expression changed slightly. Yi Tianqing's expression was extremely solemn, and his brows were tightly knitted. He did not expect Fan Xiaoyun to have a 2nd-level spiritual weapon. 2nd-level forging could increase the combat power of a spiritual weapon by a lot. Shadow Soul Chasing Sword Technique. Soul Chasing Slash. Fan Xiaoyun roared without hesitation. He held the long sword tightly with both hands and swept it out horizontally. A golden sword light that was dozens of feet in size and shaped like a crescent moon broke through the air, bringing with it an extremely ear-piercing sound. Earth Lower Grade Sword Technique. Its power is indeed terrifying. Dong Zhantian's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Beta Yan said solemnly, Fan Xiaoyun is also a sword genius, and his understanding of the sword is extremely high. Indeed, he is not inferior to Qingyang. Feng Wuchen nodded. Bang! Yi Tianqing did not think much, and he put his palms together. With a crisp sound, the power of his whole body was activated, and a bright blue light burst out. Mid-level Mystic Martial Technique. Divine Martial Change. Buzz. Yi Tianqing roared fiercely, and in the next moment, Yi Tianqing's qi suddenly rose at a terrifying speed. The terrifying power shook the void, and instantly broke through the 1st level of the celestial realm. What? Sensing Yi Tianqing's qi rising sharply, Fan Xiaoyun's face changed drastically. Feeling the terrifying qi, Fan Xiaoyun said in disbelief, he broke through the second level of the celestial realm. How can Yi Tianqing have such a powerful martial technique? Hiss, the onlookers gasped in horror, and their eyes bulged out. They were extremely shocked. A martial technique that can increase one's strength. Other than the Heavenly Fire Villa's Villa Master, the other powerhouses exclaimed. The second level of the celestial realm. The crowd exclaimed. Yi Tianqing still has a trump card up his sleeve. Lu Qingyang exclaimed again, his eyes filled with shock. Yi Tianqing is at the second level of Sky Origin stage. He is on par with Fan Xiaoyun. That's unexpected. The Heavenly Fire Villa is so powerful. Yi Tianqing must have more Earth-rank martial skills. The Genius List battle is so exciting. No wonder they are the top two geniuses of the Qingyun realm. Nangong Zhan, Bai Diyan, and the others exclaimed in admiration, feeling ashamed of their inferiority. I really underestimated Yi Tianqing. He has so many tricks up his sleeve. Feng Wuchen's lips curved into a faint smile. Many people had seen Yi Tianqing's various martial skills during the genius ranking battle 5 years ago. However, no one had ever seen the powerful martial skills that Yi Tianqing was using now. Fan Xiaoyun frowned. He looked at Yi Tianqing seriously and said, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful martial skill. How unexpected. Yi Tianqing didn't say anything. He just stared at the incoming sword qi. Sky Soul Axe! Shouted Yi Tianqing. A huge black axe appeared in his hand. Yi Tianqing's qi surged, and his qi became even more ferocious. High-grade spiritual weapon. This guy is really scary. In terms of momentum, Yi Tianqing has already suppressed Fan Xiaoyun. Maybe Yi Tianqing will win. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf frowned. That's possible. Lung Muching nodded. Big Bang Technique. Yi Tianqing poured his qi into the huge axe and roared again. He held the Sky Soul Axe with both hands and swung it without hesitation. Whoosh! Buzz! The gigantic blue energy axe, which was several tens of meters in size, shot out with an aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. The void shook, and the monstrous aura was suffocating. In order to defeat Fan Xiaoyun, Yi Tianqing tried his best. Judging from the aura, Yi Tianqing's martial skill was also an Earth-rank martial skill. Moreover, it was a mid-grade Earth-rank martial skill. The energy axe was even more powerful than Fan Xiaoyun's sword qi. Mid-grade Earth-ranked martial skill. Fan Xiaoyun's face changed again, and he looked a little sluggish. A mid-grade Earth-tier martial skill. The top experts and geniuses of the various major forces all stood up in shock. Yi Guqing exclaimed in shock, Yi Tianqing has cultivated a mid-grade Earth-class martial skill. A mid-grade Earth-tier martial skill. The Heavenly Fire Villa actually possesses a mid-grade Earth-tier martial skill. His strength is even more terrifying than young Lord Fan's. Young Lord Fan is bound to lose. Countless cultivators were terrified, their hearts trembling. I can't believe that Yi Tianqing's strength is so terrifying. The Crimson Emperor's face was pale with fright. Xuefeng exclaimed in shock, Pavilion Master, looks like you're mistaken. Fan Xiaoyun had no chance of winning. Yi Tianqing is too strong. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything. He looked at Yi Tianqing and Fan Xiaoyun. At this moment, Fan Xiaoyun's face was solemn. He formed a sword with his left hand and formed a mysterious seal on his back. Feng Wuchen, who sensed something, suddenly frowned. Big brother Feng, what's wrong? Lu Qingyang asked. Nothing. Feng Wuchen shook his head and a faint smile appeared on his face. Two extremely terrifying forces fiercely collided in front of everyone's terrified eyes. Rumble. Puff. At the moment of collision, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the surrounding mountains. Extremely terrifying energy ripples swept out crazily, causing Yi Tianqing and Fan Xiaoyun to spit out blood and fly backwards. Buzz. The destructive energy ripples shook the heavens and the earth. The majestic mountains below trembled violently and countless rocks rolled down, causing countless cultivators to jump in fright. The more cowardly cultivators retreated in fear. Under the full force of the collision, Yi Tianqing and Fan Xiaoyun were severely injured and their faces were pale. Yi Tianqing had raised his combat strength and used a high-grade spiritual weapon to cast a mid-grade Earth-class martial skill. His strength was absolutely terrifying. However, Fan Xiaoyun was still able to injure Yi Tianqing, which showed how strong Fan Xiaoyun was. Yi Tianqing forcibly stopped himself and glared at Fan Xiaoyun fiercely. Void Spirit Flash. Yi Tianqing shouted loudly and used a movement skill to dodge the terrifying energy ripples. His speed was astonishing, and he used an extremely strange method to evade the terrifying energy ripples. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianqing appeared in front of Fan Xiaoyun and shouted, "Fan Xiaoyun, I will take the first place." Boom. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianqing threw a punch at Fan Xiaoyun. The terrifying force made Fan Xiaoyun spit out blood, and his body turned into a black line and dived down in a straight line. Rumble. Fan Xiaoyun violently smashed into the already unrecognizable ground of the arena. With a loud bang, countless rocks and dust flew everywhere, and the ground shook a few times. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Moon sect leader and the higher-ups' faces darkened. On the other hand, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Fire Villa were overjoyed. It was obvious that Yi Tianqing had won this battle. The entire area was silent, and everyone's frightened eyes fell on the arena. Fan Xiaoyun was completely buried under the ground, and no one could see his figure. Yi Tianqing's terrifying strength had deeply shocked everyone present. Young Master Yi defeated Young Master Fan. I can't believe it, Young Master Yi's strength is too terrifying. A mid-grade Earth-class martial skill is too terrifying, even Young Master Fan couldn't block it. Young Master Yi won. Young Master Yi won. After a long silence, the entire area was suddenly in an uproar, and all kinds of voices soared into the sky. A mid-grade Earth-class martial skill is far beyond Fan Xiaoyun's strength. He deserves to lose. Nangongzhan shook his head. Lost? Feng Wuchen glanced at Nangongzhan and smiled, "Where did your eyes go? Who said Fan Xiaoyun lost? This kind of strength is not enough to defeat him. Fan Xiaoyun didn't lose?" Lu Qingyang and Bai Diyan looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. After being severely injured by Yi Tianqing, Fan Xiaoyun was seriously injured. Even if he could stand up, it was impossible for him to defeat Yi Tianqing. Fan Xiaoyun hasn't used his full strength yet. This guy has been hiding his true strength. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, looking at the pit. What? Hiding his strength? Lu Qingyang and the others' faces changed again, and they looked at the pit in shock and disbelief. At the edge of the arena, the Heavenly Fire Villa's Villa Master smiled, "Heavenly Moon Sect Leader, it seems like Qing'er is stronger." Hearing this, the Heavenly Moon Sect Leader glanced at the proud Heavenly Fire Villa Master and smiled, "Don't be happy too early, Yuner is not as weak as you think." As expected, the moment the Heavenly Moon Sect Leader finished speaking, the pit in the arena suddenly shook. Buzz. What kind of power is this? Yi Tianqing's expression changed when he felt the terrifying power coming from the pit. What's going on? Fan Xiaoyun can't have such terrifying power. The Heavenly Fire Manor Master and the other higher-ups were shocked. Their smiles froze. What a terrifying power. Is Fan Xiaoyun still hiding such a terrifying power? Bai Mia stood up in shock, his eyes widening. How is this possible? Yi Guqing was terrified. Big brother Feng, you were right. He's still hiding such a terrifying power. Lu Qingyang gasped. Dendi, what kind of power is this? Bai Diyan asked in horror. He stared at the pit without blinking. A dazzling golden light shot out from the pit, turning into a golden pillar of light that shot into the sky. Boom. The pit suddenly exploded, and large pieces of rock were turned into powder. A terrifying shockwave swept out like a storm, causing everyone to cover their eyes with their sleeves. The shockwave dissipated, and everyone looked at the arena. Everyone wanted to know what happened to the heavily injured Fan Xiaoyun. How could Fan Xiaoyun still release such a terrifying power when he was heavily injured? As the dazzling golden light dissipated, Fan Xiaoyun's figure slowly flew out of the deep pit. The violent energy was emitted from Fan Xiaoyun's body. Yi Tianqing looked at Fan Xiaoyun as if he was looking at a monster. He couldn't believe that Fan Xiaoyun could still stand up and hide such a terrifying power. Fan Xiaoyun raised his head slightly and looked at Yi Tianqing. He smiled and said, "Yi Tianqing, your power really surprised me, but it's a pity." What kind of power is this?" Yi Tianqing asked in horror. Hearing this, Fan Xiaoyun smiled proudly and said, "This is a kind of innate power. Generally speaking, it's related to my body. This power was awakened when I broke through to the celestial realm." After a pause, Fan Xiaoyun said proudly, "You've been in seclusion for 2 years. When you broke through to the celestial realm, I guessed that your power was not simple. I have to say that you're very strong, but unfortunately, my power is stronger." "Xiantian power?" Yi Tianqing frowned. Fear flashed in his eyes. "Innate strength?" Everyone was shocked. "Fan Xiaoyun has an innate body?" The Heavenly Fire Villa's Villa Master widened his eyes in shock and his expression stiffened. "My son's strength isn't bad, right?" The Heavenly Fire Manor Lord's face darkened as he clenched his fists. "This is impossible. How can Fan Xiaoyun have a Xiantian body?" Patriarch Bai's face was full of shock. He couldn't believe it was true. The crowd was dumbfounded. All of them were petrified. "Big Brother Feng, is Fan Xiaoyun's power the Xiantian power you mentioned before?" Lu Qingyang asked in shock. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. Fan Xiaoyun has been hiding this power since the beginning. That's why I said that he could fight against a third-stage celestial realm warrior. He didn't use his Xiantian power just now because he wanted to see Yi Tianqing's full power." After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, "The Xiantian power is also a powerful force. It's several times stronger than true origin power. However, it's not an ancient power. Compared to Qingqing's immortal power, the Xiantian power is too weak." "Immortal power?" Nan Gongzhan looked at Miao Qingqing in shock. Beta Yan looked at Feng Wuchen and asked in shock, "Dendi already knew?" Beta Yan was shocked. Feng Wuchen could actually tell that Fan Xiaoyun had Xiantian power in his body with just a glance. What kind of power was this? Beta Yan was secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying power. Feng Wuchen smiled and didn't say anything. In the sky, Fan Xiaoyun waved his hand slightly and the slaughtering heaven sword flew over. Fan Xiaoyun's chi surged again. As if it could feel Fan Xiaoyun's terrifying power, the slaughtering heaven sword vibrated excitedly. Boom! Fan Xiaoyun swung the heaven slaughtering sword and pointed it at the sky. A terrifying sword chi swooped down, and with a loud boom, a towering mountain in the distance collapsed, causing the earth to shake. Hiss, just by casually swinging the heaven slaughtering sword, there was such a horrifying sword chi. Countless cultivators gasped in horror as they looked at Fan Xiaoyun, trembling all over. Young Lord Fan's power is too terrifying. I thought young Lordy would win for sure. I didn't expect young Lord Fan to have the Xiantian power. Too terrifying. The first place belongs to young Lord Fan." Countless cultivators seemed to have woken up from a dream. The whole place was in an uproar again. Exclamations spread out like an avalanche. Yi Tianqing was seriously injured and his true origin power was greatly depleted. There was no way he could win. "Do you want to see the power of my power?" Fan Xiaoyun asked proudly. Although Fan Xiaoyun was seriously injured, with the support of his terrifying power, it didn't affect him much. Yi Tianqing frowned. He knew that he had lost this battle and had no chance to be the first place on the genius list. Whoosh! Buzz! Fan Xiaoyun swung the slaughtering heaven sword and an extremely violent and terrifying sword chi broke through the sky. Wherever it passed, the void trembled violently as if it would be torn apart at any time. Gulp! Seeing this terrifying sword chi, countless cultivators swallowed their saliva in horror. Their faces were as pale as paper. Yi Tianqing, who was seriously injured, also had fear in his eyes. Facing such a terrifying sword chi, he was powerless to resist. "Qing-er! Dodge!" Heavenly Fire Manor Lord shouted anxiously. He was extremely worried. Boom! Puff! Yi Tianqing didn't seem to hear it. He seemed to be shocked by the terrifying sword chi. His body remained motionless, allowing the sword chi to hit his body. The violent power caused Yi Tianqing to vomit blood. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. Qing Heavenly Fire Manor Lord was anxious. He was worried that Tianqing, who was seriously injured, couldn't withstand the terrifying sword qi. Tianqing, who was sent flying, was severely injured. He was already in a semi-conscious state. Why? Why did I still lose? I cultivated desperately for 2 years just to defeat Fan Xiaoyun. Why does he have Xiantian power? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Tianqing roared in his heart. He cultivated desperately for 2 years just to avenge his humiliation. Unfortunately, he didn't have the power to turn the tide. Everything was a foregone conclusion. Tianqing was defeated. Tianqing was defeated by Fan Xiaoyun again. Tianqing, among the geniuses of the Qingyun domain, only you are qualified to fight with me. Unfortunately, you can't defeat my Xiantian power. Fan Xiaoyun laughed arrogantly. The power of the Xiantian realm was terrifying, and many of the cultivators were shocked. With Fan Xiaoyun's current strength, even the top cultivators of the 6 major forces were wary of him. When Fan Xiaoyun was at his peak, he could fight against a level 3 Sky Human Realm cultivator with his Xiantian realm power. With such strength, none of the geniuses in the Qingyun region were qualified to compete for the first place on the genius list. No one dared to challenge Fan Xiaoyun. The whole place was silent. The old man flew to the arena and announced, "The young master of the Heavenly Moon sect has won the first place on the genius list. Young Master Fan. Young Master Fan." The people of the Heavenly Moon sect cheered excitedly, and the cultivators who supported Fan Xiaoyun also cheered excitedly. Congratulations to young Master Fan for winning the first place on the genius list again. The old man congratulated Fan Xiaoyun with a smile. Thank you, elderly. Fan Xiaoyun thanked him politely. Even if Fan Xiaoyun did not draw lots and went up to the arena to challenge him, elderly did not dare to complain. That was strength. The number 1 genius in the Qingyun region was talented and powerful. No one dared to offend him. Elderly looked at the crowd again and said, "Everyone saw the battle between young Master Fan and young Master Yi. They are definitely powerful." Therefore, the old man announced that young Master Yi has won the 2nd place on the genius list. Does anyone have any objections? Tianqing's strength was terrifying, and he was able to injure Fan Xiaoyun severely. With his strength, no other genius could be his match except for Fan Xiaoyun. Young Master Yi's strength is indeed terrifying. If young Master Fan did not have the Xiantian realm power, young Master Yi would have won the battle. That's right. Young Master Yi is definitely qualified to win the 2nd place on the genius list. Young Master Yi won the 2nd place with his strength. We have no objections. Young Master Yi and young Master Fan gave us an exciting battle. We hope that young Master Yi will continue to work hard and become stronger in the future. Hearing elderly's words, no one had any objections. Instead, they felt that it made sense and nodded. The severely injured Tianqing's pale face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Qing you have done your best. Don't think too much. Go. The Heavenly Fire Manor's Lord comforted him. Young Manor Lord, your strength is not inferior to Fan Xiaoyun's. It's just that he has Xiantian strength. An elder comforted. Getting 2nd place was already very good. He was definitely an existence that many geniuses in the Qingyun realm could only dream of. After leaving the Heavenly Fire Manor, the Heavenly Moon sect master's smile became even more complacent. Fan Xiaoyun had defeated Tianqing with absolute strength, which showed everyone how powerful Fan Xiaoyun was. This way, the Heavenly Moon sect's position in the Heaven region would be even higher, and no one would dare to shake the Heavenly Moon sect's position. Fan Xiaoyun and Tianqing's battle was amazing. I don't think there are any other geniuses in the Qingyun realm that can compete with them. Compared to them, Bai Mia and Lei Tianju are much weaker. Lu Qingyang smiled. The most terrifying one is still Fan Xiaoyun. Nan Gongzhan said. Dong Zhantian said flatteringly, "Old teacher, you have sharp eyes. You saw through Fan Xiaoyun's strength with just one look. Cultivate well, and you will be stronger than them." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Lu Qingyang and the others became very excited. They could not hide the ecstasy on their faces. They knew very well what Feng Wuchen was capable of. As long as Feng Wuchen wanted, anyone could surpass Fan Xiaoyun and the others in a short time. They had all seen how terrifying the soul-splitting technique was. Lu Qingyang and the others had also experienced it. The third place on the genius list was shared by Bai Mia and Lei Tianju. It was as special as it was 5 years ago. No one dared to challenge them. The fourth place was Yi Guqing. Tang Fei was fifth. 5 years ago, the fifth place was the young sect master of the Saint Sun sect. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Yi Guqing before he could enter the top 10. The gap between the geniuses was too big, and no one dared to challenge them. It was all announced by elderly, and no one objected. Today's ranking did not change much from 5 years ago. The competition for the genius list came to an end. "Teacher, what should we do next?" Zhang Junlan asked. Miao Qingqing looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, "Big brother Feng, which geniuses have you taken a fancy to?" Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Not many, only 13. "Only 13? The Crimson Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen with astonishment. "No way? Big brother Feng, there are so many geniuses, and you only took a fancy to 13? Lu Qingyang also opened his eyes wide. There were hundreds of geniuses participating in the genius list. There were more than 70 geniuses above the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. Among these 70 geniuses, Feng Wuchen actually took a fancy to 13 of them. In Lu Qingyang and the others' eyes, there were at least 50 of them. We have already recruited many geniuses, so we don't need too many. Little Zhang, Zhantian, you two stay here to avoid scaring them." Feng Wuchen shook his head. If he recruited too many geniuses, Feng Wuchen wouldn't even have time to cultivate. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen flew down from the mountain peak. Lu Qingyang and the others followed behind him. Zhang Junlan and Dong Zhantian stayed on the mountain peak. "Everyone, please wait," Feng Wuchen said as he descended from the mountain peak. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear him. The countless cultivators who were about to leave, including the top experts of the various factions, looked at Feng Wuchen's group as they descended. "Dendi." Seeing Feng Wuchen and his group, the top experts of Ziyun's pavilion, Yi family, and King of Hell sect were shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear and fear. Yi Guqing, Lei Tianjue, Luo Yan, and the young sect leader of Saint Sun sect were all geniuses who had agreed to follow Feng Wuchen. Their eyes were filled with respect. Feng Wuchen. The geniuses who had challenged Feng Wuchen, as well as their families and forces, exclaimed. "He is Feng Wuchen?" Fan Xiaoyun was sizing up Feng Wuchen. The Heavenly Moon sect leader glanced at Feng Wuchen and said in surprise, "He has hidden his strength well. He is not simple. He is able to defeat a Sky Origin Stage 8 martial artist with only Sky Origin Stage 5 cultivation base. He must be a genius." Those who had never seen Feng Wuchen before were sizing him up too. "Feng Wuchen? Is he the Feng Wuchen who challenged the geniuses of various forces and made them follow him?" "That's right. That's him. I have seen him before. The young sect leader of Saint Sun sect was defeated by him. The genius ranking has ended. What is he doing here? Does he want to challenge him again?" Feng Wuchen's appearance caused an uproar. "Greetings, Dendi." Just as the crowd was in an uproar, Yi Guqing and the other geniuses who had surrendered bowed respectfully. "Dendi?" Lei Tianjue, Yi Guqing, and the other geniuses' respectful greetings shocked everyone present. Why are Yi Guqing and Lei Tianjue so respectful to Feng Wuchen? Bai Mie glanced at Yi Guqing and Lei Tianjue and found it strange. He then looked at Yi family head and Ziyun's pavilion master, which shocked him even more. "Bai Duyan?" Bai Miao looked away and saw the familiar figure of Bai Duyan. He was shocked. At that moment, Big Dipper Flame was also looking at White Destruction. When their gazes met, White Destruction was shocked, while Big Dipper Flame was filled with the desire to fight. Clearly, he did not want to lose to White Destruction. "They are from the 9 states." Bai Mia guessed. Fan Xiaoyun was also shocked. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Moon sect and the Bai family looked serious. "Ridiculous. A brat who is still wet behind the ears actually dares to call himself an alchemy emperor. The first elder of the Heavenly Moon sect scolded in a low voice. He glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain and said, "How can anyone call themselves Dendi? Only the supreme alchemists are qualified to call themselves Dendi. There is no other Dendi in the whole continent. This guy calls himself Dendi, which is an insult too." Dendi. The first elder of the Heavenly Moon sect was a 6th grade alchemist. He was highly respected in the Qingyun region and had a superior status. He was even more respected than the sect leader of the Heavenly Moon sect. He was the most powerful alchemist in the Qingyun region and the only one who was most likely to reach the 7th grade. With Ye Guqing and Lei Tianjui's status, they shouldn't be so respectful to this guy. I wonder who Feng Wuchen is. Fan Xiaoyun was very curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. The fact that Ye Guqing, Lei Tianjue, and the young master of the Xingyang sect were so respectful to him was enough to show that Feng Wuchen had a powerful background. At the very least, they were afraid of him. While the Bai family and many other cultivators were shocked, they were also very curious about Feng Wuchen's background and why Feng Wuchen was here now. Feng Wuchen and the others slowly descended, floating in the air above the stage that was beyond recognition. He is Feng Wuchen? He's so young. He's not even 20 years old, right? He has reached the 5th level of Sky Origin stage at such a young age, and he can even defeat a level 8 Sky Origin stage cultivator. What a terrifying genius. Feng Wuchen, why are you only here now? The genius ranking competition is already over. You have no chance. You're not here to challenge me, are you? Young Lord Fan even challenged you to a duel, but I don't think you have what it takes to defeat him. Feng Wuchen, if you have the guts, fight young Lord Fan. Many young cultivators at the scene started to shout. They were more or less hostile to Feng Wuchen. This was the first time that Feng Wuchen showed his face in front of all the forces in the Qingyun realm. Feng Wuchen's challenge to all the geniuses in the Qingyun realm had shocked the entire Qingyun realm and attracted the attention of all the forces. Everyone wanted to meet this powerful genius. Now that they had met him, they were quite surprised. Family head, young Lord Zhang is on the mountain top. An elder of the Ziyun pavilion said in a low voice. He accidentally saw Zhang Junlin's figure. The pavilion master of the Ziyun pavilion nodded slightly and also looked at the mountain top. Zhang Junlan and Dong Zhantian were looking at the crowd below. The upper echelons of the Yi family and the Netherworld King sect were not stupid. Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlan's teacher. Since Feng Wuchen was here, Zhang Junlan must be here too. Feng Wuchen's face did not change at all. He still had a faint smile on his face and did not care about the crowd's hostility towards him. I'm not here for the genius ranking, and I'm not here to challenge anyone. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I'm here to look for someone. Look for someone? Everyone was confused. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, the genius ranking competition is very exciting. The geniuses from all the forces are quite strong, and I've taken a fancy to many of them. You've taken a fancy to many of them? Feng Wuchen, don't tell me you want them to follow you? Feng Wuchen, you're really something. Choosing the day of the genius ranking competition to recruit geniuses, I don't think anyone will be willing to follow you. The moment Feng Wuchen opened his mouth, everyone guessed Feng Wuchen's purpose. Many people showed disdain. That's right, but I've never forced anyone. It's up to them whether they're willing or not. Feng Wuchen did not beat around the bush. He was not worried that the geniuses he had taken a fancy to would not be willing. Feng Wuchen would not force anyone, just like Ye Guqing. When Ye Guqing rejected him, Feng Wuchen did not say anything. What a joke. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can recruit just because you want to? What kind of place do you think the heavenly region is? An expert's face was full of disdain. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled, I've said it before. It's up to them whether they're willing or not. Feng Wuchen, you shouldn't be from the heavenly region. What's your purpose in coming to the heavenly region to recruit geniuses? How can you make them follow you? Bai Miao looked at Feng Wuchen and asked with confusion. He looked serious. Lei Tianjue immediately warned Bai Miao, don't offend Dendi. He is as powerful as you. And he has a terrifying background. No one in the heavenly region dares to mess with him. I was defeated by him. Hearing Lei Tianjue's words, Bai Mia turned pale. He couldn't help looking at Lei Tianjue. Bai Mia was shocked. He knew Lei Tianjue's power better than anyone else. He was absolutely horrifying. However, Lei Tianjue was defeated by Feng Wuchen. Didn't that mean Bai Mia was no match for Feng Wuchen? Lei Tianjue and Bai Mia had a good relationship. Bai Mia would never doubt Lei Tianjue's words. Who on earth is Feng Wuchen? Lei Tianjue is only at Sky Origin stage, but he defeated him. How is that possible? Bai Mia couldn't believe it, but he had to. Bai Mia, what's wrong? Seeing Bai Mia's shocked face, the head of the Bai family asked in confusion. Nothing, nothing. Bai Mia shook his head and realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. The head of the Bai family frowned. He had never seen Bai Mia so panicked. Even when facing the leader of the Heavenly Moon sect, Bai Mia's expression didn't change. Feng Wuchen glanced at Bai Mia indifferently and said, I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want to recruit geniuses. I have more resources for cultivation. I can make their cultivation stronger. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Moon sect shouted coldly, Humph. Just you? You call yourself Dendi. That's an insult to Dendi. You don't have the right. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Grand Elder indifferently and sneered, If I don't have the right, do you, a grade 6 alchemist, have the right? The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Moon sect's face turned gloomy. A cold light flashed in his eyes. How dare you? How dare you disrespect Elder Ren? You must be tired of living. You don't know your place. Elder Ren is the most powerful alchemist in the Qingyun realm. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Elder Ren. Kill Feng Wuchen. The crowd cursed. Obviously, they were trying to please Elder Ren. Feng Wuchen is too arrogant. Does he really want to die? He doesn't even care about Elder Ren. He's courting death. Offending Elder Ren is equivalent to courting death. Feng Wuchen's reply caused an uproar in the crowd. Feng Wuchen's arrogance had angered all the forces in the Qingyun region. However, the top experts of Ziyun's pavilion, King of Hell sect, and Yi family did not say anything. The geniuses who had submitted to Feng Wuchen did not say anything either. Those with sharp eyes might have noticed something amiss. I've never seen such an arrogant person. An elder of the Bai family frowned. In his opinion, Feng Wuchen's arrogance was no different from courting death. Third elder, don't interfere. Bai Mia quickly reminded. He glanced at Lei Tianjue and realized that Lei Tianjue was shaking his head at him, indicating that he should not interfere. Who exactly is Feng Wuchen? The head of the Bai family also saw Lei Tianjue shaking his head at Feng Wuchen. Coupled with Lei Tianjue's respect for Feng Wuchen, the head of the Bai family could not help but guess. The faces of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Moon sect were extremely gloomy. In the Qingyun region, no one dared to disrespect Elder Ren, let alone ignore the Heavenly Moon sect. Feng Wuchen. I heard that the geniuses you challenged had to submit to you after losing. I wonder if you will submit to me after I challenge you and you lose. Fan Xiaoyun asked in a mocking and disdainful tone. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Young Master Fan, you are the #1 genius in the Qingyun region. You are at the first level of the Sky Human realm and you possess Xiantian strength. I've seen your strength just now. With my current strength, I can't defeat you for now. Why should I seek trouble for myself? For now? So you're saying that if you have enough time, you can defeat me? Fan Xiaoyun sneered. If you want to challenge Brother Feng, you have to be fair. It won't be too late for you to challenge him after he reaches the Sky Human realm. Lu Qingyang shrugged and smiled. 3 months. After 3 months, you can challenge me at any time. Feng Wuchen sneered. There's no need to wait for 3 months. You won't live to see that day. Old man. Let's see what you're made of. Elder Ren's voice, as he activated his powerful soul power. Elder Ren suddenly waved his hand, and an extremely terrifying soul power rushed towards Feng Wuchen. As expected of a 6th grade alchemist, his soul force is extremely vast. He's offended Elder's death. Pill Emperor? Humph. Overconfident. The alchemists present all revealed gloating smiles. However, the moment they finished speaking, the gloating smiles on their faces instantly froze. They saw a scene that they would never see in their entire lives. Puff. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and his overbearing soul power exploded. Boom. The moment the two terrifying soul powers collided, Elder Ren spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. You're right. It's Elder Ren who spat out blood. Elder Ren's face turned pale as he looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Ranks alchemist. The soul power of a ranks alchemist can injure me. This kid's soul power is extremely overbearing. Elder Ren said in horror. Grand Elder. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master and the other higher-ups were shocked and confused. How is this possible? Fan Xiaoyun finally looked shocked. He couldn't believe that Elder Ren's soul power couldn't defeat a junior. Countless cultivators in the crowd gasped in horror. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Elder Ren was actually injured by the shockwaves. What an overbearing soul power. It's too fast. I don't even know what ranks alchemist he is. That's impossible. It's impossible for a kid who's still wet behind the ears to have such a terrifying soul power. The powerful alchemists of the major factions were shocked and terrified. Dendi is indeed impressive. With Elder Ren's alchemy realm, he is actually so weak in front of an alchemy emperor. The pavilion master of the Purple Cloud Pavilion was secretly shocked. This kid's soul power is above Elder Ren's. The Bai family's grand elder exclaimed in shock. He couldn't believe that a junior could surpass a ranks alchemist. Brother Lei, what's Feng Wuchen's background? Bai Mia couldn't help but ask through telepathy. He's the teacher of the Zhang family's young master. Lei Tianjue replied through telepathy. What? Teacher? Bai Mia trembled and looked at Lei Tianjue with his eyes wide open. Bai Mia looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and said to himself, he's the #1 genius alchemist in the continent, young Master Zhang's teacher. He's also an alchemist. Bai Mia's heart was in turmoil. He trembled and broke out in cold sweat. Everyone was shocked and terrified. Their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. The most powerful alchemist in the Qingyun realm? A ranks alchemist is weaker than me, a ranks alchemist. Feng Wuchen glanced at Elder Ren with disdain. If Feng Wuchen wanted to recruit a prodigy, he had to use forceful means to intimidate everyone. Unfortunately, Elder Ren was asking for trouble by standing out. Ranks alchemist. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, everyone, including the Heavenly Moon Sect and the Bai family, was stunned again. Feng Wuchen was a ranks alchemist. A ranks alchemist injured a ranks alchemist. Elder Ren was the most powerful alchemist in the Qingyun realm, but he couldn't defeat Feng Wuchen. He was definitely a genius among alchemists. No one in the entire Qingyun realm could match up to such a young ranks alchemist. Everyone finally understood that it wasn't Feng Wuchen who was disrespectful to Elder Ren. It was Elder Ren who was disrespectful to Feng Wuchen. The cultivators who were clamoring earlier didn't dare to speak anymore. Putting aside Feng Wuchen's identity, the fact that Feng Wuchen injured Elder Ren with his powerful soul power was enough to intimidate them. Feng Wuchen's mockery made Elder Ren's face turn hideous. No one in the Qingyun realm dared to speak to Elder Ren like that. Feng Wuchen was the first. The Heavenly Moon Sect's leader's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Investigate Feng Wuchen's background immediately." Since Feng Wuchen dared to injure Elder Ren and possessed such a high level of alchemy, the Heavenly Moon Sect's leader didn't dare to act rashly. I'll read out the names later. Whoever is willing to follow me, just answer me. I won't force anyone. Tang Fei, Xiang Wentian. Feng Wuchen read out the names one by one. Dendi. I'm willing. The Nether King Sect's young lord was the first to shout excitedly. Me too. I'm willing too. I'm willing too. Dendi. Me too. When the names were read out, all the geniuses agreed without hesitation. They were willing to follow Feng Wuchen just because he injured Elder Ren with his terrifying strength. The cultivators who said that Feng Wuchen couldn't recruit any of them were slapped in the face. Let's see what you're capable of. Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. 3 months was equivalent to half a year for Feng Wuchen. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying talent and cultivation speed, coupled with the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda and the mind-splitting technique, half a year was enough for Feng Wuchen to become stronger. Fan Xiaoyan's threat had no effect on Feng Wuchen. "Let's go," the sect master of the Heavenly Moon sect said in a low voice. Before he left, he glanced at Feng Wuchen viciously. The Heavenly Moon sect was the most powerful sect in the Qingyun domain. Now that Elder Ren was severely injured by Feng Wuchen, the Heavenly Moon sect did not dare to make a move. This showed that they were quite afraid of Feng Wuchen. If it was someone else or a force, the Heavenly Moon sect would have annihilated them on the spot. However, Feng Wuchen's background and identity were very powerful in alchemy at such a young age. Before the Heavenly Moon sect found out about Feng Wuchen's background, they would not make a move easily. "I came here today to look for someone, not to make enemies. I hope all of you can forgive me." After the Heavenly Moon sect left, Feng Wuchen said to the crowd calmly. No one dared to say anything. Feng Wuchen had easily injured the most powerful alchemist in the Qingyun domain with his domineering soul power. No one had the guts to offend him. Feng Wuchen even dared to offend the Heavenly Moon sect, let alone other forces. Arrogant bastard. The young palace master of Xiaoyao Palace, Ji Tianshan, looked extremely gloomy. He stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely, wishing he could tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Other than Ji Tianshan, the young master of the Gongsun family was also filled with hostility towards Feng Wuchen. Because of Feng Wuchen, the young master of the Gongsun family had lost an arm. However, they couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Not to mention the terrifying power behind Feng Wuchen, just Feng Wuchen's strength was not something they could deal with. Feng Wuchen looked at White Mia and asked with a smile, "White Mia, I heard from Bei Duyan that he lost to you a few years ago. It seems that you are quite talented. I also saw your battle with Lei Tianjue. You are indeed very strong. Are you willing to follow me?" White Mia shuddered as if he had just woken up from a dream. He looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The head of the Bai family and the upper echelons had complicated expressions. They did not know Feng Wuchen's identity. With Bai Mia's cultivation and status, why would he follow Feng Wuchen, who was younger than him? Wouldn't it be a joke if this news spread out, because they did not know Feng Wuchen's background and the fact that Feng Wuchen dared to severely injure the great elder of the Heavenly Moon sect in front of countless cultivators in the Qingyun region? They knew that Feng Wuchen was not someone to be trifled with. Therefore, the head of the Bai family and the upper echelons did not dare to say anything. White Mia glanced at Lei Tianjue. The latter immediately sent a voice transmission to him, "You have to choose your own path. I can't decide for you if you want to stay in the Qingyun region forever." Hearing Lei Tianjue's voice transmission, White Mia's eyes flashed with determination. He seemed to have made up his mind and said, "I will." White Mia. The head of the Bai family was shocked. Just as he was about to say something, White Mia's voice came into his mind. "Father, he is Zhang Junlan's teacher." White Mia sent a voice transmission. "Zhang Junlan? The #1 blacksmith genius in the continent? Feng Wuchen is young Master Zhang's teacher?" Family head Bai was shocked. He was so shocked that his face was blank. "White Mia, you have to think carefully." The first elder of the Bai family frowned and asked. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with White Mia's decision. "White Mia, you are a laughingstock if you follow Feng Wuchen. So what if he is an alchemy genius? You are the young master of the Bai family." The second elder scolded in a low voice. The higher-ups of the Bai family were also confused. With White Mia's status, if he followed Feng Wuchen, he would be lowering his status. The people of the Qingyun region would laugh at the Bai family. "Stop talking." The head of the Bai family raised his hand to stop them. The head of the Bai family said seriously, "White Mia, don't disappoint me." Family head. You can't do that. If White Mia follows Feng Wuchen, the Bai family will lose face. Hearing the head of the Bai family, the elders became even more anxious. "Stop talking." The head of the Bai family scolded in a low voice. After learning about Feng Wuchen's identity, the head of the Bai family was more than willing. Just because Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlan's teacher, everyone in the continent knew about the terror of the Wuji domain's Zhang family. Many people wanted to curry favor with them. Now that he had met the teacher of the young master of the Zhang family, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. White Mia would be a fool not to agree. White Mia's answer made Feng Wuchen smile happily. Young Master Bai is actually willing to follow Feng Wuchen? Did I hear wrongly? Feng Wuchen is a grade 5 alchemist. Even Elder Ren was injured by him. If it were me, I would be willing too. Is young Master Bai lowering his status? Even if Feng Wuchen is a grade 5 alchemist, wouldn't it be a joke for young Master Bai to follow a genius younger than him? The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone shook their heads at White Mia's decision. In everyone's opinion, White Mia's cultivation was far above Feng Wuchen's. Even if Feng Wuchen was a grade 5 alchemist, there was no need for him to follow Feng Wuchen. However, White Mia didn't care. It was as if he didn't hear anything. Geniuses who are willing to follow me, welcome. You will be grateful for your decision in the future. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Grateful? How arrogant. Do you really think you're so great just because you're a grade 5 alchemist? There are plenty of powerful alchemists in the continent. A man said disdainfully. No matter how you looked at it, it felt like he was jealous. This young master doesn't care. If you want me to submit to someone younger than me, I'd rather die. How embarrassing. Young Master Bai has thrown the Bai family's face away. Many people were secretly jealous. There were many geniuses whose cultivation was higher than grade 5 Sky Origin Realm, but Feng Wuchen didn't mention their names. It was obvious that they weren't in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Including White Mia, there are 14 people. There were 16 before, so there are 30 in total. Lu Qingyang smiled happily. The Crimson Emperor smiled, that's enough. Besides, Huan Yang has already led the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army to the Star Boundary. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, that's indeed enough. More might not be a good thing. Looking at White Mia and the rest, Feng Wuchen said, cultivate well. When the time is right, I will send someone to find you. When the time is right, follow me to the limitless domain. With that, Feng Wuchen flew away. Lu Qingyang and the rest followed closely behind. On a mountain peak, Zhang Junlan and Dong Zhantian also flew after them. Feng Wuchen flew in the direction of the Skyfire Manor's higher-ups. Feng Wuchen was planning to go to the Skyfire Manor. Yi Tianqing was talented and powerful. Feng Wuchen also wanted to recruit such a genius for his own use. Young Master Zhang. Seeing the figure flying in the sky, the Bai family, Yi family, Xian's pavilion, Hades' king sect, Xiaoyao palace, and other powerful cultivators all saw Zhang Junlan's figure. Zhang Junlan hid in the dark. Was it because he was worried about them? The Tianhua village was located in the south of the Qingyun realm. However, Feng Wuchen was not in a hurry. He had completed his mission in the Qingyun realm. The last one was Yi Tianqing. While Feng Wuchen and the others were on their way to the Tianhua village, Zhang Junlan's body suddenly glowed with a faint blue light. Zhang Junlan's expression suddenly changed. Yan Ran. Little Zhang, what's wrong? Feng Wuchen asked curiously as he looked at Zhang Junlan. Lu Qingyang and the others also looked at Zhang Junlan in shock. They did not know what was wrong with Zhang Junlan. Hearing this, Zhang Junlan said excitedly, Master, Yan Ran has come out. She is calling for me. Yan Ran? Feng Wuchen was slightly dazed. Obviously, he did not know who it was. However, judging from Zhang Junlan's excited and happy expression, Feng Wuchen knew that Yan Ran was his sweetheart. As expected. Dong Zhantian said, Old Master, Yan Ran is Master's lover. She is his childhood sweetheart. Oh? Childhood sweetheart? I have never heard Zhang Junlan mention her before. She must be very beautiful. Lu Qingyang joked. Hearing this, Zhang Junlan blushed and smiled embarrassedly. Yan Ran has been in seclusion for 3 years. 3 years ago, she was seriously injured, causing her cultivation to drop. In order to recover her cultivation, she has been in seclusion. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Young Master Zhang, the person who injured your lover must have a powerful background. Nangong Zhan asked. Zhang Junlan's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He nodded and said, this person's cultivation is very high. The Zhang family could not do anything to him. He also likes Yan Ran, but Yan Ran rejected him. Therefore, he wanted to destroy Yan Ran. Because of this, Master has been in seclusion for 2 years. Otherwise, with Master's talent, he would have already reached the celestial realm. Dong Zhantian added. Bastard. If I can't get her, I will destroy her. What a vicious bastard. If there's a chance, I'll definitely tear him to shreds. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and cursed. Brother Lu, just think about it. This man was in the heaven realm. Dong Zhantian shook his head and said, he's one of the super geniuses of the continent. The force behind him is even more powerful than the fairy artifact pavilion. If it were so easy to deal with, the Zhang family would have made a move long ago. Stronger than the immortal artifact pavilion? Lu. Qingyang trembled in horror, his face turning pale. Teacher, I have to return to the Wuji domain immediately, Zhang Junlan said. He couldn't wait to go back and see his beloved. Feng Wuchen nodded. Be careful on the road. Zhantian, escort Xiaozhang back. Yes. Old teacher, take care. Dong Zhantian nodded. Teacher, take care. Zhang Junlan bowed respectfully and immediately put his palms together. A bright blue light flashed and Zhang Junlan shouted, Wuji teleportation. A dazzling array of blue light appeared in the void. Zhang Junlan and Dong Zhantian entered the array and disappeared instantly. The array disappeared as well, as if it had never existed. Disappeared. What kind of Dharma formation is this? Lu Qingyang was shocked. Looking at the shocked Lu Qingyang, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. This is a teleportation array. It can be directly sent to the Wuji domain, no matter how far away it is. Miao Qingqing was shocked. There's actually such a powerful teleportation array. I've heard of teleportation arrays that can teleport people to very far places in a short period of time, Bai Duyan said, but it was also his first time seeing it. They can be found in various regions of the continent. We will see them in the future. Let's go. Feng Wuchen and company continued rushing towards the heavenly fire matter. Flying at full speed, Feng Wuchen and company arrived at the southern part of the heaven region in 6 hours. After asking around and finding out the location of the heavenly fire matter, Feng Wuchen and company rushed there. The heavenly fire manor was grand and huge. The gorgeous buildings made people feel awe. Manor Lord, there's a person named Feng Wuchen outside. He wishes to meet you. In the manor's grand hall, a guard reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen? The manor lord was slightly surprised and asked, the genius Feng Wuchen who challenged many factions? On the main seat in the grand hall was a middle-aged man dressed in black brocade. He was the heavenly fire manor's manor lord, Yi Yun. It should be him. Quite a number of people came. The guard replied respectfully. Could it be that Feng Wuchen is here to challenge the young manor lord? But the young manor lord was seriously injured from his battle with Fan Xiaoyun. An elder guessed with a frown. Another elder said disdainfully, he doesn't know his place. Does he really think he can fight the young manor lord by defeating a bunch of trash? Let them in. The heavenly fire manor lord said indifferently. After a while, the guard led Feng Wuchen and company into the grand hall. Junior Feng Wuchen greets the heavenly fire manor lord and the 3 elders. Feng Wuchen politely bowed. Lu Qingyang and company bowed as well. So you are Feng Wuchen. The heavenly fire manor lord and the elders sized up Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said, indeed, heroes come from the young. To be able to defeat someone at the 8th stage of the heavenly Yuan realm at the 5th stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, you are indeed a rare genius. Upon seeing such a young Feng Wuchen, Yi Yun and the 3 elders were rather surprised. Feng Wuchen was even younger than Yi Tianqing by a few years. Other than that, Yi Yun and company also realized that among the dozen people behind Feng Wuchen, other than Crimson Emperor and the other 3 who had the iron-blooded aura of a warrior, Bai Duyan and company all had powerful cultivation levels despite their young ages. Feng Wuchen's background is definitely not simple. Yi Yun and the 3 elders were very certain. Thank you for your praise, Manor Lord Yi. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He did not show any change in expression despite facing a heaven realm expert. This child is not simple. He can remain so calm in the face of old man's aura. Yi Yun secretly nodded. Feng Wuchen, if you want to challenge the young manor lord, I advise you to give up. You are not the young manor lord's match. An elder went straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said with a smile, I am not here to fight with Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing is so strong that I am not his match. Elder, you have misunderstood. Then why did you come to the Skyfire Manor? Also, who are you? The Grand Elder raised his eyebrows and asked out of curiosity. I am here for Yi Tianqing. Feng Wuchen said lightly. As for who he was, Feng Wuchen did not answer. Why are you looking for Qing? Ian asked. Yi Tianqing's talent is extraordinary and his cultivation level is not weak. I want him to follow me. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Follow you? Ian and the three elders were immediately stunned. Ridiculous. Ian was immediately enraged. Qing is the young manor lord of the Skyfire Manor. Why would he follow you? You are insulting Qing. Insulting my Skyfire Manor. Preposterous. How dare you speak such arrogant words? The three elders were furious. A terrifying murderous aura exploded. They looked like they wanted to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. If Yi Tianqing followed Feng Wuchen, it was no doubt tantamount to submitting to Feng Wuchen. What would happen to the Skyfire Manor's reputation? What nonsense. Why would young manor lord agree to follow you? Feng Wuchen. If you dare to insult young manor lord and heavenly fire manor again, I will beat you to death. If you are here for this matter, then you can scram. The three elders roared angrily as their faces turned gloomy. Feng Wuchen, I advise you not to behave atrociously here. If you do, I will kill all of you. Ian said gloomily. In their opinion, Feng Wuchen had come to Heavenly Fire Manor to behave atrociously. Can you let me see Yi Tianqing? Yi Tianqing's injuries are serious. With the healing pills refined by this elder as a fifth-grade alchemist, Yi Tianqing will need at least a month to fully recover. Feng Wuchen asked calmly without any signs of panic. You are an alchemist? Grand Elder Xianxia asked in surprise. To be able to tell that he was an alchemist, it proved that Feng Wuchen was also an alchemist. But the Grand Elder could not tell that Feng Wuchen had any aura of soul power. This shocked him. Feng Wuchen smiled and did not say a word, but it was a tacit agreement. Brother Feng is also a fifth-grade alchemist. Lu Qingyang said with a chuckle. Fifth-grade alchemist? Hearing this, Iyan and the three elders' faces changed. They stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. What was the Grand Elder's age? What was Feng Wuchen's age? The difference between the two was definitely 50 years. The Heavenly Fire Manor's Grand Elder had spent an unknown amount of time to reach the level of a fifth-grade alchemist. But Feng Wuchen had reached the same height at such a young age. He was definitely an alchemy genius. However, Yun and Xian did not believe that Feng Wuchen was a fifth-grade alchemist. No matter how much of a genius Feng Wuchen was, it was impossible for him to reach the level of a fifth-grade alchemist. Cultivation itself took a lot of time. How could Feng Wuchen have the time to improve his alchemy? What's more, increasing one's alchemy realm was even more difficult than increasing one's cultivation. Feng Wuchen was not only at the fifth level of the Sky Origin stage, but also a level 5 alchemist. It was impossible for him to achieve that even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the medicinal ingredients for refining the blood fusion Great Rejuvenation pill floated above his palm. Bang! Activating the Dragon God's fire, the cyan flame danced on Feng Wuchen's palm like a spirit. The cyan flame's aura was violent and terrifying, causing the temperature of the hall to rise rapidly. What kind of flame is this? It's even more terrifying than the true Samadhi fire. Ian frowned deeply. A look of horror appeared on the faces of the three elders. An extremely overbearing soul power was urged out and integrated into the cyan flame. A fifth-grade alchemist. He really is a fifth-grade alchemist. The Great Elder exclaimed, his soul force is overbearing and vigorous. It's 10 times stronger than old man's soul power. The Grand Elder's words scared Yun and the other two elders silly. They were both fifth-grade alchemists, but the Grand Elder said that Feng Wuchen's soul force was more than 10 times stronger than his. Was he a monster? Feng Wuchen activated his alchemy mantra and his hand gestures changed rapidly. The herbs began to shed their skins at a speed visible to the naked eye, condensing the essence of the herbs. As he condensed the pill, an extremely powerful medicinal essence filled the entire hall. In less than a minute, the blood fusion great rejuvenation pill was successfully refined. Yun and the three elders were already dumbfounded. They were completely stunned, even Bei Duyan, Nangongzhan, and company were petrified. Although Bei Duyan and company knew that Feng Wuchen was known as Dendi, this was the first time they were seeing Feng Wuchen refine pills. They were nearly scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen's alchemy realm was terrifying. Bei Duyan and company were secretly glad that they had submitted to Feng Wuchen. To be enemies with such a terrifying monster was courting death. What sort of terrifying alchemy speed was this? What sort of terrifying alchemy realm was this? And alchemy did not even require a cauldron. Yun and company had never seen such a magical and terrifying alchemy realm before. How is this possible? How can there be such a terrifying alchemy technique? Yun was dumbfounded as his body turned stiff. He can actually refine such a powerful 5th grade pill without a cauldron. The second elder took a deep breath as his heart churned. Such a magical alchemy technique was unheard of. Pills formed with a thought. After a long period of shock, Grand Elder Huangxian suddenly exclaimed. Pills formed with a thought? Yun and the other 2 elders were shocked once again. Seeing the shocked Yun and company, Lu Qingyang revealed a smug smile. Brother Feng is a powerful alchemist known as Dendi. He can bring people back from the dead. What? Bring people back from the dead? Yun and company's eyes nearly popped out. Dendi? The legendary Dendi. The Grand Elder stood up in fright as his body trembled. It's the legendary Dendi realm. Yun was scared silly. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the blood fusion great rejuvenating pill flew towards Yun. He said, Manor Lord Yi, this blood fusion great rejuvenating pill can heal Tianqing in 3 days. Blood fusion great rejuvenating pill. The powerful healing pill that had been lost for a long time. It's only recorded in ancient books. Dendi has descended. Dendi has descended. The Grand Elder sat down in fright. Yun and company looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. They thought, who is Feng Wuchen? How can he have such a terrifying alchemy realm? Manor Lord Yi won't reject me again, right? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. We are not here to cause trouble. Brother Feng has taken a fancy to Yi Tianqing and wants to recruit him to follow Brother Feng. This is his good fortune. Lu Qingyang said with a smug smile. Yun was so shocked that he was speechless. Disciple greets Dendi. Huangxian knelt down in horror to greet Feng Wuchen. Greetings Dendi. Yun and company knelt down in succession. The legendary Dendi had an absolutely transcendent status. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a wisp of green flame flew towards Huangxian. In a blink of an eye, it completely devoured the terrifying fire poison that had accumulated in Huangxian's body over the years. The fire poison is gone. Huangxian's face froze again. He was extremely shocked. Yun and company could also sense that the fire poison in Huangxian's body had disappeared in an instant. Feng Wuchen could even expel the fire poison. The fire poison that Yun and company feared was removed by Feng Wuchen with a wave of his hand. What kind of terrifying divine power was that? Feng Wuchen's terrifying divine power scared Yun and company out of their wits. This was simply a godlike existence. Thank you, Dendi. Thank you, Dendi. Huangxian was so excited that he kowtowed repeatedly. He had been tortured by the fire poison for so many years and it was unbearable for him. Quick! Get Qing'er to the Grand Hall immediately. Yun shouted outside the Grand Hall. He was shocked and excited. Feng Wuchen first used his divine power to shock Yun and company before helping Huangxian expel the fire poison. Using both kindness and power, the terrifying divine power completely destroyed their psychological defenses. Young master. The master wants you to go to the main hall immediately. A guard said respectfully in front of a magnificent loft. Yi Tianqing was focused on healing himself in the loft. Hearing the guard's words, he could not help but frown. What happened? Yi Tianqing was puzzled. Yi Tianqing's injuries were extremely serious. If it was not something serious, Ian would not disturb Tianqing. Tianqing did not think too much about it. He stopped healing himself and walked out of the loft with his injured body. If not for the powerful healing pill, Tianqing would not have been able to walk. Tianqing first looked at Feng Wuchen and his friends when he arrived at the main hall. He was sure that he did not know any of them. He was very curious about who these young people were. "Father, what can I do for you?" Tianqing asked. His face was still pale. "Qing quickly greet Dendi." Ian walked down excitedly. "Dendi?" Tianqing was stunned. He looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. "Young master, this is the blood fusion grand rejuvenating pill that Dendi just refined for you. It has a very powerful healing effect." Huang Xian quickly passed the blood fusion great rejuvenating pill to Tianqing. This pill was refined by him? Tianqing looked at the pill in shock. Even though he was not an alchemist, he had seen a lot of pills. However, he had never seen such a high-quality pill before. The blood fusion grand rejuvenating pill's quality, texture, and luster were all things that Tianqing had never seen before. However, Tianqing was still confused. He could see that Dendi and the elders were very respectful to Feng Wuchen. Tianqing took the pill and ate it. He bowed to Feng Wuchen and said, "Greetings, Dendi." Tianqing was a little embarrassed. It was really awkward to bow to a young man who was younger than him. Feng Wuchen nodded with a smile on his face. He looked at Tianqing. Tianqing's talent was extraordinary. Even in the mainland, he would definitely be regarded as a prodigy. He deserved Feng Wuchen's personal invitation. Tianqing, who had just swallowed the pill, was shocked. "What kind of pill is this?" Tianqing's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe it. It has such amazing healing properties. Qing'er's injuries are recovering so quickly. Ian was pleasantly surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying healing effect. Tianqing's injuries were healed by 20% in an instant, and he was still recovering. The blood fusion great recovery pill is indeed terrifying. Huang Xian was extremely excited. "Thank you so much, Dendi." Tianqing cupped his fist. However, what made Tianqing curious was that Feng Wuchen was only a few years younger than him. How could he have such a high level of alchemy? Who was Feng Wuchen? Even an Emperor Profound Realm Elder couldn't refine such a terrifying healing pill, but a young man like Feng Wuchen could. Tianqing was shocked to see such a high level of alchemy at such a young age. "Who is Dendi?" Tianqing couldn't help but ask curiously. "Feng Wuchen." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Tianqing's face suddenly changed. He was dumbfounded. You are Feng Wuchen, the one who challenged so many geniuses?" Tianqing couldn't believe that the Dendi in front of him was the legendary Feng Wuchen. After taking a sip of tea, Feng Wuchen put down the teacup and asked with a smile, "Tianqing, are you willing to follow me? I can provide you with better cultivation resources." Feng Wuchen went straight to the point and didn't beat around the bush. It seemed that he had discussed this with Yun and the others. When Feng Wuchen opened his mouth, Yun and the others didn't interrupt. "Follow you?" Tianqing frowned slightly. He had already guessed Feng Wuchen's intentions. He refused without hesitation, "Dendi, thank you for your kindness." Yun and the three elders became anxious when they heard Tianqing's words. They were burning with anxiety, but they didn't say anything. "Tianqing, you are indeed talented. You are not much worse than Fan Xiaoyun, but with your strength, you can't beat him no matter how hard you train. Fan Xiaoyun has Xiantian powers, and he has a Xiantian body. His cultivation speed is amazing, and his talent is no worse than yours. You can't catch up to him." Feng Wuchen said calmly. Tianqing frowned slightly, and a trace of anger burned in his heart. But just as Tianqing was about to get angry, Feng Wuchen's next words shocked him. "If Fan Xiaoyun didn't have a Xiantian body, you might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But some things can't be changed. But I can help you surpass Fan Xiaoyun, even if he has Xiantian powers." Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. "Surpass Fan Xiaoyun?" Tianqing was shocked. He immediately asked, "Why should I believe you? With your current strength, you can at most fight a second-stage Heaven-Human Realm warrior. But against a third-stage Heaven-Human Realm warrior, you are powerless." Feng Wuchen stood up and looked at the void outside the hall. After saying that, he looked at Xianxia. Feng Wuchen continued, "Follow me, and I can give you more powerful cultivation techniques. You can cultivate more powerful earth-ranked martial techniques. I can even let you fight a third-stage Heaven-Human Realm warrior. Within a month, I can even help you step into the second-stage Heaven-Human Realm." Yun and Huang Xian were shocked when they heard Feng Wuchen's words. All of this was impossible to them. They even thought that Feng Wuchen was bragging. Impossible. No matter how powerful a cultivation technique or martial technique is, it's impossible to increase one's combat strength. It's even more impossible to break through one level in a month. Xianxia didn't believe Feng Wuchen at all. Breaking through one level in a month? It could only be done in a dream. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf whispered, "Denda defeated an 8th-stage Heaven Yuan Realm warrior at the 5th stage of the Heaven Yuan Realm. He even defeated Lei Tianjue. Do you think it's possible?" Defeated Lei Tianjue? Yun was shocked. Feng Wuchen could actually defeat Lei Tianjue, who was ranked 3rd on the genius list. Xianxia was extremely shocked. He asked in disbelief, "You defeated Lei Tianjue? Since you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If you lose, you will follow me. How about that?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. "Okay. Let's bet." Xianxia agreed without hesitation. If what Feng Wuchen said was true, that he could break through to the second stage of the Heaven-Human Realm in a month, Xianxia wouldn't lose anything. Even if he followed Feng Wuchen, his cultivation level would increase rapidly in the future. If Feng Wuchen was bragging, Xianxia wouldn't lose anything. The Heaven-Human Realm was different from the Heaven Yuan Realm. It required a lot of energy to break through to the Heaven-Human Realm. Even a genius might not be able to break through one level after cultivating for a few years. A typical cultivator might not be able to break through even after cultivating for 10 years. There were even people who would forever be stuck at the 9th stage of the Heaven Yuan Realm, unable to step into the Heaven-Human Realm. Heavenly Moon Sect's main hall. The Heavenly Moon Sect leader's face was gloomy. The main hall was filled with a chilling aura that made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Elder Ren's injuries were serious, and his soul was severely injured. No one knew when he would be able to fully recover. At the same time, he sent people to investigate Feng Wuchen's background, but they couldn't find anything. No one in the Heaven region knew who Feng Wuchen was, let alone the forces in the eastern part of the Heaven region. Feng Wuchen is definitely not from the Heaven region. It's impossible to find out his identity in the Heaven region. The second elder shook his head. His face was solemn and unsightly. The third elder guessed, "This person has such a strong alchemy realm at such a young age. I'm afraid he's a disciple from another region. Bai Mia might know, or else he wouldn't call Feng Wuchen Dendi. Besides, among Feng Wuchen and the others, I feel that one of them is very familiar. It seems to be Bai Duyan, who challenged Bai Mia a few years ago. If it's really him, then Feng Wuchen and the others should be from the 9 states. Fan Xiaoyun guessed, but he wasn't sure. 9 states Big Dipper family? The Heavenly Moon Sect leader was slightly startled. He asked in surprise, "Yuner, are you sure?" "I'm not sure, but that person does look like Bai Duyan. It's just that he has changed a little after a few years." Fan Xiaoyun stood up and said, "Father, I'll go to the Bai family. Bai Mia should know." "Okay, you can kill him in 3 months." The Heavenly Moon Sect leader nodded. Fan Xiaoyun said disdainfully, "If they are really from the 9 states, I will definitely kill Feng Wuchen. He might have the treasure that the Great Elder wants." Alchemy technique. The Heavenly Moon Sect leader was shocked. Greed flashed in his eyes. Heavenly Fire Manor. Yun had already arranged for Feng Wuchen and the others to stay. Since Feng Wuchen said that he would help Xianxia break through to the second level of the Heaven-Human Realm within a month, he naturally had to stay in Heavenly Fire Manor. However, what surprised Yun was that Feng Wuchen didn't seem to want to help Xianxia at all. Instead, he went into seclusion to cultivate. Before Feng Wuchen entered seclusion, he had instructed Yun and company to prepare large amounts of treasures. Was it for Yi Tianqing or for Feng Wuchen? For this reason, Lu Qingyang and Nangong Zhan personally led the Heavenly Fire Manor's guards to the Central Region's auction to buy a large amount of heavenly treasures. Yi Tianqing was confused. He did not know whether to ask or not to ask. He increasingly felt that Feng Wuchen was unreliable. He even suspected that Feng Wuchen was not Dendi. He suspected that Feng Wuchen had used some trick to fool Yun and Huang Xian. Of course, Yun and the rest did not dare to ask. Yi Tianqing did not ask either. Everything could be discussed after a month. In the 7th level of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen was refining a 7-star primordial spirit pill. 3 months later, Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun would battle. With Feng Wuchen's current strength, he was no match for Fan Xiaoyun. Therefore, Feng Wuchen had to make the best use of his time to cultivate. In the palm of his hand, a 7-star primordial spirit pill was refined. Feng Wuchen planned to use the soul-splitting technique to cultivate and save time. I should be able to break through to the 6th level of the Tianyuan realm in half a month. Feng Wuchen murmured with a faint smile on his face. The mysterious power in my bloodline might only appear when I break through to the Tianyuan realm. As my cultivation level increases, the gap between each level will become bigger. If I can control the mysterious power in my bloodline, I will still be able to fight across 3 levels. Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he took out the sacred earth core lotus. Using the soul-splitting technique, 12 primordial spirit avatars appeared. Feng Wuchen began to cultivate. Central Heaven Region Auction. Although the Heaven Region Auction was not as grand as the Limitless Region Auction, it was much grander than the 9 States Auction. Auctions were always the place where the most experts gathered, and there were many people shuttling back and forth. Lu Qingyang and Nangong Zhan entered the auction. The 2 guards from the Sky Volcano Manor followed closely behind. The Heaven Region Auction is even more impressive than the 9 States Auction. There are many precious treasures. Lu Qingyang exclaimed as he looked around curiously. Nangong Zhan did not say anything. He looked around expressionlessly. A maid came forward to receive them respectfully. Young masters, what treasures do you need? The maid asked respectfully as she led Lu Qingyang and Nangong Zhan to the display of treasures. Lu Qingyang took out a list and handed it to the maid. He smiled faintly and said, I want whatever is written on it. The main thing is the sacred earth core lotus. I want as much as you have. Sacred earth core lotus? I want as much as you have. The maid took the list and glanced at it. Her eyes lit up as she was overjoyed. She nodded respectfully and said, Young masters, please wait for a moment. I will prepare it for you immediately. How much sacred earth core lotus do you have? Who is so rich? Did I hear wrongly? They want all the sacred earth core lotus in the auction? Who are they? In the spacious auction hall, Lu Qingyang's words shocked many cultivators. They all looked over. When Lu Qingyang sensed that everyone was looking at him in shock, a smug smile appeared on his face. Soon, an elder came out from the back of the hall and walked towards Lu Qingyang and Nangong Zhan. Old man is the 3rd elder of the auction. I heard that the 2 of you want all the treasures to buy the sacred earth core lotus? The 3rd elder asked politely with a smile on his face. Lu Qingyang smiled politely and said, That is correct. The 3rd elder beamed with joy and said, That is great. The auction has a total of 13 sacred earth core lotuses. Each lotus is worth 20 billion gold coins. What? 1 lotus is worth 20 billion? Lu Qingyang was slightly stunned. Seeing Lu Qingyang's expression, the 3rd elder hurriedly said, This is already the lowest price. 1 lotus is worth 20 billion gold coins. 3rd elder, are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Lu Qingyang asked blankly. Hearing Lu Qingyang's words, everyone in the hall shook their heads. Don't even know the price of the sacred earth core lotus and still boasted that he wants all of it. Really embarrassing. I think he can't even afford one. I thought it was some important figure. Ignorant youth. The cultivators in the hall shook their heads one after another, completely treating Lu Qingyang as a joke. The 3rd elder's expression was also somewhat ugly. 3rd elder, isn't the sacred earth core lotus too cheap? One lotus is only 20 billion gold coins? Lu Qingyang asked very seriously. The moment Lu Qingyang's words came out, everyone present instantly froze. The third elder was dumbstruck. Lu Qingyang's only word frightened everyone present. Lu Qingyang clearly did not feel that it was expensive, but felt that it was too cheap. The third elder nodded blankly. It is indeed 20 billion gold coins for one lotus. Too cheap. I want all of it. No matter how many other treasures there are, I also want all of it. To think that I brought 500 billion gold coins. Originally, I thought that it wasn't enough. Now, I only spent half of the gold coins. Lu Qingyang let out a sigh of relief. 500 billion gold coins. The third elder was shocked for a full 2 minutes before he regained his senses. Lu Qingyang actually brought 500 billion gold coins. The hall was silent. Everyone looked at Lu Qingyang in disbelief. The feeling of being the center of attention made Lu Qingyang feel a sense of accomplishment. If both of you have enough, I'll give you a discount. 250 billion gold coins. The third elder quickly said, as if he was worried that Lu Qingyang would go back on his words. Please hurry up. I have too many gold coins. I can't spend them all. Lu Qingyang smiled proudly. Lu Qingyang was very impressive, but he didn't know that the two guards of the Skyfire Villa who followed him were scared silly. 500 billion gold coins was all that the Skyfire Villa could use. In order to help Yi Tianqing increase his cultivation, the Skyfire Villa did not hesitate to spend 500 billion gold coins for Lu Qingyang. Fortunately, the sacred geocentric lotus was not very expensive. Otherwise, Lu Qingyang would have spent all of the 500 billion gold coins. After calculating all the natural treasures, Xiaoqin spent a total of more than 300 billion gold coins, saving the heavenly fire matter a lot. The two guards finally heaved a sigh of relief. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, the third elder personally sent Lu Qingyang and Nangong Zhan out of the auction house. 500 billion gold coins to an auction. This is the first time I've seen someone bring 500 billion gold coins to an auction. I don't know who it is. I'm so envious. If I had 100 million gold coins, I would be satisfied. I would be satisfied with 50 million gold coins. I would be satisfied with 10 million gold coins. I would be satisfied with 5 million gold coins. The crowd sighed. Lu Qingyang and Nangong Zhan, who had just walked out of the auction house, were about to go home. But they met someone. Fan Xiaoyun? Lu Qingyang was slightly surprised. The two of them had just walked out of the auction house and coincidentally met Fan Xiaoyun, who was about to enter the auction house. Nangong Zhan's face suddenly became serious. So it's you. You're with Feng Wuchen. Fan Xiaoyun recognized Lu Qingyang and Nangong Zhan at a glance. Fan Xiaoyun crossed his arms in front of his chest and said coldly, "What a coincidence. I was just about to go to the Bai family to ask about Bai Mia and Feng Wuchen's background when I passed by the auction. I wanted to buy something, but I ran into you. It seems that I don't have to waste my time going to the Bai family. Speak, who are you? Where are you from?" Fan Xiaoyun asked coldly. Lu Qingyang furrowed his brows and cursed his bad luck for running into Fan Xiaoyun. If you don't speak, I won't let you leave. If you want to suffer a little, you can give it a try. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Fan Xiaoyun added with a dangerous smile on his face. Fan Xiaoyun's strength was terrifying. He was the #1 genius of the heaven domain. Dealing with Lu Qingyang and Nangong Zhan was a piece of cake. Isn't the heavenly moon sect the #1 force in the heaven domain? It's easy for you to investigate our background. Why ask us? Lu Qingyang said in a deep voice. Fan Xiaoyun sneered, "I like it when you tell me. Let me remind you that I don't have much patience. What does it have to do with me?" Lu Qingyang curled his lips. "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me Feng Wuchen's background, and I'll spare your lives." Fan Xiaoyun spoke again. His voice was cold, and so was his expression. "Nangong Zhan, I'll use instant transmission to bring you away. Think of a way to stop him." Lu Qingyang transmitted his voice. "Your instant transmission might not be faster than his." Nangong Zhan transmitted his voice. Instant transmission. Lu Qingyang couldn't care less. If he didn't escape, only death would await him. He immediately used instant transmission. Lu Qingyang grabbed Nan Gongzhan's shoulder, and the two of them disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. No one has been able to escape from me. Fan Xiaoyun sneered mockingly. His figure flashed and disappeared. Fan Xiaoyun was at the first level of the sky-human realm. His speed was absolutely terrifying. Swish! After Lu Qingyang and Nan Gongzhan appeared, they were already thousands of miles away from the auction house. At that moment, they were above a mountain range. Their instant transmission was extremely terrifying. Your movement technique is pretty good. It's the most powerful movement technique I've ever seen. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. However, Lu Qingyang and Nan Gongzhan didn't expect Fan Xiaoyun to catch up with them as soon as they used instant transmission. Oh no! Lu Qingyang and Nan Gongzhan's faces changed drastically. Boom! PFFF. The moment Lu Qingyang and Nan Gongzhan noticed, Fan Xiaoyun had already attacked. With a loud explosion, Lu Qingyang spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shot out like a cannonball and fell towards the mountain range below. Qingyang! Nan Gongzhan's face changed drastically as he shouted in panic. Don't worry, he won't die. Fan Xiaoyun's cold laughter rang in Nan Gongzhan's ears. What? Nan Gongzhan's face changed again. Boom! PFFF. Fan Xiaoyun struck out with his palm again. Nan Gongzhan didn't have time to dodge and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shot out like a cannonball. In an instant, Lu Qingyang and Nan Gongzhan were both severely injured. Fan Xiaoyun slowly descended to the bottom of the mountain range. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, sucking Lu Qingyang up. You're only at the 5th level of the Sky Origin realm. You want to escape from me? You've underestimated my strength. Fan Xiaoyun sneered with disdain as he grabbed Lu Qingyang's neck with his claw. Lu Qingyang had difficulty breathing and said with difficulty, what else can you do besides bullying the weak? Qingyang! Nan Gongzhan shouted anxiously as he flew up into the sky with his severely injured body. Oh? Can you still move? Fan Xiaoyun sneered and glanced at Nan Gongzhan with disdain. Nan Gongzhan! Leave now! Lu Qingyang suddenly shouted. Nan Gongzhan? Fan Xiaoyun was slightly surprised. He looked at Nan Gongzhan with surprise and said, You are Nan Gongzhan from the Nangong family? I see. You are indeed from the 9 prefectures. It seems like that person must be Bei Duyan. That means Feng Wuchen must be from the 9 prefectures as well. After confirming the identity of Feng Wuchen and the others, Fan Xiaoyun became even more unscrupulous. Since you know, let them go now. Nan Gongzhan shouted angrily. It's too late for me to let them go now. Fan Xiaoyun sneered and said, Nan Gongzhan, I will spare your life on account of Nangong Lai and my father. Go back and tell Feng Wuchen that I was the one who killed him. Treat it as a lesson for Feng Wuchen injuring the Heavenly Moon cult's great elder. Nan Gongzhan's expression changed when he heard this. At this moment, Fan Xiaoyun had already sent a palm strike towards Lu Qingyang's head. Stop! Nan Gongzhan roared in panic and rushed towards Fan Xiaoyun. Don't come over. Leave now. Lu Qingyang shouted at Nan Gongzhan. Boom! PFFF. Fan Xiaoyun mercilessly sent a palm strike down. With a loud explosion, Lu Qingyang vomited blood and his struggling body immediately weakened. Qingyang! Nan Gongzhan roared crazily. A terrifying killing intent burst out and his eyes were bloodshot. Qingyang! Seeing Lu Qingyang's body turn into a black line and fall, Nan Gongzhan panicked to the extreme. This time, Lu Qingyang and Nan Gongzhan did not expect such a thing to happen. Just as Nan Gongzhan was about to dive down, he was blocked by Fan Xiaoyun. Nan Gongzhan could only watch as Lu Qingyang fell into the river in the mountain range. That feeling of helplessness made Nan Gongzhan feel worse than death. Nan Gongzhan, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. I spared your life not because of the friendship between your father and my father. The Heavenly Moon sect does not even put the Nangong family in their eyes. The only reason I spared your life is so that you can go back and tell Feng Wuchen that I killed him. Fan Xiaoyun sneered proudly. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant, the number one genius of the Qingyun region was this arrogant. However, Fan Xiaoyun had the qualifications to be arrogant. Not only was he the number one genius of the Qingyun region, but the Heavenly Moon sect was also the strongest sect in the Qingyun region. Making an enemy out of the Heavenly Moon sect was no different than courting death. At the same time, the two guards of the Skyfire Manor were rushing back to the Skyfire Manor with all their might. However, they did not know that they did not have enough time. You bastard! Nangongzhan had completely lost his mind. His killing intent soared to the sky as he roared. His terrifying strength erupted as he threw a punch at Fan Xiaoyun. Boom! Fan Xiaoyun did not dodge and allowed Nangongzhan's punch to hit his chest. With a loud explosion, Nangongzhan's terrifying strength was unable to push Fan Xiaoyun back even half a step. Nangongzhan's all-out attack was nothing to Fan Xiaoyun. Nangongzhan, you are too weak. Fan Xiaoyun shook his head. Facing Nangongzhan's attack, Fan Xiaoyun did not even bother to dodge. Ah! Nangongzhan, who had lost his mind, roared crazily as he attacked Fan Xiaoyun crazily. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Nangongzhan crazily threw a dozen punches, but they were still unable to shake Fan Xiaoyun. Nangongzhan continued to use powerful martial skills, but they were still unable to harm Fan Xiaoyun. Don't waste your strength. Keep your life and go back to tell Feng Wuchen. Fan Xiaoyun sneered and stretched his hand slowly towards Nangongzhan. Boom! An extremely terrifying force blasted towards Nangongzhan, sending him flying 100 meters away. Tell Feng Wuchen that I'll take his dog life 3 months later. Fan Xiaoyun sneered and disappeared in a flicker. Ah! Nangongzhan roared madly towards the sky. His roar was extremely terrifying. Fan Xiaoyun's strength was terrifying, and Nangongzhan was powerless against him. Qingyang! Qingyang! The furious Nangongzhan suddenly startled awake. Then, he dove down in a fluster. Nangongzhan, who was flying above the river and following the flow of the river, could not find any trace of Lu Qingyang. The more Nangongzhan searched, the more worried he became. Fan Xiaoyun's attack was extremely heavy, and his final palm strike had landed on Lu Qingyang's head. With such terrifying strength, Nangongzhan was afraid that Lu Qingyang's body would not be able to withstand it. Qingyang! Qingyang! Nangongzhan shouted crazily on the river. In the end, Nangongzhan had no choice but to dive into the river and search aimlessly. If Nangongzhan had gone to find Lu Qingyang immediately, he might have been able to find him. Unfortunately, after being obstructed by Fan Xiaoyun for a while, he had already lost Lu Qingyang's exact location. With the ferocious current, Lu Qingyang had long been washed away. In the end, Nangongzhan gave up due to exhaustion. Nangongzhan's face was filled with grief and dejection. He blamed himself. If his cultivation was stronger, he would not have allowed Lu Qingyang to be killed. In a luxurious pavilion in the Skyfire Manor, Miao Qingqing, who was cultivating, suddenly felt extremely uneasy. The feeling of unease was very strong and had appeared suddenly. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? Miao Qingqing slowly opened her eyes and felt very strange. Miao Qingqing had never felt this kind of strong unease before. Did something happen to Brother Lu? The first person that Miao Qingqing thought of was Lu Qingyang. Miao Qingqing and Lu Qingyang cultivated in the same cultivation technique, as well as the immortal couple sword technique. It could be said that they were telepathic and could sense each other's presence. The more Miao Qingqing thought about it, the more flustered she became. She could not sit still and could not suppress her strange emotions. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something had happened to Lu Qingyang. Brother Feng and the rest are in reclusion. What do we do? Miao Qingqing was burning with anxiety. Feng Wuchen was hiding in the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to cultivate. Without Feng Wuchen's permission, no one could enter. Helpless, Miao Qingqing could only look for Yun, Huang Xian, and the other elders and tell them about her uneasy feeling. Miss Qingqing, anyone would feel uneasy. You must be too tired. Third elder said with a smile. Huang Xian nodded slightly and said with a smile, Miss Qingqing, you shouldn't work too hard in your cultivation. You have to take care of your body. Grand elder, it's not like that. I really feel that something has happened to Brother Lu and the rest. Miao Qingqing was extremely flustered and anxious. Seeing Miao Qingqing's anxious and worried look, Ian said, Miss Qingqing, why don't we do this? Old man will immediately send someone to the auction. You can go back and have a good rest. Alright, thank you, Manor Lord E. Miao Qingqing nodded. Ian was not being perfunctory. He sent a few experts above the 5th floor of the Heavenly Yuan realm to the auction. They were Denda's good friends, so Ian did not dare neglect them. However, not long after Ian sent the experts to the auction, the 2 guards that accompanied Lu Qingyang and Nangong Zhan rushed back in panic. Manor Lord. Something has happened. Something has happened. The 2 guards shouted in panic as they rushed into the grand hall. What happened? Ian asked with a frown. Manor Lord, we met Fan Xiaoyun at the auction. Lu Qingyang and Nangong Zhan are being pursued by Fan Xiaoyun. We don't know how they are now. A guard answered in panic. What? Yun, Huang Xian, and the other elders' expressions changed drastically. Something has really happened. Huang Xian frowned deeply. He never expected Miao Qingqing to be right. Miao Qingqing and Bai Duyan immediately rushed over when they heard the news. When they learned that something had happened to Lu Qingyang and Nangong Zhan, they immediately rushed to the auction. Not long after they set off, they encountered Nangong Zhan, who was dragging his heavy injuries back. Seeing Nangong Zhan alone, Miao Qingqing's heart skipped a beat as she panicked. Nangong Zhan, where's Brother Lu? Miao Qingqing asked anxiously. Qingyang, he was killed. Nangong Zhan fell silent for a moment before he said sorrowfully. Killed. A thunderous voice rang in Miao Qingqing's ears, and Miao Qingqing immediately fainted. Was it Fan Xiaoyun? Bai Duyan asked with a frown. Heavenly Moon Sect's main hall. Fan Xiaoyun had already informed the Heavenly Moon Sect's sect master and the elders about the confirmation of Feng Wuchen's identity. After confirming that Feng Wuchen was from the 9 prefectures, the Heavenly Moon Sect's upper echelons were relieved. Feng Wuchen said that he would defeat me in 3 months. He will definitely seize the time to cultivate. 3 months? Impossible. Fan Xiaoyun's face was filled with disdain. As the number 1 genius of the Heaven region, Fan Xiaoyun's talent was extraordinary. His cultivation speed was absolutely terrifying. He did not believe that Feng Wuchen could surpass him in 3 months. Even if Feng Wuchen was given a year, Fan Xiaoyun believed that Feng Wuchen would not be able to surpass him, let alone 3 months. He might not even be able to break through the Heaven realm. Feng Wuchen might not even have 3 months to cultivate. You killed his friend. How can he cultivate in peace? An elder sneered. Yuner, well done. The Heavenly Moon Sect's sect master revealed a satisfied smile. Father, when are we going to eliminate the Yi clan? Fan Xiaoyun asked. Yi Guqing is so respectful to Feng Wuchen and calls him Dendi. He must know about Feng Wuchen's identity as an alchemist. The most important thing now is to eliminate Feng Wuchen. Fortunately, he accepted your challenge. You can eliminate him in 3 months, the Heavenly Moon Sect's sect master said. As a 5th-grade alchemist, Feng Wuchen had a huge network. With just a word from him, countless experts would work for him. Even the Heavenly Moon Sect had to be wary of him. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's soul power was even more terrifying than Elder Ren's. This was already a threat to Elder Ren. No matter what, the Heavenly Moon Sect's sect master would do everything he could to eliminate Feng Wuchen. Fan Xiaoyun nodded. The Heavenly Moon Sect's sect master continued, eliminating Feng Wuchen and the Yi clan will be easy. Since that's the case, I will go back and cultivate first. Fan Xiaoyun nodded. The Heavenly Moon Sect's sect master nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with his son. At the same time, Bai Duyan and the rest were searching for Lu Qingyang in the river. The river's current was ferocious, and Crimson Emperor and the rest split up to search for him. Miao Qingqing, who had already woken up, had been searching downstream with Bai Duyan and the others. However, to Miao Qingqing's disappointment, no matter how far they searched, even when they reached the calm river downstream, there was no trace of Lu Qingyang. Miao Qingqing was in complete despair. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. She was heartbroken. Miss Qingqing, I didn't protect Qingyang well. I'm sorry. Nan Gongzhan blamed himself. Miao Qingqing held back her tears and shook her head. This has nothing to do with you. It's all because of Fan Xiaoyun. Qingqing is right. Fan Xiaoyun was the one who killed him. You don't have to blame yourself. The Crimson Emperor patted Nan Gongzhan's shoulder. Beta Yen said coldly, we can't let Fan Xiaoyun off. Dendi won't let him off either. If Big Brother Lu really dies, everyone in the Heavenly Moon cult will die with him. Miao Qingqing wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said angrily through gritted teeth. Her beautiful eyes flickered with an intense and cold-killing intent. Miao Qingqing's anger came from the depths of her heart. It was a kind of anger that was neither happy nor sad. It was a kind of anger that was filled with hatred for the Heavenly Moon cult. In Miao Qingqing's GC, the calm purple halo true origin slowly rotated. A faint green halo slowly appeared in her GC. Miao Qingqing's aura had also started to change. However, Miao Qingqing did not notice it at all. What's with Miss Qingqing's aura? This power is extremely terrifying. Could it be? Beta Yen was secretly puzzled. Nan Gongzhan had also noticed the change in Miao Qingqing's aura. That peculiar and soul-stirring aura shocked Nan Gongzhan and Beta Yen to the extreme. Immortal spiritual power. Nan Gongzhan and Beta Yen looked at each other. They had guessed that Feng Wuchen had once said that Miao Qingqing had immortal spiritual power in her body. Now, because of Lu Qingyang's death, the enraged Miao Qingqing had unexpectedly awakened this mysterious ancient power. However, Miao Qingqing's power had only just awakened. They were afraid that after her anger dissipated, this power would disappear along with it. After searching for 4 hours without any results, Miao Qingqing and the others returned to the Heavenly Fire Manor in disappointment. Lu Qingyang had been killed by Fan Xiaoyun. When they returned to the Heavenly Fire Manor, Miao Qingqing immediately informed Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating, immediately came out of seclusion when he heard the news of Lu Qingyang's death. After knowing the whole story, Feng Wuchen was surprisingly calm. He did not rush to the Heavenly Moon cult in anger because that would be suicide. Feng Wuchen looked calm, but his heart was filled with anger. However, Feng Wuchen had to endure it. He could not fall into the trap. Fan Xiaoyun had left Nan Gongzhan alive to provoke Feng Wuchen so that Feng Wuchen would take the initiative to send himself to his death. The Heavenly Moon cult was the strongest sect in the Heavenly Domain and had deep roots in the Heavenly Domain. It was impossible to deal with the Heavenly Moon cult without sufficient strength. Just based on Elder Ren's prestige and his identity as a 6th-grade alchemist, it was enough for him to rope in many experts to work for him. Even if all the experts of the Heavenly Domain worked together, they might not be able to deal with the Heavenly Moon cult. Qingqing, can you still feel Qingyang? Feng Wuchen asked. Miao Qingqing wiped her tears and shook her head. I can't feel it. Brother Feng, could Brother Lu still be alive? Feng Wuchen did not know how to answer. If Fan Xiaoyun wanted to kill Lu Qingyang, with his strength, there was no doubt that Lu Qingyang would die. Nan Gongzhan was the one who knew the most. He had seen it with his own eyes. With the terrifying strength of the Heaven Realm, not to mention Lu Qingyang who was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Origin Realm, even Feng Wuchen would not dare to say that he could survive under Fan Xiaoyun's strength. Pavilion Master, we must not spare the Heavenly Moon cult. We must take revenge for Qingyang. Lung Muchen gritted his teeth and said angrily. His eyes flickered with iron-blooded killing intent. That's right. We must take revenge for Qingyang. The Crimson Emperor and the others were filled with anger. Dendi, how do you plan to deal with the Heavenly Moon cult? Beta Yen looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Pavilion Master, order Huan Yang and the rest to come to the Heavenly Region and the other major factions in the 9 prefectures. Huang Zhan shouted angrily. Qingyang's death must be avenged and everyone from the Heavenly Moon cult must die with him. However, now is not the time. The Heavenly Moon cult is too powerful. If we go now, we will only be sending ourselves to our deaths. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold words chilled one's heart. Manor Lord Yi, please send more people to search for him. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse. If Lu Qingyang is found within a day, I might be able to bring him back to life. Feng Wuchen looked at the silent Yi Yun and said. Dendi, don't worry. Old man will immediately send people to search for him. Yi Yun quickly nodded. Manor Lord Yi, please. Miao Qingqing still held on to a glimmer of hope. Yi Yun then gave the order for thousands of people to search for Lu Qingyang. The large-scale actions of the Skyfire Manor attracted the attention of many factions. However, they did not know what the Skyfire Manor was looking for. However, even after the Skyfire Manor sent out guards, they still could not find Lu Qingyang's corpse after a few days. Reporting to young palace master, they have all been invited. Within Xiaoyao Palace, in Ji Tianshan's palace, a guard reported respectfully. Oh? This is great. Invite them in. Ji Tianshan was overjoyed. He then ordered, you may leave first. Yes. The maid and the guard at the door left respectfully. After a while, a guard brought 3 middle-aged men into the main hall. The 3 of them were wearing the same black brocade robes. They looked proud. The 3 of them were powerful. 2 of them were at the first level of the Sky Human Realm and 1 of them was at the peak of the 9th level of the Sky Origin Realm. Their killing intent was terrifying. With such strength, they did have the right to be arrogant. Young Palace Master, what business do you have for the 3 of us? The man in the lead asked faintly without beating around the bush. Ji Tianshan looked at the 3 of them with a smile and said, Sky Wolf, Sky Tiger, Sky Leopard. The 3 famous assassins of the Sky region. I have heard a lot about you. Please have a seat. Ji Tianshan was polite to the 3 of them. The 3 of them were not polite at all. Even if they were from Xiaoyao Palace, they were not afraid. With their strength, even the Xiaoyao Palace master was not their match. The 3 of them were the 3 great assassins of the Sky region. They were existences that struck fear into the hearts of all forces. Of course, except for the 6 major forces and some other powerful forces. As the saying goes, if you take someone's money, you have to solve their problems. The 3 of them were people who took money to kill for others. In this world, there were always enemies that one wanted to eliminate, but it was not convenient for one to do so. Or, they were worried that it would implicate others. At such times, they needed assassins. Pay enough gold coins to hire an assassin, even if the assassin died, he would not reveal the identity of the buyer. It was safe and reliable. I know that your time is precious. I will not waste any more time. I want you to kill someone for me. Ji Tianshan said seriously. Young Palace Master should know our rules. Sky Leopard said. 10 million gold coins for 1 person. Ji Tianshan nodded. Who? The leader, Sky Wolf, asked. Feng Wuchen. Hearing that, the 3 middle-aged men were stunned. Sky Tiger said, the one who challenged the geniuses of the various forces, Feng Wuchen? That's right, it's him. Ji Tianshan nodded as a fierce killing intent flashed across his eyes. As long as the 3 of you can help me get rid of Feng Wuchen, gold coins are not a problem. Young Palace Master invited us here for Feng Wuchen? Young Palace Master seems to be afraid of him. With Xiaoyao Palace's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to kill Feng Wuchen. Tian Hu frowned slightly. Tian Bao said calmly, I heard that Feng Wuchen defeated the young master of the Saint Sun sect who was at the 8th level of Sky Origin stage when he was only at the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. Feng Wuchen is indeed powerful. I heard that you guys only care about collecting money and killing people, and never ask too many questions. Ji Tianshan frowned slightly, obviously not wanting to reveal more information about Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlan's teacher, and Zhang Junlan was the young master of the Wuji domain's Zhang clan. At the same time, he was the #1 blacksmith in the continent. His status was extraordinary. Even the transcendental forces in the continent did not dare to offend him, let alone Sky Wolf and the other 2. If Sky Wolf and the other 2 knew about Feng Wuchen's terrifying background, they would not dare to attack him. We know a little about Feng Wuchen. Young Palace Master, please prepare 10 million gold coins. After this, we will send Feng Wuchen's head to you. Sky Wolf said indifferently. Money is not a problem. However, I don't know where Feng Wuchen is now. Ji Tianshan said. Young palace master, you don't have to worry about that. Skywolf said confidently. Great. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Soon after, he waved his hand and a storage ring flew out. He laughed heartily and said, "This is 5 million gold coins. After this matter is completed, I will send 10 million gold coins." Young palace master, just wait for the good news. Skywolf walked out of the hall and said without looking back. Looking at Skywolf and the other two leaving, Xianxia sneered, "Feng Wuchen, I don't care who you are. If you offend me, you will die." Xianxia was afraid of Feng Wuchen's powerful background. He was worried that Xiaoyao Palace would be implicated, so he asked Skywolf and the other two to help him. Even if Skywolf and the other two killed Feng Wuchen, no one would suspect Xianxia. Skyfire Matter, Feng Wuchen and Tianqing were on the 5th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Tianqing absorbed a huge energy ball. Feng Wuchen was using the soul-splitting technique to help Tianqing absorb the energy. At the same time, Feng Wuchen was cultivating. Tianqing was shocked. He looked at the 12 primordial spirits around him. The 6 primordial spirits were refined by Tianqing, and the 6 primordial spirits were refined by Feng Wuchen. Dendi, what kind of divine power is this? Tianqing asked in shock. Before Feng Wuchen could answer, Tianqing's expression changed again. The huge amount of pure energy in his body was being refined at an extremely terrifying speed. How is this possible? Tianqing was shocked. His whole body was trembling. Tianqing had never seen such a terrifying refining speed, and it was happening to him. This can't be real, right? Tianqing swallowed his saliva in horror. Don't be distracted. Absorb it quickly. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. Feng Wuchen had already activated the Supreme Dragon God technique to crazily absorb the quantified true origin energy. Tianqing suddenly woke up. He nodded and hurriedly activated his technique to absorb the huge amount of true core energy. After absorbing it madly, Tianqing was surprised to find that his cultivation was skyrocketing. The increase in his cultivation was shocking. Hiss, Tianqing gasped in shock. He felt like he was in a dream. It was impossible for a celestial being's cultivation to increase at such a terrifying speed. What kind of divine power was this? Where did Feng Wuchen come from? Who was Feng Wuchen? Was he really just Zhang Junlin's teacher? None of this was a dream. It was real. Tianqing looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. It was as if he was looking at a monster. Tianqing finally realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. It was also the first time Tianqing was so afraid of someone. I can't believe my cultivation speed is so fast. Tianqing stared at his hands in disbelief. Dendi has such a terrifying divine power. If he wanted to, he would have reached the celestial being's level a long time ago. Tianqing thought to himself. If you want to reach the second level of the celestial being's level in 1 month, you better focus on your cultivation. Feng Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted at Tianqing. Yes. Tianqing was shocked when he saw the look in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Tianqing was like a student following his teacher. He was very respectful. Tianqing suppressed the fear and shock in his heart and began to cultivate crazily. He also wanted to know if he could reach the second level of the celestial being's level in 1 month. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. 20 days had passed in the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Tianqing had successfully broken through to the second stage of the celestial being stage. Feng Wuchen had said that he could help Tianqing break through to the second stage of the celestial being stage within a month. Now, it had only taken Tianqing 20 days. The miraculous Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the powerful theurgy, and the terrifying speed of cultivation had shocked Tianqing. Tianqing knew very well how difficult it was to break through to the celestial being stage. As one of the top prodigies in the Qingyun realm, it would take at least a year to break through to the next stage of the celestial being stage. Furthermore, this was only possible with the help of heavenly treasures and medicinal pills. Now, Tianqing had broken through to the second stage of the celestial being stage within 20 days. How could he not be shocked, and that was only 20 days in the 7th level of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? In the outside world, only 10 days had passed. In other words, Xianxia had broken through to the next stage in just 10 days. 10 days. Only 10 days. Even the most powerful prodigy in the world couldn't do that. What if he cultivated like crazy for a month or even half a year? Wouldn't he be invincible? Xianxia didn't dare to think about it anymore. Feng Wuchen's power was beyond Xianxia's imagination. Feng Wuchen had also broken through to the 6th stage of the Sky Origin stage. He was invincible under the Celestial Being stage. In the 7th level, Feng Wuchen, who had just broken through, looked at the dumbstruck Xianxia with a faint smile. You have just broken through to the next stage. Remember to stabilize your cultivation level. Otherwise, it will affect your combat power. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the two of them appeared in the room. They had already left the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. With a wave of his hand, the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda returned to his body. Xianxia was still in shock. But when Feng Wuchen was about to leave the room, Xianxia suddenly woke up. Thank you, Dendi. Xianxia quickly bowed to express his gratitude. It seems like you have made your decision. Feng Wuchen smiled and walked out of the room. Seeing Feng Wuchen leave, Xianxia's eyes were filled with excitement. Of his eyes. I've broken through to the next stage. This is like a dream. Clenching his fists, Xianxia's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and confidence. He gritted his teeth and sneered, Fan Xiaoyun, so what if you have Xiantian power? With my current strength, I can defeat you anytime. Breaking through one level in 10 days was the most shocking thing Xianxia had ever experienced since he was born. Feng Wuchen's terrifying supernatural power had already made Xianxia kneel. Xianxia had already made up his mind to follow Feng Wuchen. Yi's. The Heavenly Fire Villa was shocked when they heard about Xianxia's breakthrough. How is this possible? Dendi is too scary. He helped young master break through to the next stage in 10 days. That's the heaven realm. Even a weak Qi refinement realm cultivator can't break through to the next stage in 10 days, let alone the heaven realm. The manor's guards discussed in horror. They were all scared out of their wits by Xianxia's breakthrough. In the grand hall, Dilla Master Yun and the other Huangxian elders were dumbfounded. Their expressions turned stiff from shock. They could not believe that Xianxia had broken through. Xianxia had broken through to the next stage in just 10 days. What kind of cultivation speed was this? It's incredible. Yun let out a sigh of relief and suppressed the shock in his heart. How did Dendi do it? He is a god. Huangxian was extremely shocked. He carefully observed Xianxia's body and suspected that it was fake. It was impossible to break through to the next stage in 10 days. Even the super geniuses of the continent could not do it. Grand Elder, stop looking. It's true. Young master really broke through. A middle-aged man said in horror. His voice was trembling. Xianxia smiled and said, Father, Elder, I did break through. Dendi's power is too scary. I have decided to follow Dendi. Xianxia added. Yun and the other elders were shocked. Even though they knew that Xianxia had broken through, they were still shocked. Quick! Go and thank Dendi. After the shock, Yun quickly walked out of the main hall. The elders of the Skyfire Manor walked out of the main hall. The shock on their faces was replaced by excitement. If Dendi can help me improve my cultivation level, I can break through to the heaven realm. That's right. I am not far from the 9th stage of the Sky Origin realm. If Dendi can help Manor Master improve his cultivation level, then Manor Master can compete with the Heavenly Moon Sect leader. The elders were excited. Feng Wuchen did not have that much time to waste on them. If not to recruit Xianxia, why would Feng Wuchen help Xianxia improve his cultivation level? When Yun and the others walked out of the main hall, a guard said that Feng Wuchen and the others had already left the manor. They left without saying goodbye. The elders of the Skyfire Manor were secretly disappointed. Alchemy Emperor said that when the time comes, he will send someone to look for young Manor Lord. This subordinate originally wanted to report to Manor Lord, but Alchemy Emperor said not to disturb Manor Lord, the guard said respectfully. I didn't even have time to thank him. Ian shook his head helplessly. He then said to Tianqing, don't let Dendi down in the future. I understand. Tianqing nodded. Do you know where Dendi went? Tianqing asked. The guard shook his head, I don't know either. Looking into the void, Tianqing thought to himself, today, Dendi helped me break through to the second level of the heavenly Yuan realm. I, Tianqing, will not go back on my words. Feng Wuchen and the others left the Skyfire Manor and headed east. The east was the territory of the Heavenly Moon sect. All the factions in the east were ruled by the Heavenly Moon sect. Because of this, the Heavenly Moon sect was extremely powerful. Feng Wuchen and the others came to the east with a clear goal. They wanted to avenge Lu Qingyang, but didn't Feng Wuchen say that it was not the right time? The Heavenly Moon sect's power was terrifying. Wouldn't they be sending themselves to their deaths if they went to the Heavenly Moon sect? Feng Wuchen did not plan on going to the Heavenly Moon sect because it would be suicide. Lu Qingyang was killed. Feng Wuchen could not do nothing, right? He had to return the favor to the Heavenly Moon sect. He had to vent the anger in his heart, right? After entering the east, Feng Wuchen and the others came to the Cloudy Moon Palace. The Cloudy Moon Palace was considered a large faction in the east. It was definitely powerful. The Heavenly Moon sect has many minions. The Cloudy Moon Palace is one of them. Does Dendi plan on wiping them all out? Beta Yen asked. He had already found out about the division of factions in the east. Who are you? Tell me your name. When Feng Wuchen and his group appeared in the sky above the Cloud Moon Palace, a disciple pointed at Feng Wuchen and shouted. Feng Wuchen looked at the Cloud Moon Palace's disciples coldly and said, kill them all. Leave one alive. Buzz. Beta Yen and the others activated their Jin Yuan. Waves of horrifying energy burst out, shaking the Cloud Moon Palace and frightening the disciples. He is Feng Wuchen. A disciple suddenly shouted. Feng Wuchen? The disciples were shocked. The Cloud Moon Palace had no grudge against Feng Wuchen. Why would Feng Wuchen want to kill them all? Wait. A voice filled with majesty was heard. The Cloud Moon Palace's palace master and the three elders appeared. Feng Wuchen, the Cloud Moon Palace has no grudge against you. The palace master shouted angrily, but before he could finish, Feng Wuchen interrupted him. Feng Wuchen said coldly, the Sky Moon sect's Fan Xiaoyun killed my brother. The Cloud Moon Palace is the Sky Moon sect's pawn. I will kill you all as a gift to Fan Xiaoyun. If you are so powerful, go find him. Why are you targeting the Cloud Moon Palace? One of the elders shouted. Beta Yen said coldly, I want to see if the Sky Moon sect will feel the pain of killing you all. The palace master looked ferocious and said viciously, if you want to die, go ahead. The Cloud Moon Palace had a lot of powerful cultivators. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would die. The Cloud Moon Palace's palace master was at the peak of the 9th level of Sky Origin stage. The three elders were at the 7th or 8th level of Sky Origin stage. There were dozens of Sky Origin stage cultivators in the palace. Kill! Feng Wuchen shouted. He didn't waste time talking. Feng Wuchen didn't need any reason or explanation to destroy the Cloud Moon Palace. Beta Yen, Nangong Zhan, and the others all activated their teleportation skills. They couldn't wait to use it. Feng Wuchen activated his Jin Yuan and was the first to rush towards the Cloud Moon Palace's palace master. Beta Yen rushed towards the three elders. It seemed like he was going to fight the three elders by himself. Nangong Zhan was going to fight the 7 elders and the Big Dipper Heavenly Origin stage cultivators. The Crimson Emperor and the others were going to kill the Cloud Moon Palace's disciples. The battle was about to start. Humph. Sky Origin Stage Level 6. Feng Wuchen, you are courting death. The Cloud Moon Palace Master shouted angrily. At the same time, his killing intent exploded. His power of the peak of the 9th level of the Sky Origin stage exploded as well. The entire Cloud Moon Palace was shaking violently, and the bodies of the thousands of disciples were swaying along with it. The Peak Swing's power was spuzz. Feng Wuchen wasn't scared at all. As he dashed out, he activated his bloodline power and the second stage of the Supreme Being body. His body was glowing red, and his blood qi was rising. Feng Wuchen's qi was boosted up to the 8th level of the Sky Origin stage. Qilin armor. With a thought, Feng Wuchen activated the armor. His qi exploded again, reaching the top of the 9th level of Sky Origin stage. Top of Sky Origin stage. Instantly increasing your strength by 3 folds. Sensing Feng Wuchen's terrifying increase, the expression of the Cloud Moon Palace Master changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen's power was boosted to the top of the 9th level of Sky Origin stage. His speed was 10 times faster than before. A second ago, he was as slow as an ant, and the next second, he was as fast as lightning. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant and roared. His hand flashing with blood-red light struck the Palace Master of Yunhui Palace. The Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace did not have time to think. He executed a martial skill and punched out. Boom, wang. Wang, the 2 palms clashed and there was a loud explosion. The overbearing power forced the Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace to take a few steps back. What overbearing power? Forcefully dispersing my power. The Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace was shocked. His entire arm felt a sharp pain. The Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace stomped on the ground and there was a loud explosion. A huge pit was formed on the ground as he shot up into the sky, reaching 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Shoo, his black wings flapped and Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant. You brat. You are quite capable. The Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace said in anger. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. High-grade mystic martial skill. Thunder Soul Triple Spear Dance. The Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace activated his thunder-attributed True Yuan. Lightning wrapped around his body as he formed a seal with both hands and shouted. Shoo, Wang. Wang, a terrifying energy spear formed by the thunder-attributed True Yuan shot out. The violent aura made one's heart tremble. Everywhere it passed, the void shook. You are too weak. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Surging and overbearing True Yuan was activated. Feng Wuchen formed a seal with one hand and formed a sword with 2 fingers. An extremely terrifying power was gathered. God-slaying soul-severing finger. Feng Wuchen pointed into the air. The tip of his sword finger flashed with a resplendent blood light. The destructive energy seemed to have been compressed. Shoo, a blood light flashed by. The ear-piercing sound was ear-piercing. The power was overwhelming. Earth-grade martial skill. Feeling the terrifying power of the blood light, the Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace was even more terrified. It seems like Denda's strength has already surpassed mine. Beta Yen frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Boom, the energy blood light instantly pierced through the energy spear. With a loud explosion, the energy spear was shattered. What? The Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace's face changed. He was terrified and his body trembled. Boom, PFFF, the blood-red light flashed and exploded on the Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace. The terrifying energy caused the Palace Master to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Palace Master. Seeing that the Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace was injured, everyone in the Cloud Moon Palace panicked. However, they couldn't even protect themselves. Facing the 2 terrifying geniuses, Beta Yen and Nangong Zhan, the elders and upper echelons were powerless. Many disciples couldn't fight against Miao Qingqing and the Crimson Emperor. The 8 Sky Origin Realm experts' terrifying teleportation techniques made them unable to locate their positions. They didn't even know how they died. Miao Qingqing might be a lady, but she didn't show any mercy when she killed. Half of the Cloud Moon Palace's disciples were mercilessly slaughtered. Before the Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace could stop, Feng Wuchen had already magically appeared in a flash. Feng Wuchen, stop. The Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace turned pale with fright and shouted in panic. Eternal Dragon Divine Fist. Feng Wuchen was expressionless. His fist was already filled with terrifying energy. No. No. The Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace screamed in despair. Boom, PFFF, Feng Wuchen punched out mercilessly. With a loud explosion, the Palace Master of the Cloud Moon Palace's chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew down like a cannonball and crashed into the Cloud Moon Palace. An extremely domineering punch landed and the palace master of the Cloud Moon Palace died on the spot. A Peak Sky Origin Realm Level 9 expert couldn't even withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen killed the Cloud Moon Palace's palace master. The Big Dipper flame killed 3 elders of the Yunhui Palace. Nangong Zhan killed 7 higher-ups of Cloud Moon Palace. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf killed more than 10 Heavenly Origin Realm experts of Cloud Moon Palace. Miao Qingqing and the Crimson Emperor killed the disciples of Cloud Moon Palace, leaving only 1 disciple alive. All the palaces in Spirit Realm were destroyed. Blood flowed like a river in Cloud Moon Palace and corpses were everywhere. Cloud Moon Palace was destroyed. However, this was just the beginning. Feng Wuchen's revenge would definitely not end here. Feng Wuchen's revenge was absolutely crazy. It was absolutely frightening. An hour later, Unparalleled Hall was massacred. Thousands of people were killed and only 1 was left alive. An hour later, thousands of people from Green Sanctuary sect were killed. Blood flowed like a river in the sect and only 1 was left alive. After another hour, the Ghost Valley sect was annihilated. The sect leader and elders were all killed, and all the disciples were slaughtered. Only 1 person was left alive. An hour later, Shantian Pavilion was destroyed. Their sect master and elders were all killed mercilessly. Blood flowed like a river in the pavilion and only 1 was left alive. 1 faction after another was massacred. The death toll was as high as 20,000 people. It was definitely a hair-raising number. The Peaceful Heaven region was facing an unprecedented crisis. The main hall of the Heavenly Moon sect was filled with a heavy and cold killing intent. The only survivor of Cloud Moon Palace had already told the Heavenly Moon sect master the truth. Feng Wuchen massacred Cloud Moon Palace but only 1 disciple was left alive to report the news. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Moon sect were furious. How dare he? Feng Wuchen is so arrogant. He doesn't respect our Heavenly Moon sect at all. An elder said furiously. His face was covered with veins. You didn't take the path to heaven and barged into hell. Very well. Fan Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Killing intent surged in his dark eyes. Sect Master. Green Sanctuary sect was massacred by Feng Wuchen and his group. I'm the only one left. A disciple fearfully entered the main hall to report. Well done, Feng Wuchen. The Heavenly Moon sect master's face darkened. Reporting to sect leader. The Peerless Hall was massacred by Feng Wuchen's group. Everyone in the hall was killed, but Feng Wuchen spared this disciple's life. Come back and report to me. Not long after, the remaining Peerless Hall disciple reported in panic. Reporting to sect leader. The entire Ghost Valley sect was massacred by Feng Wuchen, and the sect master was also killed. There is only 1 disciple left. I beseech the sect leader to kill Feng Wuchen and the others to avenge the sect leader. The Ghost Valley sect disciple reported in horror. One after another, the remaining survivors of the various forces came to the Heavenly Moon sect to report. The Heavenly Moon sect master and the elders could no longer sit still. They never thought that Feng Wuchen would be so arrogant as to wipe out the Heavenly Moon sect's forces one after another. Bastard! I will go and kill Feng Wuchen right now. Fan Xiaoyun was furious. His killing intent soared to the sky as he immediately left the hall. The Heavenly Moon sect master's face was extremely ugly. The flesh on his face was twitching. He said angrily in a deep voice, Ao Yan, bring a group of experts to kill Feng Wuchen immediately. Yes, sect leader. Ao Yan accepted the order respectfully and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen massacred many forces under the Heavenly Moon sect, which had completely enraged the Heavenly Moon sect master. The news of the massacring of many forces in the eastern part of the Qingyun realm had begun to spread. For a moment, countless forces in the eastern part of the Qingyun realm were in a panic. Everyone was in danger and prayed that Feng Wuchen would not appear. They were all praying that the Heavenly Moon sect would kill Feng Wuchen and his group as soon as possible. When Fan Xiaoyun and the experts of the Heavenly Moon sect arrived at the various forces, the scene that appeared in front of them made them gasp. The scene was too horrible to look at. The ruthlessness of Feng Wuchen and his group made even Fan Xiaoyun's heart tremble. With so many forces added together, there were nearly 20,000 people. How terrifying was this massacre! Fan Xiaoyun could not wait to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Unfortunately, the eastern part of the Qingyun realm was so big that he did not know where to find Feng Wuchen. Moreover, he did not know which force Feng Wuchen's next target would be. Even so, Fan Xiaoyun's determination to kill Feng Wuchen did not waver. He immediately sent people to the various forces and waited for Feng Wuchen to appear. According to the information we just received, Feng Wuchen is in the eastern part of the Qingyun realm. He has eliminated 6 forces under the Heavenly Moon sect. On a mountain peak in the northern part of the Qingyun realm, Tian Bao flew over and informed Tian Lang and Tian Hu about Feng Wuchen. After so long, we finally have news about Feng Wuchen. Let's go to the eastern part of the Qingyun realm immediately. Tian Lang said expressionlessly and took the lead to fly to the eastern part of the Qingyun realm. Eliminate the forces under the Heavenly Moon sect? Feng Wuchen is courting death. The Heavenly Moon sect is a colossus and not just anyone can offend them. Tian Hu's face was full of disdain. Tian Bao sneered and said, maybe we don't have to do anything. The Heavenly Moon sect can kill Feng Wuchen. This is a good deal. The 3 of them were the assassins from the Qingyun realm invited by Ji Tianshan. After 10 days of investigation, they finally found Feng Wuchen's whereabouts. On one side was the most powerful force in the Qingyun realm, the Heavenly Moon sect, and on the other side were assassins from the Qingyun realm. Feng Wuchen was in great danger this time. Whether Feng Wuchen and his group could lead the eastern part of the Qingyun realm alive was still unknown. At this time, Feng Wuchen and his group had massacred another force under the Heavenly Moon sect. In just one day, they had eliminated 7 forces under the Heavenly Moon sect, greatly reducing the Heavenly Moon sect's strength. Young sect master, there is no trace of Feng Wuchen and his group. An expert from the Heavenly Moon sect reported. Preposterous. Feng Wuchen, that bastard. Fan Xiaoyun was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. By the time they rushed over, Feng Wuchen and his group had already left. Feng Wuchen and the Heavenly Moon sect had become complete enemies. Pass down the order. Order all the forces in the eastern part of the Qingyun realm to hunt down Feng Wuchen. If you see Feng Wuchen, kill him without mercy. Chase after him. Feng Wuchen and his group must not have gone far. The furious Fan Xiaoyun gave the order to hunt down and kill. Young sect master, the battle between you and Feng Wuchen in the past 3 months. An expert said carefully. Fan Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and said angrily, battle my ass. I want to kill him now. After receiving the order from the Heavenly Moon sect, all the forces in the eastern part of the Qingyun realm immediately sent out their strongest experts to hunt down Feng Wuchen. Other than that, the news also spread to all the forces in the Qingyun realm. Fan Xiaoyun gave the order that anyone who was related to Feng Wuchen and dared to cover up for Feng Wuchen would be an enemy of the Heavenly Moon sect. After knowing that the Heavenly Moon sect wanted to hunt down and kill Feng Wuchen, all the forces in the Qingyun realm were shocked. Isn't Feng Wuchen a little too arrogant? He thinks he's so great just because he has some ability. He even dares to offend the Heavenly Moon sect. The Heavenly Moon sect has issued a kill order. It seems like Feng Wuchen has angered young Master Fan. Many forces in the Qingyun realm were gloating. However, the Heavenly Fire Villa, Xian's Pavilion, and the other 5 forces in the Qingyun realm did not think so. Feng Wuchen had the Zhang family behind him, so destroying the Heavenly Moon sect was not a problem at all. However, Feng Wuchen did not plan to use the Zhang family's power to destroy the Heavenly Moon sect. Instead, he wanted to use his own power to slowly torture the Heavenly Moon sect. Pavilion Master, we have destroyed the 8 forces of the Heavenly Moon sect. As expected, the Heavenly Moon sect is distressed. They actually sent experts from various forces in the east to hunt us down. The Crimson Emperor smiled. Even though he knew that the experts from various forces in the east were hunting them down, he was not worried at all. This can be considered as revenge for Brother Liu. Miao Qingqing muttered as a trace of sadness appeared on her pretty face. No matter how many of them come, we'll kill them all. Fighting can stimulate our potential and it's very beneficial to our cultivation. Leng Muching said fiercely. Pavilion Master, why don't we lure the people who are chasing us into the mountain? We'll kill them one by one, Niezhong suggested. Saber Soul nodded and agreed, Pavilion Master, Niezhong is right. They have more people and it's disadvantageous for us. Moreover, Fan Xiaoyun is also sending experts to hunt us down. Once we're exposed, it'll be very dangerous. Good idea. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. Xue Feng, Quang Zhan and the others were responsible for revealing themselves and using teleportation to escape, luring wave after wave of experts into the mountain. Once they entered, they would never be able to come out again. Once they entered the mountain, what awaited them was a merciless massacre. Pavilion Master, this is already the 6th group of pursuers. Lung Muching sneered mockingly. Dendi, we've been here for a long time. It won't be long before Fan Xiaoyun is lured here. Why don't we change location? Nan Gongzhan suggested. Nan Gongzhan is right. Fan Xiaoyun is too strong. We might not even be a match for him. We have to be careful. Beta Yen nodded in agreement. Let's go to Soul Break Valley. Feng Wuchen said calmly. Soul Break Valley? Beta Yen and the others were stunned. Feng Wuchen said, Soul Break Valley is a forbidden area of the Heaven Realm, it is filled with danger. Firstly, we can avoid them, and secondly, we can cultivate in the Soul Break Valley, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Indeed, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, an icy cold voice suddenly sounded out. Who's there? Beta Yen frowned and asked coldly. Heaven Tier. Feng Wuchen frowned, his expression solemn. Pavilion Master, we are in trouble. The Crimson Emperor said gravely. To be able to approach Feng Wuchen and the others without them noticing, it was enough to show how terrifying this person's strength was. Swish. Swish. 3 figures appeared in a flash and surrounded Feng Wuchen's group. The newcomers were none other than Tian Lang, Tian Hu, and Tian Bao. We are here to kill Feng Wuchen. The rest of you, get lost. Tian Lang said coldly as an extremely heavy killing intent spread out. 2 first-level Heaven Tier martial artists and 1 peak 9th level Heaven Origin Tier martial artist. Nangong Zhanshan's expression was extremely solemn. Who is the buyer? Is it Fan Xiaoyun? Beta Yen asked coldly. The 3 of them didn't answer because they were assassins and must keep secrets from the buyer. There were plenty of people in the Heaven Realm who wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen couldn't guess who it was, and he couldn't be bothered to guess. Beta Yen, you guys leave first. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Beta Yen nodded and stopped Nangong Zhan who was about to speak. If we stay, we will only affect Dendi. Let's go. Big brother Feng, you must be careful. Miao Qingqing reminded worriedly. Miao Qingqing also knew that if they stayed, they would only be a burden to Feng Wuchen. If that was the case, it would be better for them to leave first and let Feng Wuchen fight with all his might. Feng Wuchen, you are quite loyal. Unfortunately, you are overestimating yourself. Don't even think about escaping from us alone. Tian Hu sneered. Seeing Beta Yen and the others leave, Feng Wuchen felt relieved. If he brought them along, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Cut the crap. Feng Wuchen said coldly. A terrifying murderous aura spread out from his body and his dark eyes flashed with ferocity. Feng Wuchen activated all his power and took out the Qilin armor. His aura rose at a terrifying speed and reached the peak of Heaven Origin Tier in an instant. Not simple. You are only at the 6th level of Heaven Origin Tier, yet you have such a powerful combat strength. Tian Lang exclaimed. However, he was only exclaiming, and there was no fear in his voice. Tian Lang was at the 1st level of the Sky Human stage. He was powerful and believed that he wouldn't lose to Feng Wuchen. The rumor is true. You are so powerful at such a young age. I am afraid even Fan Xiaoyun is not as powerful as you. If we didn't agree to the buyer, we wouldn't have offended a genius like you. Tian Hu was shocked. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could increase his combat strength by 3 levels. Let me see if you really have the power of the peak of Heaven Origin Tier. Tian Hu said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he released all his power of the 9th level of Heaven Origin tier. The mountains shook and the ground cracked. The destructive power was shocking. Who knows? Feng Wuchen sneered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, summoning the Supreme Dragon God Sword. As soon as the Dragon God Sword was taken out, Feng Wuchen's aura rose again. It was beyond the peak of Heaven Origin tier, but he hadn't reached the Sky Human stage yet. High-grade spiritual weapon. Rank 2 forging. Serious expression finally changed. It is level 2 forging. Tianhu's eyes opened wide. High-grade spiritual weapon wasn't enough to shock them. What shocked them was the level 2 forging of the Dragon God Sword. Interesting. I hope you don't disappoint me. Tianhu sneered as his battle intent surged. Feng Wuchen looked at Tianhu coldly and asked, "Do you want to fight me alone? Let's see if you can do it." Tianhu sneered. He was confident in his own strength. Oh? Is that so? Don't regret it. Feng Wuchen's face revealed a bright smile. Feng Wuchen lowered his body and got into a battle stance. With a thought, he teleported. Swoosh! Feng Wuchen disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a strong whirlwind. His speed was terrifying. Not good. Tianhu was in danger. Tian Lang's face changed as he realized the danger. This speed. I can't see him. Tianhu was shocked. He was shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed. Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed instantly caused Heavenly Leopard's sneer to stiffen. The moment Feng Wuchen made his move, Tianhu realized the danger. He realized that he had underestimated Feng Wuchen. He had overestimated his own strength. Pissed. A blood-red light flashed across Tianhu's neck. Tianhu's body trembled and his face stiffened. Then, blood spurted out from his neck. A peak level 9 Sky Origin stage martial artist died on the spot. Tianhu didn't even have time to react. How is this possible? Tian Lang and Tianhu were shocked as they stared at Tianhu, who was slowly falling down. You underestimated me. You won't have a good ending if you underestimate me. Feng Wuchen shook off the blood on the Dragon God Sword and smiled coldly. Peak of Sky Origin stage, with such terrifying strength, he was killed by Feng Wuchen in seconds. Tian Bao had been an assassin for more than 10 years. He had killed countless people. He had been through countless life and death situations to reach his current cultivation level. Tian Bao was invincible under the celestial being stage. Unfortunately, he met Feng Wuchen, who was not invincible. Tian Lang and Tianhu couldn't believe it. They knew better than anyone else how powerful Tian Bao was. However, such a powerful Tian Bao died under Feng Wuchen's sword. He didn't even have a chance to react. Was Feng Wuchen really that powerful? Feng Wuchen might be as powerful as Tian Bao. Feng Wuchen might not be able to defeat Tian Bao in a battle of strength. However, Tian Bao was too arrogant. He underestimated his opponent. That was why he was killed. Tian Bao. Tian Bao. The two of them were shocked for a long time. When they came back to their senses, they rushed over. Tian Bao was dead. He wasn't breathing. His aura was gone. I never wanted to kill him. You wanted to kill me. So, it is reasonable that I killed him. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Feng Wuchen would never show mercy to his enemies. He had to be decisive. Feng Wuchen. We have underestimated your strength. But don't think you can leave here alive. Tianhu shouted with a ferocious face. His murderous aura exploded. He was as scary as a beast. Feng Wuchen is in the mountain. Quick! We can't let Feng Wuchen get away. A shout came from the mountain. A group of powerful cultivators was chasing after them. Shoo! 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 Many black shadows were moving through the mountain. They were so fast that they were like agile monkeys. Feng Wuchen noticed them. He frowned and said, "Celestial being stage cultivators. You caught up so quickly." Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger, two heaven-tier martial artists, were already enough to give Feng Wuchen a headache. Now, there was another group of martial artists chasing after them, and there were even heaven-tier martial artists among them. If he didn't run now, when would he? Facing one heaven tier elite was enough to make Feng Wuchen fearful, let alone 2 or 3 of them. Feng Wuchen was not confident to that extent. Gentlemen, I'm really sorry. My enemy has caught up with me. Let's meet again when we have the chance. Feng Wuchen grinned and was about to escape. Don't even think about it. Sky Wolf roared angrily and immediately rushed towards Feng Wuchen, his claws containing extremely terrifying power. Although heaven-tier warriors are powerful, and I admit that I'm not your match for the time being, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Feng Wuchen said with a slight sneer. With a thought, Feng Wuchen executed instant transmission. Feng Wuchen disappeared in an instant, leaving no trace of his aura behind. It was as if Feng Wuchen had never appeared with such a terrifying movement technique. Sky Wolf arrived in an instant and clawed down fiercely. At that moment, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared. This is impossible. Sky Wolf was shocked by the terror of Feng Wuchen's formation. The claw missed. Feng Wuchen had disappeared without a trace. Don't even think about escaping. Sky Wolf still did not give up and chased after him. Sky Wolf's speed was absolutely terrifying. It definitely did not lose to Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen used instant transmission. With Feng Wuchen's current strength, one instant transmission could cover a distance of tens of thousands of meters, not to mention that Feng Wuchen could use it consecutively. No matter how fast Sky Wolf was, it was not faster than instant transmission. Sky Wolf chased after Feng Wuchen crazily, but it did not see even half of Feng Wuchen's figure. When the experts arrived, Feng Wuchen had already disappeared without a trace. Only Sky Tiger was holding the dead Heavenly Leopard in grief and the large number of cultivators killed by Feng Wuchen's group. Sky Tiger? Heavenly Leopard? Heavenly Leopard was killed. They also want to kill Feng Wuchen? Who is the buyer? Where is Feng Wuchen and the rest? Everyone was surprised and puzzled. They looked around but did not see Feng Wuchen's figure. Not long later, Fan Xiaoyun finally arrived. Young Sect Master, we are late. Feng Wuchen and the rest have already escaped. An expert reported respectfully. Hearing this, Fan Xiaoyun said coldly, very good. After confirming that Feng Wuchen and the rest are in the mountain, we are not afraid of them escaping. Pass down the order, seal the mountain immediately. Yes. A large number of experts scattered around. Feng Wuchen and the rest went to Soul Break Valley. The grieving Sky Tiger suddenly said. Oh? Soul Break Valley? Are you sure? Fan Xiaoyun asked in surprise. Sky Tiger looked at Fan Xiaoyun and said angrily, my third brother is already dead. He was killed by Feng Wuchen. Would I lie to you? How dare you? How dare you be disrespectful to the young sect master? Ao Yen shouted angrily. Fan Xiaoyun frowned and said coldly, seeing that your third brother is dead, this young sect master will not kill you. Just because you are disrespectful to this young sect master, I can kill you. Young sect master Fan, you can try. Sky Wolf's cold voice suddenly sounded. Sky Wolf appeared in a flash and looked at Fan Xiaoyun coldly. Sky Wolf. The other experts' faces changed, fear in their eyes. Sky Wolf and the other two were Tianyu assassins. They could be said to be terrifying. Whether it was their brains, strength, or killing methods, they were all very powerful. What? You want to fight with this young sect master? Fan Xiaoyun asked coldly. Even if it was Sky Wolf, he was not afraid. Fan Xiaoyun had Xiantian strength and his strength was comparable to a third-level Sky Human Realm expert. Even if Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger joined forces, Fan Xiaoyun was not afraid. You want to kill my second brother? If you want to fight, I will accompany you anytime. I know you have the Heavenly Moon sect behind you, but don't forget that we have them too. Sky Wolf retorted. As Tianyu assassins, they were not afraid of anyone. Humph. Let's go to Soul Break Valley. Ao Yen, go back and send people to Soul Break Valley. Don't let Feng Wuchen escape again. Fan Xiaoyun snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. Yes. Ao Yen accepted the order respectfully. Chasing after Feng Wuchen was more important now. As for Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger, Fan Xiaoyun was not in a hurry. Those who offended Fan Xiaoyun would not live. Fan Xiaoyun led many experts to Soulbreak Valley. After Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger buried Sky Leopard, they went to Soulbreak Valley to seek revenge. Young Sect Master, with your strength, even if they joined forces, they are no match for you. Why don't you kill them? An expert asked. Fan Xiaoyun shook his head and said, Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger can live until today, not because they are strong, but because of the master behind them. Very few people know about this, and I have never seen this person before. According to my father, this person's cultivation is very high, and even my father is afraid of him. Even the sect master is afraid of him? The experts' faces changed. Killing Feng Wuchen is more important now. Fan Xiaoyun frowned and said, Feng Wuchen entered Soulbreak Valley because he wants to cultivate. Even so, let him die in Soulbreak Valley. Young Sect Master, Soulbreak Valley is very dangerous. With so many of us going in, I'm afraid. Someone said worriedly. Go back if you are afraid. Fan Xiaoyun shouted angrily before that person could finish. That person was frightened and did not dare to say anything else. Big brother Feng. Seeing Feng Wuchen's figure from afar, Miao Qingqing waved her hand in joy. She finally felt relieved. Phew. Crimson Emperor and the rest let out a breath of relief. Facing 3 terrifying experts, they were really worried about Feng Wuchen's safety. Quickly enter Soulbreak Valley. Feng Wuchen did not stop at all and took the lead to enter Soulbreak Valley. Beidou Yan and the rest followed closely behind. Soulbreak Valley is a primitive mountain range with steep cliffs and precipitous cliffs. Ferocious beasts roamed about inside. Although it is not a ferocious beast mountain range, the ferocious beasts in Soulbreak Valley are quite strong. Soulbreak Valley is filled with danger. Aside from the ferocious beasts, the most terrifying thing is the primitive plants. Those plants that can release poison are impossible to guard against. Roar. Just as they entered Soulbreak Valley, Feng Wuchen and the rest heard the roar of the ferocious beasts. It is extremely intimidating. Let's go deeper. Be careful. Feng Wuchen warned with a grave expression. Feng Wuchen, who possesses the dragon race bloodline, is naturally not worried about the ferocious beasts. However, he is still worried about the poison of the plants and other dangers. Although Feng Wuchen can hide his aura, he cannot hide his bloodline. After entering Soulbreak Valley, many ferocious beasts sensed the dragon race bloodline and fled in fear. Moreover, Feng Wuchen and the rest have more than a dozen people. Soulbreak Valley is a forbidden land of the Heaven region. Usually, not many people dare to barge in. And most of the cultivators who entered Soulbreak Valley did not come out alive. Most of the time, only powerful alchemists with tyrannical cultivation would go in to search for rare treasures and herbs. Not long after Feng Wuchen and the rest entered Soulbreak Valley, Fan Xiaoyun led over 100 experts and arrived at the foot of Soulbreak Valley. The few of you stay outside the valley and wait for Ao Yen to arrive. Seal the 3 exits of Soulbreak Valley. If you see Feng Wuchen, kill him without mercy. The rest of you, follow me into Soulbreak Valley. Fan Xiaoyun shouted and took the lead to charge into Soulbreak Valley. Many experts followed behind. Roar. The roars of ferocious beasts came from the depths of the mountain range, frightening many cultivators. Young Sect Master is really something. He knows that the Soulbreak Valley is a forbidden area in the Heaven domain, yet he still wants to barge in. Isn't this sending us to our deaths? That's right. Since Feng Wuchen and the others have barged in, all we need to do is to guard the 3 main exits. If by any chance we encounter a terrifying beast, we'll be dead for sure. Feng Wuchen and the others will most likely die if they barge in. In my opinion, why don't we find a place to hide? When it's about time, we can go back and say that we didn't find Feng Wuchen. Good idea. Good idea. Your life is more important. After entering Soulbreak Valley, Fan Xiaoyun and the rest split up to chase after Feng Wuchen. Young Sect Master, Soulbreak Valley is so big, where are we going to find it? Do not enter the depths. The ferocious beasts in the depths are all at the Heaven tier. Even Young Sect Master may not be able to defeat them. A Heaven tier elite said solemnly. Feng Wuchen and the others shouldn't be stupid enough to barge into the depths. We only need to search in the periphery. Fan Xiaoyun nodded. Even though he dared to enter Soulbreak Valley, it didn't mean that he was not afraid of anything. Young Sect Master, we seem to be missing 4 people. There were 13 people just now, but now there are only 9. A Heavenly Moon Sect disciple said in a panic. An uneasy fear surged in his heart. Young Sect Master. 4 people are really missing. Dingjiu and the others are missing. What's going on? Why is there no movement at all? Young Sect Master, what should we do? The crowd became more and more frightened, and they couldn't help but tremble. Everyone, be careful. Fan Xiaoyun frowned slightly, and his expression became more serious. With Fan Xiaoyun's terrifying cultivation, he actually didn't notice that 4 people were missing in his team. It said that there are man-eating creatures in Soulbreak Valley. Man-eating creatures? One person said in a panic, and the others became even more panicked. Young Sect Master, are we going to die here? I keep feeling that something is watching us. One of them said in a panic, and he looked around in a panic. For a moment, the atmosphere became strange. They were in danger, but they didn't know where the danger was. Ah! Young Sect Master! Save me! Save me! At this moment, a Sky Origin Stage 6 powerhouse suddenly shouted in fear. He was being dragged away by a transparent energy. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't cut off this transparent energy. Humph! Fan Xiaoyun humped coldly and was about to rush out. Young Sect Master! Save me! No! No! Fan Xiaoyun was about to make a move when another person shouted in fear. He was also being dragged away by the transparent energy. Just as that person screamed, another 2 people were being dragged away in a strange manner. It was impossible to guard against it, and they didn't know what the hell it was. Ah! The 4 people who were being dragged away screamed in pain in the dense forest, and it scared the others out of their wits. The presence of the 4 people disappeared. In the blink of an eye, 8 people were killed, and they didn't know what it was that killed them. Even Fan Xiaoyun didn't notice it. Young Sect Master, what is that? Could it be some terrifying beast? One of them asked in fear, and he was so scared that he wet his pants. Impossible. If it is a beast, why can't I sense its presence? One of them shook his head in fear. Fan Xiaoyun was sweating profusely. He had never seen such a terrifying creature, and he didn't know what it was. Young Sect Master, let's go. If we don't leave now, we will all die here. One of them said in fear, and he couldn't wait to get out of the Death Valley. Fan Xiaoyun activated his innate qi, and he didn't dare to be careless. He was ready to fight at any time. The terror of the creature made Fan Xiaoyun realize the great danger. Young Sect Master, let's go. Feng Wuchen and the others are dead for sure. As long as we guard the exit, even if he is still alive, he won't be able to escape. Besides, the Sect Master has warned us not to let anyone from the Heavenly Moon Sect enter the Death Valley. One of them urged anxiously, and he was terrified. Let's go. Fan Xiaoyun finally opened his mouth. Even if he had the combat power of a level 3 celestial being, he didn't dare to stay and take the risk. It wasn't worth it to stay for Feng Wuchen. It wasn't just Fan Xiaoyun's team. Although the other teams didn't encounter the terrifying creature, they were either poisoned or devoured by the terrifying plants. In short, the casualties were heavy. More than 100 experts broke in, and in less than half an hour, dozens of people were killed or injured, and all of them were Sky Origin experts. The Death Valley was famous for its danger. Because of this, almost no one dared to set foot in the Death Valley. Feng Wuchen and the others who entered the depths also encountered something terrifying. Xuefeng and Kuang Zhan were swept away by the mysterious creature. Feng Wuchen, Beidou Yan, and the others chased after them, but the creature escaped. It was fine if they couldn't catch up, but it also caused Feng Wuchen and the others to fall into a predicament. This storm is too terrifying. Is this the power of the Heaven Realm? The Death Valley has such terrifying wind attribute energy. Where did such a terrifying storm come from? The Death Valley is indeed dangerous. No wonder no one dares to enter. Beidou Yan and the rest were terrified and trembling. Even Feng Wuchen was drenched in cold sweat. The cyclone squall of the existence of the heaven realm could destroy heaven and earth. The huge and terrifying cyclone squall destroyed everything around it mercilessly. Anyone who was sucked into it was turned into ashes. No one knew where the cyclone squall came from. In the Death Valley, the terrifying squall was the most deadly. Let's go. Feng Wuchen shouted and pulled Miao Qingqing back immediately. What about Xue Feng and Quang Zhan? The Crimson Emperor asked in a panic. Let's avoid this storm first. Let's go. Feng Wuchen shouted. Feng Wuchen was also worried about Xue Feng and Quang Zhan's safety. But the most important thing was to save their lives. If they couldn't even save their lives, how could they save them? Xue Feng and Quang Zhan had been sucked away by a mysterious object. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Now that the terrifying squall had appeared, there was nothing they could do. The terrifying cyclone squall was even more terrifying than the devouring worms in the underground palace of the waste domain. No matter how many devouring worms there were, they were all turned into ashes in front of the terrifying squall. If they didn't run now, they would die. Wherever the terrifying squall passed, everything was razed to the ground. Towering mountains disappeared one after another. Feng Wuchen and the rest used teleportation to escape. If they hadn't discovered it in time, Feng Wuchen and the rest wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Once they were sucked in by the squall, Feng Wuchen and the rest would definitely die. Beta Yen, Nangong Zhan, take Saber Soul and the rest away. Feng Wuchen shouted as he looked back at the terrifying squall. He realized that the squall was moving at a terrifying speed. Saber Soul, Nie Zhong, and the rest had weaker cultivations. Even if they used teleportation, they weren't as fast as the squall. The terrifying gale lasted for half an hour before it gradually disappeared. Feng Wuchen and the others, who had been running for their lives, breathed a sigh of relief. However, they did not have time to rest. They immediately rushed back to the place where Bloody Wind and Mad Warrior were sealed. The astral winds destroyed a huge area, and the primitive mountain range was turned into a desert. The terrifying destructive power was a ghastly sight. Xue Feng. Berserker. Xue Feng. Berserker. Feng Wuchen and the others searched around while shouting loudly. However, there was no reply, and Feng Wuchen could not sense their auras. The longer it dragged on, the more worried Feng Wuchen and the others became. Before they could even cultivate in the Soulbreak Valley, the two of them would be swept away. Big Brother Feng, what should we do? Miao Qingqing asked worriedly. Lu Qingyang had just died, and now there were two more whose fates were unknown. Pa. Feng Wuchen urged his true essence and put his palms together, forming a mysterious seal. A bright golden light burst out. Bang! 10,000 miles tracking. Feng Wuchen slammed his palm on the ground. With a muffled bang, a golden spell formation appeared. This is... Beta Yen, Nangong Zhan, and the others looked at the golden formation in shock. A martial skill used to sense auras. Feng Wuchen answered simply, then slowly closed his eyes. Found it. It's really underground. The moment Feng Wuchen opened his eyes, he already sensed the weak auras of Bloody Wind and Mad Warrior. Feng Wuchen flew to the left and said, quickly find the passage. Dendi, can you sense something strange? Beta Yen asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head. I don't know. The Soulbreak Valley is very dangerous. Be careful. When Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at the location of Bloody Wind and Mad Warrior's auras, they were shocked to find a towering mountain in front of them. The entire mountain was filled with caves. Seeing the strange mountain peak, Feng Wuchen and the others were stunned. It was simply a mountain peak that had been beaten into a hornet's nest. The entire mountain is filled with caves. What kind of ferocious beast is this? A giant python? Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf said in shock. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, and said solemnly, Bloody Wind and Mad Warrior are under this mountain. The caves should be able to go down. With that said, Feng Wuchen flew over without hesitation. He was sure that there would definitely not be ferocious beasts in the caves, but there would definitely be some terrifying strange object. At the foot of the mountain, Feng Wuchen, Beta Yen, and Nangong Zhan entered the cave. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf, Miao Qingqing, and the others stayed outside. No one knew what dangers lay under the mountain. If all of them went in and encountered danger, no one would survive. Just as they entered the cave, Feng Wuchen and the others sensed a powerful and terrifying aura. Second level heaven tier. Beta Yan's expression changed drastically. Why can we only sense this terrifying aura after entering the cave? This is not the aura of a ferocious beast. It's also not the aura of a human. Nan Gongzhan's expression was solemn. Dendi, what strange object's aura is this? Beta Yan looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. But with one look, he discovered that Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock. Elf. There are actually elves in Soulbreak Valley. Feng Wuchen cried out in surprise. Elf? Beta Yan and Nan Gongzhan turned pale with fright, terrified to the extreme. A second-level heaven tier elf's strength was extremely terrifying. Elves were different from ferocious beasts. At the same level of cultivation, elves were definitely more terrifying than ferocious beasts. Moreover, elves possessed some kind of innate skill. After cultivation reached a certain level, they could even cultivate into human form. Don't panic. Although it's second-level heaven tier, it currently only has the strength of a first-level heaven tier. It hasn't even reached the first-level heaven tier yet. There's a seal in its body, so its cultivation is suppressed, Feng Wuchen said. It's absorbing Shui Feng and Guangzhan's power. Let's go. Feng Wuchen left without hesitation. Beta Yan and Nan Gongzhan followed closely behind. Under the mountain, the caves were densely packed. Passing through numerous pitch-black caves, they followed the elf's aura. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the aura emitted by the elf. Even if Feng Wuchen said that the elf only had the strength of a first-level heaven tier, Beta Yan and Nan Gongzhan were still shocked by this terrifying aura. After a few minutes, Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at the huge cave at the bottom. In the huge cave, a crystal-clear body floated in midair. There was a pair of purple wings on its back, absorbing Shui Feng and Guangzhan's true essence. You actually found me. However, you're here to die. Let me absorb your power. When Feng Wuchen and the others appeared, the elf suddenly opened its eyes. A woman? Nan Gongzhan's expression changed drastically. The voice was actually a woman's voice. As the elf's words fell, a beautiful woman in a white gauze dress appeared from the crystal-clear body. She had a head of red hair, jade-like skin, and a hot figure that was extremely seductive. The woman's beauty definitely did not lose to Miao Qingqing and was on par with Ling Xiaoxiao. What a beautiful lady. I can't tell that she's an elf. Nan Gongzhan's eyes were glued to the alluring elf. Beta Yan couldn't help but take a few more glances. He couldn't believe that he could meet such a beautiful elf in the Soulbreak Valley. The angel-like elf looked exactly like a human except for her slightly longer ears. You guys saved Shui Feng and Guangzhan. I'll stop her, Feng Wuchen said in a low voice as he activated his bloodline power and the second stage of sovereign body. At the same time, the Qilin armor was activated, and the Supreme Dragon God Sword was also activated. Feng Wuchen's aura rose from Sky Origin Stage 6 to the peak of Sky Origin Stage 9 in an instant. Swish. Swish, Beta Yan and Nan Gongzhan immediately used teleport, saving the two unconscious people in the blink of an eye. The elf didn't react in time to the strange movement technique. You're courting death. The elf was enraged. Terrifying energy burst out from her body. She flapped her purple wings and shot out. Take them away. Feng Wuchen shouted. He flapped his wings and rushed toward the elf. Dendi, be careful. Beta Yan reminded him. The two of them flew away with Shui Feng and Guangzhan. You're courting death. The elf's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She slammed her palm toward Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's expression changed. He thought to himself, such powerful energy. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Facing the elf's terrifying energy, Feng Wuchen had no choice but to use his martial arts to resist. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the two terrifying energies collided, and with a loud explosion, the destructive energy ripples spread out fiercely. The cave exploded and collapsed, and Feng Wuchen was also sent flying by the frightening power, smashing into the cone-shaped rocks. She's in the Sky Origin stage indeed. Even if her cultivation is suppressed, she still has such terrifying energy. Feng Wuchen exclaimed. Teleportation. Unable to defeat the sprite, Feng Wuchen immediately disappeared in a flash. Let's go! Feng Wuchen shouted as he dashed out. Feng Wuchen and his group made a prompt decision and flew away at top speed. Humph! No one can escape. The fairy shouted angrily with a murderous aura. She shot up into the sky, breaking through layers of passageways and rushing up into the sky above the huge mountain. Heaven-tier powerhouse. Feeling the terrifying power, the faces of Big Dipper, Heavenly Leaf and the others changed drastically. It's a girl. It's actually a woman. Crimson Emperor turned pale with fright. So beautiful. Niezhong exclaimed. You're still in the mood to look at beauties at a time like this. Miao Qingqing scolded. It's an elf. Nangongzhan said solemnly. Elf? What is it? Saber Soul asked in shock. Miao Qingqing and the others were also very confused. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, I can't explain it clearly right now. You guys go first. Beidou Yan, come with me to stall her. The fairy chased after them with a terrifying speed. Feng Wuchen had to ensure that Miao Qingqing and the others could leave safely. Swish, buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen decisively waved the Dragon God sword. A tyrannical blood-red sword light burst out with overwhelming power. Everywhere it passed, the space shook violently. Swish, buzz. Buzz, Beidou Yan waved his hand, and a terrifying energy slash flew out. The violent aura was filled with deterrence. Beidou Yan's strength had reached the peak of Sky Origin Stage 9 when he circulated his true Origin Stage 9. Humph. You want to go against me with this little strength of yours? You overestimate yourselves. The fairy's face was filled with disdain. She bent her jade-like hands and condensed a terrifying water attributed true origin stage 9. Water condensed in her palms. Swish. Swish, the fairy waved her hands repeatedly, and 2 water slashes shot out. The void shook violently as if it was about to be torn apart. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the terrifying energy collided, and the explosion was deafening. The terrifying energy ripples spread out without restraint, and Feng Wuchen and Beidou Yan spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were sent flying, and they crashed into trees. Such powerful strength. Beidou Yan was shocked. There was no way he could fight back. After the collision, Beidou Yan was severely injured, and his face was pale. Feng Wuchen had the Qilin battle armor, and his physical body was extremely strong. Therefore, his injuries weren't that serious. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen shouted and took out the pagoda. With a flash of golden light, a huge pagoda that was dozens of feet long flew up into the sky. The golden array shrouded the area, and the tyrannical suppression instantly suppressed the fairy's cultivation by more than half a level. It can actually suppress my strength. The fairy looked at the pagoda in shock. Only half a level? Feng Wuchen frowned. He couldn't help but be amazed by the strength of the sky realm. Even if it could only suppress half a level, it was enough. Buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen activated his true yuan and poured it into the Dragon God sword. The sword flashed with a dazzling blood-red light, and an extremely tyrannical sword aura spread out. A monster sword, intense sword into the sky. Earth tier sword art. Doesn't seem like it. It's even stronger than the Earth tier. The fairy frowned, and her expression finally became serious. Soul extinguishing sword art. Extinguishing soul and weeping ghost. Feng Wuchen roared. He held the Dragon God sword with both hands and swept it out. A domineering blood-red sword light broke through the air and charged towards the elf with an earth-shattering aura. The soul-stirring aura made even the elf feel a trace of fear. The tyrannical sword aura cut through the void, and it was unstoppable. Denda's sword art is really terrifying. Beidou Yan's eyes flashed with fear. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful sword art. The fairy said coldly. She released her full strength, and a dazzling purple light illuminated the void. Earth tier mid-grade martial skill. Sea flipping seal. The fairy shouted, and a huge purple energy seal condensed in the void. It was like a majestic mountain, and the suffocating aura was extremely terrifying. Rumble. Buzz. Puff. The 2. Destructive energies collided again, and an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the surrounding mountains. The destructive energy rippled out, and Feng Wuchen and the fairy both vomited blood at the same time, and they were both sent flying. The sword art is actually so powerful. He is only at the 6th level of Sky Origin Realm. Even if his combat strength was increased by 3 levels, it would still be impossible for him to have such terrifying strength. The fairy was extremely shocked. She was an elite of the Sky Origin Realm. Even if her cultivation was suppressed by the seal, she was still not someone who could compete with a Sky Origin Realm cultivator. However, Feng Wuchen's strength made her feel a deep sense of fear. Also, the 9-fold cosmos pagoda in the sky, and the tyrannical suppressive aura made her feel shocked. After the collision, the fairy's injuries were also quite serious. After the shock, the fairy's face changed again. Swish! Feng Wuchen arrived in the blink of an eye. His movement skill was strange, and it was impossible to guard against. Eternal Dragon Divine Fist! Feng Wuchen shouted, and his fist, which was glowing with a bloody light, punched towards the fairy's abdomen. The tyrannical and horrifying energy made one's heart tremble. This is impossible. The fairy was shocked. Boom! Puff! After the punch, the fairy spat out blood, and her body was sent flying like a cannonball. Feng Wuchen's injuries were also very serious. His face was pale, and his breathing was rapid. While heavily injured, he had also forcefully used a powerful martial skill, causing his injuries to worsen. Dendi, leave the rest to me. Beidou Yan shot out at top speed. The elf was already heavily injured. Even if she was a heaven-tier warrior, with Beidou Yan's strength, killing her would be as easy as flipping his hand. Beidou Yan arrived in an instant. With a furious roar, he wanted to send a palm strike towards the heavily injured and panicked elf. Die! Beidou Yan! Stop! Feng Wuchen hurriedly shouted. In a flash, he appeared and grabbed Beidou Yan's wrist. Why don't you kill her? Beidou Yan asked. Keep her alive. We still have her. Feng Wuchen glanced at the elf and said, she has cultivated in Soulbreak Valley for many years. She must be very familiar with Soulbreak Valley. Beidou Yan nodded, feeling that it made sense. Big brother Feng, are you alright? Miao Qingqing and the others flew over and asked with concern. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen shook his head. He took out a blood fusion great rejuvenation pill and swallowed it. He also stored the 9-fold cosmos pagoda into his body. What's your name? Feng Wuchen looked at the elf and asked. Lan Yu, Water Fairy. Submit to me or die. Choose one, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. I'm willing to submit. Lan Yu quickly replied. Feng Wuchen nodded in satisfaction. With a heaven-tier warrior as a helper, Feng Wuchen and the others would naturally be more secure. Handing a blood fusion great rejuvenation pill to Lan Yu, Feng Wuchen said, this is a healing pill. Eat it. Many thanks, master. Lan Yu took the pill and swallowed it. Don't even think about dealing with us after recovering from your injuries. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. I can even kill you. As long as the seal in your body is not broken, it will be difficult for you to increase your cultivation base. You should be very clear about that, said Feng Wuchen as he looked at Lan Yu. Master is right. The reason why I absorbed their energy was to break the seal in my body. However, this seal is too powerful. The energy I absorbed was unable to break it, Lan Yu replied. How long have you been cultivating here? Nangong Zhan asked. 3 years. After I was heavily injured, I hid in Soulbreak Valley. Lan Yu replied. In that case, you should be very familiar with the Soulbreak Valley. What's with the storm in the Soulbreak Valley? Beidou Yan asked. Lan Yu shook her head and said, I don't know either. In the Soulbreak Valley, that terrifying storm will appear at any time. Sometimes, it will appear several times a day, and sometimes, it won't appear once for several days. What other dangers are there in the Soulbreak Valley? Miao Qingqing asked as she helped Lan Yu up. There is a blood pool in the depths. Many powerful fierce beasts gather there. There are also plants that release poison in the Soulbreak Valley. There is also a 1,000-year-old tree demon. Even I don't dare to provoke it. Also, Lan Yu explained the various dangers in the Soulbreak Valley in one breath. Heal your injuries well. After you recover, bring us to find some treasures to cultivate. Feng Wuchen said. Yes, master. Lan Yu nodded respectfully. After a day of healing, Feng Wuchen's injuries had recovered completely. The healing effect of the blood fusion Great Rejuvenating Pill was extremely powerful. Lan Yu was quite familiar with the Soulbreak Valley. She avoided all kinds of poisonous plants. Even if she encountered a terrifying gale, she could still find a safe place. After a day, Feng Wuchen and the rest found many treasures and even medicinal herbs. After entering the Soulbreak Valley for 2 days, they still didn't see the pursuers. Presumably, they didn't dare to step into the depths of the Soulbreak Valley. Therefore, Feng Wuchen and the rest could cultivate at ease. The Soulbreak Valley was filled with spiritual qi and was very suitable for cultivation. With the help of treasures and medicinal pills, Beidou Yan and the rest didn't need to enter the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to cultivate. Feng Wuchen cultivated alone on the 7th floor of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, while the Crimson Emperor and the rest cultivated on the 5th floor. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Beidou Yan had successfully broken through to the first level of the Heaven Realm. The ecstasy in his heart was self-evident. Nangong Zhan had broken through to the 9th level of the Heaven Origin Realm. The astonishing cultivation speed made Beidou Yan and Nangong Zhan ecstatic. They were secretly amazed by the terror of the supreme physique. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf and Miao Qingqing had broken through to the 6th level of the Heaven Origin Realm. The Crimson Emperor had broken through to the 5th level of the Heaven Origin Realm. Lung Muching and the rest were even faster. The 5th floor had a large amount of pure energy balls. They had broken through 2 levels in a month and had reached the 4th level of the Heaven Origin Realm. After a month, their strength had greatly increased. Feng Wuchen cultivated on the 7th floor. It was equivalent to cultivating for 2 months. His cultivation had increased crazily, and he had already stepped into the 8th level of the Heaven Origin Realm. Fan Xiaoyan's appearance made Feng Wuchen feel threatened. Therefore, Feng Wuchen needed to increase his cultivation as fast as possible. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is really a good treasure. I need to find a chance to break through to the Heaven Realm. Feng Wuchen smiled as he felt the powerful True Yuan in his body. Everyone had improved, except for Lan Yu's cultivation, which did not improve in the slightest. Lan Yu, bring us to the blood pool. Feng Wuchen said. Master, there are many powerful vicious beasts gathered in the blood pool. Their cultivation is above mine. It's very dangerous. Lan Yu hurriedly said. Her beautiful eyes flashed with fear. It's okay. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen didn't care about the vicious beasts at all. Feng Wuchen had the blood of the dragon tribe. Even the vicious beasts of the Heaven Realm had to be obedient in front of Feng Wuchen, let alone the vicious beasts of the Celestial Realm. Yes. Lan Yu could only nod helplessly. Tell me about the blood pool. There are so many vicious beasts gathered there. It must be something special. Feng Wuchen looked at Lan Yu again. Lan Yu nodded and said, Master is right. The blood pool is indeed special. It contains a very violent and terrible energy. Those vicious beasts rely on the violent energy from the blood pool to cultivate. We don't know where the energy from the blood pool comes from. Violent energy? Beidou Yan was slightly surprised and said, it can also provide the energy for the vicious beasts of the celestial realm to cultivate. This energy must be very terrible. Yes, I have a strong sense. When I first entered the Death Valley, I sensed the power of the blood pool. I wanted to cultivate there, but the vicious beasts were too strong. Lan Yu said. Pavilion Master, it seems that our cultivation can be improved again. Shuefeng laughed excitedly. Lung Muqing's face was full of excitement. Before leaving the Death Valley, we must break through to the 5th level of the Tianyuan realm. Strange? Why can't I see any vicious beasts? Lan Yu was suddenly confused. Along the way, they had passed by many places. There should have been powerful vicious beasts, but now they couldn't see any. Lan Yu looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. Her first suspicion was this mysterious and powerful young man. Dendi, I sense the violent energy of the blood pool. Beta Yen suddenly said. His face was full of shock. What a terrible energy. Nangongzhan and the others couldn't help but tremble. Ancient power? Beta Yen and the others were shocked. That's right. It's the ancient power. It can't be wrong. Feng Wuchen was very sure, and his face was filled with excitement. Looking at Xue Feng, Feng Wuchen smiled. Xue Feng, it seems like you are right. It can improve our cultivation. If we can refine all of this ancient power, we will have no problem breaking through to the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. Leng Mucheng was overjoyed. With such a huge amount of violent power, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the 6th level. Nangongzhan said. Let's go. To the blood pool. Feng Wuchen smiled happily, and suddenly sped up. Where are those powerful beasts? Lan Yu was shocked. She couldn't sense any of the beast's aura. The moment Feng Wuchen stepped into the Soulbreak Valley, the beasts had already fled deeper into the valley. Although Lan Yu was a water fairy, she couldn't tell that Feng Wuchen had the dragon's bloodline. Fairies were different from beasts. They couldn't be confused. Fairies weren't beasts, so they weren't suppressed by the dragon's bloodline, and couldn't sense the existence of the dragon's bloodline. Lan Yu couldn't believe this strange phenomenon. The beasts in the Soulbreak Valley were extremely powerful, but after she met Feng Wuchen, she realized that the beasts had all disappeared. Not even the roars of the beasts could be heard. Lan Yu had never seen such a strange phenomenon. Could it be some kind of beast-repelling powder? Lan Yu guessed. Although Lan Yu didn't believe it was beast-repelling powder, she couldn't think of a better explanation. The closer they got to the blood pool, the more terrifying the ancient power was. Feng Wuchen and the others were even more excited. When Feng Wuchen's group reached the blood pool, the violent and terrifying energy caused the blood in the pool to bubble. It was as if the pool was boiling. It was a terrifying sight. The blood pool wasn't big, only dozens of square meters. It was located in a valley in the depths of the mountain range. If it wasn't for the violent energy, it wouldn't be easy to find it. It was surrounded by strangely shaped rocks, which completely blocked the blood pool. Not far from the blood pool, there were footprints of huge ferocious beasts. It could be seen that powerful ferocious beasts liked to move around and cultivate around the blood pool. Is this the blood pond? It's disgusting. Miao Qingqing immediately covered her eyes. The Crimson Emperor swallowed his saliva and said, it's really a little scary. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, this is not blood, don't worry. Violent energy is constantly gushing out from the blood pool. Where is this energy coming from? Is there a treasure at the bottom of the blood pool? Nangongzhan asked doubtfully. Master, be careful. Those plants beside the blood pond are highly toxic. Even heaven-tier warriors can't withstand their poison, Lan Yu hurriedly reminded. Feng Wuchen nodded. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of green fire flew out. Everywhere it passed, the poisonous plants were burned to ashes. The power of the blood pool is too violent. With your cultivation, you won't be able to withstand it. Cultivate by the blood pool for now and don't enter it, Feng Wuchen warned. Hee hee. There's hope of breaking through to the 5th level of Heaven Origin Realm. Leng Mucheng was extremely excited. He was the first to arrive at the blood pool and sat down to cultivate. With the help of the sacred geocentric lotus, we might be able to break through to the 5th level of Heaven Origin Realm in a month's time. Huaming was overjoyed. They all chose a place to sit down and cultivate. Beta Yen and Nangongzhan were the same. It was a rare opportunity to cultivate, so they definitely couldn't miss it. If Big Brother Lu was here, he would definitely be very happy. Miao Qingqing sighed in her heart. A trace of sadness appeared on her beautiful face. Lu Qingyang's face appeared in Miao Qingqing's mind. Qingqing, cultivate well. Feng Wuchen saw Miao Qingqing's sadness and immediately said softly. Miao Qingqing nodded and then sat down to cultivate. Feng Wuchen came to the side of the blood pool and slowly squatted down. He reached out his hand to touch the blood water. Such a violent ancient energy can be used to temper the body and make it stronger. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. However, the energy in the blood pool was too violent. Not to mention the Crimson Emperor and the others, even Nangongzhan couldn't withstand it. Beidou Yan, who had just broken through to the Heaven Origin realm, might be able to withstand it. After thinking for a moment, Feng Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up as if he thought of something. He looked at Lan Yu and Feng Wuchen said, "You are water fairy?" N. Lan Yu nodded. "Very good. You condense water and add it into the blood pool to dilute the violent energy in the blood pool. This way, they can all enter the blood pool to cultivate. The violent energy can also temper their bodies." Feng Wuchen said seriously. "Temper their bodies? Pavilion Master, good idea." The Crimson Emperor was overjoyed. While cultivating, they can also use the violent energy to temper their bodies. Killing two birds with one stone. Nangongzhan nodded. Lan Yu did as she was told. She condensed a large amount of water and poured it into the blood pool. The blood pool's water level rapidly rose. After adding a large amount of water, the violent ancient energy became much weaker. When the ancient energy was diluted to a certain extent, the Crimson Emperor and the others entered the blood pool to cultivate. After entering the blood pool, even if the energy was diluted, the degree of violence still squeezed the Crimson Emperor and the others until they were in extreme pain. They felt as if their skin and flesh were about to be torn apart. Their faces were filled with agony. Although it was painful, their cultivation base was increasing at an astonishing speed. This made them secretly happy. This was the so-called pain and happiness. Feng Wuchen, Beidou Yan, and Nangongzhan's expressions didn't change at all. They refined and absorbed the violent ancient energy in peace. At the same time, in the Soulbreak Valley, Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger were still chasing after them. They had already entered the depths of the Soulbreak Valley. As an assassin, they were best at hunting down the people their customers wanted to kill. Even if the Soulbreak Valley was vast, Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger could find Feng Wuchen's whereabouts through other methods. After more than a month, Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger had already avoided all kinds of dangers and entered the depths of the Soulbreak Valley. They were lucky to be able to enter the depths of the Soulbreak Valley alive and didn't die in the hands of poison or other dangerous creatures. Of course, Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger were also surprised that they didn't encounter any ferocious beasts. Assassins were very sensitive to auras. Not only did Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger enter the depths of the Soulbreak Valley, they even found Feng Wuchen's location. "Big brother, we found them. They are still alive," Sky Tiger said viciously. A ferocious killing intent flashed in his eyes. This energy is extremely violent. They are cultivating now. "Don't alert them," Sky Wolf transmitted his voice. "Kill them and this violent energy will be ours." Sky Tiger transmitted his voice. He couldn't wait to kill Feng Wuchen and avenge Sky Leopard. Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger hid their auras very well and kept a certain distance from Feng Wuchen and the rest. Therefore, Feng Wuchen and the rest who were cultivating did not notice them. In addition, the violent energy covered Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger's auras. "Don't you think it's strange that we haven't met a single beast while chasing after Feng Wuchen? There aren't even any beasts roaring." Sky Wolf frowned. "It's strange indeed. It's normal that there aren't any beasts around Soulbreak Valley. However, we're already in the depths of Soulbreak Valley. It's abnormal that there aren't any beasts around." Sky Tiger transmitted his voice. He also found it strange. "It's better for us if there aren't any beasts around. Let's prepare to bury them all in Soulbreak Valley." Sky Wolf's lips curled into a ferocious smile. At the same time, the three entrances of Soulbreak Valley had been guarded by the experts of the eastern region for the past month. They were waiting for Feng Wuchen and the rest to come out so that they could catch them all. However, they had waited for more than a month and did not see any sign of Feng Wuchen. Soulbreak Valley is so scary and has terrifying beasts. I think Feng Wuchen and the rest are most likely dead. We're just wasting our time here. Even the young sect master was scared out of Soulbreak Valley, let alone Feng Wuchen and the rest. They're dead for sure. Keep your voices down. Don't let the young sect master hear you. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your heads. The experts who were guarding the valley were all complaining in low voices. Heavenly Moon Sect Palace. Ao Yen came to Fan Xiaoyun's palace and reported, "Young sect master, There's still no news of Feng Wuchen. Still not? Fan Xiaoyun frowned and gritted his teeth. It's been more than a month. That brat still hasn't come out? Young sect master, perhaps Feng Wuchen and the rest have died in Soulbreak Valley. Ao Yen said. Fan Xiaoyun said gloomily, I feel that Feng Wuchen is still alive. Soulbreak Valley is full of dangers. Who doesn't know that? If he dares to enter Soulbreak Valley, it means that he's confident. This? Ao Yen was instantly speechless. The Soulbreak Valley was filled with danger, and none of them dared to barge in. Once they barged into the Soulbreak Valley, it was hard to say if they could come out alive. Young sect master, then should we let them guard the entrance of Soulbreak Valley? Ao Yen asked. As long as Feng Wuchen doesn't come out, they won't be able to return. Defend to the death. Fan Xiaoyun said viciously, killing intent surging in his eyes. Yes. Ao Yen nodded respectfully, feeling helpless in his heart. From Ao Yan's point of view, Feng Wuchen's group had barged into Soulbreak Valley for a month, and they were absolutely dead without a burial ground. There was simply no need to guard the exit. However, he did not dare to disobey Fan Xiaoyun's orders. Feng Wuchen. Fan Xiaoyun gnashed his teeth in anger, the killing intent in his eyes becoming more and more terrifying. The 8 major forces under the Heavenly Moon sect had been wiped out by Feng Wuchen and his group, greatly weakening the Heavenly Moon sect's strength. How could Fan Xiaoyun tolerate this? Bluestone Town was a poor town in the middle of the Heaven Domain. The houses in the town were all made of wood. The commoners here had weaker cultivations, and the strongest had not even stepped into the divine origin realm. Father, is that big brother still unconscious? I've gathered some medicinal herbs, and I hope they can wake big brother up. A 16 or 17-year-old girl asked with concern. She was carrying a basket on her back, and the basket was filled with medicinal herbs. The girl had obviously gone up the mountain to gather medicinal herbs. In a simple wooden house, a middle-aged man shook his head and smiled bitterly, not yet. He's been unconscious for a month, and I don't know if he can wake up. With such serious injuries, our medicinal herbs are completely useless. He's completely relying on his own body to recover. The girl put down the medicinal herbs and entered the house to look at the man who had been unconscious for a month. She pouted and said, I don't know who did this to him, but I hope big brother can wake up soon. Uncle Qin, is that kid awake? At this moment, a man's voice came from outside the house. Not yet. I don't even know when he'll wake up. Sigh. The middle-aged man shook his head. Uncle Qin, I've also gathered some medicinal herbs, and I hope they can help him. A young man brought some medicinal herbs into the house. Wow. Brother Xuexing, you've gathered so many medicinal herbs. The girl was shocked. If it can wake him up, it'll be worth it. Xuexing said with a faint smile. The commoners of Green Rock Town all knew about the mysterious unconscious man, and they all took good care of him, hoping to save his life. Uncle Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I still have to go to Green Peak Mountain to find the mayor, and I hope this matter can be resolved as soon as possible. I've lived in Green Rock Town for so many years, and I don't want to move away. Xuexing said with a simple smile. Be careful. If there's no other way, we'll move again. Don't offend the Green Cloud Palace. The middle-aged man nodded. Xuexing nodded and said, I know. Sister Ziqing, take good care of him. I'll leave first. Father, are we really moving away? Ziqing asked as she changed the medicine for the unconscious man. Uncle Qin shook his head and sighed, the Green Cloud Palace needs Green Rock Town to build a palace, and we can't do anything about it. We can't afford to offend them. While the father and daughter were talking, the fingers of the unconscious man suddenly trembled. If only the mayor could convince them, then we wouldn't have to move away. Ziqing sighed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance to leave Green Rock Town. Water. An extremely weak voice sounded. Father, wait, I'll change the medicine for big brother. Ziqing hurriedly said, but before she could finish, Ziqing was stunned. Father. Big brother is awake. He's awake. Ziqing suddenly shouted in surprise. She thought it was her father who was talking, and she didn't react in time. Water. The weak voice sounded again. Qing quickly get some water. Uncle Qin hurriedly entered the house. Ziqing quickly fetched some clean water. That's great. He's finally awake. Ziqing said happily, and a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face. The unconscious man drank the water crazily, gulping it down into his stomach. If Feng Wuchen and the rest were here, they would be shocked to find that the unconscious man was Lu Qingyang. That's right. It was Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang was still alive. Big brother, you must be hungry, right? I've already prepared some food for you. Ziqing smiled happily. Thank you. Lu Qingyang looked at Uncle Qin and Ziqing, and asked curiously, where is this? Who are you? This is Green Rock Town. My father found you in Qinghe and saved you, Ziqing explained with a smile. Little brother, you've been unconscious for a month, and your injuries were very serious. Fortunately, I stopped the bleeding, or you would have died. Uncle Qin smiled. Big brother, who hurt you? Ziqing asked. Who hurt me? I don't know. Lu Qingyang frowned slightly, and tried to recall, but his mind was blank, and he couldn't remember anything. You don't know? Uncle Qin and Ziqing were stunned. What? You don't remember anything? You even forgot your name? Ziqing's eyes widened as she stared at Lu Qingyang in a daze. Looking at Ziqing's stunned expression, Lu Qingyang shook his head with a bitter smile. Lu Qingyang couldn't remember anything from the past. Other than some blurry images, he couldn't remember anything else. I do remember things about cultivation, but I can't remember anything about people. Lu Qingyang shook his head. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember anything. It seems that your injuries are too serious, and your injuries haven't healed yet, causing you to lose your memory. Uncle Qin frowned. Lost my memory? Lu Qingyang was slightly stunned. Then, he shrugged. It doesn't matter. Who knows if the past is good or bad? What if it's something sad? Wouldn't it be very painful? Big brother, are you really not worried? Ziqing asked in surprise. Let nature take its course. Lu Qingyang shrugged again. Memory loss wasn't so easy to treat. Even if Lu Qingyang wanted to recover his memory, it would be very difficult. You are quite optimistic. If everyone knows that you are awake, they will be very happy. Uncle Qin smiled. Everyone? Lu Qingyang was slightly stunned. Ziqing smiled happily. Big brother, my father saved you. Everyone in Green Rock Town came to see you. Everyone is thinking of ways to save you. Brother Shuai went up the mountain every few days to pick herbs for you. Thank you. I really don't know how to repay you for saving my life. Lu Qingyang hurriedly thanked them. He was extremely touched. Uncle Qin smiled. Actually, you don't have to thank us. Your injuries are too serious. Green Rock Town doesn't have any alchemists or people with medical skills. Your injuries were completely healed by your own body. My body? Lu Qingyang looked at Uncle Qin in shock. That's right. To be honest, with your injuries, if it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to recover in a year, let alone a month. You recovered 80% in a month. I have never seen such a strong body. Uncle Qin said seriously. After a pause, Uncle Qin smiled and said, but it's a good thing that you can recover. Lu Qingyang moved a little and found that his body was extremely stiff. After being unconscious for a month, he felt that his body didn't belong to him. Big brother, I'll take you out for a walk. Ziqing quickly helped Lu Qingyang up. After walking out of the wooden house, Lu Qingyang found out that Bluestone Town was just a poor town. It was not big in size and had a small population. Altogether, there were only a few hundred people. However, the environment of Bluestone Town was very beautiful. The towering ancient trees were like stone pillars that reached the heavens. Hundreds of flowers vied for their beauty, and the spirit energy was abundant. The town was surrounded by mountains on all sides. The clear river at the foot of the mountain was so clear that one could see the bottom. Several children were playing by the river. Seeing Lu Qingyang come out, the people of Bluestone Town all came forward to show their concern. The people of Bluestone Town were very kind. They didn't scheme against each other, nor did they fight openly or covertly. Everyone was united like a big family, happy and harmonious. Big brother, you've lost your memory and can't remember your name. How about I call you Brother Tianny? God gave Bluestone Town an amnesiac big brother. Ziqing asked with a smile. She looked very naughty. Tianny? Lu Qingyang was surprised at first, but then he smiled and said, not bad. Thank you, Miss Ziqing. You're welcome. Ziqing's pretty face revealed a sweet smile. Then she asked, oh right, Brother Tianny, what's your cultivation level now? My cultivation level is too low, so I can't tell. Cultivation level. Lu Qingyang was surprised. He then slightly activated his qi to sense it. Wow. What a powerful aura. Ziqing's face was full of shock. She stared at Lu Qingyang with her beautiful eyes wide open. Sky Origin Stage 6? Lu Qingyang was secretly surprised. He didn't expect his cultivation level to be so powerful. Brother Tianny, you are in the Sky Origin stage, right? Ziqing asked in shock. Lu Qingyang nodded, yes, Sky Origin Stage 6. Wow. Sky Origin Stage 6. You are a genius. Ziqing was even more shocked. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Lu Qingyang smiled and didn't say anything. However, this powerful cultivation level made Lu Qingyang's heart flutter. Who was he to have such a powerful cultivation level? Where did he come from? Run! Run! The Green Cloud Palace is here. At this moment, a panicked shout came from the direction of the town entrance. Brother Shuixing. Ziqing's face changed slightly when she heard the shout. Shuixing, what's going on? A man asked in confusion. Shuixing said in a panic, the town mayor was severely injured. They didn't want to talk. The town mayor didn't agree, so they attacked. Now they are sending people to destroy Green Rock Town. Everyone, run. What? Destroy Green Rock Town? This is outrageous. This is too much. The Green Cloud Palace is lawless. The people of Green Rock Town were angry and panicked. Shuixing was burning with anxiety. He shouted, everyone, run for your lives. Ziqing, take this brother away. Quick. Shuixing was surprised to see Lu Qingyang. However, the most important thing now was to run for their lives. Everyone, run. A man shouted. Humph. Do you think you can escape? I have given you so many chances, but you are still so stubborn. If it wasn't for your weak cultivation level, I would have destroyed you all. A cold voice shouted. This is bad. They are here. Shuixing's face changed and his eyes were filled with fear. Swish. Swish. Swish, 3 figures flew over. They were all Heavenly Origin Realm experts. Their powerful auras scared the people of Green Rock Town out of their wits. All of them were terrified. The Green Cloud Palace's great commander. The people of Green Rock Town were shocked. Swish. Swish. Swish, not long after, dozens of Green Cloud Hall's experts flew over. All of them were Yuandan experts, and they quickly entered Bluestone Town. It's over. We can't escape. Shuixing's face was filled with fear and despair. They were powerless against such powerful experts. What? What should we do? The people of Green Rock Town were in a panic. Attack, kill them all. The Grand Commander shouted coldly. Kill. The dozens of experts shouted and rushed out crazily. Brother Tianny. Ziqing pulled Lu Qingyang's sleeve in fear. Shoo shoo shoo. Boom boom boom. Pft, pft, pft. Lu Qingyang's figure suddenly flashed out with an extremely terrifying speed. In practically the blink of an eye, the tens of Origin Core Stage experts that had charged up explosively were all blasted flying, and all of them spat out blood. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of Yuandan Realm experts were severely injured. When the panicked people of Green Rock Town saw this, they were all dumbfounded and their bodies stiffened. The 3 Heavenly Origin Realm experts in the air were also stunned. Their eyes were filled with fear. Shoo! In the next second, Lu Qingyang appeared in front of the great commander like a ghost. The three of them were scared out of their wits. Gulp, the three of them looked at Lu Qingyang in fear. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to move. Get out of Green Rock Town. Didn't you hear me? Lu Qingyang's cold and murderous voice sounded again. Yes, yes, yes. The three of them nodded in fear. Lu Qingyang's speed was terrifying. As the Green Cloud Palace's great commander, who was at Sky Origin Stage 3, he couldn't even see when Lu Qingyang made his move. From this point alone, it could be seen that Lu Qingyang was stronger than him. The three of them didn't dare to stay any longer. They turned around and flew away immediately. The dozens of Yuan Dan realm cultivators ran faster than anyone else as if they were possessed by a god. Lu Qingyang, who had lost his memory, didn't seem to be as ruthless as before. Otherwise, the three of them and dozens of cultivators would have died in Green Rock Town today. The people of Green Rock Town were still stunned. Lu Qingyang's sudden move and the terrifying strength he displayed had deeply shocked them. So powerful. Xianxia said in a daze. He couldn't believe it. He can fly, he is a Sky Origin Realm cultivator. The young man that old Qin saved is a Sky Origin Realm cultivator. He actually scared the Green Cloud Palace's great commander away. After a moment of silence, the people of Green Rock Town burst into an uproar when they saw the three cultivators of Green Cloud Palace running away in fear. Brother Tianyi is so powerful. Ziqing cheered excitedly. Lu Qingyang landed. Uncle Qin and the people of Green Rock Town came forward to thank him. Tianyi? Xianxia was stunned at first. He quickly ran forward and said, Brother Tianyi, please go and save our mayor. The Green Cloud Palace has taken him away. As soon as Xianxia finished his words, his face was filled with embarrassment. Although Lu Qingyang was powerful, the Green Cloud Palace was even more terrifying. The palace master was at Sky Origin Stage 7. There were many powerful cultivators and thousands of guards in the palace. For Green Rock Town, the Green Cloud Palace was an unshakable giant. Brother Xianxia, the Green Cloud Palace is so powerful. I'm afraid that Brother Tianyi is no match for them, Ziqing said worriedly. We can't let Brother Tianyi take the risk. He has already offended the Green Cloud Palace by saving us this time. We should leave Bluestone Town now and think of another way, an old man said solemnly. Old Qin nodded in agreement. The Green Cloud Palace is too strong. We can't harm Brother Tianyi. Let's leave Green Rock Town first. That being said, the mayor might not be able to survive. Where is the Green Cloud Palace? Lu Qingyang asked. Brother Tianyi, you can't take the risk. If you go and don't come back, won't we be harming you? Brother Tianyi, don't go. Ziqing hurriedly tried to dissuade him. The old man frowned and said, the Grand Master of the Cyan Cloud Hall is at the 7th level of the Sky Origin stage. He is terrifying. Little brother, you better not take the risk. It's okay. Lu Qingyang was not afraid at all. After many failed attempts to persuade him, Xianxia personally led Lu Qingyang to the Green Cloud Palace. The Green Rock Town was not far from the Green Cloud Palace. With Lu Qingyang's speed, they arrived at the Green Cloud Palace in just a few minutes. Grand Master, it's true. We don't know where the Green Rock Town got the help of this powerful cultivator. He is terrifyingly powerful. In the main hall of the Green Cloud Palace, the Grand Commander reported in a panic. What is his cultivation level? A middle-aged man on the throne asked gloomily. I don't know. He hit his cultivation level. He didn't activate his true energy when he attacked. He looks about 21 years old. He doesn't look familiar. He is definitely not from the Green Rock Town. The Grand Commander said. You can't tell his cultivation level? The Green Cloud Palace Master frowned again. A strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Another powerful cultivator at the 2nd level of the Sky Origin stage added, Grand Master, this man is terrifyingly fast. I don't know what kind of movement skill he used. We can't even see his shadow. Oh? You can't see his shadow with your cultivation level? The Green Cloud Palace Master was slightly surprised. This young man has such a powerful cultivation level at such a young age. He might have some background. One of the elders said slowly. Why don't we find out his identity before we make any plans? Another elder said. The Green Cloud Palace master nodded. The Green Cloud Palace was afraid that this young man might be a genius from some big force. The Grand Master had to be careful. Send someone to find out his background. The Green Cloud Palace master ordered. Grand Master. This is bad. Someone broke into the Green Cloud Palace. He asked us to release the mayor of the Green Rock town. At this moment, a guard rushed in to report. Humph. Who is so bold to break into the Green Cloud Palace? The Green Cloud Palace master's face turned gloomy. The Grand Commander's face changed. Grand Master, it must be him. It must be him. Humph. I want to see who he is. The Green Cloud Palace master said coldly. He immediately flashed out of the main hall. The higher-ups of the Green Cloud Palace came out and looked at the square. In the square, Lu Qingyang and Xu Weixing were surrounded by the guards of the Green Cloud Palace in the middle of the square. Brother Tianyi, are you sure? Xu Weixing asked in fear. His body was trembling uncontrollably and he was extremely terrified. Don't worry. Lu Qingyang smiled faintly and gave Xu Weixing a reassuring look. Grand Master. It's that guy. The Grand Commander pointed at Lu Qingyang. That's right. It's him. The other two Tianyuan realm experts confirmed. He hit it well. This guy is not simple. The Green Cloud Palace master looked at Lu Qingyang. He could not see through Lu Qingyang's cultivation and his face turned serious. After a while, the Green Cloud Palace master asked in a deep voice, Little brother, who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I just hope that the Green Cloud Palace master can release the mayor of the Green Rock town. I'm not here to make enemies, Lu Qingyang said calmly and politely. He did not sound like the Lu Qingyang of the past. Brat. You have no right to negotiate. The Grand Commander shouted angrily. We, the Green Cloud Palace, have already given enough time for the mayor to consider. It's just that the stubborn old man is too stubborn. He only has himself to blame. The leader of the guards shouted coldly. The Green Rock town is not the Green Cloud Palace's territory. No one in the Green Rock town is willing to leave. Don't you think it's too much to force them to leave? Lu Qingyang said calmly. That's right. The Green Rock town is ours. No one can drive them away. Xu Weixing gathered his courage and shouted. Strength is everything. If it weren't for the fact that the Green Rock town is weak, we would have razed it to the ground. The Grand Commander shouted coldly. Lu Qingyang ignored the Grand Commander and looked at the Green Cloud Palace master. He asked, What do you think, Grand Commander? Let's see if you can do it. The Green Cloud Palace master said coldly. If that's the case, please make your move. Lu Qingyang was not afraid and directly challenged the Green Cloud Palace master. Brother Tianyi, you can't be serious, right? Can you defeat him? Xu Weixing asked in horror. He dares to challenge the palace master? Did I hear that right? This bastard is too arrogant. How dare he challenge our palace master? He must be crazy. The disciples of the Green Cloud Palace exclaimed. They couldn't believe that Lu Qingyang dared to challenge the palace master. The three elders of the Green Cloud Palace looked at each other in shock. They couldn't believe it either. However, Lu Qingyang didn't look worried at all. Even if he was faking it, the three elders would still notice it. Did Lu Qingyang really have the strength to do so? The Green Cloud Palace master looked at Lu Qingyang in astonishment. Even he could not believe that a young lad had the guts to challenge him. Boy, if you challenge me, you'll have to pay with your life. You better think it through. If you leave now and don't care about Bluestone Town, I can be merciful and spare you. The Green Cloud Palace master said indifferently. The palace master couldn't see through Lu Qingyang's cultivation level. Plus, Lu Qingyang didn't look worried at all. The palace master was worried. If I'm lucky enough to win, I hope the Green Cloud Palace master will release the mayor of Bluestone Town. If I lose, I'll be at your mercy. Lu Qingyang replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The palace master said coldly. His murderous aura burst out. Buzz, buzz. The palace master slowly rose to the sky. His LV7 Sky Origin stage power burst out. Dazzling green light covered the entire green cloud palace. The violent power shook the void. "Kid, let me see what kind of strength you have. How dare you break into my green cloud palace?" The palace master said coldly. "Brother Tianyi, his strength is too terrifying. Can you really handle it?" Shuixing was scared out of his wits. His legs were weak. Shuixing was only at LV3 Origin transformation stage. He had never seen a LV7 Sky Origin stage cultivator. Therefore, Shuixing couldn't control the fear in his heart. That was the fear of the strong to the weak. "Humph. You overestimate yourself. He must be tired of living. The palace master can cripple him with one hand. Let's kill this brat. Let's see what kind of expert Bluestone Town can find." The disciples of the Green Cloud Palace all looked disdainful and gloating. Lu Qingyang smiled at Xuan Shui. Shortly after, he bent his legs slightly and suddenly exerted force. With a boom, Lu Qingyang shot up into the sky like a missile. His speed was extremely terrifying. A gust of wind swept up on the ground of the square, and Xuan Shui was forced back several meters. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingyang appeared in the sky beside the Green Cloud Palace master. "Show me your full strength," the Lord of Green Cloud Palace said coldly, staring at Lu Qingyang fiercely. Judging from Green Cloud Palace master's posture, it seemed that he really intended to kill Lu Qingyang. Buzz. Lu Qingyang did not waste any time. He activated the Jin Yuan in his body, and an extremely fierce power instantly erupted. It shook the void, and a dazzling light shone as if a supreme treasure had appeared. Sky Origin Stage LV6. The Green Cloud Palace master's expression changed. He looked at Lu Qingyang in shock. Lu Qingyang dared to come to the Green Cloud Palace to save people. He was indeed powerful. Sky Origin Stage LV6. How is this possible? That brat is actually at Sky Origin Stage LV6. Who the hell is he? He is so much younger than us. I think he is only in his 20s. How could he be at Sky Origin Stage LV6? Feeling Lu Qingyang's violent power, the disciples of the Green Cloud Palace were terrified. The disdain and gloating disappeared instantly. This brat's power is extremely violent. He is definitely not simple. The head elder frowned. The second elder said seriously, "I can't believe this brat is so powerful." The head commander was already scared out of his wits. He secretly felt lucky that Lu Qingyang did not kill them in Bluestone Town. Otherwise, they would all be dead. Green Cloud Palace Master, make your move. Lu Qingyang was not scared at all. Instead, he was very confident. Although Lu Qingyang had lost his memory, he was still very clear about his own power. He was not afraid of the Green Cloud Palace Master. Boom! The Green Cloud Palace Master did not hesitate. He stepped on the void and rushed out. The Sky Origin Stage LV6 was not enough to scare him. Lu Qingyang did not want to be outdone. He rushed out as fast as the Green Cloud Palace Master. Boom! Buzz! Suddenly, the two of them fiercely hit each other with their fists. The explosion was deafening. Horrifying energy ripples spread out crazily. Even with the terrifying strength of the Green Cloud Palace Master, he was still unable to push Lu Qingyang back. To actually be able to resist my power. This brat's power is extremely violent. No. This brat's physical body is extremely strong. The Green Cloud Palace Master was shocked. After only one punch, the Green Cloud Palace Master started to panic. The elders and disciples of the Green Cloud Palace were all shocked. A Sky Origin Stage LV7 cultivator could not defeat a Sky Origin Stage LV6 cultivator. Was the Green Cloud Palace Master too weak? No, it was Lu Qingyang who was too powerful. Lu Qingyang had obtained the inheritance of the 9 Dao Venerables and cultivated a powerful cultivation technique. His true essence had been refined, and he had also cultivated the supreme body. His physical body had become extremely strong, which had allowed Lu Qingyang's combat strength to become extremely powerful. Lu Qingyang's real power was definitely not weaker than a Sky Origin Stage LV8 cultivator, Lu Qingyang was only at Sky Origin Stage LV5. No one knew how he broke through to Sky Origin Stage LV6. However, one thing was for sure. Lu Qingyang broke through while he was unconscious. Green Cloud Palace Master, please do your best. I want to end this quickly. Lu Qingyang spoke slowly. He looked calm. Lu Qingyang sounded like he wanted to end the fight as soon as possible. However, he was implying that the Green Cloud Palace Master was too weak. In the Green Cloud Palace Master's eyes, Lu Qingyang was extremely arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all. How dare you? The Green Cloud Palace Master's face was twitching. The killing intent in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. He was furious. He looked like he was going to tear Lu Qingyang apart. Buzz buzz. The Green Cloud Palace Master was furious. He burst out with even more horrifying power. The air was shaking again. The killing intent was spreading out crazily. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The Green Cloud Palace Master suddenly started to attack fiercely. Every punch and kick was filled with ferocious power. Every move was fatal and vicious. The sound of the collision was endless. However, Lu Qingyang was calm facing the Green Cloud Palace Master's ferocious attacks. No matter how vicious the Green Cloud Palace Master's attacks were, Lu Qingyang blocked them easily. The Green Cloud Palace Master's attacks were useless. This is impossible. My attacks are useless. The more the Green Cloud Palace Master fought, the more shocked and furious he was. This kid seems to be able to see through the Palace Master's attacks. The head elder was shocked. He can actually fight against the Palace Master. The head commander was trembling. He looked at Lu Qingyang in fear. What terrifying strength. Brother Tianyi is really good at hiding his strength. Xuanxia was dumbfounded. He didn't even blink. A Sky Origin Stage 6 going against a Sky Origin Stage 7. Xuanxia wouldn't have believed it in the past. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that there was such a terrifying person in the world. The Green Cloud Hall Master's frenzied attacks gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Lu Qingyang's attacks were getting more and more terrifying. In the end, the Green Cloud Hall Master couldn't defend himself at all. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Qingyang landed a few punches on the Green Cloud Hall Master, forcing him to retreat. In the end, he was sent flying. Green Cloud Hall Master, is this all you've got? Lu Qingyang asked indifferently. His expression didn't change at all. The Green Cloud Hall Master's face turned green. His skin twitched violently. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Don't be so arrogant. If this is all you've got, I advise you to give up. I don't want to offend the Green Cloud Hall." Lu Qingyang said indifferently. Lu Qingyang was arrogant enough to advise the Green Cloud Hall Master to give up. If it was before, Lu Qingyang would have been scolded 10,000 times by the Green Cloud Hall disciples. However, after seeing Lu Qingyang's terrifying strength, no one dared to say anything. Shut up! The Green Cloud Hall Master shouted angrily. The Green Cloud Hall Master formed a seal with both hands. A green light flashed and a terrifying ice attribute energy was condensed. High Dark Class Martial Skill. Unfettered Mysterious Ice Slash. The Green Cloud Hall Master roared. The terrifying ice attribute energy was condensed on his arm. As he waved his hand, the ice attribute energy turned into an energy slash and shot out with great momentum. The terrifying energy had already caused the disciples of the Green Cloud Hall to tremble in fear. Lu Qingyang remained fearless in the face of the terrifying ice attribute energy slash that was shooting toward him. Extremely powerful True Yuan was activated. Lu Qingyang slowly raised his right hand and pointed with his index finger. Powerful energy was condensed on his fingertip. Destructive Flash! Lu Qingyang shouted. His fingertip was shining with dazzling light. The overwhelming momentum was terrifying. Earth Rank Martial Skill. The Green Cloud Palace Lord's expression changed drastically. It's actually an Earth Rank Martial Skill. The elders and upper echelons of the Green Cloud Hall were all alarmed. Swish! Buzz! He pointed a finger in the air, and a blue light as thick as an arm shot out. Its indestructible aura caused the void to tremble. Rumble. Pooh. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the violent energy finger pierced through the energy slash, and a loud bang resounded throughout the Green Cloud Palace. The destructive energy shook the Green Cloud Palace Lord, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward. What a violent power! The Green Cloud Palace Lord was shocked. At the moment of collision, he could clearly feel the violent power of Lu Qingyang. It was not something he could withstand. Palace Master. The upper echelons and disciples of the Green Cloud Palace turned pale with fright. The Green Cloud Palace Lord was no match for Lu Qingyang. Too terrifying. Xueqing looked at Lu Qingyang in horror. He felt as though Lu Qingyang was an invincible god of war. The Green Cloud Palace Lord was sent flying for more than 1,000 meters before he could stabilize himself. The Green Cloud Palace Lord was seriously injured by this head-on collision. How could this brat be so powerful? The Green Cloud Palace Lord looked at Lu Qingyang in horror. He could not believe that a Sky Origin Stage 6 cultivator could be so powerful. Lu Qingyang was not affected by the Green Cloud Palace Lord's power at all. The Green Cloud Palace Lord's power was not enough to shake Lu Qingyang. Green Cloud Palace Lord, you have lost. Let him go. Lu Qingyang said calmly. The Green Cloud Palace Lord's face turned gloomy. He could not even defeat a junior in front of so many people in the Green Cloud Palace. He had lost all his face. How could he let this go? The Green Cloud Palace Lord would not let this go until he killed Lu Qingyang. Green Cloud Trident. The Green Cloud Palace Lord shouted as he took out a green long trident. It was a middle-grade spiritual weapon, and it was emitting a powerful aura. The Green Cloud Palace Lord's aura soared as he took out the weapon. His aura became even scarier. He was almost at Sky Origin Stage 8. The Green Cloud Palace Lord was severely injured, but it did not affect him much. You brat. Do you really think I can be defeated so easily? The Green Cloud Palace Lord gritted his teeth with a ferocious face. Green Cloud Trident. Middle-grade spiritual weapon. The Palace Lord is going all out. The Palace Lord's spear art is powerful. None of the Sky Origin Stage 7 cultivators can defeat him. The disciples of the Green Cloud Palace Lord felt hopeful. They were excited. Seeing that the Green Cloud Palace Lord was not going to give up, Lu Qingyang shook his head and said, Green Cloud Palace Lord, you are no match for me. I told you, I don't want to offend the Green Cloud Palace. I just want you to let the mayor go. But if you keep pushing, don't blame me for being merciless. How dare you? The Green Cloud Palace Lord was furious. Buzz buzz. A terrifying power burst out from the Green Cloud Palace Lord's body and poured into the Green Cloud Trident. The long spear shone with a bright green light and a terrifying spear light filled the air. High-grade mystic spear art. Yin-Yang Universe spear art. The Green Cloud Palace Lord roared. He held the long spear with both hands and swung it out. Shoo. Buzz buzz. A huge green spear light broke through the air. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. It was so powerful that it was shocking. Brother Tianyi, be careful. Xue shouted with concern. Lu Qingyang did not change his expression. He reached out his hand and a middle-grade spiritual weapon long sword appeared. Lu Qingyang's chi was increasing rapidly. Yin-Yang Dual Sword Art. Yin-Yang 8 Desolation Cut. Lu Qingyang activated his chi and poured it into the long sword. The sword shone with blue light and the sword intent was terrifying. At this moment, Lu Qingyang's chi had surpassed the Green Cloud Palace Lord's. He was at Sky Origin Stage 8. Middle Grade Earth Class Martial Skill. Sky Origin Stage 8 Power. The Green Cloud Palace Lord was shocked again. He has an Earth Class Sword Art. The three elders were terrified. Shoo. Buzz buzz. Lu Qingyang waved his long sword, and a huge sword light of dozens of feet shot out. With an ear-piercing sonic boom, the void rolled violently like a wave. Looking at the monstrous sword radiance, the Green Cloud Palace Master was so frightened that his heart was pounding and his body was trembling. Who the hell is he? Green Cloud Palace Lord was terrified. Boom boom boom. Puff. Buzz buzz. In an instant, the sword light and the spear light collided and exploded. The deafening explosion resounded through the Green Cloud Palace and the surrounding mountains. At the moment of the explosion, the Green Cloud Palace Lord spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew out as if he had been hit by the shockwave. Palace Lord. The elders and the higher-ups of the Green Cloud Palace panicked. The disciples were scared out of their wits. They thought that the Palace Lord would not be defeated by Lu Qingyang. However, they did not expect that Lu Qingyang could defeat the Green Cloud Palace Lord with one strike. The Green Cloud Palace Lord's spear light could not withstand a single blow. Lu Qingyang's strike had severely injured him. At the Azure Cloud Hall Square, the Grand Elder supported the heavily injured Azure Cloud Hall Master as he looked at Lu Qingyang with fear. Lu Qingyang's terrifying strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Azure Cloud Hall Master, you don't have the strength to fight anymore. You've lost. Can you let him go now? Lu Qingyang asked nonchalantly. The Azure Cloud Hall Master's face was pale and weak. He said strenuously, let him go. Thank you, Azure Cloud Hall Master. Lu Qingyang cupped his fist slightly. After a while, a disciple came out with an injured white-haired old man. The old man was the Azure Rock Town's mayor. Although the mayor was injured, his life was not in danger. Mayor. Xu Weixing hurriedly ran up. Xu Weixing. Why are you here? The mayor's face changed drastically as he asked in panic. Mayor, Brother Tianyi and I are here to save you. Xu Weixing smiled happily. Seeing the mayor safe and sound, Xu Weixing was finally relieved. Hearing that, the mayor glanced at Lu Qingyang and said in surprise, so your name is Tianyi. You've finally woken up after being unconscious for a month. Mayor, Brother Tianyi is amazing. Even the Azure Cloud Hall Master is no match for him. Xu Weixing smiled excitedly as he supported the mayor. What? Hearing that, the mayor's expression changed drastically as he looked at Lu Qingyang in shock. Although the Azure Rock Town's mayor's cultivation base was not high, he had a cultivation base at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. He knew how terrifying the Azure Cloud Hall Master's strength was. Lu Qingyang was so young, but he had the terrifying strength to defeat the Azure Cloud Hall Master. How could the mayor not be shocked? The mayor did not believe it at first, but when he saw the Azure Cloud Hall Master was severely injured, he had no choice but to believe it. Thank you, little brother Tianyi, the mayor hurriedly thanked him. If it was not for Lu Qingyang's help today, he would have died and Azure Rock Town would have been destroyed. Mayor, you're too kind. Lu Qingyang smiled politely. Lu Qingyang stepped forward bravely to repay Azure Rock Town for taking care of him. If Old Man Qin had not saved him, Lu Qingyang might have really died in Qing River. Mayor, let's go back to Bluestone Town. Xu Weixing said excitedly as he helped the mayor towards the Green Cloud Hall's mountain gate. When Lu Qingyang and the other two left the Green Cloud Hall, no one dared to stop them. On a mountain peak not far from the Green Cloud Hall, a man looked at Lu Qingyang and muttered, "Isn't he the brat by Feng Wuchen's side? Shouldn't he have followed Feng Wuchen and the others into Soul Break Valley? Why would he be in the Green Cloud Palace? Could it be that Feng Wuchen and the others have already left Soul Break Valley? Impossible, the 3 exits of Soul Break Valley are guarded by many experts. Feng Wuchen and the others couldn't have left Soul Break Valley without our people knowing." The man frowned. Maybe Feng Wuchen has some magical body movement skill. I have to go back and report to the young sect leader immediately. The man thought to himself and immediately left. Temple Master, we can't let that brat go. A senior disciple gritted his teeth and said angrily. The Grand Commander said gloomily, that's right, we can't let him go. This brat doesn't take our Green Cloud Hall seriously at all. We can't let him go. All the disciples responded. This brat's cultivation is profound and powerful. Even the Temple Master is no match for him. What can you do to him? An elder shook his head. He hasn't even used his full strength. The second elder added. Hearing the 2 elders' words, the disciples' faces were filled with fear again. Lu Qingyang hadn't used his full strength in the battle with the Green Cloud Hall Master? Wasn't this too terrifying? Temple Master, Grand Elder, we can't just let it go. The spiritual vein in Azure Rock Town is very important to us. We needed to strengthen the Green Cloud Hall, the Grand Commander said anxiously. Spiritual vein. The Green Cloud Hall Master's pale face was extremely ugly. The Green Cloud Hall Master wanted to kill Lu Qingyang, destroy Azure Rock Town, and seize the spiritual vein. However, Lu Qingyang's strength was too terrifying. Even the Green Cloud Hall Master was no match for Lu Qingyang. Who else in the Green Cloud Hall could compete with him? If the Green Cloud Hall Master attacked again, it wouldn't be as simple as death. The entire Green Cloud Hall Master would be destroyed. The Green Cloud Hall Master didn't say anything. He turned around and walked toward the main hall. His face was ugly and complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. The Grand Elder waved his hand and motioned for the disciples to leave. The Green Cloud Hall Master didn't say anything. No one knew if he would give up. Lu Qingyang and Shuixing saved the town elder. The people in Azure Rock Town cheered. In Bluestone Town, only Shuixing had witnessed the battle between Lu Qingyang and the Green Cloud Palace Master with his own eyes. When he came back, he described Lu Qingyang as a god, exaggerating all kinds of things. Everyone was so excited, as if they were there in person. Lu Qingyang had lost most of his memories. Therefore, he could only stay in Azure Rock Town and couldn't go anywhere. In the Heavenly Moon Sect's Grand Palace, Ao Yan flew back. Young Sect Master. There's news. Ao Yan entered the main hall and said excitedly. Is there news about Feng Wuchen? Fan Xiaoyun, who was cultivating, slowly opened his eyes and asked. Ao Yan said respectfully, Young Sect Master, I haven't seen Feng Wuchen yet. However, when I came back, I saw someone. It was one of Feng Wuchen's people. Logically, he should have followed Feng Wuchen into Soulbreak Valley. However, he wasn't in Soulbreak Valley. Therefore, I guess Feng Wuchen and the others must have left Soulbreak Valley. Oh? Who is it? Where did you see him? Fan Xiaoyun quickly asked. I don't know who it is either. However, I am sure that it is one of Feng Wuchen's friends. I saw him in the Azure Cloud Hall. He defeated the Azure Cloud Hall's Palace Master with his Sky Origin Stage 6th level cultivation. Feng Wuchen and the others are most likely near the Azure Cloud Hall. Ao Yan reported respectfully. Azure Cloud Hall? Fan Xiaoyun frowned deeply. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, that's not right. Even if Feng Wuchen and the others left Soulbreak Valley, there is no reason for them to go to the central region of the Sky region. Moreover, they are alone. Could it be him? I wonder who Young Sect Master is talking about. Ao Yan asked. It's the brat that I killed. His name is Qin Yang. However, there is no reason for him to still be alive. Fan Xiaoyun shook his head. He was very clear about his strength. He didn't believe that Lu Qingyang could still survive in front of such a terrifying power. I really don't know who Young Sect Master killed. Ao Yan shook his head and said, however, I heard them call him Tianyi. Tianyi? Fan Xiaoyun frowned again and said, Ao Yan, go and check it out immediately. Be careful. Don't alert the enemy. Yes. I will make a trip to the Azure Cloud Hall now. Ao Yan nodded respectfully. Fan Xiaoyun paced back and forth in the hall. His expression was grave as he muttered doubtfully, it definitely can't be him. However, the Azure Cloud Hall is near where that brat died. Apart from him, who else could it be? Tianyi is not Qin Yang. Fan Xiaoyun was unwilling to believe that the person Ao Yan was talking about was Lu Qingyang. If Fan Xiaoyun was sure that the person was Lu Qingyang, then Lu Qingyang would not be able to escape death. Fan Xiaoyun had personally led the experts from various forces in the Eastern Heaven region to hunt down Feng Wuchen's group. This was enough to show that he hated Feng Wuchen to the core. He could not wait to cut Feng Wuchen into pieces. Therefore, as long as it was someone related to Feng Wuchen, one could imagine how Fan Xiaoyun would treat them. Of course, all of this was still unknown. Back at Soulbreak Valley, Feng Wuchen's group was cultivating in the blood pool. They had been cultivating for 2 days, and their cultivation had improved a lot. The violent and powerful ancient energy was much more powerful than pure energy, elixirs, and even the sacred geocentric lotus. At the same time, Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger had prepared a big gift for Feng Wuchen's group. The 100-year spiritual spring can hide the aura of powerful energy. Even if Feng Wuchen is an alchemist, he will not be able to detect it. Hidden in the dark, Sky Wolf sneered. Big brother, you are so smart to be able to get such a treasure. Sky Tiger sneered. With our strength and the Berserk Abstruse Elixir, the elixir's energy will be gone once it is used up. However, it will be enough to severely injure those two sky humans. Sky Wolf said fiercely. Sky Tiger said fiercely, by then, killing Feng Wuchen will be a piece of cake. They will all die. Sky Wolf took out the 100-year spiritual spring, and a special white mist spread out in all directions. Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger swallowed the Berserk Abstruse Elixir, and their strength instantly skyrocketed. Then, the two of them carefully activated their energy and slowly injected it into the ground. It did not cause any disturbance. Even if a powerful aura spread out, it was covered by the special white mist of the 100-year spiritual spring. A few meters away from the blood pool, a terrifying energy was rapidly gathering. The danger was quietly approaching Feng Wuchen's group. Do it. When the energy injected into the ground reached its limit, Sky Wolf let out a ferocious roar. The terrifying energy hidden underground suddenly broke out of the ground and crazily charged at Feng Wuchen's group. Feng Wuchen sensed something and his expression changed drastically. Everyone, be careful. Feng Wuchen shouted in panic. The power of the third level of the heaven tier. Lan Yu and Bei Diyan were the first to sense it. They were both frightened by this terrifying power. The Crimson Emperor and the others simply couldn't react in time. Rumble. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, a huge explosion occurred in the blood pool, and the rocks around the blood pool turned into powder. Big brother. Success. Haha. Tianhu laughed excitedly. Very good. Even if some of them are still alive, they're dead for sure. Tian Lang sneered in a mocking manner. The two of them immediately left. At the location of the blood pool, extremely terrifying energy ripples swept out in all directions. Everything within a radius of 60 to 70 feet, including the towering ancient trees, rocks, flowers, and grasses, were all destroyed, turning into a small desert. The destructive power was extremely terrifying. Big brother, after killing them, we can cultivate here. By then, our cultivation will be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Haha. Tianhu could not stop laughing. Oh? Is that so? A cold voice suddenly sounded. Humph. Feng Wuchen, you're still alive. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Sky Wolf was not surprised at all. It was as if he had expected it. Humph. Let me kill you personally to avenge my third brother. Tianhu shouted angrily, and a murderous aura burst out. In the center of the explosion, as the space gradually became clear, Feng Wuchen's group appeared in front of Sky Wolf and Tianhu. When they saw Feng Wuchen's group clearly, the smug smiles on Sky Wolf and Tianhu's faces instantly stiffened. Feng Wuchen's group was still alive, even the Crimson Emperor and the others who were at the Heavenly Origin Realm were still alive. The terrifying power of a third-level sky being was actually unable to kill one of them. On Feng Wuchen's group, there was a water source protecting them. The water source was like an energy shield. Pfft. Lan Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale, and she finally collapsed. Lan Yu. Miao Qingqing quickly supported Lan Yu and took out a blood fusion great rejuvenation pill for her to consume. Other than Feng Wuchen and Bei Diyan, Nangong Zhan, Crimson Emperor, and the others all suffered different degrees of injuries. Lan Yu was heavily injured. It was obvious that she was the one who condensed the water source. This was the water spirit barrier, a unique ability of the water spirit. It had extremely strong defensive power. From the fact that Lan Yu could block the power of a third-level sky being, one could see the terrifying defense of the water spirit barrier. Bei Diyan was at the sky being realm. Under the protection of the water spirit barrier, he was not injured. Feng Wuchen took out the Qilin armor and the water spirit barrier, which also prevented him from being injured. This is impossible. Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The terrifying power of a third-level sky being did not kill anyone. This was completely different from what they had expected. So it's the two of you? Feng Wuchen said coldly. He stared at Sky Tiger and Sky Wolf as if he was looking at dead people. Fortunately, Lan Yu used the water spirit barrier. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nan Gongzhan said gloomily. He clenched his fists and stared at Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger with murderous eyes. You didn't take the path to heaven. Instead, you barged into hell. Bai Duyan said coldly. Every word was filled with murderous intent. Bai Duyan, kill Sky Tiger. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He activated his power and took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword. Feng Wuchen immediately charged at Sky Wolf. Now that I've consolidated my cultivation at the first level of the celestial realm, I'd like to see how powerful I am now. Bai Yan said coldly as he glared at Tian Hu like a hunter staring at his prey. 8th level Sky Origin Realm? Sensing Feng Wuchen's overbearing chi, Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger were shocked. They had not seen Feng Wuchen for a month and he had broken through to 8th level Sky Origin Realm from 6th level. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was that? Sky Wolf and Sky Tiger could not imagine. In just a moment, Feng Wuchen's chi had increased from 8th level Sky Origin Realm to a mysterious level. It was not the Sky Being Realm, nor was it the peak of 9th level Sky Origin Realm. It was extremely terrifying. Bai Duyan activated his ethereal force. An extremely terrifying power surged out like a flood. The ground shook violently and a large crack appeared. Bai Duyan's chi had increased to the 2nd level of the Sky Being Realm. After breaking through to the Sky Being Realm, my strength can still increase to the 2nd level of the Sky Being Realm. Bai Duyan was shocked by himself. Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash. The Supreme Dragon God Sword swept out. His attack was swift and fierce. Ding! Buzz! Sky Wolf activated all his power. His palms formed into claws and gathered a terrifying amount of power. He met the attack with his bare hands. With a resplendent sound, Sky Wolf's body turned into a black line and flew out. What kind of power is this? In just a single exchange, Sky Wolf was sent flying by an incomparably terrifying force, causing him to shudder with fear. Big brother! Tianhu was also frightened to the point of panic. In just a month, Feng Wuchen's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Swish! In the next second, Bai Duyan appeared and intercepted Sky Tiger. Your opponent is me. Bai Duyan said coldly as he stared at Sky Tiger expressionlessly. Bai Duyan appeared like a ghost and scared Sky Tiger so much that he took a few steps back. Sky Tiger's face turned red and he said fiercely, "Little bastard. I'll kill you." Boom. Ah. Sky Tiger was about to attack when there was a sudden explosion. Sky Tiger's expression changed and he screamed as he was sent flying like a cannonball. It's only been a month. How can this brat have such a terrifying power? Sky Tiger was shocked. Bai Duyan was so fast that Sky Tiger didn't notice him at all. What an exhilarating power. Bai Duyan's lips curled into a dangerous smile. He tapped the ground lightly and his body turned into a whirlwind as he attacked ferociously. Big brother Baidu's strength is getting more and more terrifying. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf was shocked and excited. Denda's strength is even more terrifying. This aura is not from the heaven realm or the peak of Sky Origin Stage 9. I don't know what cultivation level he is in. However, Dendi can send Sky Wolf flying with one strike. This shows how terrifying his strength is. Nan Gongzhan frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The Pavilion Master definitely hasn't broken through to the heaven realm. The Crimson Emperor said with certainty. They are dead for sure. Miao Qingqing said coldly. If it weren't for Lan Yu, Feng Wuchen and the others would have been wiped out. With such a threat, how could Feng Wuchen let them off? Bai Duyan unleashed a ferocious offensive. Even though Tianhu used his full strength, and even though Tianhu had many years of experience as an assassin and knew all sorts of tricky and ruthless assassination techniques, he still couldn't block it. Bai Duyan used overwhelming strength to forcefully break through Tianhu's moves. Even when Tianhu used his martial skills, Bai Duyan relied solely on the strength of his fists to break through. Tianhu! Seeing that Tianhu was unable to retaliate, Tianling panicked. Swish, just as Sky Wolf was about to go and help, Feng Wuchen's figure flashed over. If you want to save him, you'll have to get past me first. Feng Wuchen said coldly as the dragon god sword pierced towards Sky Wolf's heart. Feng Wuchen. Sky Wolf's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and growled. A terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky. Buzz. Sky Wolf erupted with his full strength. His strength was incomparably ferocious. The ground caved in, creating a huge crater with large cracks. Although Sky Wolf's strength was tyrannical, it was only slightly stronger than Tianhu's. Scram! Sky Wolf suddenly roared towards the sky. An extremely terrifying aura swept out. Feng Wuchen's sword was directly pushed back by the tyrannical aura. Compared to Fan Xiaoyun, you're too weak. I don't care who you are, you'll die today. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The wings on his back flapped and Feng Wuchen charged out again with the dragon god sword in his hand. This time, Feng Wuchen's aura was even more terrifying. His speed was even faster and his strength was even more tyrannical. Feng Wuchen did not use any fancy moves. He simply stabbed out with his sword, bringing with it a terrifying force. The might of this sword was absolutely terrifying. High-grade profound class martial skill. Heavenly wind shield. Sky Wolf was shocked. He quickly clasped his hands together and shouted. In front of Sky Wolf, a whirlwind that seemed to have been compressed condensed into a huge energy shield. Ding! Buzz buzz! Feng Wuchen rushed over with lightning speed and stabbed the wind shield. With a crisp sound, the tyrannical force forced the wind shield and Sky Wolf to retreat a few meters. The ground shook violently and collapsed. Feng Wuchen, do you really think you're that strong? Sky Wolf said angrily. Illusion sword art. Illusion destruction break heaven and earth. Break! Feng Wuchen shouted. A monster sword intent soared into the sky. The dragon god sword was filled with a suffocating sword aura. Boom! Pooh! Kacha! The tyrannical power of the sword light exploded at the intersection point. Boom! Sky Wolf's expression changed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The wind shield was instantly filled with cracks, and finally, it shattered with a cracking sound. The terrifying energy ripples once again sent Sky Wolf flying. Even if Sky Wolf was an assassin, in front of absolute strength, any vicious moves would be useless. A first-level Sky Human Realm martial artist can't even fight back in front of Dendi. Nangongzhan was more shocked the more he watched. Moreover, this wasn't Feng Wuchen's true strength. He hadn't even used his more powerful sword arts and martial techniques, and Sky Wolf was already powerless to resist. Pavilion Master. Kill him. Crimson Emperor, Xue Feng, and the others shouted angrily. Boom! Sky Wolf suddenly soared into the sky. His injuries were serious and his face was pale. Pa! Sky Wolf's expression was ferocious. He clasped his hands together and pulled them apart. A large green saber appeared out of thin air. It was a mid-grade spirit artifact. Sky Wolf's aura surged. Earth-grade martial technique. I have one too. Sky Wolf shouted angrily. Ignoring his injuries, Sky Wolf poured all his strength into the large saber. The violent saber aura spread out and the void vibrated. Northern Mystery Giant Ruler. 10,000 miles Gale Slash. Tian Lang roared angrily. He clenched his large saber with both hands and slashed down at Feng Wuchen. Swish! Buzz! An extremely violent saber aura swooped down. The terrifying energy shook heaven and earth. The power of an earth-grade martial technique was absolutely terrifying. Ding! The dragon god sword was stabbed into the ground. A blood-colored array appeared under his feet and blood-colored runes rose. Following that, a resplendent blood-colored light soared into the sky. The monster sword intent was breathtaking and swept out with an unstoppable force. Illusion sword art. Illusion 9 heavens. Feng Wuchen shouted and waved the dragon god sword. The blood-colored light that soared into the sky condensed into a huge blood-colored sword that soared into the sky with the power to destroy heaven and earth. The power of this sword aura was even more domineering and terrifying than the previous sword aura. Sky Wolf's face was filled with fear. He actually had the intention to retreat. Rumble. PFFF. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying forces collided and the explosion resounded throughout the surrounding mountains. The towering mountains shook violently and the energy ripples rolled without restraint. Sky Wolf vomited blood again. Even if he used an Earth-grade martial technique, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen's sword art. The extremely terrifying energy ripples swept out. Everywhere it passed, the towering mountains turned into ashes. Within a radius of 60 to 70 feet, it had turned into a yellow desert. Impossible. Skywolf's heart was filled with fear and unwillingness. They were both Earth-grade martial techniques, but Feng Wuchen's Earth-grade sword art was so terrifying that it could crush Skywolf's Earth-grade martial technique. They were not on the same level at all. I didn't expect your strength to rise to such a level in just a month. The heavily injured Sky Wolf stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Whoosh. Boom. Just as Sky Wolf finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly flew over and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Sky Tiger. Sky Tiger. Sky Wolf's expression changed as he cried out in grief. Sorry, I was too heavy-handed. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Beta Yan slowly flew over with a cold expression. Sky Tiger was no longer breathing. It was obvious that he had been killed by Beta Yan. Beta Yan did not dare to disobey Feng Wuchen's order. Hired killers, I wonder who hired you? Beta Yan asked coldly. That's a waste of breath. He knows his fate. Feng Wuchen said indifferently and immediately rushed forward without hesitation. Feng Wuchen, do you really think you can kill me? Sky Wolf said ferociously. A talisman appeared in his hand. I, Sky Wolf, will remember today's grudge. I will repay you tenfold in the future. Chi. Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash and the dragon god's sword slashed across Sky Wolf's neck. With a chi sound, Sky Wolf's body suddenly became illusory and finally turned into a ray of green light and disappeared. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. His sword had missed. Sky Wolf's figure had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind Sky Tiger's corpse. Dendi, did you let him escape? Beta Yan asked. He looked around vigilantly but did not find any trace of Sky Wolf. What a powerful movement technique. I can't sense his aura. Feng Wuchen said in surprise. Indeed, I can't sense his aura. Beta Yan frowned. Feng Wuchen frowned. No, that's not a movement technique. Feng Wuchen looked at the place where Sky Wolf was and found a strange rune spell. That's a rune escape technique. Rune escape technique? Beta Yan looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. On this continent, other than alchemists, blacksmiths, and blacksmiths, there are also inscriptionists. Inscriptionists can create all kinds of powerful runes, such as offensive runes, defensive runes, speed runes, and even invisibility. Escape techniques are one of them. After using a rune, it will leave behind a rune incantation, Feng Wuchen explained. So that's how it is. Beta Yan nodded. Escape runes are more common. Although there aren't any in the heaven domain, there are many in the continent, Feng Wuchen said calmly as he put the dragon god's sword into his body. Is the Pill Emperor also an inscription master? Beta Yan guessed. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and did not answer. Dendi is really terrifying. Alchemy, blacksmithing, and inscriptions are all in one body. He is really a terrifying genius. Beta Yan sighed inwardly. He was glad that he submitted to Feng Wuchen and that the Big Dipper family did not become enemies with Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, the Big Dipper family would have been destroyed. When they returned to the blood pool, the surroundings were razed to the ground like a small desert. The blood pool was also unrecognizable. However, the berserk energy of the blood pool was still there and they could still cultivate. Are you guys alright? Feng Wuchen looked at Miao Qingqing and the others and asked. We're fine. It's just that Lan Yu exhausted her true essence to save us. Her injuries are very serious. Miao Qingqing replied. Pavilion Master, did you kill those two bastards? Crimson Emperor gritted his teeth and asked with cold killing intent in his eyes. One died and the other escaped. Beta Yan said. Cultivate well. It's not easy to refine such a berserk ancient energy. Feng Wuchen reminded. After sitting down, Feng Wuchen looked at the location where the terrifying energy burst out from the ground and thought, I smelled the scent of the 100-year spiritual spring. They still have the aura of the Berserk Shenming pill on them. It seems like they have some background. Feng Wuchen did not think too much and continued to cultivate. Green Cloud Hall. Green Cloud Hall had a special guest today, and the upper echelons of Green Cloud Hall welcomed him with the highest treatment. This person was the Green Cloud Hall Master's senior brother, Li Yunshan. A kid at Sky Origin Stage 6 really has such strength? In the hall, Green Cloud Hall Master had already explained the situation, which surprised Li Yunshan. If not for this kid's interference, Green Rock Town's spirit vein would have already fallen into Green Cloud Hall's hands. If not for being helpless, I would not have disturbed senior brother's cultivation, Green Cloud Hall Master said helplessly with a bitter smile. After pausing for a while, Green Cloud Hall Master continued, with senior brother making a move, killing that kid would be as easy as flipping your hand. After obtaining the spirit vein, senior brother can stay in Green Cloud Hall and cultivate. You don't have to worry about wasting Green Cloud Hall's cultivation resources. Li Yunshan nodded and said gravely, his strength is comparable to Sky Origin Stage 8. He does have some ability. With senior brother's cultivation of Sky Origin Stage 1, killing him would be as easy as flipping your hand. Green Cloud Hall Master gritted his teeth and said angrily. Just thinking about losing to a junior filled him with rage. Let's go to Green Rock Town. I want to see how capable this kid is, Li Yunshan said coldly. Green Cloud Hall Master rejoiced. The elders and upper echelons all revealed joyful expressions. Li Yunshan was a Sky Origin Stage 1. Even though no one had seen him make a move, just the word Sky Origin Stage alone was enough to instill fear in countless people. Heavenly Moon Sect's palace, Ao Yan's figure flashed and appeared in Fan Xiaoyun's palace hall. Reporting to young sect master, I found it, Ao Yan said respectfully. Speak. Ao Yan said, young sect master, this Tianyi was saved by Green Rock Town's Duke Qin in Clear River. Tianyi is the name given by Duke Qin's granddaughter. He has already lost his memories. Clear River? Lost his memories? Fan Xiaoyun was slightly stunned. Then, he frowned and said, Clear River is a branch of the Heavenly River. Furthermore, he has lost his memories. If that is the case, then this person is really Lu Qingyang. This kid is really tough. I struck the top of his head with a palm strike and he actually survived. Fan Xiaoyun's eyes flashed with a vicious killing intent. Young sect master, do you want me to go and kill him immediately? Ao Yan asked. There is no need to rush. Feng Wuchen, it is best if you are still alive. I will be waiting to give you this great gift, Fan Xiaoyun said with a sinister smile. Follow me to Green Rock Town and do as I say, Fan Xiaoyun said with a cold smile. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. Ao Yan followed closely behind. At this moment, Green Rock Town had already welcomed a strong enemy. The Green Cloud Palace Master, the three elders, Li Yunshan, and the others had already arrived at Green Rock Town. You are Tianyi? Li Yunshan sized up Lu Qingyang and asked. Heaven Realm expert. Lu Qingyang frowned and stared at Li Yunshan. Brother Tianyi, that old thing's aura is even more terrifying than yours. What should we do? Shueisheng asked in fear. Town Master, Uncle Qin, quickly take them away. I will stop them. Lu Qingyang said seriously. Leave quickly. Everyone leave quickly. The Town Master said without hesitation. With their strength, they would only be a burden to Lu Qingyang if they stayed. Great Commander, stop them. Leave no one alive. The Green Cloud Palace Master ordered coldly. Yes. The Great Commander immediately rushed out. Whoosh! Lu Qingyang's figure disappeared mysteriously. It was so sudden that no one noticed it. When Lu Qingyang appeared again, he was already in front of the Grand Commander. His cold eyes were staring at the Grand Commander. There was no human emotion in them, only endless murderous intent. This was the first time Lu Qingyang was so angry since he woke up. The sudden appearance of Lu Qingyang reminded the Grand Commander of the first time he saw Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang had also appeared in front of him silently. However, the difference was that Lu Qingyang's eyes had changed. "Palace Master, save me." The Grand Commander was terrified. Instead of running for his life, he shouted for help. "What kind of movement technique is this? I didn't notice it at all." The Green Cloud Palace Master was shocked. During the battle with Lu Qingyang did not use it at all. Otherwise, the Green Cloud Palace Master would have died without knowing what happened. "It's really not simple." Li Yunshan frowned. He was also shocked. He had never seen such a strange movement technique. Swoosh! Lu Qingyang, who appeared out of nowhere, had a long sword in his hand. He slashed the Grand Commander's neck mercilessly. With a flash of the sword, blood spurted out. The Grand Commander instinctively covered his neck and looked at Lu Qingyang in horror and despair. His body fell faster. "How dare you? How dare you kill the Grand Commander of the Green Cloud Palace?" The Green Cloud Palace Master was furious. "The people of Green Rock Town are just ordinary cultivators. They are kind and stand aloof from worldly affairs. Why do you have to kill them all? Are the people of the Green Cloud Palace all villains who bully the weak?" Lu Qingyang said coldly as he looked at the Green Cloud Palace Master with cold eyes. "The strong are respected. If you want to survive, the weak can only submit to the strong," Li Yunshan said in a deep voice. The terrifying power of a level 1 celestial being spread out. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunshan's figure flashed and disappeared. His speed was extremely terrifying. He arrived in the blink of an eye and blasted his palm towards Lu Qingyang. The palm wind whistled and rolled up a gust of wind. It could be seen that this palm was extremely powerful. The moment Li Yunshan made his move, Lu Qingyang immediately sensed it and used teleportation to dodge. "No matter how strong you are, you can't escape from me." Li Yunshan's cold voice suddenly rang in Lu Qingyang's ears. "Not good." Lu Qingyang's expression suddenly changed. Boom! Pooh! Li Yunshan's palm landed on Lu Qingyang's chest. Boom! The terrifying power shook Lu Qingyang, causing him to spit out blood. His body turned into a black line and shot out. The speed of a heaven-tier elite was truly terrifying. Li Yunshan's power was extremely terrifying. Even if Lu Qingyang's body was strong, he could not withstand it. "Brother Tianyi!" Ziqing shouted in panic. "Ziqing! Run!" Uncle Qin said in fear and anxiety. The people of Green Rock Town wanted to help, but they did not have the ability to do so. They were powerless and could only watch Lu Qingyang being injured. "Young sect leader, it's the people of Green Cloud Palace." Fan Xiaoyun and Ao Yan had arrived in the sky. "It really is Lu Qingyang." Fan Xiaoyun's gaze fell on the injured Lu Qingyang. The moment Li Yunshan rushed out again, Fan Xiaoyun made his move. Swish! Li Yunshan arrived in a flash and wanted to kill Lu Qingyang with a punch. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and grabbed Li Yunshan's wrist. "Who is it?" Li Yunshan immediately scolded with a solemn expression. The moment this person appeared, Li Yunshan knew that he was an elite at the first level of the heaven tier. Lu Qingyang, who was seriously injured, looked at the person who stopped him in shock. He had no memory of this person, so he did not know who this person was. Of course, this person was Fan Xiaoyun. "How dare you?" Fan Xiaoyun said coldly as he looked at Li Yunshan coldly. The moment Li Yunshan raised his head, his expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear, and he was so frightened that his body trembled. "Young Lord Fan." Li Yunshan recognized Fan Xiaoyun at a glance. "Young Lord Fan." The Green Cloud Palace Master and the 3 elders recognized him as well. Fear flashed in their eyes. In particular, Fan Xiaoyun's words made them even more terrified. Fan Xiaoyun was the young sect leader of the Heavenly Moon sect, the most powerful force in the Qingyun region. Everyone in the Qingyun region knew him. Young Lord Fan? This person is so powerful. He's definitely not an ordinary person at the first level of the heaven tier. Lu Qingyang frowned and looked at Fan Xiaoyun seriously. Fan Xiaoyun slowly let go of his hand. Li Yunshan quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, young Lord Fan." "Greetings, young Lord Fan." The Green Cloud Palace Master and the three elders quickly bowed respectfully as well. Seeing Li Yunshan and the Green Cloud Palace Master so fearful and respectful, the people of Bluestone Town who had not escaped in time were stunned. It's the young sect leader of the Heavenly Moon sect. The people of Bluestone Town were shocked and their eyes widened. In the sky, Fan Xiaoyun glanced at the shocked Lu Qingyang beside him. He took out a healing pill and handed it to him. He smiled and asked, "Qingyang, are you okay? Take this healing pill." "Qingyang, I've finally found you. Where have you been?" Ao Yan flew over and smiled happily. He patted Lu Qingyang's shoulder in a friendly manner. "Qingyang? Is that my name?" "You are?" Lu Qingyang asked in shock. Lu Qingyang, who had lost his memory, did not know them at all. "Don't you know us? I'm your big brother." Fan Xiaoyun looked at Lu Qingyang in surprise and asked, "What happened to you? You disappeared for a month. What happened? Big brother?" Fan Xiaoyun's words shocked Lu Qingyang. Li Yunshan and the Green Cloud Palace Master were scared out of their wits. They dared to touch the brother of the young sect leader of the Heavenly Moon sect. They must be tired of living. Brother Tianyi is young Lord Fan's brother. Ziqing's eyes widened. The people of Bluestone Town were shocked and dumbfounded. "Qingyang, don't scare me. Don't you recognize your big brother?" Fan Xiaoyun grabbed Lu Qingyang's shoulder and asked anxiously. "Young Lord Fan, Brother Tianyi has lost his memory. He doesn't remember anything." Ziqing's voice came from Bluestone Town. "Lost his memory?" Fan Xiaoyun's face changed dramatically. Fan Xiaoyun quickly brought the seriously injured Lu Qingyang down. Li Yunshan and the Green Cloud Palace Master could only follow them down in fear. "Little girl, what's going on?" Fan Xiaoyun asked Ziqing. Ziqing then told him what had happened. Fan Xiaoyun pretended to understand and nodded. "Uncle Qin, do you know who did it?" Ao Yan asked, clenching his fists. He looked like he wanted to take revenge for Lu Qingyang. Uncle Qin shook his head and said, "When I found Qingyang, he was alone." Fan Xiaoyun circulated his true origin and pressed his palm on Lu Qingyang's head. He frowned and said, "His meridians are in chaos. It seems like he really lost his memory. This is troublesome. Qingyang, don't worry. I'll do my best to help you regain your memory," Fan Xiaoyun said solemnly as he looked at Lu Qingyang. "Qingyang, the young master hasn't been at ease for a month because of you. He's been sending people to look for you every day," Ao Yan said with a smile. "Thank you, big brother." Lu Qingyang nodded and said, "I'm afraid it won't be easy to regain my memory. Big brother, you don't have to worry about me. What's the point of living if you don't have your memory?" Fan Xiaoyun glared at Lu Qingyang. "Ao Yan, send a message back immediately. Ask my father to think of a way," Fan Xiaoyun said quickly. "Yes, young master. Young cult master." Ao Yan nodded respectfully. "Thank you, Uncle Qin, for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see Qingyang again." Fan Xiaoyun quickly thanked Qinggong. Qinggong smiled and said, "Young Master Fan, you're too kind." Fan Xiaoyun then looked at Li Yunshan. Instantly, his eyes turned cold and a murderous aura swept out. Sensing Fan Xiaoyun's terrifying gaze, Li Yunshan and the Green Cloud Temple Master knelt down in fear. Fan Xiaoyun said coldly, "You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation for injuring my brother. Otherwise, I'll make sure you won't see the sun tomorrow. Young Master Fan, please forgive us. We didn't know he was your brother." Li Yunshan begged for mercy in fear. Even a Heaven Realm elite was scared out of his wits. The Heavenly Moon sect was so terrifying that no one dared to provoke them. Moreover, Fan Xiaoyun was the most powerful genius in the Qingyun region. "Young Master Fan, please forgive us." The Green Cloud Temple Master and the three elders begged for mercy in fear and kept kowtowing. Looking at the terrified Li Yunshan and the rest, the people of Green Rock Town felt relieved. They hated the Green Cloud Temple for bullying them. "Do you know what crime you've committed by injuring my brother?" Fan Xiaoyun asked coldly. The Green Cloud Temple Master and the rest were terrified. Their faces were as pale as paper and they didn't know how to answer him. Li Yinshan wanted to kill the Green Cloud Temple Master and the rest. How dare they offend Fan Xiaoyun's brother? Big brother, I think. Lu Qingyang didn't seem to want to make a big deal out of this. Just as he was about to dissuade Fan Xiaoyun, he was interrupted by Fan Xiaoyun. Fan Xiaoyun said, "Little brother, I won't let anyone bully you. Big brother will take care of this for you. Young Lord Fan, please spare our lives." Li Yinshan and the Green Cloud Palace Master repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Despair began to creep onto their faces. Everyone in the Qingyun region knew the consequences of offending Fan Xiaoyun. "Tell me honestly, what happened? Daring to offend young cult master, your crime is even worse." Ao Yen shouted coldly. The terrifying aura of a third-level heaven-tier martial artist exploded, scaring Li Yinshan and the others out of their wits. Yes, yes, yes. Green Cloud Palace Master nodded in horror. The Green Cloud Palace Master then explained the cause of the matter in detail. After that, the Green Cloud Palace Master fell into despair. The Green Cloud Palace Master saw that Fan Xiaoyun's face had turned even uglier. For the sake of the spirit vein, he actually slaughtered the people of Bluestone Town. He was worse than a beast. Fan Xiaoyun shouted angrily, and a terrifying murderous aura suddenly burst out. "Young Lord Fan, please spare our lives. We know our wrongs." The Green Cloud Palace Master kowtowed and begged for mercy with a mournful expression. "Ao Yen. Kill them." Fan Xiaoyun shouted angrily, looking like he could not bear it anymore. It had to be said that Fan Xiaoyun's acting was very convincing. No one could tell. Those who did not know him would definitely believe him. "Yes. Young cult master." Ao Yen received the order respectfully, and a horrifying aura instantly burst out. "Stop." Lu Qingyang quickly rushed out to stop Ao Yen. "Brother Qingyang, they treated you like this and even wanted to kill the people of Bluestone Town. How can you forgive them? Quickly move aside and kill them." Ao Yen said, also pretending to be furious. Lu Qingyang looked at Fan Xiaoyun and said, "Big brother, I just woke up. I don't want to see blood. They will not dare to do it again. I hope Big brother can forgive them this time. If there is a next time, it won't be too late to kill them." After a pause, Lu Qingyang continued, "However, they can avoid death, but they cannot escape punishment. Since the Green Cloud Palace wants to destroy Bluestone Town, then let the Green Cloud Palace protect the people of Bluestone Town and help them cultivate. What do you think, big brother?" Fan Xiaoyun thought for a while and nodded. "What brother said is reasonable. It is indeed a good idea." Hearing this, Lu Qingyang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Humph. You are lucky. My brother is kind-hearted. Otherwise, I would have killed all of you today. Remember, if you dare to do it again, I will turn you into ashes." Fan Xiaoyun shouted coldly. "We will not dare to do it again." Li Yinshan quickly said, fearing that Fan Xiaoyun would change his mind if he was too slow. "Thank you, brother Qingyang. Thank you, brother Qingyang." The Green Cloud Palace Master and the three Grand Elders thanked Fan Xiaoyun profusely. They were finally relieved. "This is your last chance. If you miss it, I will make you regret it." Lu Qingyang emphasized again. "Yes, yes, yes." Li Yinshan and the Green Cloud Palace Master nodded. "Get out of here before I change my mind." Fan Xiaoyun shouted coldly. Li Yinshan and the others were so frightened that they immediately flew away, not daring to stay for even a moment. "Thank you, big brother." Lu Qingyang thanked Fan Xiaoyun again. Without a doubt, he regarded Fan Xiaoyun as a gentleman. Fan Xiaoyun patted Lu Qingyang's shoulder and smiled happily. "We are brothers. Why are you thanking me? It's good that you are alive." Hearing this, Lu Qingyang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. "Mayor, Uncle Qin, thank you for taking care of Qingyang all this time." Fan Xiaoyun cupped his fist and thanked the mayor and Uncle Qin. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to the mayor personally. "Absolutely not. Absolutely not." The mayor's face changed and he quickly shook his head to refuse. Fan Xiaoyun smiled politely and said, "Mayor, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Otherwise, I will feel very sorry." My brother is too important to me. If you need anything in the future, you must come to the Heavenly Moon sect to look for me. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. This. The mayor was in a difficult position. After all, they did not do anything. Instead, they almost got Lu Qingyang into trouble. Mayor, please accept it. Lu Qingyang smiled and said. The mayor did not refuse anymore. He thanked Fan Xiaoyun again and again before accepting the storage ring. For my brother to recover his memory, I have to bring him back to the Heavenly Moon sect immediately. I hope my father can help him. Fan Xiaoyun continued. The Heavenly Moon sect is very powerful. It is the most powerful force in the heavenly realm. They will definitely help Brother Qingyang recover his memory. Uncle Qin nodded. Brother Tianny, will you come back to see us? Ziqing asked quickly. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Of course. As long as I have time, I will definitely return to Green Rock Town. Lu Qingyang answered without hesitation. That's great. Brother Tianny will definitely recover his memory as soon as possible. Ziqing smiled happily. After Lu Qingyang left with Fan Xiaoyun, the people of Bluestone Town had a deep impression of Fan Xiaoyun. Young Lord Fan is a good person. That's right, that's right. Not only did he save us, but he also dealt with the Green Cloud Hall. In the future, we won't have to worry about the Green Cloud Hall harming us. As expected of the young lord of the Heavenly Moon cult. I'm so envious. I believe Qingyang will recover his memory soon. No wonder Qingyang is so strong. Young Lord Fan is his elder brother. The Heavenly Moon cult is the strongest force in the Qingyun domain. The people of Bluestone Town were very satisfied with Fan Xiaoyun, completely treating him as a gentleman. Little did they know that it was all an act by Fan Xiaoyun and Ao Yan. The people of Bluestone Town were kind-hearted and pure. How could they know the true face of the Heavenly Moon cult? If Lu Qingyang returned with Fan Xiaoyun, he might fall into some scheme. Lu Qingyang didn't know any of this. After returning to the Heavenly Moon cult, Fan Xiaoyun arranged a place for Lu Qingyang to stay and rest for a few days. Young lord, what's your plan? Aren't you going to kill Lu Qingyang? In the main hall, Ao Yan asked in a low voice. Fan Xiaoyun shook his head and sneered. Originally, I wanted to kill him to provoke Feng Wuchen. However, I changed my mind in Bluestone Town. Changed your mind? Ao Yan was stunned. That's right. Feng Wuchen has been staying in Soulbreak Valley. Moreover, we don't know whether he's dead or alive. Therefore, instead of killing Lu Qingyang, we might as well use Lu Qingyang. No matter whether Feng Wuchen is dead or alive, it won't do us any harm. Fan Xiaoyun sneered. Ao Yan nodded and said solemnly, if that's the case, the Green Cloud Hall and Bluestone Town must disappear to prevent the news from leaking. Fan Xiaoyun's lips curled into a sinister smile. A ruthless killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, Bluestone Town and Green Cloud Hall must disappear. However, now is not the time. We can't let Lu Qingyang be suspicious. Let them live for a while. Young sect master is wise. Ao Yan flattered. Young sect master, I will go and report this to the sect master and the elders. We must not leak this information. Ao Yan hurriedly left the main hall. Ao Yan was very clear on what he had to do. Feng Wuchen, you better show up quickly. I might be in a bad mood one day, but I can't wait for 3 months. If you appear, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Fan Xiaoyun sneered. Ruthlessness, hypocrisy, cold-bloodedness, arrogance, and so on were all reflected in Fan Xiaoyun. It could be said that making an enemy out of Fan Xiaoyun was equivalent to death. Ao Yan, who had not left the main hall for long, quickly returned and reported, Young sect master, the sect master has just given the order to eliminate the Yi clan 1 month later. A month later? Fan Xiaoyun was slightly surprised. He frowned and asked, why did it happen earlier? The sect master said that the Skyfire Manor is getting stronger and stronger. The Skyfire Manor has a good relationship with the Yi clan. If we make a move against the Yi clan, the Skyfire Manor will definitely not watch with folded arms. The sect master and the elders intend to use this opportunity to deal with the Skyfire Manor. Ao Yan reported respectfully. So that's how it is. After eliminating the Skyfire matter, there will no longer be any forces in the heaven region that can contend against our heavenly moon sect. At that time, they will all have to submit to the heavenly moon sect. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Father's plan is indeed brilliant. Fan Xiaoyun sneered proudly. Clenching his fists and feeling the powerful energy in his body, Fan Xiaoyun said, "Looks like I have to go into seclusion and cultivate for a while. Go find the Great Elder and get some medicinal pills. It has been 2 years since I advanced to the first layer of the Heaven Realm. I should be able to break through to the second layer of the Heaven Realm within a month." Ao Yen flattered with a smile, with young sect master's talent, there will definitely be no problem. Lu Qingyang, who was resting in his room, did not know about Fan Xiaoyun's scheme at all. He was still grateful for Fan Xiaoyun's help. In the room, Lu Qingyang cultivated while trying to recall, but to no avail. The more he thought, the more his head hurt. Lu Qingyang shook his head and said, "Forget it, I can't remember anyway. I don't know if Big Brother Fan's father can help me recover my memories." Knowing that he had a big brother, Lu Qingyang really wanted to recover his memories. Fan Xiaoyun's performance in Bluestone Town had completely won Lu Qingyang's trust. "It's all thanks to Big Brother Fan. I didn't expect Big Brother Fan to be the #1 genius of the Heaven region, and the Heavenly Moon sect is also the strongest force in the Heaven region. Looks like my luck is not bad." Lu Qingyang muttered to himself. Although he did not know much about the Heavenly Moon sect, Lu Qingyang had heard from the people of Bluestone Town that the Heavenly Moon sect was the strongest force in the Heaven region. Lu Qingyang did not think too much about it. He sat cross-legged on his bed and began cultivating. Feng Wuchen? Is he really that powerful? In a huge cave somewhere deep in the mountains, an old man asked coldly after Sky Wolf reported what had happened. There were many powerful cultivators in the cave. Obviously, it was also a powerful force. Fan Xiaoyun had also said that there was a powerful cultivator behind Sky Wolf. Even the leader of the Heavenly Moon sect had to be wary of him. It was obvious that this assassin organization was definitely powerful. Sky Wolf said respectfully, "They are indeed very powerful. I have never seen a Sky Origin stage cultivator with such power. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. It's a pity that there was an accident. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen and the others would have been dead. That brat has guts. How dare he kill Tian Hu and Tian Bao?" One of the higher-ups said angrily. "Other than that, I also found the place where Feng Wuchen and the others were cultivating. The power of the blood pool is extremely violent and terrifying. Even a Sky Origin stage cultivator would be able to improve his cultivation quickly." Sky Wolf rolled his eyes and threw out the bait. 2 of Sky Wolf's brothers were killed. Sky Wolf was eager to take revenge. He did not want to delay any longer. "Oh? A Sky Origin stage cultivator could improve his cultivation quickly?" One of the elders asked in surprise. There was a flash of excitement in his old eyes. "Absolutely. I can guarantee it with my life. Moreover, this violent power is extraordinary. It is definitely not the power of a normal true Yuan. Even a 6th grade Dan would not have such violent power." Sky Wolf said with certainty. "Oh? It is comparable to a 6th grade Dan?" Another elder was also moved. There was a trace of excitement on his old face. "Master, there is another strange thing. When Tian Hu and I entered the depths of the Soulbreak Valley, we did not see a single beast along the way. There were no roars either. It was unusually quiet. We could not even sense the presence of any beast." Sky Wolf continued to report. "There is such a strange thing?" On the throne, the elder frowned and asked in confusion, "The Soulbreak Valley is full of beasts. How could there be no beasts?" "Master, if you can get your hands on that violent energy, you'll definitely be able to defeat the Heavenly Moon sect master." Sensing that the old man on the throne was already tempted, Sky Wolf added another dose of strong medicine. "Tian Lang is right. If we can get our hands on that energy, we'll be able to avenge our humiliation and even destroy the Heavenly Moon sect." An elder nodded in agreement. The old man on the throne slowly stood up. He was not angry, but he was imposing. The aura that emanated from his body was extremely terrifying, causing people to tremble in fear. With your strength, you're no match for Feng Wuchen and his group. They even have a martial skill that can withstand the power of a level 3 celestial being. They must have some background, the old man said slowly. The cave was silent as no one dared to interrupt the old man. The old man walked down step by step and said, during the genius ranking battle, Feng Wuchen severely injured Elder Ren, a level 6 alchemist, with his soul power of a level 5 alchemist. It's obvious that he's not a simple person. Master, what do you mean? Tian Lang asked carefully. As an assassin, you must never disappoint your employer. Such a terrifying genius must be killed in the cradle. You've already offended Feng Wuchen. He'll definitely not let it go. If you wait for him to grow, he'll be a threat to us. The old man's voice was filled with authority. Looking at Tian Lang, the old man said, Tian Lang, you're the only one who knows Feng Wuchen's location. Bring Shadowless and the other two to Soulbreak Valley immediately and kill Feng Wuchen. Take back that energy. Yes. Tian Lang was overjoyed. He finally got the old man to speak after much persuasion. Feng Wuchen. It's time for you to die. Tian Lang said viciously. A moment later, Tian Lang brought Shadowless and the other two to Soulbreak Valley. Yi family's main hall. Master, our men have just returned to rest. The Heavenly Moon sect has ordered them to attack our Yi family 1 month later. A guard rushed into the main hall to report. 1 month later? Yi Shuihan's face darkened. The elders and higher-ups all looked worried. The guard said respectfully, the Heavenly Moon sect wants to use us to deal with the Skyfire village. They've guessed that the Skyfire village won't just stand by and watch. Therefore, they want to use this opportunity to destroy the Skyfire village. Humph. Despicable and shameless scum. First Elder Yi Qingyun slammed his hand on his chair and said angrily. Yi Shuihan said in a low voice, the war between the Yi clan and the Heavenly Moon sect is unavoidable. Don't tell Guqing about this for now. Let him cultivate in peace. You may leave first. Second Elder Yi Qingshui's face twitched and he said angrily, the Heavenly Moon cult has gone too far. Do you really think that my Yi clan is afraid of the Heavenly Moon sect? Yi Zhong, send the news to Heavenly Fire Manor immediately. Yi Shuihan looked at Yi Zhong and said. Yes. Yi Chong immediately left the hall. Patriarch, what's your strategy? Yi Qingyun asked seriously. This is a matter of life and death for the Yi clan. Pass down the order, all humans are to prepare for war. Yi Shuihan ordered. The war was unavoidable. The Yi clan could only face it head-on. If the Yi clan were to flee the Heaven Domain because they were afraid of the Heavenly Moon sect, where would the Yi clan put their face? Yi Shuihan would never allow himself to live without purpose. He would rather die in battle. Moreover, with the help of Heavenly Fire Matter, the Heavenly Moon sect might not be able to destroy them even if the two forces joined forces. Yi Qingyun said in a low voice, the Heavenly Moon sect is ambitious. Even if the Yi clan is not a match for the Heavenly Moon sect, we must let the other forces see the true colors of the Heavenly Moon sect. In the Valley of Souls, Feng Wuchen and his group were unaware of the big event that was about to happen in the Qingyun realm. They were still cultivating in the blood pool. After a few days of crazily refining and absorbing, the violent energy in the blood pool had weakened significantly. Feng Wuchen and his group's cultivation had also increased by a lot. At night, Feng Wuchen woke up from his cultivation. He picked up some dry wood nearby and started a fire. It was the only fire in the Valley of Souls. It was very quiet in the middle of the night. It was pitch black 10 meters away. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. They're here. Feng Wuchen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed something. Lan Yu, bring Qingqing and the rest to a safe place. Beidou Yan, you and I will stay behind to fight the enemy, Feng Wuchen said slowly. Someone is approaching. Nan Gongzhan also sensed something. Brother Feng, be careful. Miao Qingqing reminded. Let's go. Lan Yu immediately brought Miao Qingqing and the rest deeper into the valley. The aura of the Heavenly Wolf. There are also level 3 Heaven Tier and 2 level 2 Heaven Tier. Beidou Yan frowned. His expression was extremely solemn. There were a total of 4 people, and all 4 of them were heaven-tier experts. It was a terrifying lineup. Teleportation is even more terrifying in the middle of the night now. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous smile. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Let's play a game with them. Restrain your aura. We'll catch them by surprise later. Feng Wuchen sneered. With that, Feng Wuchen used Bei Yan and disappeared into the night, leaving behind a lonely bonfire. Swish. 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 After a while, Sky Wolf, Shadowless, and the other 2 arrived. Unfortunately, they were too late. Other than the bonfire, there was no one else. We're 1 step too late. Feng Wuchen and the rest have left. A man frowned. Feng Wuchen and the rest are still nearby. Be careful. Sky Wolf said solemnly and looked around vigilantly. Shadowless did not speak. He immediately walked towards the blood pool. The violent power of the blood pool shocked him. Sky Wolf, it seems that you're not lying. It does have a terrifying power. The ferocious beasts in the Death Valley have all disappeared, Shadowless said expressionlessly. Hearing Shadowless's words, Sky Wolf's expression suddenly turned ugly. He asked in a low voice, "What do you mean? You suspect that I'm lying?" "It's not that I suspect you. It's Master who suspects you. You're eager to take revenge. Who knows if you're telling the truth?" Shadowless was still expressionless. Master? Sky Wolf was stunned. His expression immediately turned even uglier. Sky Wolf was extremely unhappy. The 3 of them had worked hard for so many years. God knows how many gold coins they had earned for assassins. In the end, they were still not trusted. So we're just pawns. Sky Wolf was extremely disappointed. He clenched his fists but did not dare to do anything. The feeling of not being trusted despite working hard made Sky Wolf feel that all his efforts over the years were in vain. Shadowless tried to absorb a trace of the violent power. His expression finally changed. A trace of excitement appeared on his face. Looking at the silent Sky Wolf, Shadowless said, "Don't worry. I'll help you take revenge for Sky Tiger and Sky Leopard." Feng Wuchen must have sensed us, so he went into hiding. There's no way they'll give up on such a violent power. Just wait here. They'll definitely appear. Sky Wolf, I was thinking about where to find you. I didn't expect you to come back to die. Feng Wuchen. Sky Wolf's face darkened. Sky Wolf said viciously, "Feng Wuchen. You didn't leave. Get the hell out. This berserk energy is so powerful, how could I bear to leave before I finish refining it? How can I let such a treasure fall into your hands?" Feng Wuchen's cold voice was heard again. Perfect concealment of qi. A cultivator of the 8th level of Sky Origin stage can do that. Impressive indeed. Feng Wuchen, come out and die. With his cultivation, he couldn't pinpoint Feng Wuchen's exact location. Let's go, Wu Ying said coldly as he scanned the surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past Sky Wolf and the others. It was so fast that it disappeared the moment it appeared. You want to leave? Shadowless said coldly. He seized the chance and locked onto the black shadow. Shadowless rushed over at once. His speed was amazing. Eh? What's going on? But when Shadowless rushed into the darkness, the black shadow strangely disappeared. Shadowless couldn't catch up with it, not to mention the other 3. That guy is quite good. A man at the 2nd level of the Sky Realm frowned. Whoosh, whoosh. Another black shadow flashed behind them. Behind me. Shadowless shouted, and suddenly threw out a palm. Boom. Buzz. The power of a man at the 3rd level of the Sky Realm was horrible. His punch was earth-shattering. A huge pit was created on the ground. However, even though Shadowless had made his move, he still couldn't hit the black shadow. Stop playing tricks. Get the hell out. Skywolf shouted. Whoosh. As Skywolf's angry roar fell, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Skywolf like a ghost. The black shadow came too suddenly, too quickly. Skywolf was so scared that he was dumbstruck. Shadowless and the other 2 were also shocked. Even the three of them didn't notice the black man's appearance at the first moment. The black shadow was none other than Feng Wuchen. Humph! Feng Wuchen snorted and punched at Skywolf fiercely. Die! Shadowless's murderous aura had already locked onto Feng Wuchen. He immediately charged forward. Feng Wuchen glanced at Shadowless and sneered. Feng Wuchen was only feigning an attack. Halfway through his attack, his figure strangely disappeared. At the same time, the moment Shadowless shot out, another black shadow appeared in a flash and slashed at a powerhouse at the second level of the celestial stage with a sword. Whoosh! Swish! This black silhouette was none other than Big Dipper Yen. When the sword fell, the elite at the second level of the heaven tier actually did not notice at all, and his head was chopped off on the spot by Big Dipper Yen's arm that had transformed True Origin into a blade, causing blood to spurt wildly. Who's there? The other elite at the second level of the heaven tier was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Huang Baishan. Shadowless was shocked and quickly turned around. He didn't expect there to be another person. There's another man. Beidou Yan. Skywolf saw Beidou Yan's face with the help of the weak light. Bastard. Shadowless was furious and his killing intent soared. The moment Skywolf turned around, Feng Wuchen, who had disappeared, appeared again. Boom. Puff. Feng Wuchen punched out mercilessly. Skywolf spat out blood and flew toward Beidou Yan. How dare you? How dare you sneak attack me? Skywolf was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Feng Wuchen's punch was merciless and severely injured Skywolf. Then, Feng Wuchen's figure mysteriously disappeared, and so did Big Dipper Flame's figure. In the blink of an eye, one was dead and one was injured. Feng Wuchen and Beidou Yan were like rulers in the dark. They killed people without being noticed, and their attacks were impossible to guard against. What kind of movement technique is that? Shadowless roared in anger. Shadowless was at the third level of the Sky Realm. He was helpless against such a powerful realm and was almost driven crazy. Teleportation was so powerful. If they did not see Feng Wuchen and Beidou Yan, they would have thought that they had seen a ghost. I'm curious who you are. You are not one of the 6 major forces of the Qingyun realm. Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded. Shadowless said angrily, you don't have the right to know. Come out if you have the guts. Chi. With a flash of blood, the other powerhouse at the second level of the celestial being realm fell to the ground, clutching his neck. Can you tell me now? Feng Wuchen shook off the blood on the dragon god sword and asked Shadowless. Teleportation was so terrifying that it was impossible to guard against it. With Feng Wuchen's cultivation, it was not difficult to kill a second-level Sky Realm expert when he was unprepared. The 2 second-level Sky Realm experts did not even have the chance to attack. They were simply throwing their lives away. High-grade spiritual weapon. Second-level forging. Shadowless was shocked. However, Shadowless was soon engulfed by anger. Shadowless was completely enraged. He roared and the terrifying power of a third-level Sky Realm expert burst out. A storm of energy swept out and his eyes were bloodshot. Buzz. The space and earth within a radius of 60 to 70 feet shook violently. Cracks as thick as an arm spread out. The destructive power was extremely terrifying. The terrifying power forced Feng Wuchen and Beidou Yan to retreat. The power of a third-level Sky Realm expert had far exceeded that of Feng Wuchen and Beidou Yan. Dendi, do you have any countermeasures? Beidou Yan asked solemnly. Fight side by side. Feng Wuchen shouted and waved his hand. A golden light flashed and the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda flew up into the sky. The bright golden light burst out and the dark space instantly turned golden. The golden array shrouded and an extremely overbearing suppressive force pressed down on Shadowless. Shadowless's face changed when he felt the overbearing and terrifying suppressive force. It can suppress my power. Shadowless was stunned. His cultivation of the third level of the celestial being realm had been suppressed by half a level. I'll be the main attack. Feng Wuchen shouted and activated all his power. He took out the Kylan armor. Feng Wuchen's aura soared rapidly and the overbearing momentum was breathtaking. Feng Wuchen's power has increased again. Sky Wolf, who was seriously injured in the distance, was terrified. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. Sky Wolf could not believe that there was such a terrifying genius in the world. Bei Duyan immediately retreated from the array of the pagoda and waited for the best opportunity. Shadowless's face was ferocious as he stared at Feng Wuchen. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I didn't expect your power to increase so much. No wonder you could kill Tianhu." "Cut the crap!" Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. The black wings flapped and Feng Wuchen speed soared again. Dark shadow art. Shadowless bellowed as strands of black aura rose from the surface of his body. Bang! Shadowless stomped on the ground, creating a huge crater on the ground. Shadowless' figure had already turned into a black line and shot out with strands of black aura trailing behind him. It was quite strange. Shadowless' movement technique was extremely strange. No matter how fast Feng Wuchen was, Shadowless had already arrived at Feng Wuchen's left side. It's just a mystic high-grade movement technique, and it has such shocking speed. Bei Duyan frowned. Bei Duyan couldn't interfere at this moment. Once he interfered, his strength would also be suppressed. At that time, he would only be a burden to Feng Wuchen. Before Feng Wuchen could make a move, Shadowless had already blasted a palm towards Feng Wuchen. The power contained in the palm was extremely terrifying. Shadowless' speed also made Feng Wuchen secretly exclaim. At the critical moment, Feng Wuchen forcefully rotated his body in midair and narrowly dodged Shadowless' palm. At the same time, he swung his sword horizontally. Clang! Shadowless clenched his fist and smashed it towards the Dragon God sword. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. The ferocious power directly sent Feng Wuchen flying. The difference in cultivation realm is too great. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's suppressive force couldn't suppress his strength much. Feng Wuchen frowned and said to himself with a solemn expression. Before Feng Wuchen stepped into the celestial realm, Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's power naturally couldn't be too strong. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Time didn't allow Feng Wuchen to think too much. Shadowless had already flashed over in a strange manner. Streaks of afterimages with black aura flashed one after another. Dragon God's shadow. Feng Wuchen didn't dare to be careless. He used his movement technique and flapped his wings. Not to be outdone, he burst out with even faster speed than before. Buzz. Domineering energy poured into the Dragon God sword, causing the blade to flash with a blood-red color. At the same time, an extremely domineering sword light burst forth. You're not weak, but you're courting death. Seeing that Feng Wuchen still dared to face him head-on, Shadowless's eyes flashed with contempt. Feng Wuchen has an Earth-tier martial skill. The heavily injured Sky Wolf suddenly reminded. I also have Earth-tier martial skills. I don't need a piece of trash like you to remind me. Shadowless shouted coldly. Terrifying Jin Yuan was activated, and the black halo around his body became even more intense. Illusion Sword Art. Illusion Annihilation breaking heaven and earth. The moment Feng Wuchen closed in, he suddenly roared and slashed down with the Dragon God sword with both hands. Attacking at zero distance, the power of the sword light was even more terrifying. Humph. Disdain flashed across Shadowless's eyes. Even if Feng Wuchen's sword technique was overbearing, Shadowless was not afraid. A high-grade profound ranked martial skill. 7-star soul-devouring palm. Shadowless made a seal and roared. Without any hesitation, he threw out a palm strike. Boom. Buzz buzz. The Dragon God sword and Shadowless's palm collided at zero distance, and there was a deafening explosion. Monstrous energy ripples swept out crazily, and the void was like raging waves rolling, wave after wave. An Earth-tier sword art actually has such power. It's not simple, but it's still too weak. Shadowless said coldly. However, Feng Wuchen's sword light was still unable to threaten Shadowless. Rumble. Puff. Two terrifying energies suddenly exploded, and an earth-shattering explosion resounded in all directions. Feng Wuchen also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward. The destructive energy ripples caused the ground to crumble. Wherever it passed. The surging and overbearing sword light was completely no match for the power of Shadowless's palm. In a head-on collision, even if Feng Wuchen had the powerful Qilin armor, it was difficult for him to withstand Shadowless's terrifying power. Feng Wuchen used an Earth-tier sword art, and Shadowless was only a high-grade profound ranked martial skill. Even so, it was still no match for Shadowless. If I could suppress it by 1 tier, I wouldn't have suffered such serious injuries. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. In a head-on collision, Feng Wuchen's injuries were somewhat serious, and his face was also somewhat pale. Denda's power is no match for a Tier 3 Sky-tier martial artist. Outside the array, Beta Yen began to worry, and his face was slightly anxious. Shadowless. Kill him. Sky Wolf roared. Xiao. Chi. Ah. Outside the array, Beta Yen pointed in the air, and a white energy beam shot out, instantly piercing Sky Wolf's shoulder. The intense pain caused Sky Wolf to cry out in pain. No one will think you're a mute if you don't speak. Beta Yen said coldly, if you say another word, I'll kill you. Stinking brat. Wait until I kill Feng Wuchen, then I'll kill you. Shadowless glared fiercely at Beta Yen, and every word carried a terrifying murderous aura. Then we'll see what you're capable of. Beta Yen was not afraid at all, and his expression did not change at all. Feng Wuchen, what other powerful martial arts techniques do you have? Feel free to use them. Shadowless said arrogantly, and the contempt in his eyes became even more intense. As you wish. Feng Wuchen shouted. His aura suddenly changed, and Feng Wuchen channeled all his energy into the Dragon God sword. Immediately after, he brandished his sword, and the sword flashed, and a torrential sword intent soared into the sky. Shadowless frowned slightly when he felt the overbearing and vast sword intent. He thought to himself, this stinking brat really has an even more powerful sword technique. Is it a high-grade Earth-tier sword technique? Soul-extinguishing sword technique. Soul-extinguishing sword technique. When the Dragon God sword's aura soared to the limit, Feng Wuchen shouted again, and the Dragon God sword fiercely swept out. Xiao. Buzz buzz. A huge blood-red sword light broke through the air, and it carried an unstoppable force as it charged towards Shadowless. Wherever it passed, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and a huge crack as thick as a bucket tore along the path of the sword light. Its power was extremely terrifying. An upper-grade Earth-class martial skill has such terrifying power? Shadowless was shocked. He could clearly feel that this blood-red sword light was more than 10 times stronger than the sword light that Feng Wuchen had used previously. Shadowless did not dare to be careless, and he did not have time to think. He immediately channeled all his energy, and a blinding white light burst out, and the void shook. Shadowless waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared. It was filled with middle-grade spiritual energy. Low-grade Earth-class martial skill. Heaven Ferocious Blood Blade. Shadowless quickly formed a seal, and with a final shout, a huge white energy sword that was 50 to 60 feet long appeared above his head. Xiao. Buzz buzz. Shadowless waved his hand, and the energy sword that contained violent power shot out. The ear-piercing sound of the explosion was ear-piercing, and the terrifying power was filled with deterrence. Rumble. Puff puff. The two destructive energies collided and exploded. At the moment of the explosion, both of them vomited blood, and a terrifying energy ripple swept out with the power to destroy everything. Feng Wuchen's injuries worsened, and it was extremely serious. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. This is impossible. What kind of sword technique is this? It can actually injure me. Shadowless was extremely shocked, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Shadowless, who was at the 3rd level of the Sky-Human realm, was seriously injured. Rui Divine Pendant. Beta Yen shouted and took out a high-grade spiritual weapon. His aura surged. Low-grade Earth-class martial skill. Earthly Fiend Thunder Palm. Beta Yen, who was well prepared, heard Feng Wuchen shout and immediately channeled his thunder attribute vital energy and threw out a palm without hesitation. The extremely violent thunder attribute palm print shot out. It was more than 400 feet in size and ruthlessly rushed towards Shadowless. Humph. He wants to fight me with his strength? Wishful thinking. Shadowless shouted disdainfully. With his cultivation, even if he was seriously injured, Shadowless did not take Beta Yen seriously. High-grade profound class martial skill. Dark wind devouring palm. Shadowless shouted and threw out his right palm. A terrifying white palm print shot out. Go back. Beta Yen shouted. His hands formed a seal again and he shouted, twisting heaven and earth. The white palm print, under the control of Beta Yan's martial skill, flew back to Shadowless in the blink of an eye. What? Shadowless's expression changed and he looked at the palm print that was flying back in shock. Good boy, you have some skills. But your strength is too weak. Shadowless's face was gloomy. He still did not take Beta Yen seriously. What about me? Feng Wuchen shouted coldly and his figure flashed and appeared above Shadowless. This boy still has the ability to fight. Shadowless was shocked. He could not believe that Feng Wuchen could still stand up. Eternal Dragon God Fist. Feng Wuchen endured his serious injuries and forcefully channeled his vital energy to perform a martial skill. Feng Wuchen's fists attacked crazily. In an instant, he threw out hundreds of punches. The speed was terrifying and the attack was extremely overbearing. What kind of martial skill is this? Shadowless's face changed drastically. He saw hundreds of extremely overbearing energy fists shooting at him at an extremely terrifying speed, which scared him to no end. Shadowless didn't have much time to think. He hurriedly urged his true essence, put his palms together, and shouted, high-grade profound rank martial skill. Everlasting golden bell shield. True essence protection. Shadowless roared as he first condensed a white transparent energy clock that was dozens of meters long, and then condensed a protective layer of Xianyuan. It could be described as a double defense. Humph. It's useless. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen took a deep breath and roared, Dragon Roar. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon's roar swept through the area, and a soul-stirring sound wave swept through the area. Not good. Shadowless's face suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with fear. The terrifying dragon's roar shook Shadowless until he screamed in pain. His head almost exploded, and his mind was distracted. The double defense that he had just condensed collapsed in an instant. At the same time, the fierce beasts hiding in the depths of Soulbreak Valley were trembling on the ground. The fear brought by the bloodline made the fierce beasts unable to resist. Boom boom boom. Puff puff. Hundreds of overbearing and terrifying invisible fists came one after another, and all of them bombarded Shadowless's body. Shadowless's palm and Beta Yan's palm also bombarded Shadowless's body. The extremely terrifying power blasted Shadowless until he vomited blood. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by the energy ripples. Sky Wolf looked at the sky in horror. It was so frightened that it couldn't speak. Success. Beta Yen was overjoyed. Beta Yen, the rest is up to you. Feng Wuchen said with difficulty. After he finished speaking, he suddenly fell down. Dendi. Beta Yan's face changed, and he hurriedly dodged down. Feng Wuchen forced himself to use the immemorial Dragon God Fist while he was seriously injured. His true essence was overused, and he couldn't support it at all. Beta Yen flashed over and brought the seriously injured Feng Wuchen to the ground. He immediately took out a pill and fed it to Feng Wuchen. In the previous fierce battles, even Feng Wuchen was seriously injured, but it wasn't as serious as this time. In the past, no matter how serious the injury was, Feng Wuchen could still support it. But this time, he couldn't support it. The terrifying energy ripples lasted for a few minutes, and then gradually dissipated. Shadowless's blurry figure began to appear in sight. Shadowless's injury was extremely serious. He was covered in blood, his face was pale, and he was gasping for breath. Even if he could still float in the air, he could fall at any time. The power of the immemorial Dragon God Fist combined with Feng Wuchen's tyrannical body was naturally ferocious. In addition to Beta Yan's strength and Shadowless's own palm print, it was fortunate that Shadowless was still alive when he was defenseless. It was enough to show how terrifying Shadowless's strength was. The seriously injured Shadowless's pale face was extremely ferocious. His half-opened eyes stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Shadowless didn't expect Feng Wuchen to have kept such a terrifying martial skill. He's still alive. Beta Yen was extremely shocked. Beta Yen knew very well how terrifying the power was just now. He can't fight anymore. You can kill him, Feng Wuchen said with difficulty. Beta Yan nodded and flew up. Staring coldly at Shadowless, Beta Yan asked, "Any last words?" "I was too careless. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to you," Shadowless shouted with difficulty. "You're wrong. You didn't lose to us. You died to us," Beta Yan replied coldly. He slowly raised his right arm and pointed his fingers outwards, mercilessly piercing Shadowless's heart. The seriously injured Shadowless couldn't dodge at all, let alone resist. Shadowless died on the spot. Beta Yan's cold gaze swept over the seriously injured Sky Wolf. He teleported over and asked coldly, "What about you? Any last words?" "Even if I die, I won't let you off." Sky Wolf roared fiercely as if he had used up all his strength. Chi. Beta Yan attacked without hesitation and used the same method to pierce Sky Wolf's heart. The latter died on the spot. Big Brother Feng. The battle had just ended when Miao Qingqing and the rest flew over. "Pavilion Master. How are your injuries?" Crimson Emperor asked worriedly. "I'm fine. I won't die." Feng Wuchen grinned. "Master's injuries are very serious. But his injuries are recovering very quickly," Lan Yu said. "Don't worry about me. One day is enough for me to recover completely. You guys go and check their storage rings and see if there are any cultivation treasures," Feng Wuchen said with difficulty. "I'll go right away." Leng Mucheng was the first to rush out. "Beta Yan, well done. Without you, it wouldn't be so easy for me to kill them," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Swish. Swish. Swish, just as Feng Wuchen's voice fell, the sound of air being torn apart suddenly came from the surroundings. Transparent energy flew towards Feng Wuchen's group like giant pythons. It was extremely fast. Leng Mucheng was the first to be swept away. Then, Miao Qingqing, Crimson Emperor, and the rest were also swept away in an instant. It was very sudden. Feng Wuchen and Beta Yan's expressions changed drastically. Thousand-Year Tree Demon? The faces of Feng Wuchen and Beta Yan changed again. The transparent tree trunk was like a giant python. Its speed was extremely terrifying. What kind of monster was this? Thousand-Year Tree Demons usually only appear in the periphery of Soulbreak Valley. They never enter the depths. Lan Yu was puzzled. Ah. Just as Lan Yu's voice fell, the Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf was suddenly swept away, leaving behind a strange cry. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. Many cultivators in the eastern region of the Heaven region died in the hands of the Thousand-Year Tree Demon. Fan Xiaoyun was also frightened by the Thousand-Year Tree Demon and left Soulbreak Valley. One had to know that the location where Feng Wuchen and the rest were at had already become a small desert. Within a radius of 60 to 70 feet, it was all flat land. Where was the Thousand-Year Tree Demon? Heavenly Leaf. Beta Yan turned pale with fright. He actually did not detect it at all. Too fast. I can't see it at all. Beta Yan's expression was extremely grave. He was worried and alarmed in his heart, not to mention Beta Yan, even the alchemist Feng Wuchen did not detect it. "Master, quickly think of a way to save them. The Thousand-Year Tree Demon is extremely bloodthirsty. Who knows how many humans have been eaten by it these few years. If we don't hurry, they're dead for sure," Lan Yu said in a panic. Her expression was very anxious. The sudden turn of events left Feng Wuchen in a terrible fix. Feng Wuchen's injuries were severe and he was powerless to save them. Furthermore, he did not even see the figure of the Thousand-Year Tree Demon. Feng Wuchen was burning with anxiety. It was impossible to save Miao Qingqing and the rest by relying on strength. For a moment, Feng Wuchen himself panicked. In a blink of an eye, only Feng Wuchen, Beta Yan, Lan Yu, and Nangong Zhan were left. The others were all swept away by the Thousand-Year Tree Demon. "Big Brother Feng! Big Brother Feng!" Miao Qingqing's terrified cry came from the distant mountain range. "Qingqing!" Feng Wuchen was extremely worried. "Dendi, you stay here and recuperate. I'll go take a look with Nangong Zhan," Beta Yan said anxiously. "Wait!" Feng Wuchen hastily shouted. The Thousand-Year Tree Demon was extremely terrifying. If Beidou Yan and Nangongzhan left, they probably wouldn't be able to return. The thousand-year tree demon can absorb the true essence within a human's body. Going there would only be suicide. Lan Yu panicked. Nangongzhan said in shock, then wouldn't Crimson Emperor and the rest be dead for sure? They didn't even know where the 1,000-year tree demon was, so how could they save him? Thousand-year tree demon. If you dare to hurt my friend, I will definitely destroy you completely. My flames are enough to burn you to ashes. In a moment of desperation, Feng Wuchen could only threaten and activate the dragon flame. Green flames danced in his palm, and an extremely violent aura spread out. However, Feng Wuchen's threat was useless. The thousand-year tree demon did not move at all. At this moment, Soul Break Valley became very quiet. Miao Qingqing and the others' voices also disappeared. Feng Wuchen's group of 4 were extremely nervous. They were afraid that the thousand-year tree demon would kill Miao Qingqing and the others. Dendi, what do we do now? Nangongzhan asked in a panic. He had never encountered such a terrifying monster. Feng Wuchen was also helpless. The thousand-year tree demon could not be seen, nor could he sense its aura. It was as if it did not exist. This was the first time Feng Wuchen had encountered a situation where he was helpless after obtaining the evil dragon god's memories and experience. There was no memory of the thousand-year tree demon in the evil dragon god's memories. Bang! 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 Just as Feng Wuchen and the others were extremely nervous and helpless, a series of loud muffled sounds rang out. Every time there was a muffled sound, the ground would tremble. What's going on? Beidou Yan looked around vigilantly. The thousand-year tree demon is here. Lan Yu's body trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. This tree demon has been in Soul Break Valley for many years and has never met a human who dares to threaten me. Brat, you are the first. An old and slightly hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Feng Wuchen and the others' faces changed drastically. They had heard the voice before they saw the tree. As the tree demon's voice fell, an extremely large and towering tree appeared before Feng Wuchen and the others. The thousand-year tree demon was several hundred feet tall, and it was a terrifying ancient tree that could conceal itself. Feng Wuchen and the others were dumbfounded. They raised their heads and looked at the huge ancient tree that appeared before them in shock. The tree demon was so huge that its trunk could probably extend to every corner of Soul Break Valley. In front of the tree demon, Feng Wuchen and the others were even more insignificant than ants. Apart from that, the tree demon emitted a terrifying aura of a level 5 heaven being. This is the thousand-year tree demon? It's so huge. Nangongzhan stuttered, his eyes filled with fear. Level 5 heaven being. Beidou Yan's face was pale, and he could not help but gulp. Feng Wuchen was also shocked by the size of the thousand-year tree demon. He had never seen such a huge ancient tree. Human brat, you've got guts. The thousand-year tree demon's huge body and huge eyes stared at Feng Wuchen, and its mouth was like a huge cave. The thousand-year tree demon's question woke Feng Wuchen up. He angrily asked, "Where are my friends?" Miao Qingqing and the others' figures could no longer be seen. Feng Wuchen's face became extremely ferocious, and a biting cold killing intent erupted uncontrollably. The thousand-year tree demon's branches condensed into a huge hand. It patted its stomach and said, "They're all in my stomach." What? Hearing this, the faces of Feng Wuchen and the others changed drastically. An extremely terrifying rage surged in Feng Wuchen's heart, and his eyes instantly turned red. Feng Wuchen's body trembled as a terrifying power surged out crazily. You actually ate them all. Feng Wuchen was extremely furious and completely went berserk. Bastard! I'll fight it out with you. Beidou Yan's anger soared to the sky. He roared and charged towards the tree demon recklessly. Just by relying on your first level of sky human realm? The thousand-year tree demon's face was full of disdain. Swish! Boom! Pooh! A branch quickly lashed out. With a boom, Beidou Yan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. It was just a single whip, but Beidou Yan was severely injured. Beidou Yan! Nangongzhan was also furious as he stared fiercely at the tree demon. Even if his strength was not as strong as the tree demon, the furious Nangongzhan still charged forward. Lan Yu flashed in front of Feng Wuchen, as if she was going to protect Feng Wuchen with her life. Water spirit barrier. Boom. Pooh. A branch lashed out fiercely, and Nangongzhan spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured. You dare to fight with this tree god with such little strength? You can't even withstand a single blow. The thousand-year tree demon said disdainfully. Its huge eyes swept towards Lan Yu and Feng Wuchen. The tree demon sneered and said, only the two of you are left. Boom. Pooh. Another branch lashed out fiercely, and the water spirit barrier instantly shattered. Lan Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Stinking brat. You dared to threaten me just now. I'll make you wish you were dead. The thousand-year tree demon sneered. Roar. The extremely furious Feng Wuchen roared towards the sky. The dragon's roar was earth-shattering and resounded throughout Soulbreak Valley. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, shaking 1,000 mountains. Feng Wuchen was completely enraged. His anger exploded. Between Feng Wuchen's eyebrows, the ancient golden dragon mark was shining with golden light. A noble and horrifying chi spread out. Oh? You actually have the power of the Peak of Sky origin stage. Not simple. Feeling the power of the furious Feng Wuchen, the 1,000-year tree demon was slightly surprised. The 1,000-year tree demon was only surprised. It didn't even care about sky humans, let alone Feng Wuchen, who was only at the Peak of Sky origin stage. I, the tree demon, will let you know how it feels to be powerless. The 1,000-year tree demon sneered. 3 branches shot out and rolled up Beidou Yin, Nangongzhan, and Lan Yu. The 1,000-year tree demon threw the 3 of them into its mouth right in front of Feng Wuchen. The 1,000-year tree demon actually ate Beidou Yin and the other 2 as well. The furious Feng Wuchen's red eyes didn't even blink as he watched Beidou Yin and the others being eaten. Except for Feng Wuchen, the others were all eaten by the 1,000-year tree demon. Feng Wuchen was so furious that his soul was about to break out of his body. His anger had gone beyond what Feng Wuchen could bear. Shoo! In the next moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Buzz! An incomparably vast power suddenly burst out from Feng Wuchen's body. The strange blood chi crazily rose up. The blood light was so bright that it was dazzling. The earth was shaking violently. The horrifying power instantly increased Feng Wuchen's chi to the Peak of Sky origin stage. His fighting power had increased by 1 level. The power was vast and surging like an ancient power that had been sleeping for a long time. Feng Wuchen's body was completely controlled by anger. The 1,000-year tree demon looked at Feng Wuchen and thought, the ancient power in this kid's body is terrifying. He is not simple. Bang, bang, bang. Roar, roar, roar. The moment Feng Wuchen released his terrifying strength, a large number of ferocious beasts roared out from the depths of Soulbreak Valley. Looking from above, a large number of ferocious beasts were crazily rushing out from the depths of Soulbreak Valley. The roars of the ferocious beasts resounded throughout the entire Soulbreak Valley. Numerous ferocious beasts of the Heaven Origin Stage and Heaven Origin Stage swarmed over. Among them, there were even ferocious beasts of the 9th level of the Heaven Origin Stage. There were a total of 500 to 600 ferocious beasts. Wherever they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. This? The 1,000-year tree demon was stunned. Hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed over and actually stood behind Feng Wuchen as well as on both sides of him. Every single one of them was enormous in size and had sinister expressions, causing them to be extremely terrifying. These beasts were like Feng Wuchen's subordinates. No. It can't be. This kid can actually summon the ferocious beasts of Soulbreak Valley. The 1,000-year tree demon was extremely shocked. Eat the tree demon bite by bite. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. Feng Wuchen actually gave an order to the ferocious beasts. Miao Qingqing and the rest were all eaten. Feng Wuchen had to kill the 1,000-year tree demon. Roar, roar, roar. Buzz, buzz. Hundreds of ferocious beasts roared continuously. Waves of extremely terrifying strength surged out from the bodies of the ferocious beasts. Soulbreak Valley shook violently, and the earth cracked and collapsed crazily. This was definitely the most violent time in Soulbreak Valley. Among the hundreds of ferocious beasts, There were more than a dozen that were above the 1,000-year tree demon's cultivation. There were dozens that were comparable to the 1,000-year tree demon's cultivation. This huge lineup was absolutely terrifying. No matter how huge the 1,000-year tree demon was, facing these terrifying ferocious beasts, it could only run for its life. What's going on? What terrifying strength. The ferocious beasts seem to be angry. Something's not right. There are at least hundreds of ferocious beasts roaring. Ferocious beasts at the 9th level of the celestial realm. Could it be that something big has happened? Let's run for our lives. No, if we run, the young sect master will definitely kill us. The powerhouse is guarding. The 3 exits of Soulbreak Valley were all terrified and trembling. The timid cultivators couldn't care less. Running for their lives was more important. Stinking brat. Who are you trying to scare? The 1,000-year tree demon scolded. You must die. I want to avenge them. Feng Wuchen roared crazily. His rage was monstrous. Roar, roar, roar. Hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed out crazily. The scene was extremely spectacular and terrifying. Imagine being bitten by hundreds of ferocious beasts. What kind of terrifying scene would it be? This stinking brat is serious. The 1,000-year tree demon's huge face changed drastically. It turned and ran. Although the 1,000-year tree demon was huge, it was only at the 5th level of the heaven tier. Facing even more terrifying ferocious beasts, it couldn't resist, not to mention there were hundreds of them. Hundreds of ferocious beasts chased wildly. The ferocious beasts with powerful cultivation had already flown out at the first moment to block the 1,000-year tree demon's retreat. The ferocious beasts' eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. It was as if they could kill with just one look, causing people to feel fear and despair. Stinking brat. You're biting the hand that feeds you. The 1,000-year tree demon was anxious and roared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't know what the 1,000-year tree demon was babbling about at all and simply ignored it. The 1,000-year tree demon had eaten Miao Qingqing and the others the moment it attacked. Then, it ate Beta Yin and the other 3. When had it ever done Feng Wuchen any favors? Roar, roar, roar. The ferocious beasts blocking the 1,000-year tree demon rushed up without hesitation. They opened their huge mouths and bit at the 1,000-year tree demon. Behind them, hundreds of ferocious beasts followed. The 1,000-year tree demon turned pale with fright and hurriedly roared, "Stinking brat! Make them stop. Your friends aren't dead yet." Hearing that, Feng Wuchen, who had rushed out, suddenly had a change in expression. What did you say? Your friends are still alive. Still alive. You stinking brat, quickly make them stop. The 1,000-year tree demon cursed anxiously. Stop. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. The hundreds of ferocious beasts, no matter what state they were in at the moment, all stopped at once. Even if the claws of the terrifying 9th level heaven realm ferocious beasts were still half an inch away from the 1,000-year tree demon, they also stopped in that instant. They definitely wouldn't dare to disobey Feng Wuchen's orders. Seeing that, the 1,000-year tree demon immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They're still alive? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he stared at the 1,000-year tree demon with his blood-red eyes. The 1,000-year tree demon glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and said unhappily, "They're all still alive. Let them go." Feng Wuchen said coldly. His tone was completely commanding, as if he would tear the 1,000-year tree demon into pieces at any time if it didn't let him go. You stinking brat. This tree god helped you chase away your enemies. It's fine if you don't thank me, but now you even let so many dogs bite me. The 1,000-year tree demon said angrily. I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't let my friends go, don't blame me for being impolite. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The 1,000-year tree demon berated, "Stinking brat, you were chased by human cultivators. Do you really think it's so easy to shake them off? It's all because this tree god secretly helped you. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions." Feng Wuchen said coldly. He didn't trust the 1,000-year tree demon at all. You. The 1,000-year tree demon was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. The huge tree swayed wildly. The 1,000-year tree demon opened its huge mouth. Miao Qingqing, Bei Du Yan, and a dozen others flew out from the huge mouth. Their bodies were protected by a faint purple light. Qingqing. Crimson Emperor. Shui Feng. Seeing the familiar faces, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and his anger dissipated. Big brother Feng. Miao Qingqing waved her hand happily. The 1,000-year tree demon didn't lie. Miao Qingqing and the rest were all alive and well. But what made Feng Wuchen curious was the purpose of the 1,000-year tree demon's actions. Brat. I was just joking with you and you took it seriously. The 1,000-year tree demon grumbled and kept glaring at Feng Wuchen. Qingqing, are you all right? Feng Wuchen asked. He was finally relieved. He was indeed frightened just now. Anyone who saw the scene just now would be unable to restrain their rage. Especially when the 1,000-year tree demon ate Bei Du Yan in front of Feng Wuchen. It triggered Feng Wuchen's anger. We are all fine. The tree demon didn't make things difficult for us. Miao Qingqing smiled. What's going on? Feng Wuchen was puzzled as he looked at the 1,000-year tree demon. The 1,000-year tree demon said unhappily, Humph. Can't this tree god meddle in other people's business? This? Feng Wuchen scratched his head helplessly. Miao Qingqing smiled and said, Big brother Feng, it's like this. When we entered the Soul Break Valley, Senior Tree God already sensed it. It saw that there was a mysterious power in Big brother Feng's body that was half awake and half asleep. So it decided to help you. Mysterious power? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He was secretly shocked that the 1,000-year tree demon could see the mysterious power hidden in his bloodline. That's right. Big brother Feng's anger stimulated this power. Isn't it awake now? Miao Qingqing asked with a smile. Feng Wuchen slowly closed his eyes and tried to feel the mysterious power in his bloodline. It's really awake. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. It's even stronger than the Dragon Clan's bloodline power, it's just that this power is still very weak right now. However, Feng Wuchen didn't know what kind of power it was. The evil dragon god didn't have any memories of this power. Thank you, Senior Tree God. I was just joking with you. Feng Wuchen hurriedly cupped his fists in gratitude. Was it a joke? Summoning all the ferocious beasts in Soul Break Valley and saying it was a joke? Humph. The 1,000-year tree demon seemed to still be angry and closed its eyes. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly again. Then, he looked at the hundreds of beasts. Feng Wuchen said, This is my friend. If you see him again, don't bully him. You all can go back now. Hundreds of ferocious beasts retreated into the depths. Senior Tree God, I heard that you eat people. I don't know you, so why are you helping me? Feng Wuchen suddenly asked. Hearing this, the 1,000-year tree demon said unhappily, Helping you is helping you. I like it. What can you do about it? If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. No, I'm leaving. Feng Wuchen's face suddenly showed a strange smile. He helplessly shook his head and said, Senior Tree God, take care. Senior Tree God, take care. Miao Qingqing waved her hand. Humph. The 1,000-year tree demon coldly humphed and turned around to leave. The huge ancient tree gradually became illusory and finally disappeared completely. It became invisible again. Although he didn't know why the 1,000-year tree demon helped him, Feng Wuchen was extremely grateful. Feng Wuchen had been unable to do anything about the mysterious power in his bloodline. Unexpectedly, with the help of the 1,000-year tree demon, the mysterious power in his bloodline had been awakened. The trip to Soul Break Valley could be said to be a great harvest. After the 1,000-year tree demon left, Feng Wuchen's group continued to cultivate in the blood pool. Time passed day by day. When Leng Mucheng and the others successfully broke through to Skyuan Stage 6, Feng Wuchen's group decided to leave Soul Break Valley. Moreover, the time of Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun's battle was not far away. All the big and small forces in the Qingyun realm were looking forward to the battle between Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun. Feng Wuchen said that he would challenge Fan Xiaoyun in 3 months. He would definitely not go back on his words. Feng Wuchen's group went back the way they came. When they walked out of the entrance of Soul Break Valley, they met dozens of strong cultivators guarding the entrance. Feng Wuchen? Seeing Feng Wuchen's group appear, the dozens of strong cultivators were stunned. Feng Wuchen's group had been in Soul Break Valley for 2 months. They were actually still alive. Am I seeing things? It is really Feng Wuchen. They are actually still alive. How is this possible? None of them died. There is also a woman. The dozens of strong cultivators were dumbstruck. Soul Break Valley could be said to be the nightmare of Qingyun Realm's cultivators. Most of them would die if they entered, but Feng Wuchen's group actually came out alive. This is really surprising. Feng Wuchen, I didn't expect you guys to still be alive. The leader of the group, a Sky Yuan stage expert, sneered. Feng Wuchen shrugged. A faint smile appeared on his face, but he did not say anything. There is also an extra Sky Yuan stage expert. Looks like we are going to make a great contribution today. Another Sky Yuan stage expert sneered. Dendi, they are the people who chased after us in the eastern part of the Qingyun realm. They are also the minions of the Heavenly Moon sect. Bei Diyan said coldly. The Crimson Emperor said in surprise, their perseverance is not ordinary. They have actually been guarding us. Since they are minions, they are enemies. Since they are enemies, we will kill them without mercy. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. This is a good opportunity to test the power of a Sky Yuan stage expert. Duan Tianfeng sneered. Brothers, attack. The Crimson Emperor suddenly shouted and took the lead to rush out. The man in the lead shouted coldly, immediately send someone back to report to the young sect master and inform the people at the other 2 entrances. The rest of you, attack and kill without mercy. The other 2 entrances? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. He then sneered, Fan Xiaoyun is really considerate to send so many people to welcome us. Why don't you guys wait for the people at the other 2 entrances to come before attacking? Kill. 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 Dozens of strong cultivators rushed out in a frenzy. They were aggressive and murderous. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, no matter if it was Sky Yuan Stage 5, Sky Yuan Stage 6, or even Sky Yuan Stage 7, they could not escape the fate of death. In 2 minutes, dozens of strong cultivators, except for 2 Sky Yuan stage experts, were all slaughtered. Too weak. It was not fun at all. The Saber Soul shook his head as if he regretted attacking. The Crimson Emperor's group of 8 displayed their strength and terrifying movement skills. They actually stunned the 2 Heaven Tier elites. Heavenly Origin Tier 6. The 2 Heaven Tier elites were dumbfounded. They had not seen each other for 2 months, and the Crimson Emperor's group of 8 had improved so quickly that it was unbelievable. Such a terrifying improvement was something that even a super genius could not achieve. Bei Diyan, I'll leave the remaining 2 to you, the Crimson Emperor said to Bei Diyan. Bei Diyan suddenly appeared in front of the man in the lead. His terrifying speed gave the man a shock. Bei Diyan was now at the 1st level of the Heaven Tier. He was about to step into the peak of the 1st level of the Heaven Tier. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Do you want to end it yourself, or do you want me to send you on your way? Bei Diyan asked coldly as he stared coldly at the man. Hearing that, the expression of the 2nd level of the Heaven Tier elite in the lead instantly darkened. A terrifying killing intent erupted. You haven't stepped into the 2nd level of the Heaven Tier yet, the man in the lead said fiercely. The terrifying power of the 2nd level of the Heaven Tier was fully activated. Boom, poo, but just as the man finished speaking, Bei Diyan suddenly threw a punch. With a loud boom, the man's expression changed drastically. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure shot out like a cannonball. How is this possible? The man was extremely terrified. Zhao. Big brother Zhao. The 1st level of the Heaven Tier elite beside him was scared out of his wits. Was the 2nd level of the Heaven Tier that weak? Of course not. It was just that Bei Diyan's strength was too terrifying. Bei Diyan had not even activated his true essence. Just a punch was enough to make the 2nd level of the Heaven Tier elite spit out blood. What kind of terrifying strength was that? Pissed, poo. After sending the 2nd level of the Heaven Tier elite flying with a punch, Bei Diyan's cold gaze swept toward the other man. He stabbed out with a hand and mercilessly pierced the man's heart. I admire your courage, but you're too weak. Fan Xiaoyun sent you to guard the entrance. He's undoubtedly sending you to your deaths. Bai Diyan said expressionlessly as he slowly pulled out his palm. A first-level heaven-tier elite was dead. The second-level celestial being realm expert called Brother Zhao looked at Bai Diyan in horror, his face as pale as paper. With his cultivation, he couldn't even block a single punch from Bai Diyan. In his panic, the man turned around and fled. His instincts told him that if he didn't leave now, he would definitely die. However, how could Bai Diyan let him escape? Swish, Bai Diyan used instant transmission and suddenly flashed out. When Bai Diyan appeared again, he had already grabbed the man's neck and lifted him up. You seem to have already told Fan Xiaoyun that you don't need to go back. Shouldn't you leave something behind? Bai Diyan said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Don't kill me. We were only ordered to guard this place. We don't dare to disobey young sect master's orders, the man said in horror. My apologies. I'm also following orders. Bai Diyan said coldly. He suddenly exerted force in his wrist and mercilessly snapped the man's neck. Bai Diyan was indeed following orders. Since Feng Wuchen said to kill without mercy, then he had to kill. Bai Diyan swung his hand and threw the dead man out like he was throwing out trash. Crimson Emperor, Hua Ming, more guests have come. Treat them well. Feng Wuchen said with a slight sneer. Hee hee. Crimson Emperor and the others revealed mocking smiles. Swish. Swish. Swish, in a short while, sounds of air being torn apart came from the direction of the two entrances. Dendi, there seems to be quite a number of people. Why don't I make a move as well? Just nice, let me use my 7th level Sky Origin Realm strength. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf sneered. Don't be too heavy-handed. Just kill them. Nangongzhan, you make a move as well. Perhaps it can help you break through to the 1st level of Sky Origin Realm faster. Feng Wuchen shrugged and slowly flew up. He sneered and said, annihilate all of them. I'm afraid only the Heavenly Moon sect is left in the eastern part of the Sky region. The cultivators guarding the two entrances rushed over. There were a total of over 60 people. Among them, there were as many as 5 Sky Origin Realm experts. Zhao Kuan and the others were all killed. The cultivators who rushed over were all shocked when they saw the tragic deaths of dozens of people. Dozens of experts and 2 Sky Origin Realm experts were all slaughtered. A Sky Origin Realm expert frowned and said, with Zhao Kuan's strength, it's impossible for them to kill Zhao Kuan. Are you done with your nonsense? Crimson Emperor asked with a sneer. He looked like he couldn't wait to make a move. Humph. Arrogant. A Sky Origin Realm expert shouted angrily, young sect master has orders to kill without mercy. Kill Feng Wuchen. Many experts roared angrily. Then come at me. Let's see if you have the strength to kill me. Feng Wuchen's mouth curled into a dangerous sneer. He arrogantly waved his hand to provoke them. Brothers, let us kill to our heart's content. Crimson Emperor shouted. The power of the 7th level of Sky Origin Realm exploded. Cracks appeared on the ground as he was the first to rush up. Xue Feng and the others attacked one after another. They were like hunters, staring at their prey. The ice-cold killing intent made one's heart tremble. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf and Nangongzhan also attacked one after another. They were not afraid at all. Swish. Swish. Swish, boom. 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 Ah. Crimson Emperor and the others flashed one after another. Every time they attacked, they would kill. Their methods were cruel and merciless. Nangongzhan was even more vicious. He directly killed with a punch with tyrannical strength. One punch was enough to kill a person. Feng Wuchen. Hand over your life. A 1st-level Sky Origin Realm expert rushed towards Feng Wuchen at top speed, seething with killing intent. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen swept a glance over the man who rushed over unhurriedly. It was as if he did not see him, directly ignoring him. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the young man's fist slammed onto Feng Wuchen's chest. With a loud bang, his face revealed a smug sneer. Humph. Feng Wuchen, your strength is not much either. You can't even see my attack. The man's smug sneer had just appeared when it froze in the next second. The man looked at Feng Wuchen's face and a trace of a contemptuous sneer appeared on his face. Only at this time did he discover that Feng Wuchen did not take him seriously at all. A first-level Sky Origin Realm's full-powered attack could not shake Feng Wuchen in the slightest, let alone kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen did not move at all. Blocking the terrifying power of a first-level Sky Origin Realm with just the strength of his body was enough to prove Feng Wuchen's might. How is this possible? The man looked at Feng Wuchen in horror, finding it hard to believe. Feng Wuchen grabbed the man's wrist and said indifferently, "Your strength is too weak. You don't even have the qualifications to die in my hands. But seeing that you took the initiative to attack, I've decided to give you a chance to die in my hands." What? The man's expression suddenly changed drastically. Ah! Feng Wuchen's wrist suddenly exerted force. The man cried out miserably. He felt that the bones in his wrist were about to be crushed. Boom! Poowork! Feng Wuchen's palm smashed onto the man's chest. With a loud bang, the tyrannical power shook the man until he vomited blood, his internal organs shattered. Supreme Dragon God is finally on all channels. First of all, I would like to thank Genesis Chinese Network for giving me this opportunity. Then, I would like to thank all of you for your support. Thank you for accompanying me along the way, those few particularly active members in the group. I'm talking about you. I'll remember you. Don't send me razor blades. Supreme Dragon God's work wasn't some godly work. Qi Luan wasn't a great god either. She was just an ordinary writer. To put it bluntly, she was just trying to make a living. Thus, it was impossible for her to make every student like her work. Qi Luan's strength was too weak. She was still working hard on her cultivation. Now, she was searching for the abodes of experts every day just to snatch their treasures. She hoped to find the Sunflower Treasure Manual, the Godly Art of Staring, the Great Bragging Ceremony, and other godly arts so that she could step into the ranks of the top experts as soon as possible. There were quite a few students who liked this work. There were even more who disliked it. Everyone had their own preferences. What trash, what plagiarism, what not as good as someone's work, what scolding people, what expensive fees, and so on. The book review section had everything. It could be called a book review grocery store. No matter what, Qi Luan had survived. It wasn't easy to make a living. She hoped that everyone would be merciful. If there were any bad parts, feel free to give Qi Luan suggestions. Qi Luan wouldn't force the students she didn't like. She hoped that the students who liked to read would support her. Qi Luan would definitely continue to work hard and bring more and more exciting works to the students. Fanatic Cultivation God and Eternal War Soul were Qi Luan's previous works. If you liked them, you could take a look. Young Sect Master. Young Sect Master. In the Heavenly Moon Sect, a cultivator hurriedly flew over and called out to Young Sect Master. What's the matter? Ao Yen came over in a flash. We found Feng Wuchen. They are still alive. They just came out from Soul Break Valley. That person reported respectfully. Oh? Feng Wuchen and the others are still alive? Are you sure you saw correctly? Ao Yan's eyes flashed with shock and disbelief. I am absolutely sure. Big Brother Zhao ordered me to report to Young Sect Master, that person said with certainty. Ao Yen frowned and said doubtfully, not long ago, Tian Lang brought 3 Heaven Realm experts into Soul Break Valley. Could it really be for Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen came out alive, but there is no news of Tian Lang and the others. It seems like Tian Lang and the others are already dead. Young Sect Master was right. Feng Wuchen is still alive. What should we do next? That person asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen's strength must have increased by a lot. Bring some people to support him. Young Sect Master and I will be there soon. Don't let them escape. Ao Yen said gravely. Ao Yen immediately went to the palace where Fan Xiaoyun was. Fan Xiaoyun was currently in seclusion, but the matter was urgent and he had to report it immediately. Young Sect Master, there is news of Feng Wuchen. Outside the door, Ao Yen said respectfully. In the room, Fan Xiaoyun opened his eyes slightly and said, Speak. Feng Wuchen and the others are still alive. Our people are dealing with them. Does young sect master want to make a trip there? Ao Yan asked respectfully. They finally came out. I knew Feng Wuchen was still alive. Seems like I still have a chance to send out this big gift. Fan Xiaoyun appeared outside the door with a faint sinister smile. There are still 9 days before my battle with Feng Wuchen. I can go and test his strength first. Let's go to Soul Break Valley. Fan Xiaoyun said proudly. With Fan Xiaoyun and Ao Yan's cultivation, it wouldn't take much time to fly from the east to the south. Looking back at Soul Break Valley, Feng Wuchen killed a first-layer Heaven-tier elite with a single palm strike. His terrifying strength shocked all the eastern practitioners. Lu Yi. Another Heaven-tier elite roared. One palm strike can kill a first-tier celestial being. Feng Wuchen's strength is too terrifying. How is that possible? Feng Wuchen's face didn't even activate his true essence. Could it be that he has already broken through to the Heaven tier? The cultivators in the eastern part of the Heaven domain were terrified. The other 4 celestial realm experts looked at Feng Wuchen with horror in their eyes. Killing a Heaven tier elite with a single palm strike, none of the 4 dared to make a move against Feng Wuchen. No one could tell what cultivation Feng Wuchen had, but to be able to kill a first-layer Heaven-tier elite with a single palm strike without activating his true essence, it could be seen how terrifying. Feng Wuchen's strength was, at the same time, under Nangong Zhan and Crimson Emperor's crazy massacre, there were less than 30 people left. Half of the experts were killed, and it could be said that the casualties were heavy. These practitioners were all Heaven Origin Realm experts and above. The weakest was at the 3rd layer of Heaven Origin Realm, and the strongest was at the 2nd layer of Heaven Origin Realm. Among them, there were quite a number of 7th or 8th layer Heaven Origin Realm experts. The lineup was absolutely terrifying. But such a terrifying lineup couldn't even withstand a single blow in front of Nangong Zhan and the rest. The remaining practitioners in the east were scared out of their wits. In their opinion, Crimson Emperor and the rest were all monsters. Let's end this quickly, don't waste time. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He took out the Dragon God sword and rushed out. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Swish, Feng Wuchen's figure swayed like a ghost. Sword light flashed, and wherever it passed, the enemies' throats would be slit. Beta Yen and Lan Yu attacked at the same time. In a short 2 minutes, the remaining 30 people, including the 4 Heaven Origin Realm experts, were all mercilessly massacred. Their methods could be said to be extremely cruel. The practitioners guarding the 3 entrances of Soul Break Valley added up to nearly 100 people. In less than 10 minutes, they were all killed. At this moment, the entrance of Soul Break Valley could be said to be flowing with blood, and the smell of blood was extremely thick. Pavilion Master, we killed so many people in the east. I wonder if Fan Xiaoyun would be so angry that he would vomit blood when he finds out. Xuefeng sneered. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and sneered, perhaps. Big brother Feng, let's hurry up and leave. Fan Xiaoyun might be here soon. Miao Qingqing said worriedly. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly frowned. He looked at the sky and said indifferently, what we say really comes. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Fan Xiaoyun's aura. Peak of the 1st Heaven Origin Realm. Beta Yen frowned as he sensed Fan Xiaoyun's violent aura. Although Fan Xiaoyun's cultivation was only at the peak of the 1st Heaven Origin Realm, his true strength was definitely not inferior to a 3rd Heaven Origin Realm expert. Miao Qingqing's face changed slightly. So fast? Dendi, that guy's strength has also increased a lot, Nangong Zhan said solemnly. Beta Yen said solemnly, Fan Xiaoyun has the power of the Xiantian realm. His strength is probably comparable to the peak of the 3rd Heaven Origin Realm. He's even stronger than the expert that Tian Lang brought. Master, you've already awakened the mysterious power in your body. Are you confident? Lan Yu asked. This power is still very weak. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly with a solemn expression. In the 2 months that Feng Wuchen was in Soul Break Valley, his cultivation had increased by several levels. Even if he could kill a Heaven Origin Realm expert with 1 palm, Feng Wuchen still didn't have much confidence in facing Fan Xiaoyun. If I completely transformed into a dragon, defeating him would definitely not be a problem. Unfortunately, I still need some time to completely transform into a dragon. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen's body had always been in the state of transforming into a dragon. However, it wasn't that easy to transform into a dragon. He needed to slowly transform his human body into a dragon's body. It was also because of the dragon transformation that Feng Wuchen's battle prowess became more and more powerful. Feng Wuchen, you're finally willing to come out. I didn't hear from you for 2 months. I thought you were dead. Fan Xiaoyun's cold laughter came from the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Xiaoyun and Ao Yan appeared in a flash. An extremely fierce aura swept out. They're all dead. Ao Yan's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. That was close to 100 experts, and they were all slaughtered cleanly. The two of them floated in the air. Fan Xiaoyun glanced at Feng Wuchen's group and sneered proudly, after not seeing you for 2 months, your strength has improved by quite a bit. Seems like you've obtained quite a number of treasures in Soul Break Valley. Fan Xiaoyun's expression didn't change, but he was extremely shocked. The cultivation of Crimson Emperor and the others had improved too quickly. Even Fan Xiaoyun didn't dare to say that he had such a terrifying cultivation speed when he was in the Heaven Origin realm. The time of our battle hasn't arrived yet. Are you in such a hurry to lose to me? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. Swish. Fan Xiaoyun didn't waste any more words. With a vicious look in his eyes, he flashed and arrived before Feng Wuchen in an instant. Fan Xiaoyun's strength couldn't be underestimated. Feng Wuchen's expression turned serious. He tapped the ground lightly and soared into the sky, avoiding Fan Xiaoyun's attack. Humph. Fan Xiaoyun sneered with disdain. Boom. However, when Feng Wuchen soared into the sky, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and slammed a palm on Feng Wuchen's back. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power sent Feng Wuchen flying. So fast. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. He circulated the energy in his body and took out the Qilin battle armor. Weng, weng. The terrifying power surged crazily. Blood light flashed and a strange blood chi rose from his body. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's aura had surpassed the peak of the first level of the Sky Realm. The void trembled violently. Sky Origin Stage 9? Fan Xiaoyun's expression changed and was extremely shocked. He thought to himself, in just 2 months, Feng Wuchen actually broke through from the 5th level of the Sky Origin Stage to the 9th level of the Sky Origin Stage? How is this possible? How is this possible? In just 2 months, this stinking brat actually increased his cultivation by 4 levels. Ao Yan's eyes almost popped out. In just 2 months, Feng Wuchen had increased his cultivation by 4 levels. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? Ao Yan couldn't imagine it. In his opinion, even the most terrifying genius in the continent wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation by 4 levels in 2 months. Other than that, Ao Yan also noticed that the Crimson Emperor and the others had also increased their cultivation by several levels. He thought to himself, these people are all monsters. Feng Wuchen, your cultivation speed is really shocking. In just 2 months, you actually broke through several levels. Fan Xiaoyun couldn't help but exclaim. He was extremely shocked. Fan Xiaoyun was the #1 genius of the Heaven Domain, but he definitely did not have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Even with the help of heavenly treasures and earthly pills, he definitely could not compare to Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed. When Feng Wuchen was still at the 5th level of the Heaven Origin Stage, Fan Xiaoyun was already at the 1st level of the Heaven Origin Stage and possessed the strength of the 3rd level of the Heaven Origin Stage. Feng Wuchen's cultivation base had increased by 4 levels, reaching the 9th level of Sky Origin Stage. Fan Xiaoyun's cultivation base had only increased slightly, reaching the peak of the 1st level of Sky Origin Stage. The difference between the two could be said to be extremely huge. Feng Wuchen's growth was too fast, causing Fan Xiaoyun to feel an intense sense of unease and threat. If one were to make an enemy out of such a terrifying genius, they would either have to eliminate him before he matured or wait for his endless revenge. Boom! Feng Wuchen released all of his power and stepped on the void. With a boom, a strong whirlwind swept out. The black wings flapped and Feng Wuchen accelerated again. Feng Wuchen's body turned into a bloody light and disappeared. His speed was terrifying. Surpassing the speed of sound, his aura was monstrous. His speed can actually reach such a level. Fan Xiaoyun frowned, his heart shocked once again. Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash, his fist carrying the power to move mountains and rivers as it blasted towards Fan Xiaoyun. With just a single punch, it could shake the void. It could be said to be extremely domineering. Fan Xiaoyun snorted coldly. At the same time, he circulated his Jin Yuan and punched out, not to be outdone. Boom, wung, wung, the two fists collided, and a loud boom rang out. An extremely violent force swept out crazily, and Fan Xiaoyun was actually sent flying by Feng Wuchen's punch. Fan Xiaoyun was shocked, the aura of the first level of Sky Origin stage, but the strength of the second level of Sky Origin stage. Feng Wuchen is indeed not simple. After flying 100 meters away, Fan Xiaoyun steadied himself and looked at his fist. He thought to himself, fortunately, I came in time. If I give him more time, he'll probably be able to break through to the celestial realm. Feng Wuchen actually has such domineering strength. Ao Yan's eyes flashed with fear. However, even though Feng Wuchen could send Fan Xiaoyun flying with a single punch, Miao Qingqing and Bai Duyan were still worried. This was because Fan Xiaoyun did not use his full strength, nor did he circulate his Xiantian qi. In the previous clash, Fan Xiaoyun was just testing Feng Wuchen's strength. You're only at the 9th level of Sky Origin stage, and yet you have the strength of a 2nd level Sky Origin stage. You're indeed amazing. If you weren't an enemy of my heavenly moon sect, I wouldn't mind you being friends with me. Fan Xiaoyun sneered, without the slightest fear. Not only was Fan Xiaoyun not afraid, but his battle intent was even higher. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Then I'll destroy you. Fan Xiaoyun said confidently, and the Xiantian qi in his body began to circulate. Wung, wung, an extremely terrifying force burst out from Fan Xiaoyun's body. It was extremely violent, and an extremely ferocious qi swept out like a storm, showing signs of tearing the void apart. Fan Xiaoyun's qi instantly soared from the peak of the 1st level Sky Origin stage to the peak of the 3rd level Sky Origin stage. It was an increase of 2 levels, the Xiantian qi was extremely terrifying, and it was not something that true core force could match. Feng Wuchen, I heard that you have a Dharma treasure that can suppress strength. Why don't you let me see it? Fan Xiaoyun sneered, and the confidence in his eyes grew stronger. He looked as if he was not afraid even if Feng Wuchen summoned the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. He was extremely arrogant. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen did not hesitate to summon the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. With a flash of golden light, a huge pagoda that was dozens of feet tall floated in the air. A golden array shrouded it, and a domineering qi poured down. Fan Xiaoyun's expression changed slightly. The domineering qi suppressed his cultivation by half a level. You are indeed not simple. You actually have such a powerful Dharma treasure. It can even suppress my strength. Fan Xiaoyun sneered. He glanced at the pagoda in the air and said, Feng Wuchen, your Dharma treasure must not be as simple as a spiritual tool, right? Third Heaven's Wrath Palm. Feng Wuchen did not answer. Under the suppression of the pagoda, Feng Wuchen had already rushed over. His blood-red palms blasted towards Fan Xiaoyun. 3 palms came one after another, and the power of the 3 palms increased sharply. You only suppressed my strength by half a level. You are still not my match. Fan Xiaoyun's face was full of disdain. He activated his true core force and casually met Feng Wuchen's palm with a palm. Boom, wung, wung, when the 2 palms collided, an extremely terrifying energy ripple swept out wildly. However, Feng Wuchen, who had used a Dharma treasure, was unable to push Fan Xiaoyun back half a step. Fan Xiaoyun's true strength was comparable to the peak of the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. Even if he was suppressed by the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he still had the combat strength of the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. With Feng Wuchen's current strength, even if he used a Dharma treasure, he would not be able to move Fan Xiaoyun. Feng Wuchen, there is no need to use a profound rank Dharma treasure. This little bit of strength is not enough to hurt you, Fan Xiaoyun said disdainfully. The arrogance on his face increased. Boom, after saying that, Fan Xiaoyun raised his palm by half an inch and pressed it down again. With a boom, an even more terrifying force directly sent Feng Wuchen flying. His strength is indeed formidable. Feng Wuchen stabilized his body and glanced at his right palm. There was actually a trace of pain spreading from his palm to his entire body. Even after using a martial skill, he was unable to gain the upper hand. Fan Xiaoyun's strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid that Dendi won't be able to defeat him. Nan Gongzhan frowned with a grave expression. Pavilion Master Sword Art is also unable to deal with Fan Xiaoyun? Quang Zhan asked. Bai Diyan shook his head and said solemnly, Dendi has not stepped into the heaven realm after all. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's suppressive power is limited. I'm afraid that Denda's soul-extinguishing sword art might not be able to defeat Fan Xiaoyun. Furthermore, Fan Xiaoyun also has a powerful earth-rank martial skill. Then does big brother Feng have no chance of winning? Miao Qingqing asked worriedly. Lan Yu said, Master Soundwave martial skill might be able to deal with him. In the face of absolute power, any martial skill is probably useless. Unless it's that mysterious power. Bai Diyan shook his head again. But big brother Feng said that mysterious power is still very weak. Miao Qingqing became more and more worried. Of course, it was not that Bai Diyan was looking down on Feng Wuchen. It was just that Fan Xiaoyun's strength was too strong. His cultivation realm surpassed Feng Wuchen's by too much. Feng Wuchen's martial skill was absolutely terrifying, but it did not pose much of a threat to Fan Xiaoyun. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen's powerful physical body, that palm strike earlier would have been enough to injure Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, use your strongest martial skill. This is the most special treatment I'll give you. Fan Xiaoyun looked at Feng Wuchen with a mocking gaze. He opened his arms and was extremely arrogant. This guy is really arrogant to the extreme. He doesn't put Pavilion Master in his eyes at all. Seeing Fan Xiaoyun's arrogant appearance, Crimson Emperor and the others gnashed their teeth in hatred. Innate power is so terrifying. If it was anyone else, they would not put Dendi in their eyes. Nan Gongzhan said solemnly. High up in the sky, Feng Wuchen's expression was calm. The stronger the opponent, the calmer he had to be. Feng Wuchen stretched out his hand and took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword. The aura of the Supreme Dragon God Sword was extremely powerful and breathtaking. A rank 2 Dragon God Sword combined with an Earth rank sword art was even more powerful. After taking out the Dragon God Sword, Feng Wuchen's aura skyrocketed once again, surging even more than before. His fighting strength was definitely stronger as well. Oh? A rank 2 high-grade spiritual weapon? Fan Xiaoyun looked at the Dragon God Sword in Feng Wuchen's hand in astonishment. He never thought that Feng Wuchen's sword would also be a tier 2 forging. Surprised, Fan Xiaoyun also took out the Heaven Slaughtering Sword and said coldly, Feng Wuchen, unfortunately, my Heaven Slaughtering Sword is also a level 2 spiritual weapon. After taking out the Heaven Slaughtering Sword, Fan Xiaoyun's aura surged and became even more terrifying. He actually recovered to the peak of the 3rd level of the Sky Human realm. If it was not for the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's suppression, Fan Xiaoyun's aura might have stepped into the 4th level of the Sky Human realm. Feng Wuchen, I don't know if your sword art or mine is stronger. I'm really looking forward to it. Fan Xiaoyun said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. You talk a lot of nonsense. Feng Wuchen said coldly. With a flap of his wings, he shot out with the Dragon God Sword in his hand. Come. Fan Xiaoyun's fighting spirit was high as he rushed out, unwilling to be outdone. Ding, ding, ding. Weng, weng. The two of them used their respective sword moves and collided head-on. Crisp sounds rang out continuously and sparks flew everywhere. As golden light flashed, waves of terrifying energy swept out crazily, causing the void to tremble and churn again. Both of them had high attainments in the way of the sword. The essence of each move was displayed to the fullest. Feng Wuchen relied on his superb sword moves to contend with Fan Xiaoyun. It was as if Fan Xiaoyun's sword moves were seen through and had no effect on Feng Wuchen. Fan Xiaoyun did not gain the slightest advantage. Instead, he was suppressed by Feng Wuchen's strange and mysterious sword moves. However, in terms of strength, Feng Wuchen was still at a disadvantage. Feng Wuchen's sword art is also an Earth-tier sword art, but it's extremely exquisite. Moreover, he seems to be able to see through my sword moves. Fan Xiaoyun thought to himself. The more Fan Xiaoyun fought, the more shocked he became. Being suppressed all the way made him angry. In terms of attainments in the way of the sword, Feng Wuchen was clearly above Fan Xiaoyun. Teleportation. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly in his heart. In the midst of the fierce battle, Feng Wuchen's body suddenly disappeared without any warning. Fan Xiaoyun's expression changed slightly as he swung his sword. He thought to himself, this is... In Fan Xiaoyun's mind, the scene of Lu Qingyang using his movement technique to escape suddenly appeared. That strange movement technique was exactly the same as Feng Wuchen's. Qi. A streak of blood flashed. With a qi sound, a sword wound appeared on Fan Xiaoyun's shoulder. Feng Wuchen's speed was too fast. Fan Xiaoyun had no chance to dodge at all. Preposterous. Fan Xiaoyun's face darkened. The killing intent in his eyes became even more terrifying. Qi qi qi. Feng Wuchen used his teleportation technique again and again. It was silent and impossible to guard against. It was as if Feng Wuchen was everywhere. The sword wounds on Fan Xiaoyun's body continued to increase. Unfortunately, every time Feng Wuchen attacked a vital point, Fan Xiaoyun instinctively dodged. Although the sword wounds did not cause much harm to Fan Xiaoyun, they angered him. Scram! The enraged Fan Xiaoyun suddenly roared. An extremely terrifying energy swept out like a storm and sent Feng Wuchen flying. High-grade mystic class martial technique. Overturning the ocean violent scroll. The moment Feng Wuchen was sent flying, Fan Xiaoyun circulated his true essence and formed a seal with his left hand. He gathered a terrifying power and blasted it out without hesitation. Buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying palm wind tornado shot out at an astonishing speed. Feng Wuchen, who was sent flying, had a fierce look in his eyes. He held the Dragon God sword tightly with both hands and forcefully stabilized his body. He then slashed down with the Dragon God sword. As the sword fell, it forcibly destroyed the tornado. Humph. Let's see where you can hide. Fan Xiaoyun's fierce and cold voice suddenly came from Feng Wuchen's left. Not good. Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed. Boom. PFFF. Feng Wuchen could not dodge in time. Fan Xiaoyun's palm blasted over. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power caused Feng Wuchen to vomit blood as his body was sent flying. Using the gap in the tornado's attack, Fan Xiaoyun had a chance. Big Brother Feng. Pavilion Master. Miao Qingqing, the Crimson Emperor, and the others turned pale with fright. Feng Wuchen's strength was originally weaker than Fan Xiaoyun. Now that he was injured, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Fan Xiaoyun's speed was also terrifying. Humph. No matter how strong your movement technique is, you won't be able to dodge my palm. Fan Xiaoyun sneered. His palm once again gathered a terrifying power. Fan Xiaoyun sneered and said, let's see if you can block my Earth-class martial technique. Low-grade Earth-class martial technique. 9 feet heaven transformation palm. The corners of Fan Xiaoyun's mouth curled up in schadenfreude. He suddenly shouted and blasted out a fierce palm strike. A huge energy palm shot out with a violent power that shook the heavens and the earth. The destructive aura caused one's heart to palpitate. Fan Xiaoyun's Earth-class martial technique was extremely terrifying. It actually has such power. Seeing the terrifying palm print exploding towards him, Feng Wuchen's face was extremely grave. He was secretly shocked by Fan Xiaoyun's tyrannical strength. Such a terrifying martial skill, Dendi won't be able to block it, right? Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf's face was filled with fear, his face pale. Nangong Zhan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The power of the martial skill is already comparable to the power of a third-stage Heaven Realm martial artist. Big Brother Feng. Miao Qingqing's face was filled with worry as she clenched her fists. Fan Xiaoyun's strength is too strong. Beta Yan's face was extremely unsightly as a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Fan Xiaoyun's strength was too terrifying and gave them a huge pressure. It made them feel that Feng Wuchen was no match for Fan Xiaoyun. Feng Wuchen is definitely not a match for the young sect master. It's useless for you to worry. Ao Yan, who was not far away, sneered as he gloated. High up in the sky, Feng Wuchen's brows were tightly knitted as he circulated the power in his body with all his might. A bloody light flashed and the void shook. World exterminating heavenly punishment / Feng Wuchen channeled a terrifying power into the dragon god sword. The sword's body emitted an extremely tyrannical and terrifying power. That overflowing aura could shake one's soul. Mid-grade Earth tier martial skill. Fan Xiaoyun's face sank slightly. It could be seen from the terrifying aura and intimidating aura. Ao Yan could not help but exclaim in fear, Feng Wuchen actually has a mid-grade Earth tier martial skill. A mid-grade Earth tier martial skill could definitely suppress a low-grade Earth tier martial skill. Using the Dragon God Sword to execute an Earth tier martial skill? Beidou Yan was slightly stunned as he stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Nangong Zhan said in a daze, can an Earth tier martial skill be executed like that? A mid-grade Earth tier martial skill's power was already terrifying. Now that Feng Wuchen had used the Dragon God Sword to execute it, its power would definitely be even more terrifying. Swish. Buzz. Feng Wuchen's sword swept out, and a huge blood-red energy slash shot out. The space shook, and a blood-red light illuminated the area. The sonic boom was extremely ear-piercing, and the monstrous power was full of intimidation. It's actually so powerful. Fan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Rumble. In the next second, the two destructive energies instantly collided and exploded. The explosion swept in all directions, and this shocking explosion could be heard in the depths of Soulbreak Valley. Poo-pee-you. Buzz. Destructive energy ripples spread out, causing Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun to spit out blood at the same time as their bodies were sent flying. The terrifying energy ripples spread to the ground, causing the earth to explode and collapse. The storm-like energy waves swept up large amounts of dust. Its destructive power was terrifying. Retreat quickly. Beidou Yan shouted. The terrifying energy ripples had already exceeded the limits of what they could withstand. Once they were sucked into it, they would definitely die. In this clash, Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun were both injured. As expected of a mid-grade Earth tier martial skill. You actually managed to injure me. Fan Xiaoyun's face was gloomy as his flesh twitched violently. Being injured by a weakling was a humiliation to him. Feng Wuchen is strong enough to defeat Tianqing. Fan Xiaoyun thought to himself. Illusion sword art. Illusion destruction break heaven and earth. At the same time, before the terrifying energy ripples dissipated, Feng Wuchen's shout could be heard from afar. An extremely domineering and terrifying blood-red sword light pierced through the energy ripples and dispersed them. The sword light carried a destructive aura as it rushed towards Fan Xiaoyun. Humph. You think you can defeat me with a low-grade Earth tier sword art? Fan Xiaoyun's face was full of disdain. However, Feng Wuchen's actions angered Fan Xiaoyun even more. Buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying ice attribute energy exploded from Fan Xiaoyun's body, and a bone-chilling cold swept out. Wherever it passed, a large layer of ice formed in the air, as if it was an ice attribute space. Chi-chi. The ice attribute was extremely domineering, and it actually wanted to freeze the blood-red sword light. Feng Wuchen, aren't you underestimating me? Fan Xiaoyun asked coldly as his terrifying aura continued to rise. The ice attribute was extremely domineering, and it actually swallowed the blood-red sword light bit by bit. In the end, it was completely frozen and couldn't move forward even half an inch, as if it was blocked. Fan Xiaoyun's primary cultivation is ice attribute? Feng Wuchen turned pale with fright. Denda's sword light was actually frozen. Beidou Yan, Nangong Zhan, and the others were incomparably shocked as they were dumbstruck. A low-grade Earth tier martial skill can't even deal with the young sect master. Ao Yan looked at the shocked and frightened Beidou Yan and the others, and a cold and arrogant smile appeared on his face. A terrifying cold aura spread out, causing Beidou Yan and the others to feel a bone-chilling cold. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Gotcha! Fan Xiaoyun waved his hand, and an ice sword flew out and collided with the frozen sword light, causing the sword light to shatter. The terrifying power of an Earth tier martial skill was easily destroyed by Fan Xiaoyun. This ice attribute energy is driven by Xiantian power. No wonder it's so domineering. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. Feng Wuchen, I will also let you experience my sword art. Fan Xiaoyun said coldly. His aura suddenly changed, and an extremely terrifying Xiantian power erupted and poured into the slaughtering heaven sword. Dark Shadow Soul-Chasing Sword Art. Soul-Chasing Slash. Fan Xiaoyun suddenly shouted, and the slaughtering heaven sword stood in front of him. The sword body burst with resplendent golden light, and an extremely berserk sword intent swept out. Fan Xiaoyun's sword swept out without any hesitation. Xiao. Buzz. A huge crescent-shaped golden sword light broke through the air, bringing with it an extremely ear-piercing sonic boom. Its aura overflowed, as if it wanted to split the void in half. Feng Wuchen's injuries are not light. I'm afraid he won't be able to block this sword. Ao Yan sneered, taking pleasure in Feng Wuchen's misfortune. Beidou Yan and the others were anxious, but they were powerless. Feng Wuchen. Show me your true strength. Fan Xiaoyun shouted. Feng Wuchen's expression was ice-cold, but his overflowing aura was still the same. Soul-Extinguishing Sword Art. Soul-Extinguishing Sword Art. Facing Fan Xiaoyun's sword art, Feng Wuchen did not show any fear. He poured all of his strength into the Dragon God sword, and the sword body buzzed, emitting resplendent crimson light. Overflowing sword intent soared into the sky. Xiao. Buzz. Feng Wuchen swept out with his sword, clean and neat. An extremely overbearing and terrifying crimson sword light burst out, and this sword light was even more terrifying than the previous one. The terrifying aura that could shake one's soul gave people a feeling of submission. Is this a high-grade Earth-ranked martial skill? Fan Xiaoyun's expression was somewhat dazed, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. What sword art is this? Ao Yan's gloating smile instantly stiffened, and was replaced by fear. The overbearing crimson sword light blotted out the sky, and the overflowing aura made it hard for people to breathe. Rumble. Puff. In the blink of an eye, the two destructive sword lights collided and exploded, and the energy ripples swept out with an unstoppable force. Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun were both heavily injured, and were instantly engulfed. Even after using an extremely terrifying sword art, he was still unable to suppress Fan Xiaoyun. Buzz. Buzz, high up in the sky, destructive energy ravaged the void. Light flickered incessantly. If one were to look closely, there were already small pitch-black cracks in the center of the explosion. Young sect master. Ao Yan's face was pale with fright. He was completely stunned by Feng Wuchen's sword art. Miao Qingqing and Beidou Yan were also worried about Feng Wuchen's safety. Even if Feng Wuchen's physical body was strong, even if Feng Wuchen had the Qilin armor, that power was too terrifying. The energy ripples lasted for a full 5 minutes. The smoke from the explosion dissipated with the wind, and the space returned to normal. High up in the sky, Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun's illusory figures began to appear in their vision. Big Brother Feng. Pavilion Master. Miao Qingqing, Crimson Emperor, and the rest were extremely anxious. Their palms were sweating. They first looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's injuries were severe. His face was pale, and he was covered in blood. He was panting heavily, and blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state and weak state. If his cultivation base had not reached the 9th level of the Sky Origin Realm, Feng Wuchen would have been defeated long ago. They then looked at Fan Xiaoyun. Fan Xiaoyun's injuries were not light either. There were a few deep sword wounds on his body, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. He was in a sorry state. This battle could be said to be a lose-lose situation. Ao Yan flashed over and asked worriedly, "Young sect master, how are you?" "I'm fine," Fan Xiaoyun said strenuously. He stared at Feng Wuchen with a fierce gaze. Fan Xiaoyun had never expected that Feng Wuchen would have such terrifying strength to be able to injure him, the #1 genius of the Sky region. Fortunately, Fan Xiaoyun's injuries were not as severe as Feng Wuchen's, and he had not lost his ability to fight. In this battle, Feng Wuchen seemed to have lost to Fan Xiaoyun, but in fact, he had not lost yet. The mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's bloodline had not been activated yet. Big Brother Feng. Miao Qingqing and the rest flew over with worried expressions. "Pavilion Master, your injuries are very serious," Shuefeng said in a panic. Even if Fan Xiaoyun was heavily injured, there was still Ao Yan, a third-level heaven-tier martial artist. The Crimson Emperor and the others couldn't help but worry. Once Ao Yan attacked, none of them would be able to block him. Feng Wuchen, you're really something. I didn't expect you to be so strong. But unfortunately, you still lost to me. Fan Xiaoyun sneered strenuously. The terrifying power that Feng Wuchen had displayed had already made Fan Xiaoyun aware of the danger. If he did not get rid of this person, there would be no end of trouble in the future. If Feng Wuchen was already so powerful at the 9th level of Heaven Origin stage, then Fan Xiaoyun would not be able to defeat him. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said, Beta Yen, take them away. I'll stop them. Feng Wuchen was worried that Fan Xiaoyun and Ao Yan would kill him, so he had already made his preparations. Big brother Feng, then what about you? Miao Qingqing knew what Feng Wuchen wanted to do the moment she heard it. Tears flickered in her beautiful eyes. Nangong Zhan, you take them away. I'll stay behind too. Beta Yan said resolutely. He glanced at Feng Wuchen and said, if Denda dies, I won't be able to live either. Big brother Feng, if we're leaving, we'll leave together. Big brother Lu is already dead. I can't lose big brother Feng too. Miao Qingqing said sorrowfully. She would rather die together than live alone. Fan Xiaoyun's injuries are serious. If we want to leave, they might not be able to stop us. Nangong Zhan said. Beta Yan said solemnly, don't underestimate a third-level heaven-tier martial artist. This person's strength is definitely not weak. If he wants to kill us, we might not be able to escape unscathed. You guys retreat first and act according to the situation. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. He then took out the Blood Fusion Great Revitalizing Pill and 7 Gods 3 Lives Pill and swallowed them. The Blood Fusion Great Revitalizing Pill was used to recover injuries, while the 7 Gods 3 Lives Pill was used to recover true essence. Looks like I can only try urging this power, Feng Wuchen said in his heart. Fan Xiaoyun was seriously injured, but Feng Wuchen was not worried. What Feng Wuchen was worried about was Ao Yan. Ao Yan was a genuine third-level heaven-tier martial artist. Feng Wuchen took a deep breath. The powerful effects of the medicinal pill were displayed. His injuries and true essence were recovering rapidly. Feng Wuchen made his preparations. As long as we heavily injure this person, we'll have a chance. Feng Wuchen said fiercely, his eyes flickering with a fierce light. Young sect master, do you want me to kill them? Ao Yan asked, his fierce and murderous gaze sweeping towards Feng Wuchen's group. Feng Wuchen's existence made Ao Yan feel a strong threat. He wished that he could eliminate Feng Wuchen immediately. Moreover, now was a very good opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he was afraid that there would not be such a good opportunity in the future. Hearing Ao Yan's words, Feng Wuchen said coldly, kill us? You can try. Feng Wuchen, your injuries are serious. Even if you take the medicinal pill, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Ao Yan said disdainfully. His eyes narrowed, flashing with a trace of cold light. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen said with a sneer, looking like he had a card up his sleeve. It seemed to be a bluff, but it also gave people a dangerous feeling. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to urge the mysterious power, Fan Xiaoyun suddenly said, now is not the time. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned, not daring to believe his ears. Fan Xiaoyun actually said that now was not the time. If he did not make a move with such a good opportunity, wouldn't that be letting the tiger return to the mountain? Beta Yan, Nangong Zhan and the others are all stunned. As long as they are not idiots, they would definitely not miss the opportunity to kill Feng Wuchen. Is he joking? The Crimson Emperor frowned deeply. Clearly, he does not believe Fan Xiaoyun's words. His words can't be believed. Lung Muching would not easily believe the enemy's nonsense. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, Fan Xiaoyun, do you think I will believe your nonsense? Fan Xiaoyun took out a medicinal pill and consumed it. He shrugged his shoulders and said with a sneer, there are still 9 days before the date of our battle. At that time I will kill Feng Wuchen in front of countless people in the heaven region. Since I have agreed to Feng Wuchen's challenge, I will naturally not kill him now. Otherwise, the people of the heaven region will think that I am afraid of Feng Wuchen. You are very confident. Beta Yan said with a frown. If I can defeat Feng Wuchen once, then I can defeat him a second time. Fan Xiaoyun said confidently. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Fan Xiaoyun sneered and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you right now. I have prepared a big gift for you. Today, I came only to test your strength. Otherwise, if I want to kill you, none of you will be able to escape." Hearing this, Feng Wuchen frowned. He did not know what Fan Xiaoyun was up to. "Feng Wuchen, do you still remember Lu Qingyang? Did you not find him?" Fan Xiaoyun asked with a sneer, looking extremely infuriating. "Qingyang." Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. "Brother Lu." Miao Qingqing's entire body trembled as her beautiful eyes widened. Nan Gongzhan's face instantly darkened as he shouted angrily, "Did you capture Qingyang? Speak. Bastard. Don't even think about leaving." Nan Gongzhan was enraged as he roared at Fan Xiaoyun with killing intent. "You won't be able to stop us," Ao Yan said in disdain as he turned around to look at Nan Gongzhan. "Nan Gongzhan, don't chase." Feng Wuchen hurriedly stopped Nan Gongzhan. "Dendi. We have been searching the Heavenly River for so many days, but we still haven't found him. Qingyang must have been captured by that bastard." Nan Gongzhan was furious. Lu Qingyang's death made Nan Gongzhan feel very guilty, and he had been blaming himself in his heart. "Calm down first. This might be a trap. We haven't found Qingyang after so many days, so it's impossible for Fan Xiaoyun to find him." The Crimson Emperor patted Nan Gongzhan's shoulder. Beta Yan had a grave expression as he shook his head. "It shouldn't be a trap. Fan Xiaoyun didn't kill us today, so there's no need for him to set a trap for us. Isn't that unnecessary? Fan Xiaoyun doesn't look that stupid. Beta Yan is right." He suddenly mentioned Qingyang. "Although I don't know what his motive is, Qingqing can't sense Qingyang, and we've been searching for so many days. This means that Qingyang has already..." Feng Wuchen said solemnly. When it came to the sad part, Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with sadness. Feng Wuchen also didn't believe that Lu Qingyang could survive Fan Xiaoyun's attack. Miao Qingqing's face was already covered in tears. Her heart ached as her scar was exposed. What is that Fan Xiaoyun trying to do? Why is he asking us to go to the Central Region's Bluestone Town? Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf asked curiously. Feng Wuchen shook his head. He also couldn't figure out Fan Xiaoyun's intention. "Big Brother Feng, no matter what, we have to go to Bluestone Town. I feel that it has something to do with Big Brother Lu. Maybe we can collect Big Brother Lu's corpse." Miao Qingqing cried. Looking at the grieving Miao Qingqing, Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. The hatred in his heart was also ignited. "Fan Xiaoyun. When the time comes, I'll kill you personally to avenge Qingyang. I'll bury the Heavenly Moon sect with him." Feng Wuchen thought as clenched his fists. Young master, Feng Wuchen is extremely talented. Within 2 months, he has reached level 9 from level 5 of Sky Origin stage. Furthermore, he possessed such terrifying strength. If we don't kill him now, I'm afraid there will be no end of trouble in the future. On the way back, Ao Yan said anxiously. Feng Wuchen must be eliminated. Anyone who threatens the Heavenly Moon sect must die. Fan Xiaoyun said coldly. If that's the case, why didn't young sect master kill him? If you give Feng Wuchen more time to cultivate, once he breaks through to the heaven realm, I'm afraid that young sect master, you. The more Ao Yan spoke, the more agitated and anxious he became. Fan Xiaoyun glared at Ao Yan and berated, "What are you panicking for? There are still 9 days' time. Feng Wuchen may not be able to break through to the heaven tier, but I can break through to the second level of the heaven tier. At that time, killing him will be as easy as turning over my hand." Young sect master, you sent Feng Wuchen and the rest to Bluestone Town. Are you planning to kill Lu Qingyang in front of Feng Wuchen? Ao Yan guessed. Idiot. Fan Xiaoyun scolded and instructed Ao Yan on what to do. Young sect master is wise. Ao Yan sneered mockingly. When Fan Xiaoyun and Ao Yan returned to the Heavenly Moon sect, Lu Qingyang knew that Fan Xiaoyun was heavily injured and immediately rushed over. "Big brother Fan, who injured you?" Lu Qingyang asked. "To be able to injure you like this person's strength must not be weak. In the main hall, the Heavenly Moon Sect Master frowned. Sect Master, it's Feng Wuchen. Ao Yan said respectfully. Oh? Feng Wuchen? The Heavenly Moon Sect Master was shocked. Elder Ren and the other higher-ups in the main hall were also extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen? Lu Qingyang frowned slightly. He felt that this name was very unfamiliar and he had never heard of it before. He asked curiously, Big Brother Fan, who is Feng Wuchen? An enemy. Fan Xiaoyun said, I'm afraid that the one who injured you is also him. This person is vicious and merciless. He kills people without blinking an eye. The people of the 8 forces under our Heavenly Moon sect were all slaughtered by him. There is actually such a person who is worse than a beast in this world. If there is a chance, we must get rid of him. Lu Qingyang gnashed his teeth and said angrily. An intense killing intent flashed in his eyes. Feng Wuchen can injure young sect master to this extent? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. An elder cried out in alarm. Elder Ren also shook his head and said, Feng Wuchen is indeed a genius. However, it is impossible for an alchemist to have such an astonishing cultivation speed. It is impossible for him to raise his cultivation by 4 levels in 2 months. Ao Yan, what happened? The Heavenly Moon Sect Master asked. Ao Yan said respectfully, Sect Master, young Sect Master only fought with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was defeated and young Sect Master was severely injured. However, Feng Wuchen is indeed terrifying. He is only in the 9th level of Sky Origin Stage. 9th level of Sky Origin Stage? The Heavenly Moon Sect Master and the elders were shocked again. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not only the elders, even the Heavenly Moon Sect Master could not believe it. How could a 9th level Sky Origin Stage martial artist injure Fan Xiaoyun to this extent? Fan Xiaoyun was a prodigy with Xiantian realm powers. His combat prowess was comparable to a warrior in the 3rd stage of the Celestial Realm. Even Yi Tianqing couldn't defeat Fan Xiaoyun. Feng Wuchen hadn't even reached the Celestial Realm yet. Sect Master, it is true. He could have killed Feng Wuchen, but young Sect Master had a duel with Feng Wuchen. That is why young Sect Master did not do it. Ao Yan said respectfully. Brother Fan, such a murderous villain should be killed immediately. Lu Qingyang said. He seemed to think that Fan Xiaoyun was too kind. Is it true that he is only in the 9th level of Sky Origin Stage? The Heavenly Moon Sect Master frowned. He could not imagine it. Elder Ren said with a gloomy face, this kid must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. There are still 9 days left. It is enough for me to break through to the 2nd level of the Sky Realm. By then, killing Feng Wuchen will be a piece of cake. Fan Xiaoyun said confidently. Fan Xiaoyun really did not believe that Feng Wuchen could break through to the Sky Realm in 9 days. Qin Yang, take your brother back and treat his injuries. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master said. All right. Lu Qingyang nodded and helped Fan Xiaoyun out of the hall. After Fan Xiaoyun and Lu Qingyang left the hall, the Heavenly Moon Sect Master asked seriously, is Feng Wuchen really that powerful? Ao Yan respectfully replied, Sect Leader, this subordinate also doesn't dare to believe it. However, this is true. The sword art he executed is extremely terrifying. Young Sect Leader was injured by his sword art. However, young Sect Leader has other plans. Sect Leader, please be at ease. Other plans? The Heavenly Moon Sect Master frowned slightly but did not ask further. After returning to the palace, Lu Qingyang asked curiously, Brother Fan, what is this Feng Wuchen's background? How could a person in the 9th level of Sky Origin Stage injure you like this? Is he really that powerful? Fan Xiaoyun smiled and said, Feng Wuchen is indeed very powerful. You will see it for yourself. As for his background, I have not found it yet. Brother Fan, you should treat your injuries well and break through to the 2nd level of the Sky Realm as soon as possible. I will also go back and cultivate. Lu Qingyang smiled and left the hall. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Feng Wuchen had fully recovered from his injuries. After the battle with Fan Xiaoyun, Feng Wuchen's cultivation base had improved significantly, but he was still a distance away from the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm was not something that could be broken through easily. Even if Feng Wuchen had the evil dragon god's memories and experience, he would not dare to say that he could break through any time. Whoosh! Nangongzhan flew over and landed steadily. Dendi, I found out the location of Bluestone Town in the central region. It's near the Sky River. There's also a force from the Green Cloud Hall not far from Bluestone Town, Nangongzhan said respectfully. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and said, let's go to Bluestone Town and see what Fan Xiaoyun is up to. After staying in Soul Break Valley for 2 months, Feng Wuchen's group was finally leaving. In Soul Break Valley, an enormous ancient tree slowly appeared. A pair of huge eyes looked in the direction Feng Wuchen's group left. Is it him? It's too similar. The portrait passed down by the ancestors. The person in the portrait is exactly the same as that kid. The tree demon muttered. A portrait floated in front of the tree demon. The portrait on the portrait was exactly the same as Feng Wuchen. The 1,000-year tree demon might have thought that Feng Wuchen looked exactly the same as the person in the portrait, so it decided to help. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Green Cloud Hall welcomed an uninvited guest early in the morning. It was a level 3 Heaven Realm elite. The person was dressed in black and wore a black mask. No one knew who he was. However, he definitely did not come with good intentions. Otherwise, he would not have come in black. The terrifying aura of a level 3 Heaven Realm elite scared the Green Cloud Hall disciples out of their wits. Who are you? Why did you kill my Green Cloud Hall disciples? The Green Cloud Hall master asked solemnly. Everyone in the Green Cloud Hall must die. The mysterious person said coldly. Terrifying energy was released as he started a massacre. The mysterious person's strength was terrifying. No one in the Green Cloud Hall could defeat him. The disciples were killed one after another, and the upper echelons and elders could not escape death. The Lord of Green Cloud Palace was killed by a single palm strike, and Li Yunshan was severely injured. In less than 5 minutes, the Green Cloud Palace was covered in blood and corpses. Li Yunshan said angrily, "It's you. You know too much," the mysterious man said coldly, and mercilessly struck out with his palm. Li Yunshan died on the spot. The Green Cloud Palace was destroyed. Sister Ziqing. In the impoverished Bluestone town, Xueixin came to Duke Qin's residence. So it's water. Didn't you guys agree? She went to the back of the mountain to cultivate. Ziqing should be at the back of the mountain now. She said that she was going to pick some medicinal herbs. Uncle Qin said with a silly smile. What? Ziqing went to the back of the mountain first? Didn't I ask her to wait for me? Really? Xueixin turned around and ran towards the back of the mountain. Swish, at the entrance of Bluestone Town, a black figure appeared in a flash. He was wearing night clothes and a mask. This was the mysterious man who had started a massacre in the Green Cloud Palace. The appearance of the mysterious black-clothed man attracted the attention of the townspeople of Bluestone Town. They all hid in fear, closed their doors, and closed their windows. When the mayor heard about it, he hurried over and asked, "Who are you?" "Everyone in Bluestone Town must die," the mysterious man said coldly. Every word was filled with killing intent. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, a dagger appeared in the mysterious man's hand. With a wave of his hand, he slit the mayor's neck. Blood spurted out, and the mayor fell to the ground instantly. Mayor. The mayor was killed. Murder. Murder. The mayor was killed. Many people screamed in fear. The townspeople who were hiding in their houses were scared out of their wits. However, Uncle Qin and some other middle-aged men came over after hearing the news. They all looked anxious and worried. When they arrived at the entrance of the town, they saw the mayor lying in a pool of blood. They also saw a mysterious black-clothed man slaughtering the townspeople of Bluestone Town. Uncle Qin and the rest were extremely frightened. "No. Don't kill my son." A middle-aged woman hugged her child in fear. "Mother. I'm scared." The young man cried out in fear. "Stop." Xueixin roared furiously and rushed forward crazily. Everyone in Bluestone Town must die. The mysterious black-clothed man was cold-blooded and merciless. He killed the woman in front of the young man with a single slap. "Mother. The young man watched his mother fall with grief and fear. Bam! The mysterious black-clothed man then slammed his palm on the top of the young man's head, killing him mercilessly. The mysterious black-clothed man was extremely cruel. He didn't even spare the women and children. You bastard! Seeing the woman fall, Xuexing was even more furious. His eyes were bloodshot. Xuexing! Don't go over there! When the terrified Uncle Qin saw Xianxia charging forward in anger, his expression changed drastically. His heart burned with anxiety as he roared loudly. You overestimate yourself, the mysterious black-clothed man said mockingly. Bam, puff, the mysterious black-clothed man slammed his palm across the air. Xuexing was instantly hit by an extremely terrifying invisible force. He spat out blood and flew out like a cannonball, leaving a long trail of blood on the streets of Bluestone Town. Xuexing died on the spot. Xuexing! Xuexing! Uncle Qin ran forward in panic. Swish, the mysterious black-clothed man flashed over and grabbed at Uncle Qin. The terrifying force lifted Uncle Qin up and said coldly, Don't be sad. You will see him soon. It's you. I know who you are. Uncle Qin shouted angrily with a trembling voice. The mysterious black-clothed man didn't give Uncle Qin a chance to speak. With a gentle squeeze, Uncle Qin's neck was broken by an invisible force. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Humph! The mysterious black-clothed man snorted with disdain. He glanced at the others with a fierce and ruthless gaze. TSK. TSK, the mysterious black-clothed man started his massacre. No one in Bluestone Town was spared. It was a tragic scene. The scene was too horrible to look at. It made one's hair stand on end. After the massacre in Bluestone Town, the mysterious black-clothed man even destroyed all the wooden houses. The entire Bluestone Town was razed to the ground. In the mountains behind Bluestone Town, Ziqing, who had already collected many herbs, was waiting for Xuexing in the shade. Why isn't Brother Xuexing here yet? Did he forget? Ziqing muttered to herself. What Ziqing didn't know was that Xuexing would never come. Ziqing didn't know anything about what happened in Bluestone Town. She was still waiting for Xuexing. Heavenly Moonsec's palace, Lu Qingyang hurried into the main hall where Fan Xiaoyun was. At this moment, Fan Xiaoyun was chatting with Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang smiled and said, Congratulations to Big Brother Fan for breaking through to the second stage of the Heaven Realm. With such talent, you are indeed worthy of being called the #1 genius in the Heaven region. Fan Xiaoyun smiled happily and said, Younger brother's talent is not bad. Sooner or later, you will surpass me. Young cult master. Something happened. Ao Yan said respectfully. What happened? Fan Xiaoyun asked. Ao Yan first looked at Lu Qingyang and said, I just received news that something happened in Bluestone Town. Qingyang. Fan Xiaoyun and Ao Yan quickly chased after him. Mayor, Uncle Qin, Ziqing, Xuexing, please be safe. Lu Qingyang was extremely worried, as though he did not hear Fan Xiaoyun's shouts. Qingyang. Calm down. Fan Xiaoyun's figure flashed as he blocked Lu Qingyang's path. Big brother Fan, don't stop me. Lu Qingyang was extremely anxious. Brother Qingyang, no one in Bluestone Town was spared. Ao Yan shook his head with a helpless and sorrowful expression. What? No one was spared? Could it be that Uncle Qin and Ziqing? Lu Qingyang immediately froze. This sudden turn of events made Lu Qingyang unable to accept it. A biting cold-killing intent burst out from Lu Qingyang's body. His eyes instantly became bloodshot. Lu Qingyang angrily asked, Big brother Ao Yan. Who did it? Was it the Green Cloud Palace? I also hope that it was the Green Cloud Palace. However, the Green Cloud Palace was also massacred. No one was spared. Ao Yan shook his head helplessly. The Green Cloud Palace was massacred? Lu Qingyang was shocked again as he looked at Ao Yan in disbelief. Lu Qingyang's mood became extremely irritable. He asked with grief and indignation, Big brother Ao Yan, who did it? Tell me quickly. Ao Yan sighed, This happened this morning. I don't know the details. Perhaps it was because of the spirit vein. However, I don't know who did it. Big Brother fan, I want to go to Bluestone Town to take a look. Don't stop me. Lu Qingyang said with grief and indignation. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. The central region is the auction's territory. Little brother, I will go with you to prevent anything from happening to you. Fan Xiaoyun said righteously. Looking at Ao Yan, Fan Xiaoyun said gravely, Ao Yan, immediately send people to investigate this matter. No matter who it is, capture them alive. Yes. Young sect master. Ao Yan nodded respectfully and flew back to the Heavenly Moon sect. Little brother, let's go. Fan Xiaoyun and Lu Qingyang flew towards Bluestone Town. At the same time, Feng Wuchen and his group had already arrived at the Heavenly River and were flying towards Bluestone Town. Although they didn't know what Fan Xiaoyun was up to, as long as it was related to Lu Qingyang, Feng Wuchen and the others had to go. Nangongzhan hasn't arrived yet? Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf asked. We should be arriving soon. It's said to be a poor town north of the Heavenly River. Nangongzhan replied. Nangongzhan did not know the exact location. He had only heard about it and had never been to Bluestone Town. North? Beta Yan frowned slightly, as if he had sensed something. What's wrong? Crimson Emperor asked. Dendi, I smell a trace of blood coming from the north. It's most likely coming from Bluestone Town. Something might have happened to Bluestone Town, Beta Yan said. With a flash of golden light, Feng Wuchen came out of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. With a grave expression, he said, there's indeed a smell of blood. Let's go take a look. When Feng Wuchen and his group arrived above Bluestone Town, they were all shocked. Bluestone Town had been razed to the ground. None of the people of Bluestone Town were spared. Men, women, old, and young were all mercilessly slaughtered. This? Who did this? This is insane. Lung Muching said in disbelief. Feng Wuchen and his group descended into Bluestone Town. They could not sense any signs of life. Looking at the people who had died tragically, Miao Qingqing's face was pale. She said sympathetically, they died so miserably. They didn't even spare the children. Who could be so cruel? It must be Fan Xiaoyun. That bastard led us to Bluestone Town. Who else could it be other than him? Crimson Emperor gritted his teeth and said angrily. Other than Fan Xiaoyun, Crimson Emperor could not think of anyone else. Nangongzhan's eyes flickered with murderous intent. He said with certainty, it must be him. That bastard must be here too. Feng Wuchen's expression was cold. He checked the wounds of the dead people and said, the person who did this is extremely ruthless. They all killed in one blow. If there were no women and children among the dead, Feng Wuchen and his group might not be so angry. Dendi, someone is approaching, Beta Yan suddenly said. He sensed two powerful auras approaching Bluestone Town. Let's go and take a look. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Swish. Swish, at the entrance of Bluestone Town, two figures flew over. Ziqing. Ziqing. Lu Qingyang rushed in a panic while shouting Ziqing's name. When Lu Qingyang rushed into Bluestone Town, the scene in front of him made him extremely angry. Bluestone Town no longer existed. All the houses were destroyed, and the people died tragically. Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin. Lu Qingyang saw Uncle Qin's corpse and rushed over in panic. Uncle Qin's neck was twisted and he was already dead. Shui Shui. Lu Qingyang was extremely sorrowful. Looking at the dead people of Bluestone Town, tears rolled down his cheeks continuously. Who is it? Who is it? Lu Qingyang roared furiously. The anger and hatred in his heart grew stronger. Lu Qingyang regretted not staying in Bluestone Town. If he had stayed, he might have been able to save the people of Bluestone Town. Qingyang. The dead cannot be revived. Calm down. Fan Xiaoyun sighed. He seemed to be sympathetic, but there was no trace of sympathy on his face. Why is it like this? Why? Lu Qingyang cried out in grief. He suddenly felt that the whole world was dark. The people of Bluestone Town could be said to be Lu Qingyang's saviors. Now that Bluestone Town was massacred, he could not accept this result. Feng Wuchen, you really came. Fan Xiaoyun sensed that someone was approaching quickly. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. After a while, Feng Wuchen and his group arrived at the entrance of Bluestone Town from the other side. Fan Xiaoyun. It's really him. Crimson Emperor saw Fan Xiaoyun at first glance, and his face instantly darkened. Seeing Feng Wuchen and his group, the corner of Fan Xiaoyun's mouth curled up into a sneer again. Feng Wuchen? However, Fan Xiaoyun pretended to be surprised and said, Feng Wuchen, why are you guys here? Rolling his eyes, Fan Xiaoyun said gloomily and angrily, did you guys kill the people of Bluestone Town? Nonsense. We just came to Bluestone Town and they were already dead. Lung Muching shouted angrily. But just as his voice fell, Lung Muching suddenly saw something and his face instantly froze. Qingyang. It's Qingyang. Big brother Lu. It's really Qingyang. Feng Wuchen, Miao Qingqing, and the others suddenly opened their eyes wide. They saw Lu Qingyang's figure. They absolutely did not see wrongly. It was indeed Lu Qingyang. The moment they saw Lu Qingyang, Feng Wuchen and the others were incomparably shocked. Lu Qingyang was actually still alive. Qingyang. Is it really you? Nan Gongzhan asked with a trembling voice. He simply did not dare to believe it. Lu Qingyang raised his fierce gaze and swept towards Feng Wuchen and his group. His killing intent soared to the sky as he asked fiercely, Feng Wuchen. Did you guys kill them? Qingyang, he is Feng Wuchen. He killed all the people from the 8 forces in the east. He should be the one who almost killed you. Fan Xiaoyun said in a low voice with an evil smile on his face. Feng Wuchen. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Lu Qingyang roared angrily. His killing intent soared to the sky. He didn't recognize Feng Wuchen's group at all. Hearing Lu Qingyang's words, Feng Wuchen and the others were shocked. Was this still the Lu Qingyang of the past? When did Lu Qingyang dare to talk to Feng Wuchen with such an attitude? Brother Lu, are you crazy? This is Brother Feng. At first, Miao Qingqing was very happy to see Lu Qingyang. But seeing Lu Qingyang's attitude, Miao Qingqing couldn't help but scold him. The furious Lu Qingyang ignored Miao Qingqing and stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. He shouted angrily, there is no one else in Bluestone Town except you. Who else could it be? Lu Qingyang. Lung Muching shouted angrily, what are you talking about? You know. Dendi, Lu Qingyang doesn't seem to know us. But he knows Fan Xiaoyun. Lung Muching still wanted to scold, but he was stopped by Bei Duyan. Bei Duyan then whispered to Feng Wuchen. He doesn't know us? How could this be? Isn't Brother Lu fine? Miao Qingqing was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, Miao Qingqing also felt that Bei Duyan's words made sense. This was not like the Lu Qingyang of the past. If it was the former Lu Qingyang, he wouldn't have suspected Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and glanced at Lu Qingyang coldly. He also felt that something was wrong with Lu Qingyang. This was definitely not the former Lu Qingyang. Could he be controlled by Fan Xiaoyun? Or is it a fake Lu Qingyang? Nan Gongzhan guessed. He felt that the Lu Qingyang in front of him was different from the previous one. Bei Duyan shook his head. He is Qingyang. His aura can't be wrong, and he doesn't seem to be controlled. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at Fan Xiaoyun and asked coldly, Fan Xiaoyun, what did you do to Qingyang? Feng Wuchen, you know better than anyone what you've done to Qingyang. You've killed the people of Bluestone Town, yet you don't admit it. Such a cruel method is in line with your style of killing. Who else could it be if not you? Fan Xiaoyun said viciously. You are framing me. Crimson Emperor shouted angrily. Cut the crap. I want to avenge the people of Bluestone Town. Lu Qingyang shouted angrily. As he drew out his long sword, he unleashed all the power of the 6th level of Sky Origin stage. Boom. Lu Qingyang stepped into the air. With a loud boom, his aura charged towards Feng Wuchen. His astonishing speed was like that of a cheetah. Ding. Feng Wuchen formed a sword finger with his right hand. With a crisp sound, he caught the tip of Lu Qingyang's sword. Even if Lu Qingyang used all his strength, he couldn't push Feng Wuchen back even half a step. No matter how hard Lu Qingyang tried, he couldn't pull out his long sword. It was as if it was fixed on Feng Wuchen's sword finger. "Qingyang, what's wrong with you? Don't you recognize me?" Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. "Shut up!" Lu Qingyang shouted angrily. He was so angry that he lost his mind. Lu Qingyang only wanted to avenge the people of Bluestone Town. "Qingyang, don't you remember us? Don't you remember the cabinet master and Lady Qingqing?" Leng Muqing shouted at Lu. "Qingyang, it was Fan Xiaoyun who hurt you. Don't be used by him," Nan Gongzhan shouted. The more he looked, the more anxious he became. "Fan Xiaoyun, is this the big gift you were talking about? You led us to Bluestone Town so that we and Qingyang could kill each other?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His killing intent spread out. Fan Xiaoyun showed a mocking smile and said in a deep voice, "Feng Wuchen, a man should take responsibility for his own actions. Why are you still quibbling? Despicable!" Nan Gongzhan shouted angrily. He wanted to tear Fan Xiaoyun into pieces. Lu Qingyang struggled to no avail. He gave up on his long sword and attacked Feng Wuchen with his palm. The wind from his palm whistled and shook the void. Lu Qingyang, who was at Sky Origin Stage Level 6, exploded with a terrifying power. He had reached the peak of Sky Origin Stage Level 8. Boom! Buzz, buzz! Feng Wuchen did not hesitate to counter with his palm. With a loud boom, the terrifying power swept out crazily. However, it could not push Feng Wuchen back even half a step. Feng Wuchen did not even use his true origin. He only used his physical strength to block Lu Qingyang's palm. At the same time, Feng Wuchen quickly grabbed Lu Qingyang's wrist and injected his true origin into Lu Qingyang's body to check his condition. "His meridians are in disorder." Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He seemed to have found something. "Huh." At this time, Lu Qingyang roared angrily and swept his leg over. Feng Wuchen, who was thinking, reacted half a beat slower. He could only let go of his hand and step back, narrowly avoiding Lu Qingyang's attack. Qingyang's meridians are in disorder. He must have been seriously injured. Although he survived, he lost his memory. Feng Wuchen frowned. "What? Lost his memory?" Miao Qingqing, Bai Duyan, and the others exclaimed in unison. They looked at Lu Qingyang in shock. No wonder Lu Qingyang did not recognize them. It turned out that he had lost his memory. "Feng Wuchen, give me your life!" Lu Qingyang roared angrily and rushed over again. He looked like a madman who had lost his mind. Feng Wuchen, who sensed this, moved like lightning. He flashed behind Lu Qingyang and used his strength to grab Lu Qingyang's hands and feet. "Nan Gongzhan, take Qingyang back." Feng Wuchen waved his hand. The trapped Lu Qingyang flew to Nan Gongzhan. "Let me go!" Lu Qingyang roared furiously. However, would Fan Xiaoyun allow Feng Wuchen and the others to take Lu Qingyang away so easily? "Feng Wuchen, you killed the people of Bluestone Town, and now you want to take my people away. What? You want to kill Qingyang?" "You haven't asked me if I agree," Fan Xiaoyun said with a cold smile. "Big brother Fan. Kill these bastards." Lu Qingyang roared angrily. "Big brother Fan?" Miao Qingqing and the others were stunned when they heard Lu Qingyang call Fan Xiaoyun bastard. "Fan Xiaoyun almost killed you, and you call him big brother?" Leng Muqing was furious. He wanted to slap Lu Qingyang. He lost his memory. Fan Xiaoyun is just using him. The Crimson Emperor quickly stopped him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this time, several air-piercing sounds rang out. After a few flashes, 6 Heavenly Moon Cult's experts appeared. The 6 of them had terrifying strength. They were all Heaven-tier experts. "Greetings, young cult master." The 6 people led by Ao Yen bowed respectfully. "Feng Wuchen, let him go. Otherwise, I don't mind letting all your friends die here." Fan Xiaoyun threatened coldly. "Heaven-tier." When the 6 people appeared, the expressions of Bai Duyan and the others became extremely ugly. Just Fan Xiaoyun alone was already frightening enough, not to mention that there were 6 other Heaven-tier powerhouses. "Big brother Fan, kill them and avenge the people of Bluestone Town," Lu Qingyang said furiously. Qingyang, now that we know that Feng Wuchen and his group killed the people of Bluestone Town, and I have an agreement with Feng Wuchen, I will personally kill him in 4 days to avenge the people of Bluestone Town. Fan Xiaoyun said with a faint smile. Fan Xiaoyun's words were so arrogant that it was as if he could kill Feng Wuchen at any time. Brother Qingyang, there's no need to rush the matter of revenge. 4 days later, the young sect master can kill Feng Wuchen in front of countless people of the Heaven region. Ao Yen said with a smile. All right. Then let them live for a few more days. Lu Qingyang said while suppressing his anger. Feng Wuchen did not say anything, but his expression was extremely cold. Fan Xiaoyun actually dared to use Lu Qingyang to deal with them, which had already angered Feng Wuchen. If it was possible, Feng Wuchen would kill Fan Xiaoyun right now. Feng Wuchen, enjoy the last 4 days. Of course, if you don't come, I will definitely make you regret it. Fan Xiaoyun said with an evil smile, not putting Feng Wuchen in his eyes at all. Fan Xiaoyun had already broken through to the 2nd level of the Sky Realm, and his battle prowess had greatly increased. How could he be afraid of Feng Wuchen? After saying that, Fan Xiaoyun and his group flew away. Pavilion Master, what do we do now? Qingyang still doesn't know that they are using him, and we don't know what Fan Xiaoyun said to him. Qingyang doesn't believe us at all. Xuefeng asked. Qingyang only lost his memories. It's better than dying. This is a good thing. If Fan Xiaoyun wants to use Qingyang to deal with us, then Qingyang definitely won't be in danger. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, not worried about Lu Qingyang's safety. Dendi, do you have a way to treat amnesia? Nan Gongzhan asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, amnesia is not something that can be treated with medicine. It depends on the time, or something that can stimulate Qingyang. Only then will he have a chance to recover his memories. If that's the case, Big Brother Lu. Miao Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with disappointment as tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Qingyang not being able to recognize Miao Qingqing had already made Miao Qingqing extremely disappointed. Now that Lu Qingyang had lost his memory and was difficult to treat, Miao Qingqing was even sadder. Don't worry, Qingyang will recover one day. Let's go. Feng Wuchen comforted. Father. Father. Just as Feng Wuchen and the others were about to leave, a clear and panicked cry suddenly came from the town entrance. A 15 or 16-year-old girl ran over in a panic while crying bitterly. It was Ziqing from Bluestone Town. After waiting at the back of the mountain for too long, Ziqing had no choice but to return. However, what she didn't expect was that Bluestone Town had been destroyed, which scared her out of her wits. Fortunately, Ziqing went to the back of the mountain. Otherwise, she would have been killed as well. There's still one person alive. Miao Qingqing looked at the frightened and flustered girl. Seeing the dead Qinggong and the mayor, the girl knelt down helplessly as if she had lost her soul. She couldn't believe what had happened before her eyes. At Ziqing's age, she should have been living in joy and enjoying the baptism of youth. However, her tragic experience caused her to fall into a bottomless abyss. In the blink of an eye, the simple and kind people of Bluestone Town were brutally murdered. Feng Wuchen and the others looked at the grief-stricken girl with sympathy. Miao Qingqing and Lan Yu's beautiful eyes were wet. What's going on? Why did it become like this? Who killed them? The girl was terrified. Seeing the people of Bluestone Town die so tragically, she felt like she was having a nightmare. She couldn't accept this fact. Brother Xuexing. Brother Xuexing. The girl looked at the other dead people and finally saw Xuexing. She stood up with her strong will and ran toward the dead Xuexing. They had agreed to cultivate together at the back of the mountain this morning. However, they didn't even get to see each other one last time before they were separated by life and death. Ziqing cried in grief. Her helplessness and loneliness were extremely pitiful. Are you the ones who killed them? Give me back my father's life. Give me back my brother Xuexing's life. Ziqing rushed toward Feng Wuchen and beat him with her hands as she shouted. I'll kill you all. I'll kill you all. After beating up Feng Wuchen and Bai Duyan, Ziqing screamed at the top of her lungs. The most painful thing in the world was to be separated by life and death. Little girl, we didn't kill them. When we arrived, they were already dead. I didn't lie to you. Miao sobbed. She couldn't bear to see Ziqing so sad. You didn't kill them? Ziqing was slightly stunned. Then, she remembered something and quickly said, it must be the Green Cloud Palace. It must be the Green Cloud Palace. It's not the Green Cloud Palace. It's the Heavenly Moon Sect, Feng Wuchen said. The Heavenly Moon Sect? That's impossible. Brother Tianyi and the Heavenly Moon Sect's young master are brothers. The Heavenly Moon Sect wouldn't do anything to us. Ziqing shook her head. Little girl, you've all been deceived. The brother Tianyi you're talking about is our friend. His name is Lu Qingyang. He was injured by Fan Xiaoyun, causing his meridians to become chaotic. That's why Fan Xiaoyun used him to trick us into coming to Green Rock Town. He wanted to frame us, Miao Qingqing explained. This? Ziqing didn't know who to believe. Feng Wuchen and the rest didn't look like bad people, but they were very powerful. I'll believe them for now. I'll figure it out when I find Brother Tianyi. I can't let father and brother Shuixing die in vain. Ziqing thought to herself. Ziqing was skeptical about Feng Wuchen and the rest. She was also very cautious. In order to save her life, Ziqing could only choose to believe them for now. Bury these people properly and then take her away from here. It's dangerous for her to stay here, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Everyone helped. After burying the people of Green Rock Town, Feng Wuchen and the rest left. There were only 4 days left before the battle between Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun. For this reason, Feng Wuchen also seized the time to cultivate. Before cultivating, Feng Wuchen also refined a pair of boxing gloves. The primordial dragon divine fist was terrifyingly powerful. When paired with the boxing gloves, its power would reach a whole new level. The battle between Fan Xiaoyun and Feng Wuchen attracted the attention of all the forces in the Qingyun realm. At this moment, the Heavenly Moon Sect's arena at the peak of Sky Moon Mountain had been completed. All the forces and experts in the Qingyun realm were also rushing to Sky Moon Mountain. Hey, who do you think will win this battle? Is there a need to ask? Of course it's young Lord Fan. With Feng Wuchen's strength, he can only bully the weak geniuses. It's impossible for him to defeat young Lord Fan. Feng Wuchen even said that he would challenge young Lord Fan in 3 months. I don't think he'll come. He's just giving himself a way out. That's right. Feng Wuchen is only at Sky Origin Stage 5. Even if he breaks through to Sky Origin Stage 7 in 3 months, he still won't be young Lord Fan's match. Feng Wuchen severely injured Elder Ren. Young Lord Fan will definitely use this battle to kill Feng Wuchen. 4 days passed by in the blink of an eye. After cultivating madly for 4 days, Feng Wuchen finally came out of seclusion. Feng Wuchen had cultivated in the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda for 8 days. Although his cultivation had increased, he was still unable to break through to the Heaven Realm. He didn't even reach the peak of the 9th level of Sky Origin Realm. This made Bai Duyan and the others worried. Fan Xiaoyun was already in the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm. Even if there was only a difference of 1 level, the difference in strength was huge. Even if Feng Wuchen had awakened the mysterious power in his bloodline, he might not be able to defeat Fan Xiaoyun. Dendi, how confident are you? On the way to the Sky Moon Mountain, Bai Duyan couldn't help but ask. Not at all. Feng Wuchen shook his head. What? Not at all? The Crimson Emperor and the others' faces changed. If he didn't have any confidence, then what was the point of fighting? Wasn't that the same as sending himself to death? Fan Xiaoyun had said that he would kill Feng Wuchen on the day of the battle. Since he had already said it, Fan Xiaoyun would definitely do it. Looking at the shocked Crimson Emperor and the others, Feng Wuchen smiled mysteriously, not at the moment. Big brother Feng, our lives are in your hands. There's also big brother Liu. Miao Qingqing rolled her eyes at Feng Wuchen. She was really frightened. Could it be that Dendi has already gained control of that mysterious power? Nan Gongzhan frowned as he guessed. At the Sky Moon Mountain, experts from all over the Heaven Domain had already gathered. The scene was extremely spectacular. The Sky Moon Sect, Heavenly Fire Manor, Yi Family, Bai Family, Xian's Pavilion, Nether King Sect, and the other 6 forces upper echelons and genius disciples had already arrived at the Sky Moon Mountain. The originally quiet Sky Moon Mountain was bustling with activity today. At the peak of the Sky Moon Mountain, there was a huge stage. Fan Xiaoyun was floating above the stage, quietly waiting for Feng Wuchen's arrival. Everyone present wanted to know if Feng Wuchen would be able to defeat Fan Xiaoyun 3 months later. Feng Wuchen's arrogant words naturally made everyone look forward to it. Fan Xiaoyun has reached the second level of the celestial being realm. I wonder if Dendi can defeat him. Yi Tianqing frowned and looked at Fan Xiaoyun. After a few months of cultivation, Yi Tianqing's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. However, he was still unable to break through to the third level of the celestial being realm. With Yi Tianqing's current strength, he might be surpassed by Fan Xiaoyun again. Other than Yi Tianqing, Bai Mia, Yi Guqing, Lei Tianjue, and the other geniuses were also looking forward to it. At the same time, Yi Tianqing, Lei Tianjue, and the others all noticed that it was Lu Qingyang. They were curious as to why Lu Qingyang was in the Heavenly Moon sect and why he was with Fan Xiaoyun. What the hell is going on? Did Lu Qingyang betray Feng Wuchen? Lu Qingyang also noticed that many people were looking at him strangely. Although he found it strange, he did not pay much attention to it. 3 months ago, I heard that Feng Wuchen had the strength to defeat Bai Mia. 3 months later, I wonder how much Feng Wuchen's strength has improved. Everyone was talking about it non-stop. Whoosh! 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 While everyone was talking, a sonic boom came from the sky and attracted many people's attention. Feng Wuchen is here. Someone suddenly shouted. The scene was already lively. When this person shouted, the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Fan Xiaoyun, who was floating in the air above the arena, slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Feng Wuchen and the others. Finally, Lu Qingyang narrowed his eyes and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Wuchen and the others flew over at an amazing speed. Bai Duyan and the others descended while Feng Wuchen stayed in the air. I can't see the depth of Feng Wuchen's cultivation, but it seems to be very powerful. Feng Wuchen and the others' cultivation has increased by several levels. Even with young Master Fan's talent, he can't do it. That's right, I noticed it too. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people noticed that the cultivation of Bai Duyan and the others had increased by several levels. Their faces were filled with shock. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Moon sect also had solemn expressions. Feng Wuchen's appearance made the higher-ups of the Heavenly Fire Villa, the Bai family, the Yi family, Xian's Pavilion, the King of Hell sect, and other major forces look at him with respect. The eyes of the many geniuses who were willing to follow Feng Wuchen were also filled with anticipation and excitement. Big Brother Lu. Miao Qingqing's gaze landed on Lu Qingyang's figure. Lu Qingyang's gaze happened to meet Miao Qingqing's. He frowned slightly and said to himself, "Why do I feel like I've met her before?" Lu Qingyang wanted to recall something, but he found that his head was hurting, and it didn't allow him to recall. Feng Wuchen, you really have the guts to come. Fan Xiaoyun sneered with contempt in his eyes. Why wouldn't I dare? Feng Wuchen said calmly. Then cut the crap. Come on. Fan Xiaoyun raised his head slightly and said coldly. He arrogantly crooked his finger at Feng Wuchen. Buzz. Feng Wuchen activated his strength and took out the Qilin armor and the Dragon God sword. The blood-red light burst out and was extremely dazzling. Feng Wuchen's aura soared at an extremely terrifying speed. The terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's aura soared from Sky Origin Stage 9 to Sky Origin Stage 2. His cultivation has only increased a little. It's within my expectations. Fan Xiaoyun sneered disdainfully. Hiss, feeling Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear and their bodies were trembling. Level 9 of Sky Origin Stage. He broke through 4 stages in 3 months. Sky Origin Stage 2 power. That's terrifying. The entire place was in an uproar. Exclamations filled the air. Denda's improvement is so shocking. The upper echelons and geniuses of the Qingyun realm were shocked. They were all dumbfounded. What was a genius? Breaking through 4 stages in 3 months was a true genius. In front of Feng Wuchen, Fan Xiaoyun's talent was nothing. Of course, shock was just shock. With Feng Wuchen's strength, there was no way he could defeat Fan Xiaoyun. Everyone present was very clear on this point. Boom! Feng Wuchen did not waste time talking nonsense. With a flap of his wings, Feng Wuchen's body turned into a bloody light and shot out, leaving a strong whirlwind behind him. Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash. Holding the Dragon God sword with both hands, he slashed from top to bottom. His attacks were fierce and fierce. Ding! Buzz buzz. Fan Xiaoyun did not show any fear. Instead, he looked even more contemptuous. Fan Xiaoyun raised his arm. With a crisp sound, he blocked Feng Wuchen's attack effortlessly. Don't waste your energy. Fan Xiaoyun said disdainfully. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen shouted and took out the pagoda. The pagoda was dozens of feet tall. A golden formation shrouded the area. The domineering suppression force suppressed Fan Xiaoyun's cultivation by half or even less. During the battle at Soul Break Valley, Fan Xiaoyun had been injured by Feng Wuchen's powerful sword art. Fan Xiaoyun had always remembered this incident. Therefore, Fan Xiaoyun wanted to regain his face. He wanted to defeat Feng Wuchen's sword art with his tyrannical strength in front of everyone in the heaven region. Buzz! Activating his Xiantian power, Fan Xiaoyun's body shone with a golden light. A surging and terrifying power burst out like a flood. Fan Xiaoyun's terrifying aura rose from the second level of the Sky Realm to the fourth level of the Sky Realm. Fan Xiaoyun's strength is getting more and more terrifying. The Heavenly Fire Villa Manor Lord's expression was solemn. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Fan Xiaoyun's talent was too terrifying. He would surpass the Heavenly Moon Sect Master sooner or later. In a few years, he might even surpass the old monsters like them. The upper echelons of the major forces were also shocked. They began to worry that Feng Wuchen might not be able to defeat Fan Xiaoyun. It wasn't that Feng Wuchen was too weak. It was that Fan Xiaoyun's strength was too powerful. Boom! Feng Wuchen took the initiative to attack again. His body shot out with a loud boom. With a flap of his wings, he accelerated again. Dragon God's Shadow. Midway, Feng Wuchen displayed his movement skill. His speed was once again increased, surpassing the speed of sound by a few times. The weaker cultivators felt that Feng Wuchen had disappeared. They couldn't see him at all. This brat's speed has reached such a level. What kind of movement skill is he using? It's so powerful. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master was shocked. His speed has reached the third level of the Sky Realm. Many experts present couldn't help but be shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed. Feng Wuchen was at the 9th level of the Sky Origin Realm, but he actually had the speed of the 3rd level of the Sky Realm. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen appeared above Fan Xiaoyun like a ghost. Head down, feet up, the Dragon God's sword mercilessly pierced down. If Fan Xiaoyun couldn't dodge, Feng Wuchen's sword would definitely pierce through his head. Your speed is too slow. Fan Xiaoyun sneered. He had already sensed Feng Wuchen's position. Boom! As soon as Fan Xiaoyun said this, his figure disappeared. Suddenly, there was an explosion as Fan Xiaoyun's fist landed on Feng Wuchen's abdomen. The berserk power sent Feng Wuchen flying 1,000 meters into the air. So fast. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Fan Xiaoyun is faster than Dendi. Beidou Yan and the others became nervous. Feng Wuchen is no match for young Lord Fan. It's a high-grade spirit tool, and it's even a second-tier forging. What a pity, Feng Wuchen is bound to lose. The battle had just begun, but Feng Wuchen was already at a disadvantage. After being struck by a punch, many experts shook their heads. Boom! Fan Xiaoyun bent his head slightly, then suddenly exerted his strength and shot up into the sky, turning into a golden light. His speed was even faster than Feng Wuchen's. Feng Wuchen's face changed slightly. With a wave of his hand, the huge pagoda smashed down. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's power had increased along with Feng Wuchen's cultivation, and its defense had also become stronger. Boom! Fan Xiaoyun's palm landed on the pagoda, and a deafening sound of bronze rang out. The pagoda trembled violently, and the berserk power sent the pagoda flying into the sky. Watch how I destroy your pagoda. High-grade mystic martial skill. 3000 Ice Spirit Fist. Fan Xiaoyun shouted, and his fist condensed an extremely domineering ice attribute power as he punched at the pagoda. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, a 50 to 60 foot tall ice fist shot up into the sky like an ice mountain. The void shook violently as if it was about to collapse. It was incomparably ferocious and unstoppable. With a thought from Feng Wuchen, the ninefold cosmos pagoda started to spin, and a powerful suction force spread out from the pagoda's mouth. Under everyone's shocked gaze, it actually absorbed Fan Xiaoyun's terrifying ice fist completely. Hiss, seeing this scene, all the cultivators present gasped in shock. Absorbed? Fan Xiaoyun was slightly stunned, and he was extremely surprised. No one would have thought that Feng Wuchen's ninefold cosmos pagoda, apart from possessing a domineering suppressive power, could actually absorb a terrifying power. This treasure of yours is really not bad. Fan Xiaoyun sneered mockingly, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Fan Xiaoyun has broken through to the second level of the sky-human realm, and his strength has far surpassed mine. The ninefold cosmos pagoda can't do anything to him. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. Boom. Fan Xiaoyun rushed out again, but not towards the ninefold cosmos pagoda, but towards Feng Wuchen. A powerful rumble resounded throughout the Sky Moon Mountain. Teleport. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly in his heart, and his figure suddenly disappeared mysteriously. I can't sense his aura. The Sky Moon sect leader frowned again, and his expression turned solemn. He actually disappeared. The crowd was in an uproar, and their faces were filled with shock. Fan Xiaoyun frowned slightly, and his figure forcibly stopped. He thought to himself, it's the movement technique from back then. Whoosh, when Feng Wuchen reappeared, he was already behind Fan Xiaoyun. It was so sudden that no one noticed him, and it was impossible to guard against him. The Dragon God sword ruthlessly swept out. Qi. A stream of blood spurted out from Fan Xiaoyun's body. It was obvious that he was hit by Feng Wuchen's sword. Damn it. Fan Xiaoyun's expression changed drastically, and he cursed in his heart. Go to hell. Fan Xiaoyun roared, and his palm struck towards Feng Wuchen. Whoosh, boom. I'll return a palm strike to you. The moment Fan Xiaoyun attacked, Feng Wuchen disappeared mysteriously again. The moment he dodged, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared again, and his palm struck Fan Xiaoyun's chest. The domineering force sent Fan Xiaoyun flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, Feng Wuchen used teleport consecutively, and he launched a frenzied and fierce attack. The sword wounds on Fan Xiaoyun's body continued to increase, and blood had already dyed his close red. Feng Wuchen's terrifying counterattack deeply shocked everyone present, including the Sky Moon sect leader. Young Lord Fan can't even fight back. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen's speed is even more terrifying than young Lord Fan's. It's too terrifying. Feng Wuchen's movement technique is too terrifying. Everyone present was shocked, and their exclamations reached the clouds. The Sky Moon sect disciples in the sky were nervous. They thought that with Fan Xiaoyun's strength, he could easily defeat Feng Wuchen, but they did not expect Feng Wuchen to have such a miraculous and terrifying movement technique. On the other hand, Bai Duyan, Yi Tianqing, and the other geniuses were excited. This was Feng Wuchen's best chance to defeat Fan Xiaoyun. The intense battle made everyone nervous. Pairs of shocked eyes stared unblinkingly at the sky. The scene in the sky was completely different from what they had imagined. At this moment, Fan Xiaoyun was at a disadvantage. Feng Wuchen could force Fan Xiaoyun into a corner with just his powerful movement technique. You mortal fly. Fan Xiaoyun was furious, and an extremely terrifying force burst out, forming a golden energy shield on the surface of his body. Clink clink clink, Feng Wuchen's attack was completely blocked by the energy shield. Absolute power was the most important thing after all. No matter how fast one was, without enough power, one would not be able to break through the opponent's defense. Feng Wuchen. Hand over your life. Fan Xiaoyun was enraged and unleashed all his strength. The violent aura shook everyone's heart and soul. Ha! Fan Xiaoyun suddenly roared, and an extremely terrifying force condensed into a storm that swept in all directions ferociously. True Essence Protection. Feng Wuchen roared and quickly condensed a defense. Black wings covered his body. Boom. Chi chi. Gotcha! The terrifying force instantly attacked. With a loud explosion, Feng Wuchen was sent flying 1,000 meters away. The blood-colored energy barrier was filled with cracks and pieces of it fell off. Even with 2 layers of defense, this terrifying force still caused Feng Wuchen's blood to churn. What a violent force! Feng Wuchen's expression became more and more serious. The current Fan Xiaoyun was even stronger than when he was in the Soulbreak Valley. Swish swish swish. Buzz buzz. Fan Xiaoyun continuously struck out with his palms. Dozens of golden palm prints broke through the air. They contained a terrifying force that caused people to tremble in fear. Feng Wuchen used all his strength. The Dragon God Sword was stabbed into the void below his feet. Feng Wuchen formed sword fingers with both hands and a blood-colored array appeared below his feet. Strange and mysterious blood-colored runes rose up and a domineering sword intent spread out. Following that, a blood-colored light soared into the sky. Illusion Sword Art. Illusion 9 Heavens. Feng Wuchen roared and pointed his finger at the sky. The blood sword, which was hundreds of feet long, shot out. Its power was monstrous and domineering. Earth Tier Sword Art. Everyone exclaimed. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The terrifying blood-red sword collided with the several dozen golden palms, causing explosions to ring out incessantly. Destructive ripples of energy surged out like furious waves. Waves of terrifying energy ripples bounced back, causing Feng Wuchen's blood to churn. Feng Wuchen had no choice but to retreat. On the other hand, Fan Xiaoyun was as steady as Mount Tai in the face of this terrifying energy ripple. He was not affected at all. Fan Xiaoyun waved his hand and a terrifying wind attribute energy swept out, forcefully dispersing the energy ripples. Strong. Incomparably powerful. Fan Xiaoyun's Xiantian Qi is too powerful. I'm afraid Dendi won't be able to withstand it. Yi Tianqing frowned and began to worry. Lei Tianjue, Bai Mia, Luo Yan, and the others were so anxious that their palms were sweating. Feng Wuchen, your Earth-class sword art is not enough to hurt me. You better use your more powerful sword art, or you won't have the chance to use it. Fan Xiaoyun sneered arrogantly. His eyes narrowed, and his murderous aura made people's hearts tremble. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Xiaoyun formed a seal with both hands. An extremely terrifying power gushed out. The golden light once again enveloped the void, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. A low-grade Earth-tier martial skill. 9 feet Heaven Transformation Palm. Fan Xiaoyun let out an explosive roar as a violent energy gathered in his palm. Soon after, he mercilessly threw out a palm strike. Buzz. A huge golden palm print broke through the void. It was like the Buddha's palm, giving people a feeling that they were powerless. The unparalleled power scared the soul out of everyone. World-destroying heavenly punishment slash. Facing Fan Xiaoyun's terrifying palm print, Feng Wuchen did not retreat. He channeled all his energy into the Dragon God Sword. Seeing this, Fan Xiaoyun sneered and said, "You overestimate yourself. I've already experienced this move of yours. It seems that if I don't use my sword art, you won't use your strongest sword art." Swoosh. Buzz. Feng Wuchen did not answer. He held the Dragon God Sword tightly with both hands and swung it horizontally. A huge bloody energy slash with a destructive aura burst out from the sword. Feng Wuchen actually has an Earth-class martial skill. The cultivators exclaimed again. They were extremely shocked. Rumble. Puff. 2 extremely terrifying energies collided in the air and exploded. The deafening explosion caused everyone to cover their ears and reveal a painful expression. The destructive energy vibrated, causing Feng Wuchen to vomit blood as his body was sent flying. Buzz. The void trembled violently as the energy ripples spread down, shaking the entire Sky Moon Mountain. Everyone felt as if there was an earthquake as their bodies trembled non-stop. In this head-on collision, Feng Wuchen was injured. Fan Xiaoyun was not injured at all. With his strength, this energy ripple was only able to push him back. It was not enough to injure him. Big brother Feng. Miao Qingqing could not help but cry out with a pale face. This is troublesome. Fan Xiaoyun's strength is so terrifying, and Dendi is injured. Nan Gongzhan said anxiously. Don't worry. Dendi has not used his mysterious power yet. Beta Yan said gravely. He did not seem to be worried, but he was not sure if Feng Wuchen could defeat Fan Xiaoyun with his mysterious power. Feng Wuchen lost. Although he is a little arrogant, his cultivation has indeed increased by a lot. Young Lord Fan is indeed the #1 genius of our sky region. His strength is really terrifying. Feng Wuchen is really looking for trouble. He dares to challenge young Lord Fan with this little strength. Many cultivators shook their heads again. No one was optimistic about Feng Wuchen's victory. In this battle, the disparity in strength was too great. Feng Wuchen's chances of victory were too small. Feng Wuchen, I said before that I will kill you in this battle. Fan Xiaoyun sneered. Since he had already secured victory, Fan Xiaoyun did not put Feng Wuchen in his eyes. Fan Xiaoyun grabbed the air with his right hand, and the heaven-slaughtering sword appeared out of thin air. Fan Xiaoyun's aura surged again. If you don't use your strongest sword art, then I won't hold back. Fan Xiaoyun said mockingly, forcing Feng Wuchen to use the soul-extinguishing sword art. Shadow soul-chasing sword art. Soul-chasing slash. Extremely terrifying energy poured into the heaven-slaughtering sword. The sword flashed with golden light, and the surging sword intent swept out. Whoosh! Buzz! Fan Xiaoyun attacked mercilessly. The moment he swung the heaven-slaughtering sword, a huge and terrifying golden sword radiance shot out. It was majestic, as if it was going to split the void in half. Gulp! Feeling the terror of Fan Xiaoyun's sword radiance, many cultivators swallowed their saliva in fear. Their faces were as pale as paper. This terrifying sword radiance scared them out of their wits. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes were on the golden sword radiance. Feng Wuchen's face was solemn. He forcefully suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. Feng Wuchen closed his eyes. The mysterious power in his bloodline was also activated at this moment. Buzz! An unparalleled and terrifying power surged out of Feng Wuchen's body. A bright blood-red pillar of light shot out from the top of Feng Wuchen's head into the clouds. It carried an ancient aura, and the qi and blood on the surface of his body became frantic. Because of this monstrous power, a huge whirlpool of clouds formed in the sky. The void instantly darkened, and there were even electric dragons flickering in the whirlpool. This unparalleled and terrifying power could actually change the color of the sky. What kind of power is that? Feng Wuchen has been hiding such a terrifying power. That's terrifying. It's even more terrifying than young Lord Fan's connate power. The explosion of the mysterious power shocked everyone present. The higher-ups of the 6 major forces of the Qingyun realm were also horrified. Their faces stiffened. Feng Wuchen was actually hiding such a terrifying power. Fan Xiaoyun couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear. How is that even possible? Lu Qingyang could not believe what he was seeing. Denda's power is even more powerful than connate power. Yi Tianqing's eyes widened in shock as his body trembled. Oh my god! I can't believe it. Lei Tianjue and Bai Miao were terrified. Even Beta Yan and the others were shocked by Feng Wuchen's mysterious power. Not to mention the mysterious power, the power of the dragon bloodline alone was many times more powerful than connate power. Fan Xiaoyun would be dead for sure if they were at the same level of cultivation. With the explosion of the mysterious power, Feng Wuchen's aura had reached the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. Slowly, the bloody light disappeared, and so did the vortex in the sky. Feng Wuchen was like an evil god. He held the dragon god sword and pointed it at the sky. He was majestic and domineering. His eyes opened slightly, and a sharp and intimidating gaze swept toward Fan Xiaoyun. The moment he sensed Feng Wuchen's gaze, Fan Xiaoyun was startled. He was stunned by Feng Wuchen's gaze. How dare you? Fan Xiaoyun's face twisted when he realized he had made a fool of himself. The corners of Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly. There was a hint of evilness and the aura of a ruler descending upon the world. Rumble! Feng Wuchen swung the dragon god sword, and a blood-red sword qi shot out and hit a mountain not far away. With a loud explosion, the top half of the mountain was completely destroyed. It was just a sword qi, but it was so powerful. Feng Wuchen's power has increased by so much. How terrifying. A single streak of sword chi can actually destroy a mountain. After a long period of silence, when everyone came back to their senses, the entire place exploded. Feng Wuchen's boasting made Fan Xiaoyun's face turn even uglier. He clenched his teeth and wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. It's just an increase in strength. Don't be so smug. Fan Xiaoyun gritted his teeth. Buzz. Feng Wuchen glanced at the golden sword light that was shooting towards him. He channeled a mysterious energy into the dragon god's sword, causing it to hum and flash with a bloody light. The tyrannical power of the sword light surged out like a flood. Soul-extinguishing sword art. Exterminate souls and weep ghosts and gods. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly, and then he swept out with his sword. His movements were elegant and clean. Swish. Buzz. The enormous blood-red sword beam that contained destructive power shot out with an imposing aura. The ear-piercing sonic boom caused everyone's eardrums to hurt. What kind of sword technique is this? He has such a domineering aura. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master could not help but exclaim. The fear in his eyes deepened. The sword technique Dendi executed couldn't be a superior grade Earth-ranked martial technique, right? The Heavenly Fire Matters Manor Lord said with a trembling voice, his eyes filled with horror. The Bai family, the Yi family, Xian's pavilion, and the Netherworld King sect were all stunned by the blood-red sword light. They were dumbfounded and their bodies stiffened. The countless cultivators present all had horrified expressions. High up in the sky, two terrifying sword lights, golden and blood-red, each occupied half of the sky. Boom. Poo-pee-you. Two extremely terrifying sword lights collided with a loud bang. At the moment of collision, both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. How can he still have such terrifying strength? Fan Xiaoyun was furious. He never thought that he would be injured by Feng Wuchen. Buzz. Chi-chi. Extremely destructive energy swept out in an unbridled manner, shaking the heavens and the earth. At the center of the energy, tiny cracks began to spread out. Rumble. Poo-pee-you. The two sword lights clashed for a moment before exploding. An even more ferocious and vast energy ripple shook the two of them, causing them to spit out blood. The shockwave of energy sent them flying. The light from the spatial explosion enveloped the ground. Everyone instinctively covered their eyes. After the fierce clash, Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun both suffered injuries. Facing Feng Wuchen's mysterious strength, Fan Xiaoyun was still unable to gain an advantage. The terrifying energy ripples lasted for a full 5 minutes before dissipating with the wind. Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun's figures slowly appeared in the heaven region's crowd's line of sight. Everyone's eyes were filled with nervousness and urgency. They all wanted to know the situation of Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun. Fan Xiaoyun was severely injured. His complexion was pale and his aura had weakened by more than half. On the other hand, Feng Wuchen's injuries were extremely severe. His aura was extremely weak. It was obvious that he had exhausted his mysterious strength. This is bad. Denda's mysterious strength has been exhausted. Bai Duyan's expression changed drastically. He still hasn't defeated Fan Xiaoyun. Nan Gongzhan's eyes widened. It's over. What should we do? Miao Qingqing was extremely anxious and worried. The mysterious strength that Feng Wuchen had awakened was already in a weakened state. It was already very good that he was able to use it. It was already very terrifying that he could contend with Fan Xiaoyun. The upper echelons of the 5 major forces, including the Skyfire Manor, started to worry. Only they knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen's identity was. If something happened to Feng Wuchen, none of them would be able to escape. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master and the upper echelons heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Fan Xiaoyun would be defeated by Feng Wuchen. What an exciting battle. Feng Wuchen's defeat is honorable. Feng Wuchen has already done his best. Moreover, he is strong enough. I'm afraid that there is no other genius in the Qingyun region who can contend with young Lord Fan. Feng Wuchen is even more terrifying than young Lord Fan. If Feng Wuchen can break through to the Sky Realm, young Lord Fan will be the one to lose. That's right. Although Feng Wuchen has lost, he has also won. Seeing that Feng Wuchen's aura was extremely weak, the crowd did not mock him. Instead, they admired and praised him. Feng Wuchen's strength had already won the respect of all the cultivators present. Feng Wuchen, I've said it before. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. You have lost. I will kill you without mercy. Fan Xiaoyun, who was panting heavily in the air, sneered complacently. Feng Wuchen was extremely weak. His body kept swaying and he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Although Fan Xiaoyun was heavily injured, he could still fight. Kill me? Don't underestimate me, Feng Wuchen. I haven't lost yet. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a sinister smile. He was already so weak, but Feng Wuchen still refused to admit defeat. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the crowd was shocked again. The current Feng Wuchen could be killed by any cultivator. Was he bluffing? The crowd was extremely confused. They all thought that Feng Wuchen was digging his own grave. Who are you trying to scare? Let's see how long you can act tough. Fan Xiaoyun sneered. He endured his injuries and walked towards Feng Wuchen step by step. While the crowd was still in shock, Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. Dragon transformation! Feng Wuchen roared. Blood qi rose from his body and enveloped Feng Wuchen, forming a ball of blood. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded in the area. The dragon's might shook the heavens and the earth. A supreme aura made everyone have the urge to bow down and worship it. What kind of aura is this? The Sky Moon Sect Master and the other top experts of the Sky region were shocked. The supreme aura and the might that shook the heavens and the earth were even more terrifying than the top experts of the continent. Rumble. At that moment, the heavens and the earth changed color. Large amounts of dark clouds gathered and the bright sky turned dark in an instant. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky as strong winds blew. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators present were shocked. Dragon transformation? Everyone was confused. Could it be that Feng Wuchen has an even stronger power? Or is it the legendary celestial art? This is impossible. Fan Xiaoyun was shocked. The Sky Moon Sect Master frowned. At that moment, he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. The source of this uneasiness was Feng Wuchen. The Skyfire Manor Lord and the Bi-family Patriarch looked at each other. They could see the fear and shock in each other's eyes. Dendi has an even more terrifying martial technique? Beidou Yan and the rest were also confused. Everyone's shocked and doubtful gazes fell on the blood ball. Buzz. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted from the strange ball of blood. A resplendent blood light shrouded the sky. It was as dazzling as a divine radiance. After a while, Feng Wuchen's aura rose at a terrifying speed. Master's cultivation has increased. Lan Yu exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes widened. Beidou Yan was shocked. That's right. Denda's cultivation is increasing rapidly. How is that possible? Fan Xiaoyun's eyes widened. He also felt that Feng Wuchen's cultivation was increasing rapidly. The Skyfire Manor Lord was shocked. His cultivation is increasing and his injuries are recovering. What is going on? Yi Tianqing was dumbfounded. He was very confused. The entire place was in an uproar as cries of surprise rang out incessantly. Peak of the 9th level of Sky Origin Stage. First level of the Heaven Tier. Feng Wuchen's Qi had reached the first level of the Sky Origin Stage from the 9th level of the Sky Origin Stage within a few seconds. Hiss, Feng Wuchen's terrifying increase in cultivation scared everyone out of their wits. They had never seen anyone increase 2 levels in an instant, and even broke through the realm of Heaven Tier. He broke through to the first level of the Heaven Tier. This monster. Feng Wuchen is a monster. Is this a dream? This is impossible. Most of the cultivators were dumbfounded. They saw something that was impossible in the world. Shocking. Incomparably shocking, under everyone's gazes, Feng Wuchen actually broke through to the first level of the Deva realm in a miraculous way. I can't believe it. Yi Tianqing's body trembled. Many geniuses were terrified. When Feng Wuchen's qi stopped rising, his cultivation stopped at the first level of the Heaven Tier. The blood ball that enveloped Feng Wuchen also disappeared. A brand new Feng Wuchen appeared in everyone's sight. At the first level of the heaven tier, Feng Wuchen's severe injuries had completely healed. This was the peak state that he was in. His cultivation was at the first level of the heaven tier, but Feng Wuchen's qi had reached the peak of the third level of the heaven tier. The entire place was silent. Everyone stared at Feng Wuchen in horror. The body of the dragon clan is really strong. Feng Wuchen laughed to himself. Feng Wuchen felt that his body was filled with terrifying energy. Every muscle in his body contained a domineering power. Feng Wuchen had successfully completed the transformation into a dragon. In other words, Feng Wuchen was no longer a human, but a dragon. Dragons were the most powerful existence in the world. They had an invincible body and were superior to spirit beasts and other divine beasts. Feng Wuchen, who had completely transformed into a dragon, had the body of a dragon. The power of the dragon clan's bloodline could be fully unleashed. Moreover, the bloodline aura exuding from Feng Wuchen's body was several times stronger than before. The power of the bloodline has become stronger. It has completely merged with the body of a dragon. Feng Wuchen was excited. After breaking through to the first level of the heaven tier, Feng Wuchen's combat power had definitely increased explosively. The silent mountain range was filled with a strange aura. Slightly raising his head, Feng Wuchen's intimidating eyes swept over Fan Xiaoyun. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Evil qi was awe-inspiring, and a domineering aura spread out. Feng Wuchen, who had transformed into a dragon, had inherited the supreme arrogance of the dragon clan. The evil qi of the evil dragon god was also faintly displayed from Feng Wuchen's body. Fan Xiaoyun, do you want to take some medicinal pills to heal your injuries? If you say it's unfair, I can wait for you to recover. Feng Wuchen asked with an evil smile. His frivolous carefreeness and arrogance were incomparably frightening. Feng Wuchen's arrogant words shocked everyone again. Feng Wuchen, who had stepped into the first level of the heaven tier, was really so confident. Feng Wuchen, who was at the 9th level of the Sky Origin stage, already had the power to injure Fan Xiaoyun. Now that he had broken through to the first level of the heaven tier, the power of his bloodline had become even stronger. Most importantly, Feng Wuchen had transformed into a dragon. His strength was absolutely terrifying. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the ninefold cosmos pagoda was absorbed into his body. This action was even more shocking. Feng Wuchen was actually confident to the point that he could deal with Fan Xiaoyun without the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Upon hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the shocked Fan Xiaoyun's face turned gloomy. Fan Xiaoyun's injuries were serious. Even without the ninefold cosmos pagoda's suppression, his aura could no longer reach the 4th level of the heaven tier. Moreover, Fan Xiaoyun had also consumed a lot of Xianxia power. Facing Feng Wuchen in his peak state, he was probably no match for him. Fan Xiaoyun took out a few medicinal pills and swallowed them, then sat cross-legged in the void to heal his injuries. Lan Yu, heal him. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. What did Feng Wuchen say? He wants to heal young Lord Fan? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? What is Dendi doing? Fan Xiaoyun was injured with great difficulty, and now he wants to heal him? Feng Wuchen dares to look down on young Lord Fan. The crowd was once again in an uproar. Feng Wuchen actually wanted Lan Yu to heal Fan Xiaoyun. Big brother Feng wants Lan Yu to heal Fan Xiaoyun? This? Miao Qingqing, Bai Duyan, and the others looked at each other in shock. Lan Yu was also stunned. She couldn't believe it. Yes. However, Lan Yu didn't thank him. She immediately flew up and arrived behind Fan Xiaoyun. She activated the power of a water spirit, and a strange halo enveloped Fan Xiaoyun. Lan Yu was a water spirit, so she had a powerful healing ability. Fan Xiaoyun looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The anger in his heart was about to explode. He didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be so arrogant to the point that he didn't take him seriously. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master and the higher-ups' faces were obviously very gloomy. The strength of Lan Yu's healing ability shocked everyone present. The alchemists present were stunned. This magical ability was even more terrifying than elixirs. Even Elder Ren, a grade 6 alchemist, did not dare to say that the healing elixir he refined had such a terrifying effect. In just an hour, Fan Xiaoyun's injuries had recovered by more than half. With such a magical ability, there was no need for elixirs at all. Who is this woman? Everyone was shocked and curious. The top experts of the 6 major forces were shocked. Such a strange woman was definitely rare in the world. The people by Feng Wuchen's side were either geniuses or extraordinary people. In the Battle of Soulbreak Valley, Feng Wuchen was seriously injured. At that time, it was Lan Yu who took the initiative to heal Feng Wuchen. Only then did Feng Wuchen and the rest know that Lan Yu had such a powerful ability. Who is this woman? Fan Xiaoyun was also quite curious. Roughly 2 hours later, Fan Xiaoyun's injuries were completely healed. His astonishing recovery speed shocked everyone. I really recovered. Looking at his palm, Fan Xiaoyun could not believe it. Staring at Fan Xiaoyun proudly, Feng Wuchen smiled slightly and said, "Since you've recovered, let's do it." After recovering, Fan Xiaoyun's confidence returned. A proud sneer appeared on his face as he clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Buzz buzz. The terrifying power of a level 4 celestial being was fully activated. It seemed to be stronger than before. Bright golden light burst out, and the aura shook heaven and earth. Fan Xiaoyun sneered and said, "Feng Wuchen, you helped me recover. You asked for it." Feng Wuchen's lips curled into an evil smile again. He did not speak, but he seemed even more arrogant. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you've broken through to level 1 celestial being and become stronger. You're too naive. Fan Xiaoyun sneered confidently. Boom, after saying that, Fan Xiaoyun suddenly rushed out with a loud boom. His figure flashed, and the heaven-slaughtering sword pierced toward Feng Wuchen's eyes in an extremely tricky way. Fan Xiaoyun's attack was vicious and merciless. Feng Wuchen turned sideways, cleverly and elegantly avoiding the attack. Fan Xiaoyun was not surprised that his sword had missed. The heaven-slaughtering sword once again launched a fierce attack. Every move was extremely fierce and could be said to be fatal. He had displayed the fiercest part of the sword technique to the extreme. However, Feng Wuchen dodged all of these fierce attacks. Fan Xiaoyun's sword did not hit Feng Wuchen. It did not even touch Feng Wuchen's sleeve. Feng Wuchen had been in a state of evasion all this time. His figure was like a ghost, making it impossible for anyone to catch him. As such, Fan Xiaoyun's attacks were completely ineffective. After a series of fierce attacks, Feng Wuchen still stood in the same place, not moving at all. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. What kind of realm had Feng Wuchen's strength reached? Preposterous. How dare you look down on me? The more Fan Xiaoyun fought, the angrier he became. His original confidence and arrogance had disappeared. Feng Wuchen did not make a move, which was a humiliation to Fan Xiaoyun. He felt that Feng Wuchen was trampling on his dignity. Bring out the strength that can defeat me. You have never defeated me before. The battle at Soulbreak Valley has not been decided yet. Feng Wuchen smiled evilly, looking down at Fan Xiaoyun with an overbearing aura. Fan Xiaoyun's face was ferocious. His veins bulged like an angry lion. Low-grade Earth-class martial skill. 9 feet heaven palm. Fan Xiaoyun circulated his Xiantian power with all his might. His left palm condensed a terrifying power, overflowing with an intimidating aura. Buzz buzz. Fan Xiaoyun struck out with his palm. A 60 to 70 foot golden palm print shot out. Its power was violent and terrifying, causing the void to shake violently. The 9 feet heaven palm was something that Feng Wuchen had experienced before. Fan Xiaoyun used it again. The terrifying power still caused the crowd to tremble in fear. Feng Wuchen did not show any fear. His face still had a frivolous and evil smile. The crowd went silent again. Everyone held their breaths and looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. They wanted to see Feng Wuchen's current strength. When the huge and terrifying golden palm print was a few meters away from Feng Wuchen made his move. Chi. Rumble. Feng Wuchen swung the divine dragon sword from bottom to top. His movements were elegant. The huge golden palm print flashed with a bloody light. Under everyone's terrified gaze, it was split in half by Feng Wuchen and exploded. Fan Xiaoyun's Earth-class martial skill was split in half by Feng Wuchen's sword. Hiss. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone gasped in horror. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. How is this possible? Fan Xiaoyun was stunned. He could not believe that Feng Wuchen could destroy his Earth-class martial skill so easily. This is too scary. Denda's strength has surpassed Fan Xiaoyun's. Yi Tianqing exclaimed. It seems that young Lord Fan is going to lose. Feng Wuchen has broken through to the celestial being realm. His strength is too terrifying. That's right. Young Lord Fan is no match for Feng Wuchen. He is too powerful. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Feng Wuchen's sword was enough to shock the crowd. Hearing everyone's shocked words, Fan Xiaoyun's face turned sinister again. The glory that originally belonged to them was now stolen by Feng Wuchen. Humiliation spread throughout his body. Fan Xiaoyun was furious. His eyes were red. His sword intent swept out wildly. He poured all his strength into the heaven-slaughtering sword. The sword was filled with violent sword aura. Dark shadow soul-chasing sword art. Soul-chasing slash. Fan Xiaoyun roared. His anger was monstrous. The power of his sword was shocking. Whoosh. Buzz. The heaven-slaughtering sword swept across fiercely. A destructive golden sword radiance shot out, carrying an aura that could destroy everything as it rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Boom. The moment the sword aura burst out, Feng Wuchen made his move. With a loud explosion, a blood-red light flashed across the void. The bright blood-red light came from the Dragon God sword. Feng Wuchen burst out with a monstrous sword intent. The supreme divine power shook the heavens. Ding. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the Dragon God sword touched the golden sword aura. A terrifying energy wave rippled out. Puff. It seemed to be a light touch, but it contained an unparalleled domineering power. The golden sword aura stopped in its tracks. The energy wave shook Fan Xiaoyun and made him spit out blood. How is this possible? Fan Xiaoyun's eyes widened. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. The faces of all the cultivators changed. They were shocked and terrified. Break! Puff! Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. He pushed the Dragon God sword forward. A blood-red light flashed and cut the golden sword aura in half. The domineering power shook Fan Xiaoyun and made him spit out blood again. This is impossible. The Heavenly Moon sect leader exclaimed when he saw the shocking scene. He could not believe that Feng Wuchen possessed such ferocious strength. Young sect leader. The Heavenly Moon sect's upper echelons were worried. The Heavenly Fire Manor Lord exclaimed in horror. Denda's sword technique is most likely the legendary Celestial technique. Celestial technique? Many top experts were shocked when they heard the Heavenly Fire Manor Lord's exclamation. Feng Wuchen's attack seemed casual, but the power it contained was terrifying. The top experts recalled that only a celestial technique could possess such tyrannical and terrifying power. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. They felt that the possibility was very high. Feng Wuchen held the Dragon God sword in his hand and pointed it at the sky. He was like an evil god from the 9 heavens. His divine might shook the world. That monstrous might gave people a suffocating feeling. Fan Xiaoyun, you've lost, Feng Wuchen said with an evil smile. He looked extremely arrogant. Feng Wuchen was announcing Fan Xiaoyun's defeat. Indeed, with Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, Fan Xiaoyun was unable to defeat him. Now that he was injured, he was bound to lose. Fan Xiaoyun's face was finally filled with fear. In front of Feng Wuchen, Fan Xiaoyun felt helpless. The feeling of being unable to defeat Feng Wuchen welled up in his heart. With such terrifying strength, Fan Xiaoyun could not defeat him. The Shadow Soul-chasing sword technique was Fan Xiaoyun's strongest martial skill. However, Feng Wuchen had cut it in half like tofu. His ferocious and terrifying strength had completely crushed Fan Xiaoyun's psychological defenses. Feng Wuchen was too powerful. Without the help of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen could already fight against a 4th-level Sky-Human Realm expert. He had effortlessly defeated Fan Xiaoyun's sword light and injured him. This was enough to prove Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength. Fan Xiaoyun looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. He felt that Feng Wuchen was a monster. Dendi will definitely win. That's right. Dendi has turned the tables. Feng Wuchen's strength is truly terrifying. In the quiet mountain range, as everyone recovered from their shock, the whole place instantly exploded into an uproar, and cries of surprise soared into the sky. Swish, while Fan Xiaoyun was panicking, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly appeared, scaring Fan Xiaoyun into taking a few steps back. You. What do you want? Fan Xiaoyun asked fearfully. However, as soon as he said that, Fan Xiaoyun realized that he had lost his composure, and his face turned gloomy. As the young hierarch of the Heavenly Moon sect, even if his strength was no match for Feng Wuchen, he should not be afraid of Feng Wuchen. No matter how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was, he was definitely not a match for the Heavenly Moon sect. What do you want? Was there even a need to ask? Of course I'm going to kill you. Feng Wuchen sneered. The dragon god's sword was already pointed at Fan Xiaoyun's heart. As long as Feng Wuchen gently stabbed forward, he would be able to pierce Fan Xiaoyun's heart and kill him. Fan Xiaoyun's face changed again, and he took a few steps back in panic. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Feng Wuchen asked mockingly. Bastard! Fan Xiaoyun was furious. Feng Wuchen was obviously trying to embarrass him in front of everyone in the Tian region. He was humiliating him in front of everyone. Feng Wuchen was trampling on his dignity. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Everyone in the Qingyun sect is watching. If you have any other skills, just use them. I don't have any patience. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and his eyes became fierce. You. Fan Xiaoyun was furious, but his strength was not enough to shake Feng Wuchen. Looks like you don't have any other skills. Since that's the case, I'll take your Xiantian power. Feng Wuchen sneered, and his pitch-black eyes flashed fiercely. Hearing this, Fan Xiaoyun's face changed drastically. Feng Wuchen said that he would take his Xiantian power. Fan Xiaoyun was so scared that his soul almost jumped out of his body. If his Xiantian power was taken away by Feng Wuchen, the title of the #1 genius of the Qingyun sect would be taken away by Tian Qing. It's a waste for you to have the Xiantian power. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen was not joking, he was serious. Feng Wuchen, how dare you? The sect leader of the Heavenly Moon sect could not sit still any longer. He stood up and shouted angrily, and a murderous aura swept out. The extremely terrifying murderous aura scared countless cultivators out of their wits. Feng Wuchen glanced at the sect leader of the Heavenly Moon sect and said coldly, Sect leader of the Heavenly Moon sect, the battle is not over yet. Are you going to interfere? You. The sect leader of the Heavenly Moon sect was furious, but he could not refute. The battle between Feng Wuchen and Fan Xiaoyun was indeed not over yet. There were cultivators from various factions in the Qingyun sect. If the sect leader of the Heavenly Moon sect interfered, the Heavenly Moon sect would become the laughingstock of the Qingyun sect. This stinking brat is too arrogant. Elder Ren's face was ferocious. Fan Xiaoyun had almost killed Lu Qingyang, which had completely infuriated Feng Wuchen. Now that Fan Xiaoyun had used Lu Qingyang, who had lost his memory, against them, how could Feng Wuchen let Fan Xiaoyun go? It would be easy for Feng Wuchen to kill Fan Xiaoyun with one strike, but it would be too easy for Fan Xiaoyun. That was why Feng Wuchen wanted to take the Xiantian power. Feng Wuchen wanted to push Fan Xiaoyun into the abyss. With a single thought, the ancient golden dragon seal between his brows shone with a golden light. An unparalleled aura swept out ferociously. It was as if the aura of an emperor had intimidated everyone. Martial spirit. What a domineering martial spirit. I wonder what kind of martial spirit it is, it's so terrifying. Is Feng Wuchen really going to take Fan Xiaoyun's Xiantian power? Feeling the terrifying aura of Feng Wuchen's martial spirit, the cultivators from various factions were frightened again. Fan Xiaoyun looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. His body retreated uncontrollably. In the end, he quickly retreated. You won't be able to escape. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He used instant transmission and blocked Fan Xiaoyun's path. Devour. Feng Wuchen shouted, and the ancient golden dragon seal exploded with a terrifying devouring power. No. Stop. Fan Xiaoyun was in despair, and he crazily circulated his Xiantian power to resist. However, in front of Feng Wuchen's domineering power, Fan Xiaoyun's power was useless. Feng Wuchen's claw pressed on Fan Xiaoyun's head, and the terrifying devouring power was crazily devouring Fan Xiaoyun's Xiantian power. Ah! Fan Xiaoyun screamed in horror. He could clearly feel his Xiantian power being rapidly extracted from his body. Feng Wuchen! Stop it! Stop it! Fan Xiaoyun roared in panic. Gulp, Feng Wuchen is going to devour young Lord Fan's Xiantian power. The countless cultivators watching the battle were terrified to the extreme. Feng Wuchen! The Heavenly Moon Sect Master was furious, and he could no longer bear it. Sect Master, calm down. Elder Ren said solemnly, after the battle, we can kill Feng Wuchen and take back our Xiantian power. Brat! This Sect Master will definitely tear you to shreds. I'll destroy your soul. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master roared, and an extremely terrifying power surged out uncontrollably. Feng Wuchen, stop! Lu Qingyang suddenly shouted, and he rushed toward Feng Wuchen with his sword. Brother Lu! Miao Qingqing's face changed. Beta Yan came to intercept Lu Qingyang. Get out of my way! Lu Qingyang roared anxiously and fiercely swept out his long sword. Beta Yan was expressionless and did not move an inch. However, when Lu Qingyang's sword was about to hit him, a white energy appeared on Beta Yan's body and blocked it. Lu Qingyang's sword swept over, but not only did it fail to repel the Big Dipper flame, but it also forced him back. Beta Yan was already at the first level of the celestial being realm. Lu Qingyang could not defeat him. Yi Tianqing, Bai Mia, and the others were puzzled by Lu Qingyang's attack. What was going on? Why would Lu Qingyang and Feng Wuchen fight each other? Feng Wuchen, stop! Lu Qingyang roared madly, but he was powerless against Beta Yan. Ah! Fan Xiaoyun screamed in pain in the air. Fan Xiaoyun's Xiantian Qi was getting weaker and weaker until it was completely sucked out of his body. Fan Xiaoyun's aura dropped to the second level of the celestial being realm. Without Xiantian Qi, Fan Xiaoyun's strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary celestial being. Young Master Fan's Xiantian Qi was really devoured. The crowd was in an uproar. The Heavenly Moon Sect leader and the higher-ups were watching the battle. Feng Wuchen really had the guts to devour Fan Xiaoyun's Xiantian Qi. Feng Wuchen was courting death. Even if Feng Wuchen had the terrifying strength to defeat Fan Xiaoyun, he was still no match for the Heavenly Moon Sect leader. The Heavenly Moon Sect leader was one of the strongest in the Qingyun realm. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of the celestial being realm. He could kill Feng Wuchen in seconds. Fan Xiaoyun, even if you have a Xiantian body, you can forget about cultivating Xiantian power in the future. I've already devoured the source of the Xiantian power. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. After devouring the origin energy, Fan Xiaoyun had completely lost his Xiantian power. My Xiantian power is all gone. Fan Xiaoyun looked at his hands in horror. He could no longer feel any Xiantian power. Feng Wuchen! Give me back my Xiantian power! Fan Xiaoyun roared madly and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Boom! Pooh! Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a terrifying force shook Fan Xiaoyun, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body fell out of the arena. Fan Xiaoyun was thrown out of the stage, completely defeated by Feng Wuchen. I've won! Feng Wuchen slowly descended onto the stage with an arrogant look on his face. Yuner! The Heavenly Moon Sect Master was the first to rush over. His injuries are not serious, but his Xiantian power has been forcefully extracted, and his Sea of Qi has been damaged. He must be treated immediately. Eldarin said solemnly. He hurriedly took out a pill and fed it to Fan Xiaoyun. At the same time, he activated his true origin to help Fan Xiaoyun heal. Feng Wuchen! Don't even think about leaving Sky Moon Mountain alive today. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master shouted angrily. Boundless killing intent spread out and shrouded the entire Sky Moon Mountain. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master was furious, countless cultivators were terrified. Those who were timid and weak began to flee Sky Moon Mountain in fear. Buzz! Buzz! The terrifying power of a level 7 celestial being surged out, and Sky Moon Mountain shook violently. The towering peaks in all directions shook and exploded, and began to collapse. Run! The Heavenly Moon Sect Master is furious. If we don't run, we'll all die. A large number of cultivators were terrified, and the scene was chaotic. Swish! 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 The Heavenly Moon Sect's experts rushed out and surrounded Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen was fearless. He stared coldly at Elder Ren, seemingly ignoring the Heavenly Moon Sect master. Elder Ren, who was healing Fan Xiaoyun, suddenly changed his expression when he sensed Feng Wuchen's cold gaze. Oh no! Elder Ren's heart was filled with fear. You want to save him? Feng Wuchen asked with an evil smile, and the green flame was activated. Feng Wuchen controlled the fire poison in Elder Ren's body with his mind and guided it out. Elder Ren's expression changed drastically when he sensed the fire poison in his body suddenly acting up. Fear appeared on his face. What's going on? Why is the fire poison? Elder Ren looked at the changes in his body in horror. Soon, thick black smoke was emitted from his body. Then, his body was set ablaze. Elder Ren screamed and rolled on the ground. The sudden fire poison scared the Heavenly Moon Sect's higher-ups and caused them to retreat in fear. The surrounding cultivators also retreated hastily. No one dared to get close to the terrifying fire poison. Grand Elder! The Heavenly Moon Sect master's expression changed. He did not expect Elder Ren's fire poison to act up at this moment. The Heavenly Moon Sect master grabbed Fan Xiaoyun across the air. He glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and said ferociously, "Brat, it's your doing. This old thing is very important to your Heavenly Moon Sect, right?" Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. He wanted to escape unscathed. Elder Ren was Feng Wuchen's life-saving talisman. Father! Kill Feng Wuchen! Kill Feng Wuchen quickly! Fan Xiaoyun roared crazily. Hand over the Xiantian power and I'll leave your corpse intact. The Heavenly Moon Sect master said in a gloomy voice. His terrifying killing intent had already locked onto Feng Wuchen. Shoo! 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 At that moment, Heavenly Fire Manor Lord Yun flashed over. Huang Xian, Yi Tianqing, and the upper echelons of the Heavenly Fire Manor also flashed over. Heavenly Fire Manor Lord, what's the meaning of this? The Heavenly Moon Sect master asked in a gloomy voice. He seemed to have guessed that Yun was standing on Feng Wuchen's side. Yun said lightly, My Heavenly Fire Manor is indebted to Dendi. How can the Heavenly Fire Manor stand idly by? Shoo! Shoo! Patriarchy, Yi Shuihan, and the upper echelons also flashed over. The Heavenly Moon Sect master's expression turned even more gloomy. It was obvious that the Yi family was standing on Feng Wuchen's side. Patriarchy, you came at the right time. It's time to settle our old scores. The Heavenly Moon Sect master said coldly. A terrifying killing intent surged in his narrowed eyes. Yi Shuihan said in a deep voice, It's time to settle the score. The Heavenly Moon Sect already had a grudge with the Yi family. Furthermore, the Heavenly Moon Sect wanted to use the war with the Yi family to lure the Heavenly Fire Manor into action and destroy them in one fell swoop. Now, these two factions had taken the initiative to step forward. This gave the Heavenly Moon Sect a legitimate reason to destroy them. Xian's pavilion is willing to serve Dendi. Xian's pavilion lord and the upper echelons flashed to the square. They were willing to become enemies with the Heavenly Moon Sect for Feng Wuchen. The Bai family is willing to serve Dendi. The Bai family's patriarch and the upper echelons of the Bai family also flashed over. Bai Mia was among them. The Netherworld King Sect is willing to serve Dendi. Immediately following that, the Netherworld King Sect master and the upper echelons flashed over. Instantly, 5 of the 6 major factions in the Heaven region stood on Feng Wuchen's side. The Heaven region geniuses who were willing to follow Feng Wuchen, as well as the factions behind them, also stood forward. Upon seeing this, the Heavenly Moon Sect master and the upper echelons were stunned. What did Feng Wuchen do to make so many factions in the Heaven region risk their lives for him? Many of the cultivators present realized that a huge battle was about to erupt. They immediately fled. The Sky Moon Mountain was in chaos. Other than the stronger cultivators, everyone else had fled the mountain. A war was inevitable. Fan Xiaoyun's Xiantian power was taken away by Feng Wuchen, and the Sky Moon Sect would never let it go. However, the fact that so many forces were willing to work for Feng Wuchen shocked the Sky Moon Sect. Why was this happening? Why would the five major forces of the Qingyun region work for Feng Wuchen unconditionally? Who was Feng Wuchen? No one in the Sky Moon sect knew about Feng Wuchen's identity. On the other hand, the Skyfire Manor and other major forces knew about Feng Wuchen's identity. The Sky Moon sect leader was not an idiot. Feng Wuchen was not from the Qingyun region, and he had a terrifying talent. He was probably a young master or a genius disciple of a major force. Feng Wuchen, who are you? The Sky Moon sect leader asked in a deep voice. Feng family of the Inferno Empire. Feng Wuchen smiled evilly. Inferno Empire? The Sky Moon sect leader frowned. He did not believe Feng Wuchen's nonsense. Feng Wuchen looked at Lu Qingyang and said, Qingyang, you are also from the Inferno Empire. Fan Xiaoyun is your enemy. He almost killed you in the Heavenly River. Fortunately, you were saved by the people of Green Rock Town. We appeared in Green Rock Town because Fan Xiaoyun lured us there. He had already set a trap for us. He also sent people to kill the people of Green Rock Town. His goal was to turn us against each other. Lost his memory? Yi Tianqing and Bai Mia finally understood. No wonder Lu Qingyang was on the Sky Moon sect's side. Lu Qingyang, don't you remember anything? Nan Gongzhan shouted. Lu Qingyang did not know who to believe. Although he felt that Feng Wuchen was not lying, Fan Xiaoyun did take good care of him during this period. I can't remember anything at all. My head hurts. Lu Qingyang finally shook his head. As long as he thought about it, his head would hurt intensely. Big Brother Lu, what Big Brother Feng said is true. Big Brother Lu, I am Qingqing. You don't even remember me? We grew up together and cultivated together. Miao Qingqing asked with tears in her eyes. Stop talking. Lu Qingyang clutched his head with both hands, a pained expression on his face. Blurry images kept appearing in his mind. Qingyang. Don't listen to their nonsense. They are all lying to you. Feng Wuchen was a murderous demon. He massacred the 8 great powers of the eastern region of the Heaven Domain. The people of Greenstone Town were also killed by him. Fan Xiaoyun shouted. Lu Qingyang, you can ask Lei Tianjue and Yi Tianqing. They can testify, Bai Duyan said. Stop talking. Lu Qingyang suddenly shouted. Qingyang should know. Don't provoke him anymore. Qingyang's meridians are in a mess. The Heavenly Moon sect didn't even help him stabilize them. If you continue to provoke him, I'm afraid Qingyang will become an idiot, Feng Wuchen said with a frown. Dendi, you can't let Fan Xiaoyun go. Nan Gongzhan gritted his teeth and stared at Fan Xiaoyun with murderous eyes. Feng Wuchen, if you don't give me back my Xiantian power, don't even think about leaving Sky Moon Mountain alive. Fan Xiaoyun shouted angrily. Ao Yen, take Qingyang back to rest, the Heavenly Moon sect leader said in a low voice. Qingyang, I will take you back to rest first. Ao Yen held Lu Qingyang's head in his hands and flew away. Big Brother Feng, I will go save Big Brother Lu. Miao Qingqing quickly chased after them, not giving Feng Wuchen a chance to stop her. Yi Tianqing, protect Qingqing. Feng Wuchen quickly said. Yes. Dendi. Yi Tianqing flew away without hesitation. The Heavenly Moon sect leader glanced at them and said coldly, since all of you are on the same side, it will save me the trouble of finding all of you one by one. After today's battle, there will be no more 6 major forces in the Qingyun region. There will only be the Heavenly Moon sect. Hearing this, the Heavenly Fire Manor Lord, Yi Yun, and the other top experts of the major forces turned serious. The Heavenly Moon sect leader's strength was terrifying and he was the strongest expert in the Qingyun region. In the entire Qingyun region, there was no one who could match up to the Heavenly Moon sect leader. Heavenly Moon sect leader, if we join forces, you might not be able to win. The pavilion master of Ziyun's pavilion said seriously. The Heavenly Moon sect leader flew up and the terrifying aura of a level 7 sky human realm expert swept out crazily. Unparalleled terrifying energy gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, within a radius of 10,000 miles, the space shook violently and a large black crack spread out. The ground collapsed and the surrounding mountains collapsed one after another. Just the aura alone had a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The shocking scene scared the cultivators watching from afar out of their wits. Their legs turned to jelly. The terrifying power could actually tear through the void. This old monster's strength is becoming more and more terrifying, Ian said with a serious expression as a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Ian was only at the level 6 sky human realm. However, other than the Heavenly Moon sect leader, Ian was the strongest in the Qingyun region. The Yi family's patriarch, Yi Shuihan, had just broken through to the level 5 sky human realm. The Bai family's patriarch was also at the level 5 sky human realm. As for Xian's pavilion master and the Netherworld King sect leader, they were only at the level 4 sky human realm. At the level 7 sky human realm, his strength is far above ours. We might not even be able to defeat him, the Netherworld King sect leader said solemnly. Let's hold him back first. When the time comes, the various elders will reinforce us. Attack, Ian said in a deep voice. He circulated his quintessential essence and was the first to charge into the sky. Yi Shuihan and company had no choice but to risk their lives. Buzz. Terrifying energy burst out, causing the Qingyun region's void to tremble. The cultivators watching from afar also began to sway. A huge battle was about to begin. The battle has begun. The Heavenly Moon sect leader is fighting 1 against 5. The Heavenly Moon sect leader's strength is so terrifying. The Heavenly Fire Manor Lord and company are probably doomed. Many cultivators watching the battle had horror written all over their faces. Even though they were extremely horrified, they still did not want to miss the battle. Annihilate the Heavenly Moon sect. Leave no one alive, Feng Wuchen bellowed coldly. Since the battle was unavoidable and Feng Wuchen needed to kill Fan Xiaoyun, they could only fight to the death. Kill. The upper echelons and experts of the various factions swarmed forward. At that moment, Feng Wuchen had undoubtedly become their leader. No one dared to defy Feng Wuchen's orders. The elders of the 5 factions added up to 9 Sky Human Realm experts. Together with Feng Wuchen, Lan Yu, and Bai Duyan, the lineup was extremely terrifying. And the number of experts from the various factions added up to hundreds. This terrifying force was definitely not to be underestimated. However, the Heavenly Moon sect was not to be trifled with. As the strongest faction in the Qingyun region, the number of experts in the sect was as numerous as the clouds. The number of experts from the entire Eastern faction combined was in no way inferior to Feng Wuchen and company. With the Heavenly Moon Mountain as the battlefield, a huge battle erupted. With the Dragon God sword in hand, Feng Wuchen walked towards Fan Xiaoyun. His cold killing intent frightened the Heavenly Moon sect experts so much that none of them dared to attack. Limitless Region's Zhang family. The upper echelons of the Zhang family were discussing matters in the Grand Hall. At this moment, a person entered the Grand Hall and reported respectfully, reporting to Patriarch, Young Master, Dendi has led the various factions in the Heaven region to wage war against the Heavenly Moon cult. I guessed that teacher would be in trouble. Zhang Junlin's expression immediately turned gloomy. Humph. The Heavenly Moon cult sure has guts. Patriarch Zhang Tianshan was immediately enraged. Grand Elder Zhang Wufeng said coldly, the Heavenly Moon cult is courting death. Patriarch, the situation is not optimistic. The Heavenly Moon cult master is at the 7th level of the Heaven human realm. Even the leaders of the 5 factions in the Heaven region are no match for him. If we do not provide assistance, Denda might be in danger. The person reported respectfully. Young Master, there's one more thing. The person continued. What is it? Lu Qingyang was previously pursued by Fan Xiaoyun and was severely injured. He has lost his memories and is being used by Fan Xiaoyun. The person replied respectfully. What? Qingyang has lost his memories? Zhang Junlin's expression changed drastically once again. Dong Zhantian said in astonishment, Brother Lu has lost his memories? Bastard. Good for you, Fan Xiaoyun. Zhang Junlan was enraged. As he walked out of the Grand Hall, he roared angrily, immediately bring everyone to follow me to the Heaven region. Teacher, I'll go too. Dong Zhantian hurriedly followed. Zhang Junlan was enraged. Dozens of experts from the Zhang family quickly followed Zhang Junlan to the Heaven region. Above the Heavenly Moon Mountain, Yi Yun and company were battling the Heavenly Moon Cult Master. The intense battle scene and the terrifying energy fluctuations were extremely shocking. Yi Yun and company wanted to hold back the Heavenly Moon Cult Master, but the Heavenly Moon Cult Master was ruthless and merciless. He defeated them one by one at an astonishing speed. In just a few minutes, Yi Yun and company were severely injured. Even when the five of them used their strongest battle techniques together, they were unable to injure the Heavenly Moon Cult Master at all. The Heavenly Moon Cult Master's strength was extremely terrifying. As for the battle between the various factions and the Heavenly Moon Cult, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Fan Xiaoyun was even more miserable. Without his Xiantian power, he was just a kindergarten kid in front of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen violently beat Fan Xiaoyun until his head was swollen. Feng Wuchen's hands and feet were severely injured, but Feng Wuchen did not kill him. It seemed like he wanted to torture Fan Xiaoyun to death. Feng Wuchen's strength was terrifying, and the Heavenly Moon Cult's higher-ups were powerless to provide any support. None of the Heavenly Moon Cult's disciples dared to attack Feng Wuchen. They could only watch as Fan Xiaoyun was brutally beaten up by Feng Wuchen. With his arms and legs broken, Fan Xiaoyun was terrified to the extreme. There are so many experts in the Heavenly Moon sect, yet no one dares to save you. Tell me, what's the point of you living? Feng Wuchen sneered as he stomped on Fan Xiaoyun's leg. Crack! Ah! Feng Wuchen's stomp directly shattered Fan Xiaoyun's leg bones. Intense pain instantly spread throughout Fan Xiaoyun's body. Fan Xiaoyun immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Young cult master. The Heavenly Moon Cult's disciples were terrified and anxious. Feng Wuchen. Stop. The Heavenly Moon Cult's higher-ups roared. They were anxious, but they could not provide any support. Feng Wuchen ignored them, treating them like air. You wanted to kill me, but have you ever thought that this day would come for you? Feng Wuchen asked with a wicked smile. He even rubbed the sole of his foot hard on Fan Xiaoyun's leg. Fan Xiaoyun screamed again and again. He was powerless to resist, and could only silently endure the intense pain. Feng Wuchen, stop. Elder Ren, who had recovered, roared at Feng Wuchen. Old thing, how does the fire poison taste? It doesn't feel good, right? Do you still want to try? Feng Wuchen asked with a wicked smile as he swept his cold gaze at Elder Ren. What? You're the one behind the fire poison in my body? Elder Ren's expression changed drastically. He could not believe that Feng Wuchen was able to trigger the fire poison in his body. Bang! A wisp of green flame appeared on Feng Wuchen's palm out of nowhere. With a thought, Feng Wuchen instantly controlled the fire poison in Elder Ren's body and guided it out again. You can control the fire poison. Elder Ren's expression changed drastically again when he sensed that the fire poison that had just been calmed down suddenly went berserk again. He was terrified. Black smoke billowed as the fire burned his body. Elder Ren screamed again as he endured the torment of the fire poison once more. Feng Wuchen. You'll die a horrible death. Fan Xiaoyun roared as he endured the intense pain. Crack! Feng Wuchen stomped down viciously again. With a crisp crack, Fan Xiaoyun's other leg bone was crushed by Feng Wuchen. Fan Xiaoyun screamed like a pig being slaughtered again. Looks like you'll be the first to die. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master's angry roar came from high up in the sky. An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted. Stop him! Ian suddenly shouted. Even if they were seriously injured, they would risk their lives to stop the Heavenly Moon Sect Master. If anything were to happen to Feng Wuchen, none of them would be able to live. Scram! Boom! Boom, boom! The Heavenly Moon Sect Master roared angrily. An extremely terrifying force erupted from his body and sent Yun and the other four flying in the blink of an eye. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master swooped down crazily as his terrifying aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. He had decided to kill Feng Wuchen first before dealing with Yun and the other four. Dendi, be careful! Ian shouted anxiously. Feng Wuchen, who had sensed something, curled his lips into a sinister smile. His cold gaze swept towards the Heavenly Moon Sect Master as he stepped on Fan Xiaoyun's chest. He sneered, "Heavenly Moon Sect Master, your son is now half a cripple. It's useless even if you save him." "Father! Kill Feng Wuchen! Kill Feng Wuchen!" Fan Xiaoyun roared crazily. "Kill me?" Feng Wuchen sneered without any fear, "Only your father would want you to die quickly." "Darn brat." The Heavenly Moon Sect Master stopped. His face was hideous as his flesh twitched. "Heavenly Moon Sect Master. I'll help you kill Feng Wuchen and we'll write off the grudge between us. How about that?" At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. "Seventh stage Heaven Human Realm." Feng Wuchen's expression changed. The Heaven region actually had an expert whose strength was on par with the Heavenly Moon Sect Master. Old Ghost Jai Xing. Yun and company had a drastic change in expression as they could not help but exclaim. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Moon Sect Master was first stunned before he said, "All right. Heavenly Moon Sect Master, don't forget that your son's life is still in my hands." Feng Wuchen's expression sank. He did not know who the person in the dark was, but he knew that it was similarly a terrifying expert at the 7th stage of the Heaven Human Realm. Phew! A figure suddenly appeared behind Feng Wuchen in a flash. Its speed was extremely terrifying as it sent a palm strike at Feng Wuchen. "This old bastard." Feng Wuchen was infuriated. Helpless, he could only use teleportation to dodge. Old Ghost Jai Xing did not care about Fan Xiaoyun's life and death. Therefore, he could attack without any qualms. "Oh? You actually managed to dodge old man's palm strike." Old Ghost Jai Xing exclaimed, as though he did not expect Feng Wuchen to be able to dodge. "Father! Kill Feng Wuchen!" At the instant Old Ghost Jai Xing took action to force Feng Wuchen back, the Heavenly Moon Sect Master immediately rescued Fan Xiaoyun. The latter roared in agitation. Upon seeing Fan Xiaoyun's legs crippled, the Heavenly Moon Sect Master was infuriated. He roared angrily, "Old Ghost Jai Xing, kill Feng Wuchen and the grudge between us will be written off. Furthermore, I'll give you half of the Heaven region." "All right." Old Ghost Jai Xing agreed forthrightly. "Grand Elder." The Heavenly Moon Sect Master was burning with anxiety. However, when he took a glance at Elder Ren, he was completely disappointed. Elder Ren was being corroded by the fire poison and was in extreme pain. There was no way he could help him. Helpless, the Heavenly Moon Sect Master took out a pill and fed it to Fan Xiaoyun. Then, he injected his quintessential essence into Fan Xiaoyun's body, hoping to save Fan Xiaoyun's legs. Old Ghost Jai Xing? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a figure in the Heaven region. However, one thing was certain. Old Ghost Jai Xing had an extraordinary standing in the Heaven region. He was definitely an existence that struck fear in others. This person's strength is on par with the Heavenly Moon Sect Master. Feng Wuchen's expression was extremely heavy. He never expected that such a mighty figure would appear. "Dendi, Old Ghost Jai Xing is the leader of Ghost Shadow." Grand Elder Huang Xian bellowed. "Ghost Shadow?" Feng Wuchen had never heard of it. "Feng Wuchen, you might not know me, but you should remember that you killed Skywolf and company, right?" Old Ghost Jai Xing said coldly. His wrinkled face was extremely gloomy. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuchen was enlightened as he exclaimed, "So you are their leader? You killed my subordinates. It's only right for me to kill you." Old Ghost Jai Xing said coldly as a ferocious killing intent emanated. Shoo! 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 Yun and company flashed over. Even though they were heavily injured, they absolutely would not sit idly by. "Feng Wuchen, man or lord, I will only kill Feng Wuchen alone. I will not interfere in your grudge." Old Ghost Jai Xing said coldly. Although Yun and company were worried, they did not cower in the slightest. Seeing this, Old Ghost Jai Xing shook his head and said, "All of you aren't even a match for me. Moreover, all of you are seriously injured. Why must all of you throw your lives away for nothing?" Feng Wuchen's expression was extremely solemn. One Heavenly Moon Sect Master was already difficult to deal with, and now that Old Ghost Jai Xing had come, it could be said to be extremely troublesome. This person is too strong. I'm afraid that even Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda won't be able to suppress his strength. Feng Wuchen frowned. Buzz. The terrifying power of the 7th level of the heaven tier erupted. Old Ghost Jai Xing soared into the sky, charging towards Feng Wuchen at top speed. Dendi, run. Yin shouted loudly as he circulated his true essence with all his might and shouted, high-grade profound ranked martial skill. Swish, at the instant Yin cast his martial technique, Old Ghost Jai Xing suddenly flashed over. His speed instantly increased several-fold. What? Yin's expression changed greatly. Boom. Pwah. Old Ghost Jai Xing punched out, causing Yin to vomit blood. His body shot out like a cannonball. Manor Lord E. Feng Wuchen was alarmed. The punch landed and Yin was severely injured. Feng Wuchen, hand over your life. Old Ghost Jai Xing bellowed coldly as he charged towards Feng Wuchen at top speed once again. Dendi, run. Yi Shuihan roared. The four joined forces and charged forward without any fear. You overestimate yourselves. Old Ghost Jai Xing said coldly as his eyes flickered with ferocity. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. Old Ghost Jai Xing's figure flashed in a strange manner. His speed was astounding and it was impossible to see his figure. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. In almost a blink of an eye, Yi Shuihan and company vomited blood as they were sent flying. Old Ghost Jai Xing had attacked so quickly that they failed to detect it. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against it. Old Ghost Jai Xing's attacks were even more ferocious than the Heavenly Moon Sect Master. I already said that I will only kill Feng Wuchen. If you were to interfere, don't blame me for being impolite. Old Ghost Jai Xing snorted coldly, but he did not kill Yun and company. Sweeping his ferocious gaze at Feng Wuchen, Old Ghost Jai Xing flashed and instantly appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. How do you wish to die? Old Ghost Jai Xing's cold voice resounded in Feng Wuchen's ears. Feng Wuchen's expression sank as the dragon god sword swept out ferociously. Feng Wuchen had no other choice but to risk his life. Ding! Old Ghost Jai Xing snorted coldly in disdain. Immediately, he used a finger to block the dragon god sword's attack. Old Ghost Jai Xing's finger was like steel. With Feng Wuchen's strength, there was no way he could shake Old Ghost Jai Xing. Even if you possess the strength of the 4th or 5th level of the heaven-human realm, you are not my match. Old Ghost Jai Xing sneered. Boom. Puff. After saying these words, Old Ghost Jai Xing threw out a punch. The terrifying strength shook Feng Wuchen until he spat out fresh blood as his body shot backwards. You are indeed worthy of being at the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. To actually possess such terrifying strength. Feng Wuchen was greatly alarmed in his heart. This punch of Old Ghost Jai Xing had directly seriously injured Feng Wuchen. Even if Feng Wuchen had already transformed into a dragon and possessed the powerful body of the dragon race, even if Feng Wuchen possessed a powerful defensive battle armor like the Qilin battle armor, he was still unable to endure Old Ghost Jai Xing's terrifying strength. Pavilion Master. Dendi. The Crimson Emperor and Bei Duyan were incomparably worried. However, at this moment, they were powerless to support Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. Die. Old Ghost Jai Xing gave chase. Dragon Roar. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted loudly as he stared at Old Ghost Jai Xing, who shot over with a fierce gaze. Roar. A dragon roar resounded in this world. The might of the dragon shook the world. A supreme aura caused everyone to have the impulse to submit and worship. The sudden terrifying aura pressure and sound wave energy caused Old Ghost Jai Xing's old face to change drastically. This is a sound wave martial technique? Old Ghost Jai Xing said in shock. Faced with this terrifying sound wave, Old Ghost Jai Xing was unable to endure it. Although the strength of a 7th level heaven-human realm expert was terrifying, his eardrums couldn't possibly be made of steel, right? In the end, Old Ghost Jai Xing still cried out miserably. His eardrums were in extreme pain and his head was about to explode. Everyone who was in the midst of the battle and the people who were watching the battle from afar were all intimidated by this supreme dragon roar. All of them were so frightened that their hearts were palpitating. A dragon roar caused the great battle to pause. Everyone covered their ears and revealed a painful expression. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen seized the opportunity and activated the mysterious power in his bloodline with all his might. Moreover, he channeled it into the dragon god sword. Extremely terrifying sword light energy erupted and the sword will was monstrous. Soul extinguishing sword art. Extinguishing soul and crying ghosts. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared and the dragon god sword swept out mercilessly. Swish. Buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying and overbearing blood-colored sword light shot out. Its aura was like a rainbow and its might was monstrous. Everywhere it passed by, the space would churn and vibrate intensely. At the same time, Feng Wuchen kept the dragon god sword into his body. With a thought, the black gloves that he had refined not long ago appeared and the mysterious power was activated once again. Immemorial Dragon God Fist. Feng Wuchen roared again. The attacking speed of his fists was extremely fast. The formless and terrifying fist imprints were thrown out hundreds of times in an instant. They were overbearing and ferocious. The surging aura was extremely terrifying. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. In an instant, hundreds of terrifying formless fist imprints landed on old ghost Xianxia's body as explosions resounded incessantly. The scene was extremely visually impactful and shocking. Old ghost Xianxia was struck by hundreds of punches. Even if he was a 7th-level Sky Human Realm expert, he could not help but be injured when his mind was distracted and he was unprepared. The gloves that Feng Wuchen refined were high-grade spiritual weapons. Although they were not refined, their might was definitely powerful. Under the coordination of the gloves, the might of the primordial divine dragon fist was naturally even more powerful. Gulp, seeing Feng Wuchen displaying such a terrifying martial technique, everyone swallowed their saliva in horror as their faces turned extremely pale. Was that a martial technique or the furious roar of a ferocious beast? Yun and the rest were filled with horror as their heartstrings trembled violently. It seemed to be a sound wave martial technique, but that terrifying sound was also like the furious roar of a ferocious beast. Feng Wuchen actually possesses such a terrifying earth-grade martial technique. The Heavenly Moon Sect Master who was treating Fan Xiaoyun could not help but be secretly shocked. Feng Wuchen is really terrifying. Old Ghost Xianxia is a 7th-level Sky Human Realm expert. I really dare not believe it. A 7th-level Sky Human Realm expert is actually at a disadvantage. A sound wave martial technique is impossible to guard against. No matter how high one's cultivation is, one cannot avoid it. Fear surfaced on the faces of many cultivators who were spectating the battle from afar as their bodies could not help but tremble. However, this was not the end. A terrifying blood-colored sword beam was being shot out explosively at a blazing speed. Old Ghost Xianxia, who was struck by the dragon roar, had yet to recover at this moment. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The overbearing and terrifying blood-colored sword beam blasted on Old Ghost Xianxia's body mercilessly. A world-shaking loud sound resounded throughout the Heavenly Moon Mountain as destructive energy ripples swept out wildly. At the center of the explosion, dozens of pitch-black cracks tore and extended outwards. Terrifying energy spread out and the cultivators who were spectating the battle from afar retreated in horror. Yun and the rest who were seriously injured also retreated at the first moment. Their horrified faces were extremely grave. Feng Wuchen's expression was also extremely grave. Although he had gone all out, Feng Wuchen was not naive enough to think that he could deal with Old Ghost Xianxia with his strength. The whole place was silent. Everyone looked at the center of the explosion in horror. A few minutes later, the terrifying energy ripples had already dispersed. Old Ghost Xianxia's figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. There were a few large holes in Old Ghost Xianxia's black robe. His hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was injured. However, it was only a light injury. Old Ghost Xianxia's aura did not weaken in the slightest. To Old Ghost Xianxia, Feng Wuchen's ferocious attacks were of no threat at all. Sure enough. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply, as if he had already guessed it. Not only Feng Wuchen, but Yun and many other experts had also guessed the result. You really do have some ability. No wonder Shadowless, Skywolf, and the others died at your hands. Old Ghost Xianxia spoke with a gloomy voice, and his face was covered in a ferocious expression. The Earth rank martial skill from earlier is indeed not bad. However, it is a pity that its strength is too weak. Old Ghost Jiaxing sneered. An extremely terrifying strength once again surged out explosively from within his body. Feng Wuchen. I shall see how you are going to die. Fan Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and said furiously as he started to feel pleased in his heart. Feng Wuchen did not say anything as he looked at Old Ghost Jiaxing with a solemn expression. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Feng Wuchen, I shall give you a chance. Don't say that I am bullying the weak. If you have any other powerful martial skills, feel free to use them. Old Ghost Jiaxing sneered. Old Ghost Jiaxing's strength was too terrifying. Even after executing the immortal art, he was still unable to deal with him. Even if Feng Wuchen possessed an even stronger martial skill, it was of no use. In the face of absolute strength, any martial skill was just a decoration. Bullying the weak with the strong, and yet you speak so eloquently. Nan Gongzhan's face was filled with disdain. Beta Yan said worriedly, Old Ghost Jiaxing's actual strength is frightening. We are no match for him at all. Moreover, there is still the Heavenly Moon Sect Master. Big brother, what should we do now? Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf asked worriedly with an anxious expression. The experts of the various major forces had started a war with the Heavenly Moon Sect. Both parties were equally matched in strength, and it was very difficult to defeat the Heavenly Moon Sect within a short period of time. Therefore, Elder Huang Xian and the other Sky Human Realm experts were unable to provide any support at all. Feng Wuchen, if you still don't make a move, I'm going to make a move. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had been silent all this while, Old Ghost Jiaxing's old face turned gloomy immediately. Old Ghost Jiaxing, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and I can spare your life. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Spare my life? Old Ghost Jiaxing was first stunned as he looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme astonishment. He even thought that he had heard wrongly. What did Dendi say? Beta Yan's face was also filled with astonishment. Dendi actually asked Old Ghost Jiaxing to kneel down? Bai Miao was given a huge shock. Lei Tingjue also looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme astonishment. Spare his life? The Crimson Emperor, Lan Yu, and the rest were stunned. Where did Feng Wuchen get the confidence to say such words? The heavily injured Yun and the rest were also looking at Feng Wuchen with bewilderment at this moment. Aren't these words a little too arrogant? Feng Wuchen could have said such arrogant words to anyone else, but he actually said such arrogant words to a 7th-level Sky Human Realm expert. Death is at hand and you still dare to be so arrogant. Fan Xiaoyun said ferociously. He was so infuriated by Feng Wuchen's arrogance that his lungs were about to explode. Has Feng Wuchen gone mad? Dilla Master Yun and the rest can't even defeat Old Ghost Jiaxing, yet he actually asked Old Ghost Jiaxing to kneel down? The many cultivators who were watching the battle from afar couldn't help but be dumbfounded with stiff expressions. Haha. After being stunned for a long time, Old Ghost Jiaxing suddenly laughed towards the sky, as if he felt that what Feng Wuchen said was the funniest joke in the world. Is it very funny? Feng Wuchen asked with an evil smile. His solemn face from before had turned into a sneer at this moment. Feng Wuchen, take out the strength that allows you to spare my life. I, Old Ghost Jiaxing, have never been afraid of anyone. Old Ghost Jiaxing cried out coldly. A surging aura erupted and Old Ghost Jiaxing suddenly charged out explosively. Bang! Buzz buzz. Old Ghost Jiaxing's aura and strength were extremely terrifying. Everywhere he passed, there would be an intense rumbling sound, shaking the void until it churned intensely. Feng Wuchen, I will spare your life if you are able to block a palm strike of mine. Old Ghost Jiaxing cried out angrily. A terrifying strength condensed on his palm. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Right at this moment, a large amount of extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept over from the distant sky. Soon after, a large amount of intense sonic booms were heard. The large amount of terrifying aura caused Old Ghost Jiaxing's old face to change drastically. A terrified expression surfaced on his face. Heaven Realm. Old Ghost Jiaxing trembled intensely. His terrified gaze swept towards the distant sky. Heaven Realm expert. Who could it be? The Heavenly Moon Sect Masters and Fan Xiaoyun's expressions changed drastically. Their faces flashed as they looked towards the sky at the first moment. Yun and the other top experts from the various large factions, as well as the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar, had all sensed that large amount of terrifying aura at this moment. The monstrous aura frightened them to the point that their hearts palpitated. Rumble. Puff. In the Heavenly Moon Sect's palace, Xianxia and Ao Yan's martial skills collided. Explosions resounded throughout the palace, and the destructive energy spread out. Both of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Ao Yan was at the 3rd level of the Sky-Human realm. Although Xianxia was only at the 2nd level of the Sky-Human realm, he was one of the top geniuses in the Heaven domain. After an intense battle, both of them were injured. Xianxia. Miao Qingqing was flustered. She looked at Lu Qingyang and shouted anxiously, "Brother Lu, quickly remember. Her sword moves are exactly the same as mine. She also knows the movement skills that I know." Lu Qingyang frowned. While fighting Miao Qingqing, he tried to recall something. While fighting, Lu Qingyang looked at Miao Qingqing's sword moves. Some blurry images appeared in his mind. In the images, a man and a woman were practicing the same sword technique. The images were familiar yet strange to Lu Qingyang. He felt that he had seen them before, but he also felt that he had never seen them before. That woman, is it her? Lu Qingyang looked at the anxious Miao Qingqing. Lu Qingyang was not sure. He could not see the woman's face clearly. But looking at Miao Qingqing's anxious face, Lu Qingyang suddenly felt a trace of heartache. It was a very strange feeling. The second great genius of the Heaven domain is indeed not simple. Ao Yensen sneered, "If the young sect master did not have the Xiantian power, he would not be your opponent." Tianqing's face was solemn. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Let's see how long you can last. It's hard to say who will die." Ao Yen said mockingly. He immediately took the initiative to launch a fierce attack. Tianqing was not afraid at all. He rushed out explosively. Tianqing was not sure that he would lose to Ao Yen. He was very confident in his own strength. At the same time, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were fighting. Seeing Lu Qingyang's sword move, Miao Qingqing suddenly stopped. Chi. Lu Qingyang's expression changed slightly, but it was too late to retract his sword. With a hiss, his sword pierced Miao Qingqing's left shoulder. Blood flowed out and dyed her clothes red. Lu Qingyang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He looked at Miao Qingqing in shock and asked, why didn't you dodge?" Miao Qingqing's cultivation was above Lu Qingyang's, so it was impossible for Lu Qingyang to stab Miao Qingqing. However, Miao Qingqing's action stunned Lu Qingyang. "Brother Lu, do you really not remember me?" "I'm Qingqing," Miao Qingqing asked sadly. A trace of despair flashed through her beautiful eyes as tears rolled down her cheeks. Seeing the tears in Miao Qingqing's eyes, Lu Qingyang's body trembled. He suddenly loosened his grip on his sword. For some reason, the pain in his heart intensified, making Lu Qingyang feel the need to protect the woman in front of him. More and more images appeared in his mind, and the blurry images slowly became clearer. Lu Qingyang tried his best to recall. Even though his head was in pain, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He wanted to see who the woman in the image was. "Hurry up and remember. Who is she?" Lu Qingyang shouted anxiously in his heart. Ever since Lu Qingyang woke up, other than worrying about the people of Greenstone Town, this was the first time he felt so anxious about a woman he didn't know. "Miss Qingqing. Be careful." At this moment, Tianqing's panicked roar suddenly came from the sky. "You bastard!" Tianqing crazily swooped down, cursing angrily. Ao Yen was fighting fiercely with Tianqing, but he suddenly disappeared, causing Tianqing to attack. At that moment, Ao Yen swooped down. "Qingyang, don't be fooled by her. She is your enemy." Ao Yan's cold voice suddenly sounded in Lu Qingyang's ears. Boom. Puff. Ao Yen suddenly appeared and mercilessly slammed his palm on Miao Qingqing's back. The terrifying force made Miao Qingqing spit out blood. Her body flew into Lu Qingyang's arms, and together with Lu Qingyang, she was sent flying. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Lu Qingyang's expression changed dramatically. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. The pain was so severe that Lu Qingyang roared. The blurry images in Lu Qingyang's mind gradually became clear at this moment. Countless images appeared in Lu Qingyang's mind, and every image was so clear. Qingqing. Lu Qingyang shouted Miao Qingqing's name when he saw her flying over with blood spurting from her mouth. Miss Qingqing. Yi Tianqing swooped down and quickly stopped the two. Miao Qingqing's injuries were very serious. She could die at any time. Despicable. I'll kill you. Yi Tianqing glared at Ao Yan. His face was ferocious and murderous. Qingqing. Qingqing. Don't scare me. I'm Qingyang. I remember everything. Lu Qingyang hugged the injured Miao Qingqing and panicked. Tears rolled down his face. You've recovered your memory? Yi Tianqing, who was about to attack, looked at Lu Qingyang in shock. Ao Yan's expression changed slightly. He thought to himself, Lu Qingyang has recovered his memory? Big brother Lu, that's great. You finally. Miao Qingqing's pale face revealed a joyful smile. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. She raised her hand that was about to touch Lu Qingyang's face, but it fell down. Qingqing. Qingqing? Lu Qingyang's expression changed. He panicked and hurriedly shouted twice. Yi Tianqing was also shocked. He quickly checked Miao Qingqing's injuries. He didn't know if he didn't check, but when he did, he was shocked. She's not breathing. The moment Miao Qingqing closed her eyes, her breathing had completely disappeared. Qingqing, wake up. Don't scare me, Qingqing. Answer me. Lu Qingyang panicked. No matter how hard he shook Miao Qingqing, she didn't respond. The long-suppressed grief and anger gushed out like a volcano. Ah. Buzz. Lu Qingyang, who was extremely furious, roared toward the sky. An extremely violent and terrifying power erupted from his body. His body flashed with a dazzling light. The terrifying power shook the heavenly moonsect's palace. Lu Qingyang's eyes flashed red. He looked crazy as if he had gone mad. What kind of power is this? Yi Tianqing's expression changed drastically. He looked at Lu Qingyang with a flash of fear in his eyes. He hurriedly retreated. How is this possible? Lu Qingyang has such a terrifying power hidden in his body. Ao Yan was so scared that his body trembled. Looking at the crazy Lu Qingyang, Ao Yan couldn't help but gulp. An extremely vast and surging power gushed out of Lu Qingyang's body. This power erupted very suddenly, as if it had been brewing in Lu Qingyang's body for a long time. Once it erupted, it had a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Lu Qingyang has a mysterious power hidden in his body. Yi Tianqing finally realized. His face was full of shock. Buzz. Buzz, more and more terrifying energy gushed out from Lu Qingyang's body as if it was inexhaustible. Lu Qingyang's aura had reached an unknown realm. In short, it was extremely terrifying. A huge energy barrier instantly enveloped the entire heavenly moonsect's palace. Inside the palace, the majestic palaces collapsed one after another. The disciples panicked, and the scene was chaotic. I want all of you to die with Qingqing. Lu Qingyang roared crazily. His murderous aura condensed into a storm that swept through the entire palace, frightening the disciples of the heavenly moon sect. Yi Tianqing looked at Lu Qingyang in horror, his body trembling. What? What kind of power is this? He's being controlled by this power. How? How can he have such terrifying power? Ao Yan was scared out of his wits. His face was as pale as a dead man's. Whoosh, a flying sword flew out from Lu Qingyang's body and soared into the sky, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. A beginner-grade immortal artifact. This is an immortal artifact. Yi Tianqing's face changed again. He could not believe that Lu Qingyang had an immortal artifact. Go to hell. Lu Qingyang roared. Terrifying energy was injected into the immortal artifact. A monstrous sword will swept across the sky, and destructive energy spread out. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the immortal artifact in the sky shone brightly. Immediately, a large number of dense energy swords flew out. They were like 10,000 swords returning to their master. They coldly and mercilessly rushed towards the disciples of the Heavenly Moon sect. A cold and merciless scene played out. A large number of disciples of the Heavenly Moon sect were crazily slaughtered. It was as if the heavens were punishing them. The disciples of the Heavenly Moon sect were terrified and desperate. They could not escape even if they wanted to. They could only watch as the terrifying energy swords slaughtered them. Sect leader, save us! Sect leader, save us! The terrified and despairing disciples all screamed. Unfortunately, the sect leader and the higher-ups of the Heavenly Moon sect were at the Heavenly Moon Mountain. Even the stronger disciples were at the Heavenly Moon Mountain. No one could save them. The strongest cultivator in the Heavenly Moon sect was Ao Yan, but he had been severely injured in the battle with Xianxia. It was a terrifying massacre. In less than 2 minutes, nearly 10,000 disciples of the Heavenly Moon cult were slaughtered. Even the female disciples were slaughtered. Ao Yan! Give me your life! Lu Qingyang put down Qing and roared furiously. His bloodshot eyes swept towards the terrified Ao Yan as his figure shot out explosively. Boom! Lu Qingyang's speed was extremely terrifying, bringing along a strong rumbling sound. Wherever he passed, a huge crack would appear on the ground, and a gale would sweep through. Gulp! Ao Yan was terrified as despair surfaced in his eyes. The power that Lu Qingyang erupted with had already surpassed Ao Yan. Boom! Buzz! Lu Qingyang arrived in an instant and punched ferociously at Ao Yan. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power instantly turned Ao Yan into a bloody mist. A level 3 celestial being was killed by Lu Qingyang with a single punch. Seeing this horrifying scene, Tianqing trembled. He looked at Lu Qingyang as if he was looking at a monster, his expression blank. He killed Ao Yan with a single punch. Tianqing was dumbstruck, his voice trembling. After killing Ao Yan, Lu Qingyang roared a few times. Then, the terrifying power disappeared in an instant, and Lu Qingyang fell to the ground. The terrifying barrier that enveloped the Heavenly Moon sect also turned into countless specks of light and disappeared. Lu Qingyang! Tianqing's expression changed as he hurriedly rushed out. At the same time, in the sky above the Heavenly Moon Mountain, the entire place was dead silent and filled with a strange atmosphere. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror. A large amount of terrifying aura covered the sky and covered the earth. No one knew whether it was a friend or a foe. Swish! Swish, swish. Swish. After a while, figures appeared one after another. There were more than 100 of them, each of them exuding the terrifying aura of a celestial being, more than 100 celestial being experts. What kind of terrifying lineup was this? Putting aside the celestial being experts, there were more than a dozen heaven realm experts among them. Heaven realm experts had terrifying strength. With a wave of their hands, they could overturn rivers and seas, causing the heavens and the earth to change color. Everyone in the Heavenly Moon Mountain trembled. More than 100 terrifying experts exuded a biting cold murderous aura. This was the most frightening part. Feng Wuchen was the only one without any fear in the entire place. The Heavenly Moon sect master and old ghost Xianxia seemed to have guessed something, and despair started to surface on their faces. Who are they? What are they doing in the sky region? What terrifying strength? Could it be that they are here to destroy the sky region? It's possible. The more the cultivators thought about it, the more terrified they became. Greetings, Dendi. Just as everyone was in a state of shock and confusion, the 100 terrifying experts suddenly knelt down on one knee in the void and paid their respects to Feng Wuchen. Even the Heaven Realm experts knelt down. Boom! Bolts of lightning suddenly exploded beside the ears of the experts from the various major forces, scaring them out of their wits. How is this possible? The Heavenly Moon sect master and Fan Xiaoyun were scared silly. Everyone in the Heavenly Moon sect was scared silly, and their faces were filled with despair. Old ghost Xiaoxing's body trembled violently, and his old face was pale. He was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. More than 100 terrifying experts were Feng Wuchen's men. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? Why did he have so many experts under him? Many cultivators were extremely shocked, and they stared at Feng Wuchen, who was high and mighty, with their mouths agape. They finally understood that Feng Wuchen's arrogance was already very low-key. If it was someone Else, they would have sent experts to destroy the Heavenly Moon sect long ago. Why would they waste their breath? Even if Yun and the rest knew about Feng Wuchen's identity, they couldn't help but be intimidated by the terrifying lineup before their eyes. Feng. Who is Feng Wuchen? Fan Xiaoyun said in despair, and he was so afraid that he was about to cry. Yun and the rest knew about Feng Wuchen's identity long ago. The Heavenly Moon sect master finally guessed it. If they didn't know about Feng Wuchen's identity long ago, how could they all stand on Feng Wuchen's side? Welcome, young master. Not long later, more than 100 experts shouted respectfully once again. A moment later, 3 figures flew over. Young Master Zhang. It's indeed young Master Zhang. Yun was immediately excited, and he recognized Zhang Junlan at a glance. They are the experts from the Zhang family. Ziyun and company were astonished and excited. Young Master Zhang. The Heavenly Moon sect master looked at Zhang Junlan, who flew over in astonishment, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The continent's #1 blacksmith genius. The blacksmith family's Zhang family's young master, Zhang Junlan. Many experts exclaimed. The person who came was Zhang Junlan, and accompanying him were Yanran and Dong Zhantian. The 3 of them flew over. Zhang Junlan's expression was extremely ugly, and his body was filled with killing intent. Under the horrified gazes of the Heavenly Moon sect master and company, Zhang Junlan and company arrived in front of Feng Wuchen. Zhang Junlan bowed and said respectfully, Teacher. Teacher? When they saw Zhang Junlan bowing to Feng Wuchen, the expressions of old ghost Zhai Xing and the Heavenly Moon sect master changed drastically. The terror in their eyes grew even stronger, and anyone could see it. Heavenly Moon sect master knelt down helplessly in horror. He had already guessed the outcome. Feng Wuchen is actually young Lord Zhang's teacher? How is this possible? Feng Wuchen actually has such a terrifying background. Young Lord Zhang's teacher? Heavens, young Lord Zhang is the continent's #1 blacksmith genius. Wouldn't his teacher be even more terrifying? Many of the spectating cultivators were trembling in fear when they heard Zhang Junlan address Zhang Junlan as teacher. Greetings, young Lord Zhang. Yun and the other experts bowed respectfully. Zhang Junlan glanced at Yun and company before sweeping his gaze at Heavenly Moon sect master and old ghost Zhai Xing instantly. His expression turned gloomy. How dare you? Zhang Junlan bellowed coldly as torrential anger and killing intent swept through the area. After a few months, Zhang Junlan's cultivation level had broken through to the 8th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. His cultivation speed was extremely astounding. Young Lord Zhang, please forgive us. Heavenly Moon sect master and the other upper echelons of the Heavenly Moon sect begged for mercy in horror. All of them knelt down and kowtowed. At that moment, the strongest sect master in the heaven region was like a grandson. He did not dare to act rashly. Old ghost Zhai Xing, who was extremely horrified, finally could not withstand the horror in his heart as he knelt down. His old eyes were filled with despair. The Zhang family's strength was terrifying and its status was transcendent. Across the entire continent, it could squeeze into the top 10. A stomp of its feet was enough to cause the continent to tremble. It was obvious what the outcome would be if one offended the Zhang family. However, Zhang Junlan ignored them. He yearned to immediately give the order to wipe out Heavenly Moon sect master and company. However, he wanted to let Feng Wuchen handle it himself. Yanran, quickly greet teacher. Zhang Junlan hurriedly said to the pink-dressed girl beside him. Yanran greets teacher. Yanran bowed respectfully as a smile suffused on her pretty face. Yanran was in her early 20s. She had a graceful figure and wore a pink dress. Her long black hair reached her waist. She had a beautiful face and an elegant temperament. She was truly a great beauty. Feng Wuchen glanced at Yanran and smiled. I heard from little Zhang that she is very beautiful. Little Zhang has good taste. Thank you for your praise, teacher. Yanran bowed again. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said, although your injuries have healed and your cultivation has recovered, a part of your meridians can't be repaired. Teacher is indeed a godly person. You were able to tell at a glance. Zhang Junlan exclaimed. He was filled with admiration. Teacher, Yanran's meridians are severely damaged. My father and the others can't do anything about it. Even an 8th grade alchemist can't do anything about it. The 8th grade alchemy pill is too strong for Yanran to bear. However, without a strong enough power, they can't repair Yanran's meridians. Moreover, the Great Elder said that Yanran's damaged meridians will slowly spread throughout her body. In the end, her meridians will be destroyed and she will die. I know that teacher is very powerful. Please save Yanran. Zhang Junlan continued. His eyes were filled with anticipation. From Zhang Junlan's words, one could hear his concern and care for Yanran. That kind of nervousness and care was definitely not an act. It came from the bottom of his heart. Teacher, please save Yanran. Yanran pleaded. She didn't hesitate to kneel down in front of Feng Wuchen. Yanran had already heard about Feng Wuchen's strength from Zhang Junlan. In her opinion, Feng Wuchen was a god that had descended to the mortal world. The moment Yanran knelt down, a strong force stopped her. Yanran was slightly stunned. A trace of disappointment flashed through her beautiful eyes. She thought that Feng Wuchen couldn't do anything about it. To be able to damage your meridians, it can be seen that your injuries were very serious. It's fortunate that you were able to keep your life. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Meridians are fragile. Damaged meridians can't withstand a strong force. Even if it's a gentle force, as long as it's slightly stronger, it won't be able to withstand it. Yanran's situation is very special. It's not an exaggeration to say that her meridians are destroyed. Feng Wuchen continued. Zhang Junlan's heart sank. Even Feng Wuchen said so. It could be seen that Yanran's situation was very special. Zhang Junlan looked flustered. He anxiously asked, Teacher, can you save Yanran? Feng Wuchen nodded and said, There is a way, but it's not easy. However, don't worry. I can temporarily stabilize her meridians with pills. However, I don't have the herbs. Later, I will list the herbs and you will have to find them. That's great. Yanran is saved. Zhang Junlan was overjoyed. The disappointment in his heart was swept away. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Yanran was overjoyed. She revealed a sweet smile and quickly bowed to thank him. Old teacher is really a god. Dong Zhantian was full of admiration. So many terrifying experts and even a grade 8 alchemist couldn't do anything about it. However, it wasn't a difficult thing for Feng Wuchen. Teacher, it's your turn to deal with it. Zhang Junlan said. Feng Wuchen understood what Zhang Junlan meant. The reason why the Zhang family had mobilized so many experts was to help Feng Wuchen. Looking at old ghost Jai Xing, Feng Wuchen said coldly, Old ghost Jai Xing, I gave you a chance previously. However, you didn't seem to want it. Dendi, spare my life. Old ghost Jai Xing cowed out in fear. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. It's too late for you to kneel now. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Swoosh. The moment Feng Wuchen's words left his mouth, a heaven-grade expert suddenly appeared in front of old ghost Jai Xing. The terrifying aura and pressure caused old ghost Jai Xing to be unable to move. His eyes were filled with despair. Disrespect to Dendi, die. The heaven-grade expert shouted coldly. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm on old ghost Jai Xing's head without mercy. Boom. Pfft. Old ghost Jai Xing didn't have much time to beg for mercy. With a loud explosion, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying energy destroyed old ghost Jai Xing's internal organs. Old ghost Jai Xing died on the spot. Gulp, everyone present was terrified to the extreme. The strongest expert in the heaven region was slapped to death with a single palm. A heaven-grade expert was so terrifying, the most terrified people present were the people from the Heavenly Moon sect. Seeing old ghost Jai Xing's outcome, they felt even more despair. Dendi, spare my life. Dendi, spare my life. Other than kowtowing and shouting for mercy, the people from the Heavenly Moon sect didn't know what else to say. Dendi is the teacher of the young master and the most distinguished guest of the Zhang family. Disrespect to Dendi is equivalent to becoming enemies with the Zhang family. The master has given the order. Destroy the Heavenly Moon sect. The Heaven Realm expert said coldly. Every word was filled with icy cold murderous aura, causing people to shiver uncontrollably. Kill. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes. The Heaven Realm expert attacked immediately and charged towards the Heavenly Moon Sect Master. Dendi! Dendi! The Heavenly Moon Sect Master's face was filled with terror and despair. Boom! Pfft! The Heaven Realm expert showed no mercy and didn't give the Heavenly Moon Sect Master a chance to beg for mercy. With a single palm, he killed the Heavenly Moon Sect Master mercilessly. Fan Xiaoyun was so terrified that he couldn't speak. He could only watch his father fall in terror and despair. You have to die too. The Heaven Realm expert slammed his palm towards Fan Xiaoyun again. Qingyang? Feng Wuchen abruptly looked over when he heard the angry roar. Qingyang. Zhang Junlan also looked over. Brother Liu, are you trying to save Fan Xiaoyun? Dong Zhantian looked a little embarrassed. Qing. Seeing Yi Tianqing, Yi Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The worry in his heart finally disappeared. Qingyang. Save me. Save me. Hearing Lu Qingyang's roar, Fan Xiaoyun seemed to see a life-saving straw and quickly shouted. The Heavenly Moon Sect's upper echelons also saw hope. As for the Heaven Realm expert, he glanced at Feng Wuchen. Seeing that his palm was half an inch away from Fan Xiaoyun, he stopped. Without Feng Wuchen's order, he would not attack. But when Feng Wuchen and the rest saw Yi Tianqing return with Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing, their expressions changed. Qingqing. Feng Wuchen was shocked and hurriedly ran out. Qingqing, she's dead. Zhang Junlan's expression suddenly stiffened. What? Nangong Zhan and Qi Huang's expressions changed. When they looked at Miao Qingqing, their faces also stiffened. Sister Qingqing. Lan Yu shed tears. Miao Qingqing, who Yi Tianqing had wrapped with his qi, was no longer breathing. Qingqing. Feng Wuchen's eyes were wet and his body was trembling. Feng Wuchen could no longer sense Miao Qingqing's aura, not even a trace of it. Dendi, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Dendi to be so despicable. Yi Tianqing's face was full of self-blame. He was too ashamed to face Feng Wuchen. His head was lowered and he did not dare to look at Feng Wuchen. Yi Tianqing's mission was to protect Miao Qingqing, but he failed. He felt very guilty for disappointing Feng Wuchen. I know you tried your best. Don't blame yourself. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Qingyang. Save me. Fan Xiaoyun yelled anxiously. Big brother Feng. I killed Qingqing. I killed Qingqing. Lu Qingyang could no longer hold back his tears of grief. Qingyang, have you recovered your memory? Feng Wuchen asked in a daze. I'd rather never recover my memories. This way, Qingqing wouldn't be killed. If it wasn't for me, Qingqing wouldn't have died. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Lu Qingyang cried bitterly. The feeling of heartache was worse than death. Qingyang. Feng Wuchen had mixed feelings. He did not know whether he should be happy or sad. Yi Tianqing said sadly, when Lady Qingqing was killed, Qingyang was shocked and regained his memory. Lu Qingyang has recovered his memories? Fan Xiaoyun's last hope was shattered. Big brother Feng, I want to kill Fan Xiaoyun with my own hands. Lu Qingyang said in grief and anger. He's right there. You can do whatever you want with him. Feng Wuchen said coldly. All of this was caused by Fan Xiaoyun. If Fan Xiaoyun had not severely injured Lu Qingyang and caused Lu Qingyang to lose his memory, all of this would not have happened. Fan Xiaoyun. Lu Qingyang glared at Fan Xiaoyun and roared in rage. His murderous intent soared to the sky. Qingyang, don't kill me. Fan Xiaoyun's face was full of horror, and his body kept retreating. I'll tear you to pieces. Lu Qingyang roared crazily and rushed to Fan Xiaoyun like a ferocious beast. Fan Xiaoyun would definitely die today. No one could save him. The moment Lu Qingyang approached, Fan Xiaoyun's face suddenly became ferocious. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Humph. The Heaven Realm warrior snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying qi blasted toward Fan Xiaoyun. Boom. Puff. Fan Xiaoyun's face changed, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured. Huh. Lu Qingyang came in a flash, and the long sword in his hand swept out, cutting off one of Fan Xiaoyun's arms. Ah! Fan Xiaoyun screamed in pain, and the pain spread all over his body. This is revenge for Uncle Qin of Bluestone Town. Lu Qingyang roared, and the long sword slashed again. Ah! Lu Qingyang's attack was fierce, and his sword fell and cut off Fan Xiaoyun's other arm. The latter screamed again and again. Lu Qingyang roared, "This is revenge for the mayor. Qingyang! Kill this bastard!" The Crimson Emperor and the others roared, and their hatred was vented. Ah! Lu Qingyang roared with his sword, and in the end, even Fan Xiaoyun's legs were cut off. A large amount of blood flowed out, and the ground was dyed red. This is revenge for all the people of Bluestone Town. Lu Qingyang roared again. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Moon sect were scared out of their wits. They watched in horror as Fan Xiaoyun was dismembered, and they did not dare to say a word. "You killed Shui and Ziqing. I won't forgive you." Lu Qingyang roared. He held the long sword tightly with both hands, and slashed it down at Fan Xiaoyun's head. "No. Qingyang. Stop." Fan Xiaoyun finally felt the strong aura of death when he saw the long sword slashing down mercilessly. His desire to live grew stronger, and Fan Xiaoyun finally roared crazily. Lu Qingyang's sword fell, and Fan Xiaoyun would definitely die. "Even the gods and Buddhas can't save you. Fan Xiaoyun. Even if I kill you 10,000 times, it won't be enough to vent the hatred in my heart. Die." Lu Qingyang roared crazily, and his sword slashed down mercilessly. The fierce sword slashed down, and Fan Xiaoyun was instantly cut in half, and he died on the spot. The whole place was dead silent, and only Lu Qingyang's roars of grief and indignation could be heard. Lu Qingyang vented the anger and grief in his heart. Ah! Lu Qingyang lost control and roared at the sky. Miao Qingqing's death was a huge blow to Lu Qingyang. Moreover, Miao Qingqing died because of him. Qingyang. Feng Wuchen saw Lu Qingyang lose control for the first time. Looking at the grieving Lu Qingyang, Nan Gongzhan and Beta Yen were moved, and their eyes were wet. "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." Zhang Junlan roared furiously. "Chi chi chi." The warriors of the Heaven Realm attacked fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Moon sect were all killed. The dozens of warriors of the Heavenly Moon sect were like ants to the warriors of the Heaven Realm. The Heavenly Moon sect was completely destroyed. If my strength was a little stronger, I wouldn't have let Ao Yen succeed. It's all my fault for being useless. Looking at the grieving Lu Qingyang, Yi Tianqing gritted his teeth and blamed himself. "It's not all your fault. Don't blame yourself too much." Beta Yen comforted. "Pavilion Master, will Qingyang be unable to recover from this? I'm worried that he won't be able to take this blow." Lung Muching said worriedly. "Dendi, can't you bring the dead back to life?" Nan Gongzhan suddenly asked. "Qingqing's soul is too weak. There's nothing I can do." Feng Wuchen shook his head in grief. Lan Yu wiped her tears and asked, "Master, can Sister Qingqing really be saved?" Feng Wuchen slowly closed his eyes. How could Feng Wuchen not be heartbroken about Miao Qingqing's death, but Feng Wuchen couldn't do anything. Feng Wuchen wasn't an omnipotent god. There were always things in the world that Feng Wuchen couldn't do. End of chapter 458. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.